Sumi once thought that perhaps, after humans recklessly exploited and damaged Blue Star's resources, and after the 23rd year, when half-a-day country began dumping tens of thousands of tons of nuclear wastewater into the ocean, the end of the world was inevitable. The apocalypse started when half-a-day country began dumping nuclear waste into the Pacific Ocean. At that time, many Western countries supported their destructive actions toward the ocean. Then, a global rainstorm disaster struck. Heavy rains first flooded Fukushima in Japan, with over 1,000 millimeters of rain pouring down. Soon after, the heavy rains hit America, then spread to Europe, and finally reached the coastal cities of Manhwa country. The huge storm first began in the north, then gradually moved south to the coastal city. The heavy rains flooded low-rise buildings and villas, forcing many people to become homeless. Coastal cities were completely submerged in water. At this moment, Sumi was hiding in a room on the 9th floor, trembling under several damp blankets. She was waiting for her boyfriend Li Heron and her best friend Yu Xiaoxing to bring food back. Half a year after the disaster, 2/3 of the land on Blue Star was flooded by rivers and seas. Some places even started to snow across vast areas, and the polar regions were frozen. In such extreme cold, ordinary people could not go outside. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a key turning in the lock. Sumi wrapped herself in a blanket and came out to greet them, only to see 5 gaunt, emaciated men entering one after another. Each carried a knife or a club. When they saw Sumi, their eyes gleamed with wickedness. "Who are you? Why do you have my house key? I warn you, leave immediately, or when my boyfriend and the others come back, you won't get away." Sumi knew that even if Heron and Xiaoxing returned, they wouldn't be able to fight these 5 men. But she didn't expect one of the men to lift the key in his hand, wave it in front of her, and lick his thick, purple tongue before saying, "You probably don't know yet, but your boyfriend and that pretty little friend of yours have already sold you to us. They won't be back before we finish our work. Just accept it." Sumi's heart sank deeper as the 5 men entered. They had the key. If Heron and Xiaoxing hadn't been harmed, then they weren't lying to her. She had been sold. After the disaster, for the past 6 months, the 3 of them didn't have the chance to go out and hunt for supplies like others. Instead, they survived on the food stored in her family's cellar, living off their reserves until they were all gone. Today marked the 7th day without any food left, and then she was sold. The door was tightly shut in Sumi's panicked and helpless state. If she was only being sold to these 5 men for their release, she might still have a chance to survive. But what if it was more than just that? Outside, the weather was getting colder. It is said that in regions farther from the equator, the polar ice had already frozen those areas, causing more deaths. The polar freeze would eventually spread here too. The people here were running out of food. In such a harsh environment, she couldn't imagine what would happen to her after these men finished their anger. Being alive without dignity was a small comfort. Death was the only escape from this cruel world. She had seen scenes like this many times through the window. Hungry humans with bloodshot eyes turned into monsters, tormenting themselves with their own fears. Perhaps they were no longer truly human. Even though the 5 men were all starving and thin, they were much stronger than her. Shouting and struggling were useless. She only felt regret for trusting Li Heron and Yu Xiaoxing, whom she thought were the closest people in her life. The 5 men, 2 at a time, grabbed her arms and legs and carried her into the room. After tossing her onto the bed, they noticed blood flowing from her lips. "Boss," she bit her tongue and tried to kill herself. "What? Is she dead?" "She's only breathing faintly now." The smell of rotting corpses outside made the man in charge turn pale instantly. "Bah, disgusting." He looked at Sumi lying on the bed with frustration and told his men, "Bring them in." Sure enough, Li Heron pulled a timid Yu Xiaoxing into the room. When they saw Sumi, seemingly dead on the bed, their faces suddenly turned pale. What are you afraid of? It's just one dead person. Isn't this what you agreed to in the deal? Now you're scared?" Li Heron's face was pale, but looking at Sumi's body, he seemed relieved, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. It's not that. I just feel a bit emotional seeing this useless girl die. Lee Hurin's voice sounded, waking Sumi from her last remaining willpower. Sumi, spitting blood foam, suddenly widened her eyes. Her bloodshot eyes and deathly aura merged as she stared at Lee Hurin and Yu Xiaoxing. Just a dying person showing a last flicker of life. Brother Hurin, don't be afraid. Lee Hurin gently squeezed Yu Xiaoxing's hand. If she was afraid, she wouldn't have bought that driver to cause the accident before the end of the world. It's a pity, this little brat's life is too tough. If she had died back then, her inheritance would all be his, and he wouldn't have to carry this burden anymore. Sumi's eyes widened with anger. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With her last strength after biting her tongue to end her life, she exhausted herself and died completely. Her eyes remained open, but her heart was unwilling. Her greatest wish before dying was, if she could start over, she would never trust these two treacherous animals again. She felt as if she was sinking into a long dream, surrounded by darkness everywhere. Only two familiar eyes looked at her with mockery. Unwilling, she stared at those two eyes, her chest filled with hatred. She wished she could kill these two monsters immediately. As her hatred grew, her previously weak body gradually regained strength, replaced by a sharp pain that made her teeth grit. With a loud thud, she fell to the ground. Then, Sumi felt her suppressed anger turn into a wail, escaping her mouth. Ah! It hurts. The darkness in front of her slowly brightened. When she opened her eyes, she was in a white, sterile hospital room filled with disinfectant. Mimi, what's wrong? Why did you fall? Yu Xiaoxing lazily stood up from her chair and slowly approached Sumi, still holding the fruit knife and apple she hadn't put down in time. She only spoke casually, not intending to help Sumi up. After a wave of dizzy pain, Sumi instinctively kept her distance from Yu Xiaoxing, who was crouched nearby. The first thing she saw was Yu Xiaoxing's face, which made her want to kill her immediately, and the fruit knife she was reluctant to let go of. Unable to distinguish reality from a dream, Sumi instinctively grabbed the knife blade and snatched the fruit knife, holding the handle to stab Yu Xiaoxing. At the last moment, she was stopped by Lee Hurin, who hurriedly caught her. Mimi, what's wrong? Wake up. Lee Hurin patted Sumi's face. His shock at her fierce expression and eyes was evident. Even after she woke up, he didn't dare to look directly into her eyes, lowering his head in guilt. Sumi woke up and also understood what had happened. She was reborn. Reborn 1 month before the coming of the apocalyptic disaster, she woke up in the hospital after being attacked by those two treacherous people. She now understood everything clearly. She quietly lay on the hospital bed, not closing her eyes. Lee Hurin asked the frightened Yu Xiaoxing to leave and stayed by her side. In her previous life, she was moved by Lee Hurin's careful care after waking up. She became even more obedient to him, even transferring her 2 villas into his name. 1 villa for him, and the other as a gift to his parents arriving in J City soon. This was a plan she had discussed with Lee Hurin for a long time. After waking up in her past life, she had agreed softly. Lee Hurin looked worried now, which almost made Sumi want to applaud his acting skills. If he became an actor, he would definitely win the Oscar for Best Performance. But this time, he miscalculated. Lee Hurin, let's break up. Don't let me see you again. At least, in this last month before the disaster, he shouldn't appear in front of her. Otherwise, Sumi was afraid she might lose control and end him before the end of the world. Killing was illegal now and would bring her endless trouble. There would be plenty of time after the disaster to deal with those treacherous people. Lee Hurin was still stunned after being asked to leave by the security and medical staff. This was completely different from what he had expected. The attempt on her life had failed, so all he needed was to stay by Sumi's side, care for her carefully, and deceive her into believing everything was fine. She would agree to transfer those 2 villas into his name. At that moment, Lee Hurin's phone rang. The caller ID showed his parents. Mom, is there something? Son, ask Mimi if she can add 1 more villa to the number she's giving you. Your sister just broke up with her boyfriend. If she has her own villa, her status will change. When she goes on blind dates, she can meet higher quality men of the same level. Hearing this, Lee Heron's brow furrowed, and a moment of impatience flashed across his face. But he quickly smiled on the phone and said, "Mom, don't worry. She loves me very much. Whatever I say, she always obeys. We agreed on 2 villas, but now suddenly there's a third one. I'm worried she might overthink it. Tell your sister to wait a little longer. Rushing things doesn't help." Motherly agreed with this reasoning and kept saying yes. In the end, she happily hung up the phone. Lee Heron turned to look towards Sumi's hospital room, his eyes once again shining with the devoted and caring expression of a loving husband. What if she was kicked out of the hospital? Maybe she was still shaken from the car accident. He immediately went to buy her favorite durian milfai to comfort her and win her over. Was he worried she wouldn't cooperate? Indeed, the people he hired couldn't be trusted. They took his money but didn't hit the person, and in the end, they ran away. Sumi's mother had died during childbirth, and her wealthy father had passed away from cancer a year after her college entrance exam. If Sumi died, the will he prepared could be used. Then, her large inheritance and insurance money would go to him, her well-known boyfriend. At that moment, he would be the richest young man in J City. It was a pity that her father had converted all his stocks, funds, and shares into cash stored in a foreign bank account before he died. The condition was that Sumi had to establish and list a company herself. Otherwise, the money would be donated to poor mountain areas when she turned 50. He didn't know what that old man was thinking. With such complicated feelings, Lee Heron headed to the nearest private cake shop near the hospital. However, when he returned with durian milfai and some of Sumi's favorite fruits, he was told Sumi had been discharged. She had handled the discharge paperwork herself. Her phone was turned off, which made Lee Heron panic. Could she have found out something? But he and Yu Xiaoxing had never revealed anything. At this moment, Sumi had just returned to the villa where she used to live with her father. After rushing into the room and locking the door and windows, she carefully examined the necklace around her neck. Earlier, when she was injured, her bloodied hand accidentally touched the necklace, and it formed a very special connection with her body. She quickly had a nurse bandage her hand and rushed back to observe it carefully. The moment her blood from her palm touched the necklace, a very unique and pleasant energy entered her wound. She moved her injured hand slightly. The pain was gone. She suddenly tore off the bandage. Her hand was no longer injured. Only a faint bloodstain remained to remind Sumi that her hand was indeed injured earlier, not a dream. The chain of the necklace and the pendant are seamlessly connected, made of an unknown material. It's something she has worn since childhood. Because it was a keepsake from her mother, she treasured it dearly and never allowed it to get dirty, let alone stained with blood. So, when Sumi's fingers touched the necklace again, she wondered, what could have made her wound heal so quickly? Just as she finished this thought, her surroundings suddenly spun wildly. When she finally saw the environment clearly, Sumi realized she was in a strange space. The air in this space was unusually fresh, exactly like the scent she remembered from before. Beneath her feet was over 400 square meters of black soil. Judging by the color and the fresh smell in the air, this land was probably the most fertile type of black soil, rich in nutrients. There was good airflow, humidity, and a warm, spring-like climate, perfect for planting. Sumi wasn't too shocked by this. She had already experienced rebirth, so this space didn't seem strange. In popular novels and movies, reborn people all have their own space, right? However, she felt that her space was different from those fictional ones. Those spaces could only hold inanimate objects. They had no air or light inside. But her space was full of life, with abundant spiritual energy. After just a short time here, she felt her injuries from the car accident had almost healed. Even the psychological shadows from her past rebirth were gradually fading because of this space's appearance. She silently thought, "Come out," and sure enough, after another dizzy spell, she found herself back in her room. So, her misfortune turned into fortune. 1 month before the apocalypse and natural disasters, she gained this storage space. It would be her hope to survive the coming calamities. To test if the black soil in her space could be used for planting, she searched her home and finally found 2 long-dead, nearly wilted climbing roses on the balcony. Since her rebirth, she was not tired from her injuries. Instead, she felt energized. She put on a mask and set out overnight to a 24-hour supermarket to buy supplies. A month might not be long, but it also wasn't very short. She thought she could empty out a large supermarket in one night. However, after taking all the supplies from the food and daily necessities sections, she realized she had nowhere to temporarily store everything. She wasn't foolish enough to sweep all those items into her space in front of everyone. So, she exchanged WeChat contacts with the supermarket manager and asked them to deliver the goods to the address she provided tomorrow. That night, she woke up a salesperson who had previously asked her about buying a house. The salesperson was speechless about being woken up late at night, but when he heard what she wanted, he immediately lost all sleep. "Help me rent a large storage warehouse within an hour." "No, half an hour. I'll give you 200,000. After saying this, Sumi immediately hung up. The salesperson looked at the note on his phone showing the caller ID, the daughter of the former richest man, a naive only child, and excited, he left the house without even changing his socks, sporting a messy hairdo. Most large warehouses in J-City are controlled by big light industry companies. However, among his resources, he actually had access to an idle large warehouse. But, thinking of this, he quickly called Sumi back. The call connected, and Sumi was still wandering around the supermarket. "How? No large warehouse available for rent." Hearing her disappointed tone, Kong Xiaomin responded immediately. No, it's not like that. I do have a large warehouse, about 700 square meters, 2 floors. But because it's in a remote area with poor transportation, it hasn't been rented out. So, do you still want it? Kong Xiaomin, though greedy, had his principles. He wouldn't do scams or shady deals. The 200,000 was a huge amount for someone in his line of work. But even if he was to take it, he wanted to do so with a clear conscience. He seemed to chuckle lightly on the other end of the line. Yes. Being in a remote area is even better. It can keep things discreet. Kong Xiaomin was momentarily stunned for half a second before continuing. How long do you want to rent? I'll draft the contract right away. 1 month is enough. You handle the contract. The key should be with you, right? Because she emptied an entire supermarket in the middle of the night, Sumi ended up lying at home all day. When she woke up again, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Her phone had hundreds of missed calls from 4 people, Li Heron, Yu Xiaoxing, Kong Xiaomin, and Manager Li from the supermarket. Opening WeChat, most messages are from Li Heron and Yu Xiaoxing pretending to care, but I delete and block them. The more I see, the more I want to confront them directly. The apocalypse hasn't arrived yet, so I must hold back. Kong Xiaomin's message is simple. He took 3 days off to be a truck driver for Sumi, helping her transport goods. Of course, he rented the truck himself. 20,000 yuan if he didn't do something for Sumi, he would feel guilty. Sumi also entrusted all the transportation work to Kong Xiaomin and asked him to sort her supplies by category, placing frozen and fresh foods into the freezer and fridge she bought. Kong Xiaomin looked foolishly at the 20,000 yuan suddenly added to his bank card overnight, feeling very motivated to work. Why did she buy so many things? In the world of the rich, someone like him wouldn't understand. Maybe Miss Sumi wants to open a supermarket? Or perhaps she plans to donate supplies to poor mountain areas. Thinking of this, Sumi's image in Kong Xiaomin's mind grew even taller. She's such a good person. Miss Sumi is truly kind. However, if she's opening a supermarket or making donations, shopping at city supermarkets might be too extravagant. Sumi earned so much money. He felt it was necessary to remind her, even though he knew she wasn't short of money. At this moment, Sumi turned on the TV in the living room, switched to the news channel, and ate takeout while watching the news. Several regions on Blue Star were already showing signs of tectonic shifts, something she, with her love-blind past self, hadn't noticed. Tectonic shifts. Inland areas could experience earthquakes and coastal regions could face tsunamis, causing many deaths. But these aren't things she needs to worry about now. Her current goal is stockpiling supplies. Just then, Kong Xiaomin's call came in. Miss Su, I hope you don't mind me asking, but are you planning to open a supermarket with all these goods? Kong Xiaomin's question made Sumi's nerves tighten. She paused for a few seconds, alert, then asked in a low voice, What do you mean? Oh, don't misunderstand. I'm not prying into your affairs. I just think if your demand is high, you could go to the wholesale market. The prices for the same items are. His words suddenly awakened her. She realized that, in her second life, she hadn't paid enough attention to many things. Buying large quantities at a supermarket could easily arouse suspicion. But if you go to the wholesale market, not only are the prices cheap, but if asked about the reason, you can say you're opening a supermarket to explain it. After hanging up the phone, Sumi immediately took action. The TV in the living room was turned on to play, and Sumi put on a mask and dressed up, ready to head to J-City's largest wholesale market. The biggest wholesale market in J-City is outside the Third Ring Road. Although it's far from the city center, transportation is very convenient. Kong Xiaomin received the news and immediately stopped his current sorting work, locked the warehouse door, and drove his truck to the location Sumi provided. Once they met, they didn't waste time talking and went straight into the market. One of them went to the food section and the other to the household goods section, searching for nearly an hour and a half. Finally, Sumi stopped at several wholesale seed stores and bought all the seeds available there. Besides vegetable, fruit, and grain seeds, she also bought various flower, plant, and tree seedlings. She didn't plan to leave any for others. Seeing the 2 climbing roses still alive inside her space, Sumi thought that no one else had such a magical space for planting like hers. Leaving them for others would be a waste. After shopping extensively at the wholesale market, Sumi decided to visit a shopping mall to buy some electrical appliances and electronics. She asked Kong Xiaomin for advice. Being a science and engineering guy, and with his natural sharpness and interest in electronic products, he explained in detail how to use various appliances. Sumi listened very carefully, which moved Kong Xiaomin very much. Miss Su, if you ever need maintenance or repair for home appliances or electronics, just give me a call. I'll come to help for free. Are you very skilled with electrical and electronic devices? Kong Xiaomin shyly rubbed the back of his head. Hee, not to hide it from you, I used to be a top science student at a prestigious school. But later, my parents had issues, and I couldn't afford to continue studying. I had to leave school and start working. Sumi's eyes lit up. A top science student. I see. Do you know if there are any solar energy devices that can absorb sunlight and store electricity at temperatures as high as 55 degrees Celsius? Kong Xiaomin thought for a moment and said seriously, currently, most common solar-powered appliances can withstand temperatures up to 45 degrees Celsius. If the temperature rises higher or stays at 45 degrees for a long time, the energy storage panels might. Sumi sighed sadly after hearing this, but Kong Xiaomin continued speaking. However, if we use heat-resistant nanomaterials, I believe I can modify the solar panels to resist temperatures of 55 or even 60 degrees. Of course, the better the materials, the stronger their heat resistance. At this point, Sumi looked at Kong Xiaomin with a different expression. You have these skills, so why are you willing to be just a salesperson? Miss Su, nowadays, finding a job requires education and work experience. The project I worked on during university was supervised by my mentor, so I know it well. Besides, who would want to modify ordinary solar panels like this? It would greatly increase the cost, and the market gains wouldn't be worth it. Sumi nodded. Then, the two of them drove to the electronics section of the mall. Under Kong Xiaomin's explanation and guidance, they searched through the area thoroughly. They ordered several sets of high-performance power generation and solar energy devices. Even bathroom fixtures and smart bathtubs were not left out. Seeing that Sumi even looked at toilets, Kong Xiaomin's eyes showed a strange look. What exactly is this young lady planning? But following the basic principle of doing business for money, even if Sumi didn't say anything, he decided to keep her plans secret. After finishing everything, they ate something inside the mall. Sumi then asked Kong Xiaomin to go back to the warehouse to continue organizing her supplies. Sumi felt grateful that her father left her a generous inheritance, which allowed her to confidently stockpile supplies after her rebirth. Over the past 3 days, Sumi traveled between various markets to buy supplies. For items in high demand, she went to wholesale markets. For those with high-quality requirements but lower demand, she chose specialty stores or online shopping. She directly ordered winter clothing and blankets from specialty stores. For items like toothbrushes, cleansers, and sanitary pads, she preferred online shopping. Most daily necessities were nearly purchased. The remaining items were special supplies, such as outdoor survival gear, outdoor equipment, self-defense weapons, excavation tools, lighters and flint, and various medicines, including traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine, and first aid supplies. However, for special items like medicines, buying large quantities at once might raise suspicion. So, she spread out her purchases online, choosing different pharmacies across the country through city filters, and bought many essential medicines and large amounts of mugwort. After nearly 2 weeks of flooding, areas below the 6th floor formed deep, unpredictable rivers. Buildings above the 6th floor, exposed to the scorching sun, experienced regional outbreaks of disease. Mugwort is an effective way to prevent disease and also ward off pests. Meanwhile, Kong Xiaoman, who had been busy in the warehouse for 3 days helping Sumi, started to worry about her. What exactly was she buying so many vegetables and fruits for? When Sumi arrived at the warehouse with the delivery staff, she was secretly pulled aside and whispered, "Miss Su, could it be that you've read too many end-of-the-world novels and believe the online rumors? I thought you wanted to open a supermarket, but buying so many vegetables and fruits, you're not going to eat them all yourself, and it's a shame if they spoil. Maybe you should return some." Sumi looked at Kong Xiaoman's worried face and found it quite funny. Over the past 3 days, Kong Xiaoman had almost been sleeping in the warehouse, helping her sort supplies and doing a great job. He didn't ask about her personal matters, and she had a good impression of him. Then she looked at him mysteriously and said, "Yeah, everyone online says the end of the world is coming. Better to believe it or not. I prefer to stock up a bit just in case. If the end really comes, I'll be prepared." Kong Xiaoman was amused by her words, but then thought, well, rich people are often afraid of death. Since she had money, making some preparations for peace of mind was not wrong. He asked Miss Su, "Aren't you thinking of building an underground bunker or something? Online says the global temperature is rising and the highest temperatures in history are expected. An underground basement would be cool." What started as a joke made Sumi's eyes light up. Why hadn't she thought of that? The next day, she hired professionals to design a shockproof, moisture-proof underground basement under her villa. The design was based on the principles of an air raid shelter, and it would take about a month to complete. A month might be too tight. So, trusting that money can buy influence, Sumi paid extra to speed up the work, and the basement was finished just 3 days before the end of the world arrived. Since Sumi was discharged from the hospital, Lee Heron had not been able to contact her. At first, he thought she was just shaken and would get better in a few days. However, on the 3rd day after losing contact, her secondary card was blocked. If that wasn't enough to show how serious things were, the next day, when he returned to the apartment Sumi had bought for him, the real estate agent told him it had been sold and he had 3 days to move out. This made Lee Heron fall into an unbreakable black hole. How could he explain this to Sumi? The problem was, he couldn't explain it. And even if he wanted to, he needed to find her first. So, during the half-month search for Sumi, he visited all her possible locations, her properties, her school, her favorite luxury stores, her usual dessert shops, but she was nowhere to be found. Finally, he thought of one place. The villa where Sumi's late father had lived with her. It was the only place Sumi had never taken him. He used all his connections to find the place, but was stopped at the gate by the security guards. Sumi was at home, leisurely eating and watching the news. She seemed relaxed but was actually very nervous, waiting for the disaster predicted to happen in 3 days. The news reports looked like warnings before an apocalypse to Sumi. But seeing the supplies in her necklace space and the submarine that had drained all her savings, she felt very satisfied. During this time, Kong Xiaomin hadn't come to bother her again, which made her very happy. Although she wanted to remind Kong Xiaomin about something, she ultimately didn't say anything. She would never do anything that might reveal her rebirth. Now, the land in her space was divided into areas, some for storing supplies, some for growing vegetables and grains, and a small part for her recent excess takeout. That day, the half-dead climbing rose she put into her space suddenly revived completely. It grew vigorously, blossoming beautifully in her space. The fragrance made Sumi feel very happy. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. It was a message from the property manager. "Miss Su, your boyfriend is at the gate. Would you like to let him in?" Sumi frowned, thinking it was definitely Li Heron coming to find her. She replied, "I don't have a boyfriend." Li Heron was the most handsome student in their school, a year older than her. He was smart, kind, gentle, and caring. Besides being poor, he had no flaws. Of course, this was how she saw Li Heron before her rebirth, with a filter on her eyes. Now Li Heron looked messy, with a scruffy beard and a tired face. He didn't get the villa he wanted. His parents and sister had argued with him for a long time. He was really overwhelmed. It was all because of Sumi. She just disappeared without a word. Now that he found her, he would make her pay for the emotional damage she caused. Li Heron waited outside for a long time. Delivery guys came in and out one after another, but he couldn't get in. The security guard at the gate told him to leave. He didn't expect him to start swearing loudly. "You're so blind. Mimi and I just argued. When we get married someday, I'll be the owner of this place. You'll see then." The security guard kindly advised him to leave, but he lost his patience. He turned on the sprinklers and fountain at the villa entrance, then sat quietly in the guardroom. The water from the sprinklers was misty and didn't bother Li Heron much. But lately, the weather had been strange. It was September, the sun was getting hotter, and the wind was unusually strong. The wind blew the mist all over Li Heron. It was damp and hot, making him uncomfortable. Finally, around noon, Li Heron couldn't stand the heat and left. Unexpectedly, he came back early the next morning. When the security guard told him Sumi was there, she smirked mischievously. "It's okay. You don't have to chase him away. Just let him stay." Less than 2 days before the end of the world. That day, Sumi removed Li Heron's and Yu Xiaoxing's WeChat from her blacklist, deleting all their messages at once. She opened Li Heron's chat and started typing. "The day after tomorrow, I'll invite you and Xiaoxing to my house for dinner. Remember to come early in the morning." The day after tomorrow was the beginning of the apocalypse. Strictly speaking, strange weather would start appearing tomorrow night. The start of the apocalypse meant their lives would end. Maybe it was too easy to let these two villains experience the disaster, but for Sumi, nothing was more reassuring than making sure these two didn't survive the catastrophe completely. The day before the disaster struck. At this time, the phone signals were very unstable and the internet connection was flickering in and out. If it weren't for the satellite communication device installed at Sumi's home, the signal would be much weaker than normal, and she might not be able to watch the news right now. At night, the temperature in City J suddenly rose sharply. People outside, who hadn't yet returned home, felt chest tightness, shortness of breath, and sweat profusely. The temperature kept climbing, reaching over 40 degrees Celsius around 1 or 2 a.m. This sudden extreme heat caused communication signals across Blue Star to become even more disrupted. Meanwhile, people at home with air conditioning slept deeply, unaware of the danger approaching. Sumi thought she might have trouble sleeping that night, but she ended up sleeping until 6 a.m., waking only when someone knocked on her door. A week earlier, Sumi had her villa's exterior reinforced and renovated. The first floor's outer walls were left with only specific windows and 2 doors at the front and back, all specially reinforced. It looked strange and not very pretty outside, but she didn't care about aesthetics. Her priority was safety and practicality. Sumi didn't open the door. Instead, she used her video device to watch the person outside. It was a security guard from the neighborhood entrance. "Miss Sumi, the guard room's air conditioner is broken. The weather outside is crazy. It's so hot. Someone fainted from the heat. Can we come in to escape this deadly heat? The guard looked honest and kind. He usually smiled politely when he saw Sumi, and everyone in the neighborhood liked him. But at this moment, knocking on a single girl's house made people think differently.
Sumi didn't speak.
She simply turned off the video and sat back on the sofa. The guard thought she would open the door. After all, a young girl just starting college, alone, with no parents, was easy to trick. But after waiting a long time, the door didn't open, and she didn't say a word. Instead, he stayed outside for a few minutes, and his skin started to turn unnaturally dark. Sumi sat on the sofa, watching the time and counting down silently. In less than 3 minutes, loud, frantic screams came from outside, followed by the smell of burnt flesh. Sumi reopened her video device and looked outside. The security guard's face started to show black, burnt marks that spread down his body. Everyone living in the villa community was either wealthy or important. Most of the notable people in City J lived here. The security work in the community was usually very good. Right now, a security guard suddenly caught fire inside the community. Soon, he turned into a black, red, shriveled body and collapsed among the dying flowers. Someone saw the scene on a video device and immediately called the police. However, the police phone line was busy, and no matter how many times they called, no one answered. Everyone's fear began to grow. Not long after, many people at home also felt very unwell. They wanted to go to the hospital despite the hot sun. But as soon as they left their homes, they screamed loudly. Their skin, exposed to the high temperature, suffered severe burns depending on how long they were outside. Black, charred circles appeared on their skin, and the burns spread to other parts of their bodies. Seeing the security guard burn to death and turn into a dried corpse made everyone terrified. They hurried into their bathrooms or kitchens to rinse the burns on themselves or their family members with water. For burns caused by high heat, the usual first aid was just to rinse with water. But what surprised them was that the water from the pipes was not cold. It was at least 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. Sumi listened to the screams coming from the nearby villas, her face expressionless. Temperatures of a few dozen degrees were not enough to cause ignition, but outside, the sunlight was no longer gentle. It had an aggressive, radiating quality. When the human body is exposed to this aggressive radiation, it turns into a dried corpse, and the clothes will also burn along with the body. Suddenly, Sumi remembered a news story from before the apocalypse. An overseas firefighter picked up a stone from a nuclear leak site with her bare hands. Her hands turned black, dried, and even started to melt. At that moment, she wondered how Li Heron and Yu Xiaoxing died on their way to her house. The indoor temperature on the wall display already reached 40 degrees Celsius, even though Sumi had turned on the air conditioner. Outside, the temperature must be at least 50 degrees. She picked up her phone again to check. Li Heron, are you and Yu Xiaoxing coming or not? Li Heron was excited when he received Sumi's message. This shows that Sumi still wants to reconcile with him, but because of pride, she called Yu Xiaoxing to go find her together. Looking at the intense heat outside, even with the air conditioning set to 15 degrees inside the rental house, she was sweating heavily. Li Heron couldn't help but wonder. If he went outside now, would he end up like the zombies below, dying from the heat? The screams outside kept coming nonstop, and he didn't want to die. But his last cup of instant noodles was eaten last night as a late-night snack. He had no food left, so he would have to go out eventually. Why not take the chance to find Sumi? Her villa was big and spacious, definitely cooler and more comfortable than this cheap temporary rental. So he quickly replied, "Mimi, wait for me. I'll come now." Satisfied with the reply, Sumi smiled. Based on this situation, as soon as they step outside and are exposed to the high temperature for just a few minutes or seconds, her revenge will be complete. Sumi knew that this extremely hot weather would last for 7 days. But others didn't know that. Today is the first day, and everyone is unknowingly staying at home, so the casualties are still relatively low. But starting from the second day, the number of deaths will increase. No one else could predict the coming disaster like she did, nor had stocked so much food and water. By the third or fourth day, Or even later, once their supplies run out, hunger will make them fearless. Even death won't stop them from going out to find food. That will be the peak of human casualties. And this is just a 7-day heat wave. If they can't endure it, they will die. If they survive, they will face even more devastating natural disasters. Sumi watched the intermittent news on her phone, eating takeout from her space storage. Her mood was heavy, but not overly so. The extreme heat was deadly. Within 3 days, the rivers and streams in J City would dry up, cutting off the city's water supply. Without food, her body might last a few more days. Without water, combined with the heat, no one could survive even half a day. J City would fall into chaos in 3 days. So, during these 7 days of extreme heat, Sumi had no intention of going outside. After the sun sets, the overall temperature drops a bit, but it still seems around 40 degrees. Only Sumi knows that causing people to spontaneously combust isn't just due to high heat, but also results from many factors like ultraviolet rays from the sun and radiation from space entering the blue planet. So at this moment, those who went out to buy supplies after sunset also fell into a trap. Within 3 minutes of leaving, several bodies were found lying on the ground. Just because you don't go outside doesn't mean trouble won't find you. At midnight, the front door of Sumi's house was knocked again. This time, she didn't bother to answer the video call and turned off the lights, making no sound. Sumi quietly stood at the door, listening carefully to the sounds outside. From the noise, it was the property manager of the neighborhood. "Xiao Chen, are you sure Sumi, that rich girl, is alone at home?" "Manager, I'm sure. Her boyfriend argued with her, and isn't with her now." Along with the voice, there was the jingling sound of keys. "Are you sure the police station's phone lines are busy? We don't want to alert the police and get into trouble." "Don't worry, manager. My aunt's husband called earlier. He said the police station is in chaos now. Less than half the officers are working today, and some even died there. They're busy cleaning up." "That's good. Let's go in. First, make her transfer the property, then. Ha ha ha, after we're done playing, we'll throw her out at dawn." Sumi's face darkened. It was only the first day, and someone was already eager to cross moral boundaries. Fortunately, she had changed the locks on the villa's outer wall during renovation, or she might have fallen into the property manager's trap now. Suddenly, outside, there was an exclamation. "Wow, she changed the lock. Manager, we can't open it. What should we do?" The property manager looked grim and said to the person beside him, "Didn't your aunt's husband borrow a universal key from the police station last time?" The security guard immediately understood. "Right, I forgot about that. I kept it in the storage locker in the security room. I'll go get it now." Listening to their conversation outside the door, Sumi's heart grew colder. From what the property manager and the security guard said, these criminal tendencies weren't just caused by the disaster. Moreover, she surprisingly came with a key, indicating she is a repeat offender. Outside, the temperature is at least 40 degrees. You can tell he's irritated by his pacing speed and the way he moves, and he occasionally mutters words like. Sumi takes out a long knife from her space. It is a sharpened blade she chose after visiting several weapon-making stores. She grips the knife tightly with both hands, standing at the door, staring fixedly at the gap between the door and the wall. Even during the hellish days before her rebirth, she never killed anyone or saw blood. At most, she threatened others with a knife when going out with Lee Heron to find supplies. But today, she knows she can't escape the end-of-the-world disaster. It's a test everyone must face. Outside, the security guard's footsteps grow closer, and Sumi's palms start to sweat as she holds the knife. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurs. When the security guard approaches, he suddenly screams loudly, starting low and rising to a piercing cry, followed by the property manager's frightened shout. Two beeps sound. The electronic lock on Sumi's door opens. Without hesitation, in the dark house, when Sumi sees the door open, a strong arm reaches in, and she swings her knife directly downward. A more tragic scream follows. She has struck him. A deep blood wound glows eerily in the darkness. The wound is so deep that the bone is visible. Sumi believes that if she strikes again, she could cut off his arm. "You little brat, how dare you attack me?" The property manager's fierce eyes shine in the dark. Although Sumi is nervous, she is not afraid at all. She swings the knife from a strange angle.
Ah!
The property manager's scream is deafening, and he crouches on the ground, terrified, staring at his arm hanging by his side. He had previously used his position in other upscale neighborhoods to harm single young women from wealthy or influential families. His family wanted to keep this quiet, so they didn't make a fuss, and he was clever enough not to let others find out it was him. He thought it would be the same this time. Moreover, he was an orphan. Who would have thought that today he would run into trouble? He never expected that the seemingly delicate and weak Sumi would wield a long knife and cut off his arm, looking at him with cold, dead eyes as if she were staring at a corpse. What are you trying to do?" Sumi did not answer. She slowly approached the seemingly tough property manager with a long knife in her hands. His arm was already broken and lying on the ground. She wondered if he still had the strength to suddenly attack her, catching her off guard. After all, in the month since her rebirth, she had been doing aerobic and strength training every day, but compared to a normal man's strength, she was still much weaker. The property manager seemed frightened by Sumi's actions. Until a flash of the knife sliced past his neck, he stared at her with wide eyes in disbelief. Finally, ignoring his broken arm, he covered his neck, where a large artery was cut open and slowly collapsed. Sumi looked at the blood pooling on the white marble floor beneath the property manager. The skin around his broken arm was turning pale gray, and her brow furrowed. Her stomach churned violently, but she held back. She had seen many dead people in her past life, but none had died at her hands. This would become normal in the future, and she had to get used to it. Despite feeling sick, Sumi opened the door. A rush of hot air poured in, making her feel like her breath was catching. Even at night, she felt a heat so intense it made her heartbeat quicken. She threw the property manager's body out the door and also tossed his broken arm into the bushes. When she closed the door, she saw a person in security uniform lying on the open ground outside the villa. His cheeks, forehead, and arms showed burn marks. Even though he was still alive now, he wouldn't be for long once the sun rose. Sumi kicked him a little further away, then immediately went back inside to start cleaning the floor. She kept the universal key card in her possession. Having this card in the post-apocalyptic world could be very useful. After cleaning the blood from the living room, she took out some mugwort to burn and dispel the smell of blood. Then she went to take a shower. The water heater's wiring had overheated and burned out earlier that day. Not only Sumi, but the entire villa community and even the power system of J City had collapsed that night. Only a few families with small generators could still get some light. Sumi also bought a generator. To be prepared for emergencies, she bought several types: a gasoline generator, a diesel generator, and a manual one. She had tried the manual generator. Although it was tiring and produced less power, it didn't need any fuel or electricity source, so she could use it any time. There is also a solar energy storage panel installed on her roof at this moment, which was modified by Kong Xiaoman. Kong Xiaoman assured her that it could withstand temperatures up to 60 degrees Celsius. After a day of charging from the high daytime temperatures, the solar panel now has plenty of power. Sumi did not turn on the lights. Any light from inside could cause trouble if seen from outside. She lit a candle, quickly dried her short hair, and then took out the takeout food from the space to eat. The temperature will reach 50 degrees after sunrise, causing all electronic devices and appliances to stop working. The temperature will only keep rising. She remembers that before her rebirth, during the last 7 days before a major disaster, the highest temperature would reach 55 degrees Celsius. Water on the surface would evaporate completely, and anyone stepping outside would get burned. She must prepare everything, pack what she needs, and go into the basement to hide from the extreme heat for the next 6 days. Sumi, who hadn't slept all night, had already moved everything inside her house into the space before 7 a.m. This terrible weather made her sweat all over. Her body was very thin because she had always kept a slim figure, and even after a month of effort, she saw little change. She still needed to eat and exercise more. The basement was over 4 meters below ground. The current temperature there was about 26 or 27 degrees. It wasn't exactly cool, but it was dry and quite comfortable. Sumi didn't go into the space to escape the heat because the environment inside was too comfortable. Staying there too long might make her lose awareness of the outside world and make it harder to adapt to the extreme environment outside. To survive long-term in this end-of-the-world situation, she needed to stay connected with the outside world and gradually get used to it. With nothing else to do in the basement, she took out the fitness equipment she bought online to exercise. Good health doesn't happen overnight. She needed to use these few days of high temperatures to exercise well. When she got tired, she drank water and rested for a while. After an hour, she followed a yoga video she had downloaded earlier and practiced for a bit. When it was mealtime, she ate properly. When she needed to go to the bathroom, she had to go upstairs from the basement to her house on the surface to take care of her needs. However, the temperature on the ground was extremely hot. The higher Sumi went, the hotter it became. Just a step away from the ground, the temperature reached 49 degrees Celsius. When she opened the door, a wave of heat hit her, making it hard for her to open her eyes. Instantly, she was soaked in sweat, feeling like she had entered a sauna. Her feet touched the tiled floor, and the heat passed through her shoes, as if trying to steam her alive. No, the temperature at home was already close to 50 degrees, and outside it must have reached 55 degrees or more. This seemed hotter than the extreme heat during the 7 days before her rebirth. Sumi quickly took care of her physical needs and then checked around the house as fast as she could. There were no signs of forced entry, so she immediately went back to the basement. Coming back from outside, her body felt like it was half-cooked, as if she had just been pulled out of boiling water. She was burning hot all over. She took out a bamboo mat and lay on it, trying to cool her body down. She tossed and turned on the ground, but her body's heat didn't decrease. In fact, she started nosebleeding from the heat.
Sumi isn't surprised.
During the apocalypse before her rebirth, she had also bled from her nose for a week due to high temperatures, had sores around her mouth, and even her eardrum had a hole. These were caused by the toxic sun outside, but weren't deadly. However, by around 8 p.m., Sumi knew her situation was much worse than before the apocalypse, because she had a fever. Lying on the bamboo mat, she felt dizzy, with ringing in her ears making her feel even more unsteady. The room temperature had risen from 28 degrees to 30 degrees. With her last strength and willpower, she managed to return to her space. A miraculous scene happened. Just as Sumi was about to lose consciousness, when she returned to her space, it seemed like a cool breeze seeped into her body from all around. Her hot body felt a little cool and comfortable for the next 10 minutes. Soon, the burning feeling in her nose disappeared, and the nosebleed stopped. Her eyes, nasal cavity, mouth, and even her lungs were filled with a very soothing coolness. The most amazing part was that her cracked and sore mouth corner also healed within half an hour. She wanted to stand up, but suddenly, a burst of strength from within her made her jump up violently. Because her balance was off, she fell back to the ground. Luckily, she caught her face in time, preventing a tragedy. She slowly stood up from the ground, looked at her hands, and stomped her feet. This feeling of full strength was something she had never experienced before.
Ha! Sumi touched her skin.
On her face, arms, waist, abdomen, legs, and feet, there was a layer of greasy dirt with some black particles. She leaned in to smell it. The foul, fishy odor almost made her. What is this stuff? It's so disgusting. If her space had a bathroom, she would think she had fallen into a pit of filth. So, Sumi quickly grabbed water and a bath bucket to take a shower. Water was one of her main supplies to stock up on this month. She believed that as long as she used it sparingly, it could last her a year or two. But this time, she only finished washing after using up an entire bottle of body wash. Looking at the originally clear water in the bath bucket now turned dark and black, Sumi frowned. She wondered if she used this water to water her crops, would the eggplants she just planted die? After thinking for a long time, Sumi decided not to water the plants with this dirty water after her shower. Instead, she kept it in her space, waiting for a chance to pour it outside someday. She took out a new outfit to change into. Because she was afraid of the heat, she wore a light sleeveless top and tight shorts before leaving her space. When she came out this time, why did the outside temperature seem less hot? She looked at the basement thermometer. 31 degrees, higher than before she entered the space. But she felt cooler somehow. Thinking back to how she almost fainted from the heat outside, she felt much better after returning to her space. Not only that, her body expelled so much dirt and grime. Could it be because of this? Has her ability to adapt to the outside world improved? To test her idea, Sumi took a brave step and walked toward the ground again. She moved carefully, but even when she reached the entrance to the ground, she didn't feel much heat. She opened the big door to the ground. The hot wind hit her face. Though hot, it only made her feel a little warmth. Her chest was no longer stuffy, and she wasn't sweating profusely. At this moment, Sumi's eyes lit up. Her test was confirmed. Her physical condition really improved because of this unexpected event. It's her space. Her space actually has the ability to help people recover. It's truly incredible. I originally wanted to get close to the door to feel the outside temperature, but as I passed by the full-length mirror in the living room, Sumi froze. The girl in the mirror. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, glowing with sunshine, so fine that you could hardly see her pores. Her skin used to be naturally fair, but because she often dieted, it had become somewhat pale and unhealthy looking. Now, that delicate pallor was gone, replaced by a healthy wheat tone. Not only that, Sumi, who used to be physically weak, noticed her arms and legs had faint muscle lines. The muscles weren't obvious, but there was a hidden strength she'd never felt before. And the faint lines on her lower abdomen made her look more powerful. She liked it very much. Having a good body was essential for surviving longer in this end-of-the-world situation. All of this was thanks to her magical space. Sumi stood at her door, feeling the heat coming through the sensation wasn't as hot as she imagined. She doubted that the disaster's intensity had lessened, but when she took out a thermometer and pressed it against the door, she was stunned. 57 degrees Celsius. That was 2 degrees higher than the hottest temperature during her previous life, which surprised her. It seemed she had underestimated how intense the extreme heat could be. Holding the door handle, she slowly opened the door. A blast of hot air rushed in, making her sweat all over again. The 57-degree heat still had a big effect on her. Every breath felt like her lungs were on fire, impossible to cool down. She looked at the corpses outside. Good. 2 more bodies, besides 2 security guards, the property manager, and 2 unknown mummified bodies, lay in the flower bed outside her door. It seemed her home was known in the community as a place where no one stayed and was easy to bully. People probably came to scavenge or find a safe spot, maybe even get a free refuge. But they underestimated how the extreme heat outside could harm people. The radiation from the sun's nuclear fusion seemed to be getting stronger on Blue Star. Sumi quickly retracted her hand after reaching out. The ultraviolet rays had left a red mark about 5 centimeters wide on her arm, but that was all. However, Sumi looked again at the several mummified bodies lying on the ground. To be safe, she decided to try once more. If someone happened to pass by her house door at this moment, they would see a girl just over 1.6 meters tall, wearing a simple, thin, tight-fitting tank top and shorts, standing at her doorstep. She repeatedly stretched out her arms, letting the scorching sun shine directly on her skin. First, for 3 minutes, a red mark about 5 centimeters long appeared. She closed the door, returned to her space, and felt a cool sensation on her arm where the red mark was. In less than a minute, the red mark disappeared. A small patch of light brown dirt appeared where the mark had been, similar to what she had seen on her body before. It seems her body's changes are related to this. The space has a magical healing power. When her body gets injured, this power repairs her wounds and helps remove impurities from her body. It also greatly improves her physical strength and health. Every time she is healed, she feels her strength growing stronger. After leaving the space, She tried again for 5 more minutes. The red mark expanded to about 6 centimeters. Then, after 7 minutes, the red mark remained about 6 centimeters. Sumi boldly exposed her small arm to the sunlight for 15 minutes. During these 15 minutes, she carefully observed the changes in her skin. She was ready to return to her space immediately if anything seemed wrong. To her relief, after 15 minutes, the red mark on her arm was only 10 centimeters, and after returning to her space, the mark disappeared. Her physical quality improved again. This encouraged her to expose her entire body to the intense sunlight for a full 10 minutes. The only signs of redness appeared on her face and shoulders. Sumi knew that the extreme heat during the 7 days of the apocalypse was no longer a life-and-death challenge, but a valuable opportunity to transform her body. Only 5 days remained for this chance. So, Sumi revised her training plan. During the day, except for 3 meals, she would regularly stand outside the door to endure the blazing sun, strengthening her body. After nightfall, she would train indoors to improve her stamina, endurance, and arm strength. This training was very effective. By the 5th day of the extreme heat, Sumi was able to walk outside for an hour in the high temperatures without any harm. But no matter how long, red marks still appear on her body, and as time passes, these marks also expand. Of course, as soon as she returns to her space, she becomes a perfect, flawless Sumi again. There are only 2 days left before the extreme heat ends. With her good health, Sumi's originally nervous heart is now much calmer. At this moment, she thinks about Li Heron and Yu Xiaoxing. Before Rebirth, they 3 had a party in her apartment on the night before the apocalypse, preparing lots of food and drinks. Li Heron liked to cook at home, so their apartment often stored many supplies. This helped them survive the first 7 days, and later, they used the food stored in her cellar to survive another half-year. But this time, without her, those 2 probably died. Sumi changes into a long-sleeve shirt and pants, wears a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask, then leaves her house. Because the surface temperature has reached 58 degrees, normal shoes would fall apart or stick to the ground after walking a few steps, so she wears a pair of thick-soled combat boots. Along the way, she sees many mummified corpses whose identities are unrecognizable. There are also about a dozen at the neighborhood entrance. Their skin is scorched, dried, and blackened, leaving only a dark, glossy layer covering their skeletons. Even their clothes outside have been burned away. Without her help this time, the chances of Li Heron and Yu Xiaoxing surviving are very low. Sumi hopes that the 2 bodies lying on the ground are these 2 troublemakers. Unfortunately, she can't tell now. After wandering outside, she finds the main road is boiling hot and emitting steam. Many cars have burst tires and are abandoned on the street. Almost every car has 1 or 2 mummified bodies lying outside, indicating who the owners once were. The plants and flowers on both sides of the road are all dried up, yellowed, and drooping. The sturdy trees are also bare, many having caught fire before, their trunks burned black with a running through the middle. These burned trees are good materials for starting fires. But Sumi hasn't cut any. Her space already has plenty of wood, charcoal, and fire-starting supplies. The entire city of J looks like a dead city. No people, no sounds, only the crackling of dry branches and leaves in the hot wind. The sky is like a huge, fiery oven, and even a dying bird falls at Sumi's feet. I originally wanted to pick up the bird to bring it back for a snack, but the bird suddenly caught fire from its tail end and was burned completely within moments, leaving only a pile of bones. Sumi was about to turn back when she saw a supermarket at the corner of the street with its door wide open. There were a few mummified bodies lying outside the entrance. I remember this supermarket. It's an imported goods store that mainly serves the wealthy villa area. Though small, the store has a wide variety of items: food, clothes, imported fruits and vegetables, cosmetics, and a children's play area. Most importantly, Sumi thought she had bought seeds at her wholesale market seed shop, but they didn't include tropical fruit seeds. She remembered there was a small seed shop inside the supermarket, selling seeds not available in regular markets. She had seen a type called purple bamboo rice, which could grow purple bamboo. There were also many strange and exotic flower and grass seeds. Most importantly, they had her favorite durian seed. She hadn't used all her black fertile land in her space. She still had several plots left empty. If she could get durian seeds, she could plant them immediately. Her space was magical. Ordinary vegetables would grow 7 or 8 centimeters in just 3 days, and within about a week, they could be harvested. Right now, she already had a pile of her favorite vegetables on the ground inside her space. Time inside her space wasn't static, but the items she placed there remained perfectly still, allowing them to stay fresh forever. It was like her takeout still remained at the temperature it was delivered, and her frozen meat, ice cream, and popsicles kept their original state and coldness. This made Sumi very happy. Sumi avoided the mummified bodies and entered the supermarket. The entrance was dark, and the small snack shops outside had no lights on. But since it was indoors, the temperature wasn't as hot as outside. Walking about 60 meters inside, Sumi saw a candy and snack shop on her left. The colorful candies and chocolates were scattered on the floor, but all the packages were intact. It seemed the extreme heat hadn't caused much panic or chaos. People still believed that the high temperatures would pass in a few days. Because of this, neither the candy shop nor the snack store next door showed signs of being looted. Perhaps there is another reason. The people living in this area have such good living conditions that they still cannot bring themselves to steal or fight over food. Sumi can only say they are foolish. But isn't that just good for her? In the candy shop, whether on the shelves, scattered on the ground, or in the freezer with chilled chocolates, all the candies and chocolates, whether melted or not, were collected into her space along with the freezer. As long as the packaging is intact, candies and chocolates can still be eaten after they harden. So, the neighboring snack shop was emptied, the drink shop was emptied, and even the drink machines in the mall were taken by Sumi. She was almost collecting as she walked, quickly filling her space with all usable and edible items from the first floor of the supermarket. Soon, she arrived at the seed shop. This was the best-preserved store on the first floor of the supermarket. The glass door was half open, the counter outside was knocked over, and several small packets of flower and grass seeds were scattered on the ground, with many footprints over them. Sumi collected everything on the ground and inside the counter into her space, then headed inside the shop. The shop was very small, only about 10 square meters. Sumi stored all the seeds and planting tools inside her space, and looking at the pile of tropical fruit seeds and saplings, she smiled happily. Having completed her goal, Sumi planned to leave, but unexpectedly, a few figures appeared around the corner of the second floor. There were 6 men and 2 women, all covered in dirt and grease, with hair that looked like it hadn't been washed for at least 3 days. A foul smell hit Sumi's nose from about 100 meters away. Even from that distance, she could smell the stench on them, and her sense of smell had become sharper after gaining her space. Frowning, she turned to leave, but was stopped by this group. "Hey, you there? Stop right there." The 8 of them quickly ran over and surrounded Sumi, who didn't stop walking. "I told you to stop. Why are you walking away? Are you deaf?" Sumi regretted not getting dirtier before going out. She was surprised to find living people in such a small supermarket. Seeing the green juice and dirt on their faces and bodies, it seemed they had relied on the fruit and vegetable market upstairs these past few days. The man speaking looked a bit, with a large gold chain around his neck that caught the eye. This probably isn't someone from this neighborhood. Is something the matter? Sumi looked at the group cautiously. "Are you a resident of this community?" Suddenly, one woman among the group spoke loudly. "Brother Huang, this girl is from the villa community just across the street. I saw her when I was out doing business." She then leaned in and whispered something into the man with the big gold chain. Her voice was very soft. Even the people next to them couldn't hear clearly, but Sumi caught it. "I heard from the security guard over there that this girl is only a first-year college student. Her father was a former billionaire, but died a year ago. Now she's all alone with no family." Sumi's eyes narrowed dangerously as she looked at the woman speaking. The man with the big gold chain suddenly looked more lively, and his eyes shone brightly as he looked at Sumi. "Little girl, don't be afraid. You see this weather outside? The hot sun has already caused many to fall ill. We guys can't stay much longer in this small supermarket either. It seems you came out looking for food because you don't have much. So, I want to talk to you about something. Would that be okay? Before he finished, Sumi cut him off.
No.
Sumi looked coldly at the woman, her icy gaze making the woman shrink her neck nervously. But thinking about the scene outside, she mustered her courage and glared at Sumi. Hey, if you're smart, you'd better take us to your home to hide for a few days. Once the temperature drops, we'll leave. We won't cause you trouble. You can take whatever food you want, and we'll just be doing a good deed by helping you move to your place. Sumi ignored her and was about to walk away, but the man with the big gold chain grabbed her arm. Feeling the cold, smooth touch of her skin and her delicate texture, he felt a ripple of emotion inside. These days, everyone around him smelled bad and was unpleasant, but this clean, pure girl in front of him made his heart race. Little girl, don't worry. We're good people. If you take us in for a few days, we'll definitely repay you. Sumi looked at the 8 people in front of her, 6 men and 2 women. The 2 women looked fragile and helpless, while the 6 men, especially the one with the big gold chain, were tall and strong. The other 5 men were thin, but she knew that solving 6 people quickly wouldn't be easy. Moreover, she had her long knife stored in her space. If she suddenly took it out and one of them slipped away, her secret could be exposed. Suddenly, Sumi remembered a TV drama from the past. In the show, the male lead asked, "Do I still have a chance?" before plotting to harm 2 old men. Then he turned to the others who hadn't spoken and mischievously asked, "Are you thinking the same thing?" The remaining few nodded in response, agreeing with the 2 men wearing big gold chains. Very well. Sumi slowly withdrew her arm, which was held by the man with the gold chain, and smiled calmly. Sumi was naturally beautiful and charming. Although her skin was no longer as fair as before, her tan skin and well-defined figure added a wild, attractive vibe. With just this smile, she instantly made 6 men, including the man with the gold chain, swallow their saliva. The intense heat didn't seem to threaten their survival. Instead, it stirred different feelings in a girl just starting her first year of college, who was unarmed. Since that's the case, everyone follow me, Sumi said calmly, walking at a steady pace at the front, acting like she was leading them home. The 8 of them seemed to be hypnotized and followed her. It wasn't until they reached the supermarket entrance that the 8 were jolted awake by the sight of some mummified corpses lying there. You dare to play us. Now you're running outside, trying to turn us into dry corpses like those dead people? The man with the gold chain was the first to react. He raised his hand to slap Sumi. Quickly, Sumi dodged his hand and pulled a woman in front of her to block the slap. The woman was slapped, angry but silent, glaring at Sumi, and then quietly moved to stand at the back with another woman. But Sumi didn't hold back. She quickly stepped outside, standing among the corpses, and looked at the 8 people inside with a smile instead of anger. I tell you, maybe you've been in the supermarket too long and your minds are messed up. It's hot outside, but no one is going to die. Otherwise, do you think I came out of my house like this? The man with the gold chain initially wanted to curse, but then he thought, if a young girl could stand in this blazing sun, how could the rest of them be in danger? So he sighed and motioned for everyone to follow. Let's go, let's go. We'll follow the girl to her house to escape this heat, he said, with a lecherous look at Sumi as he stepped forward. They all knew how fierce the sun outside was, so each of them was dressed in long sleeves and hats. Currently, seeing that Sumi was unharmed, 6 men were the first to come out. However, shortly after the 6 men left the supermarket, their skin began to feel extremely hot through their clothes. When they realized something was wrong, a sharp pain made them scream out. Within just a few seconds, all 6 collapsed to the ground, emitting a smell like burnt meat. Their clothes quickly caught fire upon touching the ground and turned to ashes in seconds. Sumi didn't need to make a move. 6 male mummies appeared on the ground. For such corpses, Sumi had become numb. 2 women, who had been walking at the back, reacted quickly when they noticed something strange ahead. They immediately turned back and ran into the supermarket. They had been fooled. The outside temperature was still deadly, but it was too late. What terrified them most was that the small girl, who was completely clean, was unaffected by the high heat and didn't even sweat much. She was a devil. She must be a devil. They hadn't run far when they felt a gust of wind behind them. Taking advantage of the moment when the two women turned their heads and ran, Sumi quickly pulled out a long knife from her space and chased after them. After 2 or 3 days of extreme heat, how could these women possibly outrun Sumi? Sumi's long knife pierced the back of the first woman, then sliced across her neck, giving her a swift end. The other woman, realizing she couldn't escape, immediately knelt before Sumi, begging for mercy. "Spare me. I shouldn't have spoken out and caused trouble for Brother Huang. It's my fault. I bow to you, please spare me." She looked fearfully at the suddenly appeared long knife in Sumi's hand, her mind immediately recalling sci-fi scenes from movies and novels. The word space suddenly enlightened her, and she immediately understood her current situation. No wonder they went downstairs to find food, yet all the shops were empty. That girl must have a space. "Please don't kill me. I will keep your secret. I beg you." Before she could finish, Sumi ended her life with a single slash. She could choose to be kind and let some insignificant people go, but these people had seen her standing unharmed under the blazing sun. Any hidden threat could bring her deadly trouble in the future. Reborn, she would rather become a demon than let herself fall into danger. After leaving the supermarket, she looked up at the sky. The sunlight, filtered through her sunglasses, still hurt her eyes. She had been out for over an hour, and it was time to go back. This time, she didn't put away her long knife. Even with the high temperature, many unknown things could still happen. Holding the knife in her hand, Sumi calmly walked back home. No one was in the hallway. Only the sour, sweaty smell from each house and occasional whispers could be heard. Once home, Sumi turned on the air conditioner and started her strength training. It didn't take much effort to handle 8 people earlier because those 6 men didn't respect the end of the world and were careless around her. Even though her physical strength had improved, she wasn't sure if she could face 8 people alone in the future. After all, the extreme heat would only last 7 days, and she wouldn't always meet such foolish people. The muscle soreness from her training made her feel safe. After a hot shower and eating takeout, Sumi practiced yoga again. After sunset, the temperature dropped to 48 degrees, but it was still unbearably hot. The recent heat wave also made some clever people start to guess. If going out during the day meant death, what about at night? In the hall, with her improved hearing, Sumi heard many sounds. Many people in the villa area had started moving at night. It had been 3 days, and the daytime heat made them afraid. Even inside their houses, it was stifling and caused heat stroke. At night, although it was still 48 degrees, the absence of direct sunlight made survival somewhat safer. Yes, the temperature at night was high, but with proper protection, she could stay outside for a short while. It was harmful to her health, but it was better than dying of thirst or hunger. While doing yoga inside, she listened to the sounds of people coming and going outside. There were even several arguments and fights. But none of that mattered to her. She didn't need to go out at night and join the chaos. She decided to go farther tomorrow during the day, taking advantage of the early days of the end-of-world disaster when people hadn't yet reacted, to gather more supplies. Although her space had enough to let her hide forever, this was the end of the world. Who would complain about having too many supplies? After returning to the basement, Sumi went into the space to rest. Although her house's exterior walls are well protected, she still worries about the unlikely event that could happen when she leaves the space. She doesn't want any accidents to occur at that moment. Interestingly, objects inside the space remain still, but no matter how long she stays inside, the outside time remains the same. Sumi only slept for 5 hours in the space before waking up naturally, feeling very refreshed. Her sore muscles from yesterday's exercise and her fatigue were completely gone. After changing into her gear, Sumi went outside. Her goal was to visit some high-rise neighborhoods with good facilities. When she opened the door and stepped out, as expected, there were a few more mummified bodies outside. She looked coldly at the bodies, then put on her gloves and moved them all to a flower bed a little farther away. Although their bodies had dried out and lost moisture, over time they would start to smell. The closest high-rise neighborhood to her home has two options. One is a high-end community she had already checked out, with large gaps between buildings, meeting her standards. The only downside is that this neighborhood has a very high occupancy rate and is surrounded by many trees. In case of floods or strong winds, the residents here would be at great risk. The other neighborhood is a bit farther away. Its environment isn't as refined, and each building is only 23 floors tall, with normal spacing between them. However, since this is an old neighborhood, Sumi worries whether her house can withstand months of natural disasters ahead. In just 5 days, heavy rain will begin and last for over a month. Floodwaters could submerge all houses below the 10th floor, forcing residents to move upstairs. Traveling around will rely on water transportation. Sumi plans to check on the casualties among residents in both neighborhoods. First, she heads to the nearest upscale high-rise community. From afar, she sees some residents hiding behind curtains, watching outside. She quietly climbs over the side gate and sneaks in, avoiding the view of any survivors upstairs. She walks around each building carefully and then leaves quietly. The trees here are extremely tall. 7 days of scorching sun have dried them out, and with the upcoming heavy rains and floods, they could easily break apart. If such trees span between buildings, it would be easy for her to get cut or blocked when she later uses a rubber boat or other watercraft to travel. Therefore, Sumi removed this neighborhood from her list of options. Sumi found a safe place to rest in her space for a while, ate some food, and organized the crops and vegetables planted on the black soil. The durian seeds she planted before sleeping last night had already sprouted and grown about 4 or 5 centimeters. The bamboo rice she scattered in the corner also sprouted now. The seed packaging said this bamboo rice would grow into the legendary, very precious purple bamboo, which would turn deep purple when mature. Sumi used to enjoy gardening, but her plants always died. Since having this space, she felt a bit proud of her ability to grow plants. She imagined a future where her space would have a purple bamboo forest and plenty of bamboo shoots to eat. Suddenly, she felt that in the end of the world, having food and drink, along with a peaceful small yard, made life less scary. Unlike the durian seeds, the bamboo rice only sprouted a small shoot and didn't grow as fast as she expected. Soon, Sumi adjusted her mood. After leaving her space, she went to another high-rise neighborhood. This neighborhood was very quiet and gloomy inside and out. As soon as Sumi entered, she smelled a strong, strange odor, like the smell of dried corpses. Sure enough, outside each building, there were many bodies, some humans, some cats, dogs, and mice. Sumi even saw a monkey's corpse outside one building. It seemed there were quite a few people still around, walking dogs, keeping cats, and even raising monkeys. Sumi wasn't against having a pet to keep her company in the end of the world. She once tried to keep a big rooster in her space, but as soon as it entered, it seemed to suffocate and died within seconds. Soon, her space was filled with a steaming bowl of chicken soup. Based on her previous guesses, since her space had airflow and could be used for planting, there was no reason she couldn't keep animals alive. Unfortunately, her attempts failed several times, and in the end, she just added more dishes to her collection. Sumi had excellent hearing and could hear the sounds of each floor in the building from downstairs. After walking around the neighborhood, she stopped outside the southernmost building. This building was quieter than the others. Only a few floors still have sounds of people moving around. Outside, the heat continues to rise, and these people probably won't come out during the day to risk their lives. So, Sumi plans to go inside and check the situation herself. The power in this neighborhood has long been shut off. Sumi easily entered through the main gate without much effort. But with no electricity, the elevator isn't working either. Reluctantly, Sumi has to walk up floor by floor. Though it's inconvenient without an elevator, she treats it as physical training. The tallest building in this neighborhood is 23 floors, with 4 families on each floor. No sounds of activity come from the first to third floors. Either no one lives there or most likely, everyone has passed away. From the 4th to the 10th floor, there are still about 10 households making noise. After climbing to the 11th floor, Sumi stops. All 4 houses here have sounds, and one even has shouting. Initially, she didn't want to get involved. She has a long knife tied at her waist and carries a backpack to hide her presence. Just as she is about to go to the 12th floor, the door of apartment 1101 suddenly swings open, and a strong smell of blood hits her nose. A woman, seemingly in her early 30s, disheveled and covered in dirt and blood, rushes out shouting for help. Sumi didn't want to interfere and was about to leave after a quick glance. At that moment, a man with a kitchen knife rushes out from inside. "Stupid woman. I won't let you escape. Watch me kill you." He glances at Sumi. "You little brat, what are you looking at?" Sumi ignores him, narrowing her eyes as she observes through the open door. Inside, the living room floor is covered in blood. A small girl, about 5 or 6 years old, lies stiffly there, lifeless. Sumi is sure the girl is dead. The fatal wound might be the knife-like hole in her stomach, from which the blood is flowing. Next to the girl is a husky, also covered in blood, but its slightly rising belly shows it is still alive. The woman, seeing Sumi not helping and trying to leave, screams loudly, "Please, save my daughter. Hurry and call the police.
Please."
The man, with a fierce look, glares at Sumi, but is ignored. "Stupid girl, if you know what's good for you, get out of here. I'm dealing with my wife and kids. Outsiders, stay out of it." Sumi thought, gather the wife and children? Haha, did she really kill the child? If he were truly the child's father. He's lying. I don't know him at all. My husband went out to buy food and hasn't come back. He broke in through the window next door. Please help me, save me and my children. The woman was covered in blood. She stared at the long knife at Sumi's waist, as if it was her only chance to escape. But it was too late. The man raised the kitchen knife and struck. The woman, clutching her bleeding neck, glared at Sumi and slowly stopped moving. The man's face was twisted with rage, eyes bloodshot, as he moved closer to Sumi. "Since you saw everything, I give you 2 choices,"
he said.
Seeing that Sumi was clean and tidy, though her skin wasn't very fair, her figure made him feel excited. Sumi saw he wouldn't let her go and took a step back. Among the 4 households here, one had experienced something terrible. Yet, despite the noise, no one came out. It seemed they either didn't want to get involved or had already been affected. She squinted and asked, "Oh? What are the 2 choices?" He pointed at 2 people and a dog behind him. "Either like them or play nicely with me. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you go."
"How about that?"
Sumi snorted coldly and drew her long knife, moving toward the man. "Hey, little girl, you're pretty spicy, and you've got a weapon too." "Nice." After saying that, the man raised his kitchen knife and lunged at Sumi. He thought that a girl her age, even if brave and armed, wouldn't have much strength, so he could easily handle her. But unexpectedly, the raised kitchen knife met Sumi's long knife with a loud clang. His hand was jolted, and he felt a sharp pain in his palm. The kitchen knife dropped to the ground. He angrily tried to grab Sumi's neck, but she didn't blink and slashed at his neck with her knife. Sumi knew her knife was sharp, but she didn't expect her strike to cut off his head entirely. Her strength was also a factor. She watched his head roll to her feet, then kicked it aside and confidently walked into the now empty house. From the next room, a faint sound could be heard. "Husband, she's killed someone. We need to call the police right away." Then there was the sound of the woman's mouth being covered, and then nothing else was heard. When this man killed a family of 2 with a knife and caused such a big commotion, no one intervened, probably out of fear. But when a little girl was involved in the same situation, the neighbors said they would call the police. Sumi sighed, wondering if this is what human nature is like, favoring the good and fearing the bad, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. She dragged the woman and child's bodies into the room and threw them onto the bed. She remembered what the woman had said earlier. Her husband had gone out shopping. He hadn't come back yet, and she suspected one of the downstairs bodies might be her husband. Just as she was about to drag the husky into the room, she noticed the weakly whimpering husky was still alive. It seemed to be crying for help or pleading for mercy. Sumi closed the door and watched the husky with interest. It had a fiery forehead, broad head, and was a very handsome dog. Only then did Sumi realize the dog was a female. Looking at its pleading eyes, she suddenly understood. There was slight movement in its abdomen, rising and falling, with a strange twitching. It was pregnant. Sumi looked at the husky and asked, "Do you want me to save it?" The husky's panting turned into a pitiful plea, then its body twitched again, but its forepaws desperately pressed against its belly, as if making a final struggle for its unborn baby. When Sumi was reborn, her heart had already turned cold and numb. But now, looking at this humble mother dog, she thought of her own mother, whom she had never met. Her mother died giving birth to her in a difficult labor. Did she also hold on to hope for her life? The husky's trembling gradually stopped, which meant its life had ended. But life is strange. After the mother husky passed away, the tiny life inside her seemed to move more vigorously. Sumi sighed, saying, "In this world, life is fragile. I don't know if I saved you or doomed you." The knife was too large, and she was afraid of hurting the tiny life inside, so she took out a sharp dagger and scissors from her space. She cut open the dog's belly with the dagger, then carefully used scissors to open it further. Inside the bloody, torn abdomen, a tiny, snow-white puppy was trembling as it lay there. This tiny puppy carries the last hope of its mother for this world. She doesn't understand animal issues and doesn't know if this small dog can survive. She simply takes scissors, cuts the umbilical cord, and gently lifts it out. The puppy is very small, seemingly not full-term, about the size of a palm. It lies still in Sumi's hand. Sumi feels its faint heartbeat and breathing. She knows the puppy isn't dead, just weak from being in its mother's too long and lacking oxygen. Well, as long as it's alive, that's good. Whether it can survive depends on luck, Sumi says, then looks at the husky corpse she cut open on the ground. In this world, maybe dogs are more loyal than humans. After leaving apartment 1101, Sumi continues climbing the stairs. When she reaches the 15th floor, she stops. Only one household seems to be living here, and they're arguing loudly about the hot weather, probably trying to vent their frustration. Sumi ignores them and takes out a universal lockpick to open apartment 1501. As she expected, the house was recently renovated with light-colored decor, warm and cozy. It looks like a home for a family of 3 or a newlywed couple. The furniture isn't yet inside. Usually, people wouldn't notice the faint smell, but Sumi can smell the subtle formaldehyde. She enters and observes carefully. There are no signs of anyone living here. Given the current situation, it's unlikely the previous residents will move back. This works in her favor. The 15th floor is a good spot, not the top, so it won't be affected by typhoons. At this height, after floods create rivers, she can even set up a fishing rod inside her home. The original owner probably opened the windows to air out the formaldehyde, and the room is filled with green plants that absorb toxins. Sumi closes all the windows and checks the plants. Except for aloe vera and cacti, the others have withered. She puts the aloe vera and cacti into her space. She plans to go home, but looking at the puppy in her palm, she knows it can't handle the outside heat. If she goes out, the puppy will definitely get sunburned. The cleaned puppy's fur is snow-white, with 3 gray flame-shaped patches on its forehead. It breathes weakly, and its pink tongue unconsciously licks her palm.
Sumi says again.
Forget it. If you die like this, all my previous efforts to save you would be pointless. So I took out the air conditioner and its outdoor unit from the space. I placed the outdoor unit in a small room next to the living room and installed the air conditioner in the living room, plugging it into the solar power panel I brought out. The room at position 1501 is an east side suite with a window facing a dried-up stream. As long as no one passes by from that side, the sound won't reach the next room. Sumi used her mind to search the space and only found baby formula and milk. She mixed a few spoonfuls of baby formula into the milk and put it in a small basin to feed the puppies. The puppies were very hungry. When they smelled the milk, their 4 pink, transparent paws desperately scraped the ground, moving closer to the source. When their little mouths touched the milk in the basin, they buried their heads in it, pouting. Several times, they choked, but Sumi quickly lifted their heads to prevent them from choking. Seeing how hard the puppies were trying to drink, Sumi wondered if she should find some pet store tools and dog food for young animals. The space couldn't hold living creatures, and she couldn't carry them home. It seemed she could only wait until night. After the puppies ate and drank their fill, they slept comfortably in the air-conditioned room. When they woke up, their breathing seemed much stronger. But after waking, the puppies started looking for food again. Sumi took out the mixed milk powder once more, finally feeding the puppies, but then she got soaked in. She paused for a few seconds, then threw the puppies on the ground and went back into the space to change her pants. When she came out again, the puppies were sleeping soundly, completely unaware that her pants were dirty. Taking care of a child in the apocalypse is hard, and caring for such small puppies is even more difficult. Finally, at nightfall, Sumi was fully prepared. She wrapped the puppies in cotton cloth and placed them in her shirt pocket. To prevent them from overheating outside, she also took a bottle of frozen water and put it in the pocket. Walking home from here takes over an hour. Tonight's temperature is around 50 degrees Celsius, and Sumi wasn't sure if the puppies could handle the journey. As long as they reached the basement of her villa, the puppies would have little risk of dying over the next 4 or 5 days. Sumi wore a windproof hood that covered her entire face, long-sleeve shirt, long pants, and combat boots. She carried a backpack and a long knife at her waist. She left apartment 1501 and started heading home. At night, many people risk heatstroke and death to find food. After so many days, most people have realized how serious the situation is. If Sumi is not careful, she could easily fall into someone else's trap. She tried to avoid crowded places and changed the frozen water bottles in her pocket 3 times along the way. Finally, she reached the crossroads of the villa area and saw a group of people leaving with suitcases, sacks, and various bags. Sumi smiled. Finally, someone understood how serious things are. Going out alone to find supplies is risky. Even if she finds something, she might not make it back. Going with others is safer, even if each person gets only a little. One man, wearing a plaid shirt and a sun hat, looked just like Lee Hurin to Sumi. Was Lee Hurin not dead? After all, troublemakers rarely die so easily. It seemed she had to take action herself. After Sumi and her group left, she quickly entered the community and went home. When she saw the damage to her house's outer wall and gate, her eyes darkened. There were signs of forced entry and damage. If she guessed right, it was definitely related to Lee Hurin. She closed the door tightly and told herself calmly, no need to rush. If he could appear in the villa area, it meant he might come again in the next few days. She had plenty of chances. But first, she needed to confirm whether Xiaoxing was also here. As soon as Sumi entered, she took her puppy out of her shirt pocket. The puppy was just born and hadn't opened its eyes yet. If it weren't for its small belly rising and falling with each breath, she might have thought it was suffocating in her pocket. The 3 bottles of frozen water she carried had all warmed up to room temperature. She carefully checked the puppy and poked its tiny belly with her finger. The puppy woke up and curled its head, searching for food. It seemed this little one was very lucky. It hadn't had any problems on the way here and was now hungry again. Sumi made a simple dog bed from cardboard boxes she collected in her space and placed the puppy inside. The basement temperature was below 30 degrees Celsius, which was just right for such a small dog in this temperature. So, outside the doghouse, a bowl of ice and some milk were placed. Sumi then went back inside the house to take a shower. After coming out of the bathroom, Sumi, feeling bored, decided to rest early because she had to go out early the next morning to buy dog food and pet supplies. However, just as she was about to head to the basement entrance, she heard a loud crash from the 2nd floor.
Clang.
It was the sound of glass breaking. Oh no, although she had reinforced the outer walls and the door, the 2nd floor walls and windows were not very high from the ground. If someone was determined, it wouldn't be hard to climb up with an object. At this moment, someone was climbing onto her second-floor balcony, trying to enter her house through the front door. Sumi grabbed her long sword, put on her newly changed pajamas, and went upstairs. The balcony was on the west side of the second-floor living room. If someone came up here, they would have to pass through the middle corridor of the second floor. The room was dark. Sumi was used to such darkness and could roughly see the outlines of the furniture around her. A man's figure appeared from the balcony, sneaking down towards the first floor. Sumi seized the opportunity, swung her sword forward, aiming to cut him. If she hit, he would lose an arm or a leg. But the other person, whether lucky or prepared, dodged by falling to the ground. He rolled toward Sumi's position and reached out to grab her neck. Who? It was Lee Heron's voice.
Sumi's eyebrows furrowed.
Why was Lee Heron back so quickly? But after her mind raced through many thoughts, her eyes darkened in the shadows as she looked at Lee Heron, and she spoke differently.
Lee Heron, it is me, Sumi. Mimi?
Are you at home? Sumi took a deep breath, trying hard to resist the urge to immediately attack Lee Heron. She said, "Why are you here?" Lee Heron saw it was Sumi and relaxed his guard. He grabbed her and started to walk downstairs.
Let us go, Mimi.
We need to open the door for everyone. We found a lot of supplies in the nearby community and hurriedly brought them back. With so many supplies, we can eat well for several days. In a few days, once the heatwave passes, we can return to our normal life.
Sumi's heart sank.
This person had brought so many others here, he was practically asking for death. Suddenly, she forced her hand away from Lee Heron and stabbed her long sword directly into his body. Mimi, why did you? Sumi looked coldly at Lee Heron's eyes, which in the darkness resembled a wolf seeking revenge at midnight. After drawing her knife, she aimed at Lee Heron's carotid artery, ready to strike. Suddenly, Lee Heron shouted with all his strength, "Help!" But it was too late. Sumi had practiced countless times in her mind how to kill Lee Heron and use xiaoxing. She would not make a mistake on her serious enemy. Cutting the carotid artery was the fastest way and the most effective method to prevent resistance. Lee Heron's breath completely stopped. Sumi didn't feel particularly happy or relaxed after killing her past enemy. For her, Lee Heron's death was just a small part of her end-of-the-world story. She had wanted to find out about Yu Xiaoxing before taking action against both of them. But the thought that this scoundrel still wanted to open the door and let a group of people into her home to seek refuge made her furious. As for Yu Xiaoxing, if he was still alive, he no longer mattered much to Sumi. Because of Lee Heron, her place was no longer safe or private. This made Sumi very annoyed, and she wished she could stab a few more times into Lee Heron's body. She quickly put Lee Heron's body into her space and wiped the blood off the floor. The doorbell outside kept ringing for a long time, until the battery died, and then the knocking started again. Lee Heron, opened the door. "It's so hot outside. I'm about to die."
Lee Heron.
"Boss, isn't this Lee Heron lying to us? He went inside, and then just ignored us?"
Boss.
Hearing this title, Sumi thought of the way some classic Hong Kong movies depicted police officers calling their superiors. If there really were police here, things might get complicated. The knocking continued non-stop, so Sumi had to walk to the door and ask, "What's the matter?" The person outside was called Boss by Jiang Chun, and her voice was female. She immediately found it strange. "Is Lee Heron not here?" Sumi quickly denied. "I don't know the person you mentioned." "Sorry, I can't open the door. Please leave." Sumi knew that people outside wouldn't leave easily, especially in this heat. Any movement felt like draining her life. "Our friend just went in, but hasn't come out yet. Do you know him?" Jiang Chun, with her police instincts, just by hearing Sumi's voice, already felt that something was off about this girl. Because she was too calm. Lee Heron broke into the house through the window, and the scene just happened. A young girl could lie without blinking, completely unbothered. The man called the boss was still speaking. "Don't be afraid. I am a police officer. We won't hurt you." Sumi sneered. How can a friend of the police break into someone's home? "I advise you to leave." As for her saying they wouldn't hurt her, Sumi found that laughable. She didn't actually say the threat out loud, but with police outside, she thought it was better to be cautious. If they force their way in and face police skills, she might not win. Engaging them now wouldn't be good for her. Growing stronger in tough times is the way to survive longer. But clearly, her home was no longer safe. First, Lee Heron broke in through the window, and now the police were questioning everything. It seemed she had to leave early. Outside, not everyone was a police officer. One person was very angry and said, "Why don't we just use a ladder to go straight to the second floor? Why bother talking to a woman? I'm so hot I can't take it. Old Wong, come down. Since there's a homeowner inside, let's leave immediately." The man called Old Wong sounded frantic, smashing things.
Come on.
It's so late, and you're still talking about your sense of justice as a cop? I just want to go in. Exactly, look at this terrible weather. Maybe it will always be like this, with no rules or laws left. The end of the world has already come. Sumi heard a loud noise, followed by strange sounds from the balcony on the second floor. Her eyes darkened, and she didn't stay at the door any longer. The long knife in her hand still seemed warm from Lee Heron's blood, and she quietly moved upstairs. When Wang Ligong reached the balcony, he saw someone standing at the front of the railing. In the dark, a young girl's dark eyes glowed faintly with a bloodthirsty look, making him almost slip and fall. "Little girl, we're just hiding here for a couple of days. When the temperature returns to normal, we'll leave." But she responded by slashing his neck with her knife. Wang Ligong clutched his neck and fell down. Without a doubt, he wouldn't survive. To send a warning, she just hopes these people will be silenced and won't bother her again in the next few days. Sumi looked down from the second floor terrace at the people below. There were at least 20 of them, and Xiaoxing was not among them. She warned coldly, "I told you to leave," or "Don't blame me for being rude." Wang Li fell directly from the second floor, unable to protect his neck artery and head at the same time. Unfortunately, he hit the ground with his head first. The group watched as Wang Li quickly lost his life, their faces looking even more serious. That little girl, knowing there were police among them, dared to kill so openly. She's committing a crime. Someone spoke up. But as soon as he said it, it added weight to the tense atmosphere. Jiang Chunlai was lost in thought. If it had been before, he could have easily climbed over the high wall and gone upstairs to catch the murderer. But remembering the cold, all-knowing look in the girl's eyes just now, he lacked the courage to jump in and seek justice. Wang Li's family was stunned at first, then suddenly started crying loudly. Wang Li's wife grabbed his arm tightly. "Officer Jiang, please help my husband. That woman is a murderer. You must catch her and bring her to justice." Many thoughts flashed through Jiang Chunlai's mind. After letting Wang Li's wife cry for a few minutes, he finally spoke. "Wang Li broke into someone's home without permission and broke the law," he said, glancing at a man beside him. "Dai Pei, let's leave." "Boss?" Dai Pei was surprised, unsure about his boss's words. Since he joined the police station, Jiang Chunlai had always led him. His boss had never been so passive, letting things happen without action. The blood from the corpse on the ground dried quickly. When they entered, he had roughly counted about 3 or 4 days of heat. More than 100 people had died in this villa community. That was a terrifying number. "You know the situation at the station.
No one has come to ask about it.
Don't you understand?" Dai Pei's face showed deeper panic. "Boss, is the end really coming?" Jiang Chunlai looked up at the spot where the girl had just been standing, then took a deep breath. "Let's go. Maybe it's not so bad, but it could be worse." Sometimes beliefs collapse suddenly and unexpectedly. Facing the current world, he was just an ordinary person who chose to compromise. The two quickly picked up their belongings from the ground and moved away from the crowd. Next to Wang Li's body, his wife initially cried, but when she saw people gradually leaving with Jiang Chunlai, she panicked. Her home was 2 intersections away in a nearby neighborhood. Many people had already died there. She had come out with Wang Li to find food, and now she was alone. What should she do? She started frantically banging on Sumi's door. "Murderer! Open the door!" I want you to pay for my husband's life." The crowd dispersed. It was still night, and they were all armed, so there was no immediate danger. But over time, they might suffer from heat stroke. The woman shouted at Sumi's door for a while, then suddenly felt chest tightness, shortness of breath, and dizziness. All the supplies they had gathered were taken away, leaving her with nothing. Panicking, she fainted. At this moment, Sumi had taken a bunch of bricks and cement from her space and sealed the windows and door of the second-floor balcony. To prevent any future problems, she did this thoroughly. Even if she left in a few days, she didn't want strangers to move into her house. By the time she finished, it was 3 a.m. Sumi took a shower and then returned to the basement. The puppy was surprisingly sleeping in the water basin she had left. She carefully took it out, dried it, checked that it was okay, and then put it back in its kennel. The basement entrance was behind the back door on the first floor, covered by a carpet. Without lifting the carpet, no one could discover the secret inside. Sumi decided to be more careful in the coming days and avoid meeting those outside. So, until the 6th day of extreme heat, she didn't go out again. Suddenly, a group of people arrived in the neighborhood. If someone noticed that she could walk outside calmly during the day, it would be very bad for her. On the evening of the 6th day of the apocalypse, the puppy finally opened its eyes. It also started making soft, milk-like sounds. When it was hungry, just 2 sounds, and Sumi would feed it milk mixed with baby formula. Recently, Sumi has been mixing milk powder into a paste and teaching the puppies to lick it. The first thing the puppies see when they open their eyes is Sumi. She patiently teaches them, and they learn quickly. Their tiny pink tongues lick eagerly, and they finish a small bowl of milk paste in about 5 minutes. Every day, besides their 3 meals and strength training, Sumi spends most of her time training and caring for the puppies. The puppies are pure white, with a gray flame-shaped patch of fur on their foreheads. Sumi names one of them Little White. During these days of feeding, Little White's belly is always round and full. It eats a lot, sleeps peacefully, and doesn't realize how harsh the outside world has become. Even Sumi doesn't know how much the outside environment has changed in these days. On the 7th morning, Sumi notices that the temperature, which was nearly 60 degrees Celsius yesterday, has dropped quite a bit today. The temperature in the basement has returned to 27 degrees Celsius, and the temperature outside is probably only in the high 40s. This temperature is much lower than the previous days. In the basement, Sumi eats something and then feeds the puppies. Since early yesterday, Little White seems less interested in the plain milk paste. Sumi has been staying in the basement these days, without dog food or dog food. She found eggs and freshly harvested corn in her space, made a corn and egg paste, and added milk to feed Little White. Maybe it was just her feeling, but after eating the corn and egg paste she made, Little White seemed much more energetic. Its eyes, with a faint bluish glow, looked at her happily, and its tail wagged vigorously. However, the waste after eating was very smelly, almost making Sumi want her breakfast. The smell was very similar to the dirt and grime she had encountered in her space, sour, greasy, with a mix of rotten and foul odors, making her feel suffocated. At this time, Little White unusually defecated multiple times, each time with a foul smell that nearly made Sumi faint. She thought Little White might have diarrhea, and worried that such a small puppy with diarrhea might be in serious trouble in this situation. But despite defecating so many times, Little White didn't seem weak or sick. Instead, its condition kept improving. Even its white fur was beginning to shine faintly. Sumi nervously gave it some clean water, played with it for a while, and after confirming it was fine, she relaxed. The strong smell in the basement was too much for her, and she couldn't stay there any longer. Fortunately, today was already the 7th day. She plans to take Little White to Manhwa community as soon as it gets dark tonight. She previously stayed in a house she had scoped out nearby for a while. Little White is very curious about everything at home, sniffing here and there. Although it is very small, after a few days of feeding, it has grown from the size of a palm to about twice that size. It is pure white all over, with darker gray fur around its eyebrows that resembles flames. At noon, the outside temperature dropped to 39 degrees, while indoors it was 36 degrees. The temperature isn't low, but compared to the previous high heat, it feels very comfortable. Sumi knows that even if the temperature drops, the radiation from the sun's nuclear fusion still affects living beings, and it might even be stronger. Only after the 7th day will people walking outside during the day avoid fainting or collapsing. Sumi took out some milk porridge to feed Little White but was refused. Little White whined pitifully, seeming unhappy with the food she prepared. Sumi tried several times, but Little White still wouldn't eat. So she brought out the egg and corn mash she made in the morning. Thinking about the chain reaction caused by Little White eating it earlier, Sumi frowned. She isn't picky about cleanliness, but the smell was really unpleasant. Plus, with a high temperature fermenting it, the smell became even worse. Sure enough, after eating the egg and corn mash, Little White started to have diarrhea. But this time, it was less frequent and less in quantity than in the morning. And after going, Little White seemed more energetic. Instead of the soft sounds from milk, it barked in a young, puppy-like voice. Sumi quickly shushed it, and Little White responded smartly, immediately quieting down. Sumi then let out a sigh of relief. She crouched down and patted Little White's head as a reward, but her hand came away dirty. She pinched the dirt on her fingers and suddenly had an idea. She remembered that a few days ago, she was covered in dirt too. But after getting dirty, her body felt surprisingly good, and her health improved significantly. Could Little White be experiencing the same? But Little White couldn't access the space to be nourished by spiritual energy. Why was it also changing? After thinking carefully, Sumi decided that the source of these changes must be the egg and corn mash. The eggs were ordinary store-bought eggs she bought herself and ate daily, with no special effect. The only special thing was the corn, grown and harvested from her space. Could it be that fruits and vegetables grown with the nourishment of space energy also help cleanse the body and improve health? Sumi took out an ear of corn and bit into it directly. Recently, she had been eating pre-prepared takeout for convenience. As soon as the corn juice entered her mouth, the rich corn flavor exploded on her tongue, and a cool, pleasant feeling flowed from her throat into her body. Although it was just a little, she keenly sensed it. Plants grown in the space truly have this effect.
It was an unexpected joy.
No wonder Xiao Bai looked so droopy when she arrived. After eating a bowl of corn and egg mash and going to the bathroom so many times, she was fine. Turns out this was the reason. Sumi quickly gave Xiao Bai a bath and then dried it off. She noticed that Xiao Bai's pure white fur had a faint silver shimmer. Although Xiao Bai was only the size of 2 palms, it tilted its head happily and looked adorable, full of energy. With the space as her cheat device, she no longer needed to worry about raising Xiao Bai in this end-of-the-world situation. At 8 p.m., the outside temperature had dropped to 30 degrees Celsius. After the sunset, such a temperature was comfortable enough for anyone to go outside and move around. Sumi didn't leave immediately. She planned to wait until midnight or early morning to leave, to avoid contact with others as much as possible. After all, she was not alone now. A group of starving creatures, seeing such a tender, white puppy, might cause trouble again. Sumi didn't sleep. She held Xiao Bai, who had fallen asleep, on the sofa and waited. After midnight, the temperature dropped to 24 degrees Celsius, a typical autumn temperature. But it started to rain outside. Sumi put on a coat, layered a raincoat over it, and wore a rain hat. Xiao Bai was placed inside her backpack. At this time, a light rain was falling outside. Sumi knew this rain would last for a long time. This was her best chance to move. She had already taken apart all the household items, including the TV and stereo, and before leaving, she packed the last sofa into the space. Unsurprisingly, she probably wouldn't return this time. The rain would submerge all the buildings underwater. Xiao Bai twitched uncomfortably inside the backpack, then found a comfortable position, cuddled with Sumi's corn, and fell asleep. Sumi opened the door, and sure enough, it was drizzling outside, with the rain gradually getting heavier. Sumi put on her rain boots and quickly reached the building by the small river in the cultural district, then took the stairs up to apartment 1501. The 15th floor only had one family living there. They had been talking earlier, but when they heard the noise outside, they immediately stopped. It seems that these 7 days have made everyone more cautious. Using the universal key card, she unlocked the door, checked the windows and doors, then locked it again. She looked around at this home, which would be her base for now and for the next month. Since the house was newly renovated, there were gaps in the doors and windows. Sumi took some red bricks and cement from her space, broke the bricks into pieces, mixed them with cement, and sealed most of the windows, leaving only the living room and master bedroom windows openable. Then she built a wall at the front door, as wide as the door and knee-high, both to block the wind and to prevent anyone from breaking in later. After placing her backpack down, Xiaobai used its small head to unzip and slowly crawled out. Sumi reinstalled the air conditioner and outdoor unit, then turned it on. Outside, the temperature was only about 24 or 25 degrees, but due to the rain, the air was very humid. Turning on the air conditioner helped keep the environment dry. The big sofa in the house was too large for the small living room, so Sumi set up a dining table, a chair, and a woven rocking chair in the living room. She then went to the master bedroom, laid down a straw mat on the floor, and placed Xiaobai's dog bed on top. Usually, the master bedroom in such communities has good soundproofing. She left a ventilation window, so she could leave Xiaobai inside if she went out. The main issue now was Xiaobai's bathroom needs. She had to visit a pet store. Since opening its eyes, Xiaobai had been very smart. It often made barking sounds like a puppy, but whenever Sumi gently shushed it and pointed at its head, it would immediately quiet down, turn over, close its eyes, and sleep peacefully. It was gradually getting brighter outside. Unlike the extremely hot 7 days before, today the sky was gray and cloudy. There was no decoration in the sky, and the sun looked unusually distant, covered by a layer of mysterious white fog, making it appear faint and elusive. Sumi finished her breakfast and fed Little White before leaving it in the master bedroom. She put on a double-layer raincoat, rain boots, and waterproof shoe covers to make sure she was fully protected from the rain before leaving the Manhwa community and heading toward the city. In the early morning, the streets were already crowded with people. It seemed they were happy that the hot weather was over. Many people were running through the rain, even looking up to drink the rainwater. Sumi watched these people coldly, trying to stay unnoticed, and quickly moved toward the city. The radiation from the sun's nuclear fusion can cause skin diseases after the end of the world. The previous extreme heat, even at 60 degrees, wouldn't have been enough to turn people into skeletons. Because of this, most people didn't realize that, besides the heat, nuclear radiation also played a role in this outcome. This rain seemed timely, making people relax their guard. But if there was a leak at a nuclear power plant, could the water coming from it still be safe to drink? Even though Sumi knew her special space could help her recover quickly, she didn't dare to take chances. Her life was already a gift from heaven, and she treasured it deeply, so she didn't want to gamble with it. After walking for over an hour, she finally reached a small pet market in J City. This was the smallest pet market in J City and was a bit far from the city center, so few people visited it normally. Sumi pushed open the iron gate. All the pet shop's doors were open, and outside each shop, there were many wet, dried animal bodies, cats, dogs, and rabbits. Looking around, she saw that the shops on both sides of a small alley had no signs of life, and a burnt smell mixed with the rust smell wafted from inside the shops. The rain grew heavier, adding a metallic scent to the foul smell. As Sumi strolled closer, she realized that the pets, cats, dogs, rabbits, kept in cages had been left without food due to the sudden disaster. They had died from the heat inside their cages. The rotten smell came from their bodies. Calmly, Sumi walked into one of the pet shops that sold cats and dogs. She looked at the open bags of dry food, cracked, damp, faded, and moldy. She felt a bit sad but continued to search for where the dog food was stored in the shop. Finally, Sumi found 2 unopened bags of dog food and canned cat food behind a small door at the pet shop, along with some pet beds and toys. She quickly stored these items in her space. Unfortunately, this shop didn't have a pet bag, so Sumi went to another store. With her experience from the first shop, she quickly found more dog food and canned food at the new store. She also discovered a space bag for pets, special goat milk powder for puppies, and dog treats. Sumi explored the entire small market. As the rain grew heavier, she decided it was time to go back. However, at a corner, she saw a person lying on the ground, barely breathing, with several dead cats nearby, cats that had been cut and killed. The ground was covered in blood, which made Sumi think of some disturbing scenes she found upsetting. The person appeared to be the store's caretaker. He was lying on the ground, and through the glass door, he was begging Sumi for help. Sumi stopped and looked inside. She saw opened bags of cat food, empty cans, and the bodies of dead cats, which made her feel sick. In a world ending, humans' desire to survive can make them do anything. Everything is just to stay alive. Sumi opened the glass door to help him. The damp air rushed inside, startling the man. Help me, he begged. But Sumi had no intention of getting involved. She ignored the store and headed back to Manhwa community. On the way, more people appeared. On a large, abandoned road filled with broken cars, dead trees, and both dead and living people, all three seemed to coexist strangely in a picture, an eerie harmony. Sumi kept her head down and hurried along. Rainwater hit her raincoat and then flowed onto the ground. In just a few hours since dawn, the rain had created large puddles on the ground, likely to soon cover the feet of those walking outside. She quickened her pace. She didn't want to be part of this unaware, chaotic crowd still celebrating in the end times. When she reached the 15th floor of Manhwa community, she saw a child lying by her door, as if listening to something. Sumi's eyes flickered, and she slowly approached. Suddenly, the boy was startled by her appearance, stepped back, tripped over his own feet, and sat down the ground, crying loudly. The door at 1503 was open. Hearing the crying woman, she immediately rushed out, helped her child, and glared at Sumi. "What's wrong with you? Bullying a child?" Sumi rolled her eyes silently, said nothing, and took out her universal card to go home, but was stopped again by the woman. "Hey, you made my son cry. You want to leave without even apologizing?" Sumi paused, turned around, her eyes full of coldness and indifference. He fell by himself. The woman tried to pull Sumi, but Sumi pushed her away. Unexpectedly, the woman didn't expect it and fell to the ground, her eyes immediately filling with tears of grievance. Soon, the woman and the child started crying together, drawing out the unseen man of the house. Seeing his wife and child sitting on the ground crying loudly, the man immediately became tense and demanded that Sumi apologize and pay compensation. "Sumi native, money?" "Yes. You pushed my wife and child. You must pay for the medical expenses and emotional damages. Oh, and the lost wages too. How much?" Sumi's words remained cold and emotionless. The man and the woman on the ground exchanged a look and continued, 20,000 yuan. My child is so young. He needs a full checkup. You also have to cover the travel expenses and our lost wages." Sumi sneered again and said, 20,000, huh? Exactly.
No.
After saying that, Sumi took out her universal card and opened the door. Seeing Sumi about to go home, the man stepped forward and grabbed her arm. But as Sumi turned around, she quickly drew a small dagger and cut his arm, causing a bleeding wound. She looked coldly at the stunned man. "I told you, it has nothing to do with me if your wife and child fall. And don't provoke me. You carrying a dagger to hurt people is illegal. I will call the police. I will sue you." As the man spoke, the crying of the woman and child grew more intense. Sumi closed the door, cutting off the outside noise. She took a long breath and took off her raincoat and shoes, placing them in the kitchen sink. It seemed she heard Sumi return as the little white-haired boy in the master bedroom made a loud noise. Sumi thought that the young boy must have heard the commotion and was listening at her door. So she went to the bedroom. The water in the basin was gone. Little White tiptoed and hurriedly ran toward her, rubbing its small head against her feet. It seemed to be hungry. Sumi filled a cat litter box with cat litter from the pet market and placed it in the corner of the wall. Then she picked up Little White and headed toward the litter box. Little White, from now on, if you need to, or just use this. Do you understand? Sumi was just joking around with Little White, not really expecting the puppy to understand just by saying a few words. To her surprise, Little White responded softly with 2 sounds and climbed up the steps of the litter box with effort, then rolled into the litter. Sumi quickly picked it up and placed it properly. Surprisingly, Little White chose a spot near the edge and skillfully squatted down.
Could it be
urinating? Sumi thought it was just a coincidence, but over the next few days, Little White always used the litter box for its bathroom needs. This gave Sumi a strange sense of happiness in training her dog. However, what troubled Sumi was that since the day she had a conflict with the neighbors, she noticed the couple in apartment 1503 often listening at her door 1501, eavesdropping on sounds. This made Sumi suddenly feel a sense of danger. It had been 3 days of continuous heavy rain. The water level outside the community had risen to the first floor steps and was still rising steadily. All communication in City J had been cut off during the 7 days of extreme heat. What was once a timely rain had turned into fierce storms, becoming the last straw that crushed everyone's hope. There was no signal, no way to turn on devices, and some people even went to the police station, which was closed like a shop in the city center, with no one around. Only now did the sense of an apocalyptic crisis fill everyone's minds. But in their understanding, the 7 days of sunshine would have been enough to kill. The recent rain was unlikely. Except for Sumi, no one knew the danger of this rain. So everyone planned to go out and find supplies. But at this moment, many people caught in the rain started to get colds and fevers, developing red spots and black marks on their skin. After taking medicine, not only did they not recover, but their skin also began to rot. This reminded them of the mummies soaked in rain outside, where the dried flesh had rotted after being soaked. Sumi didn't know what was happening elsewhere, but in her building, Building 29, at least 10 people had developed this skin-rotting disease. There is also a faint smell of skin sores and decay coming from the corridor. Sumi keeps the doors and windows closed, runs the air conditioner, and is scolding Xiao Bai in the living room. Xiao Bai is very smart, quite lively, and can understand her commands. This makes Sumi feel much calmer. In just 3 days, Xiao Bai has grown a bit bigger and gained a lot of weight. Although Sumi has given it many cans of dog food and treats, it still prefers egg and corn mash. Fortunately, it has learned to use the litter box because if it poops outside, the smell is really hard to handle. Sumi's meals are very regular. Even though chaos is happening outside, she still eats, drinks, does strength training, and practices yoga without fail. Suddenly, she hears the door of apartment 1503 next door being knocked. It seems someone from downstairs wants to talk to them. Sumi has excellent hearing and already knows what they discussed downstairs earlier. Because of the heavy rain, the residents in this building have formed a small neighborhood committee, led by an older woman from the 9th floor. She wants to gather everyone to discuss plans. The 1st to 3rd floors are empty now, but the water level is rising daily, and it's believed it will soon reach higher floors. Sumi thinks this older woman is smart and has guessed that this rain is different from the previous high temperatures, and it won't stop anytime soon. But Sumi also thinks some people's cleverness might be a bit too much. They are gathering the community's strength. Some go out to collect supplies, while others stay inside to protect the building. How should they divide the supplies they bring back? Each apartment in this high-rise has about 200 square meters. The smallest household has 3 people, and the largest Sumi knows of is on the 11th floor, 6 people for adults and 2 children. One household gets 1 share. That might be enough for a family of 3, but what about a family of 6? They will definitely go hungry. If they divide the supplies by person, the 6-person family would get the most. But wouldn't other families feel it's fair? Many people in our building died during those few days of extreme heat, and only about 20 households remain. But you all know, some families are sick, with no food or medicine. The weather outside isn't going to stop anytime soon. We're thinking maybe we should form a small team to go out and find supplies first. What do you think? Let's share what we have. Maybe we can still reach the upper floors for help. Sumi sat in the rocking chair in the living room, watching the heavy rain hit the window, while carefully listening to the conversation between the neighbors and the group coming upstairs. It's quite funny. If rescue was really coming, it would have arrived by now. The hot weather for 7 days without help might be understandable, but now, these people still believe they will be rescued. Anton, it's not that we don't want to join, but my husband is injured and can't participate. Aunt Anne is the busybody of the building. When she hears someone is hurt, she immediately perks up and asks with concern, injured? How did it happen so suddenly? Lin sighs, showing a mix of resentment and helplessness, and points to the door of apartment 1501. It's that girl from 1501 again. She's so young, and she carries weapons with her. She pushed one and me, and hurt my husband. Now his arm is inflamed, and the medicine is almost gone. Aunt Anne's eyes suddenly brighten when Lin mentions medicine. Oh, just having medicine is good. Old Lee's grandson downstairs caught a cold in the rain and has had a fever for 2 days. He doesn't have any medicine. If you have extra fever medicine, maybe you could. Hearing this, Lin suddenly becomes alert and quickly waves her hands. We don't have any extra medicine. One has been frightened these past few days and can't sleep well. Our medicine is almost gone. By the way, I saw the girl from 1501 carrying a backpack the other day. It looked full, and it didn't seem to contain food. Maybe she has medicine? And I noticed she hasn't gone out for 3 days. Maybe her family has stored a lot of food. You could ask her. Hearing Lin's words, Aunt Anne's attention shifts. 3 days without leaving home probably means they have stored food. So after Lin closed the door, Aunt Anne happily went to knock on 1501's door. Sumi was really about to laugh. This person was quite clever, but unfortunately, she used her tricks on the wrong person. Aunt Anne knocked on the door for a long time, but received no response. She frowned. Sumi heard the footsteps leaving outside and thought the other person had given up. But soon after, 3 or 4 footsteps appeared at her door. Mom, maybe this family has gone out to find supplies and hasn't come back yet. It's not good for us to do this. The man speaking is probably Aunt Anne's son or son-in-law. What's wrong? It's such a difficult time now. We shouldn't worry about others. The neighbor from apartment 1503 said that a young girl lives there. She hasn't left her home in 3 days. She might have stocked up a lot of supplies, or she might have passed away. For her safety, we should check on her. Yes, husband. Our family has 5 people, and the baby is still sick. What if she has medicine? The man was silent. He picked up his mother's axe and moved to the front. The building's doors are all electronic locks. They can only be opened if the entire lock is broken. Just as Chinhao was about to chop the door with the axe, a small gap opened in the door of apartment 1501. A cold, indifferent voice came out. I don't have what you're looking for. The door opens inward. Inside, Sumi had built a small knee-high cement wall, so the door was blocked halfway open. Sumi had left a small gap for herself to pass through, to prevent situations like this. Seeing the door wouldn't open, and Chinhao tried to step inside. But in the next moment, he screamed and quickly pulled back his bleeding leg, collapsing at Sumi's door. Ah! Son, someone's trying to hurt my son. Someone's trying to kill him. Aunt Anne had never seen such a bloody scene. Seeing Chinhao's bleeding thigh, she sat on the ground, crying loudly. Her legs trembled uncontrollably. Sumi peeked out half her face from behind the door. Her one eye looked coldly at everyone outside. Get out. The Yin family was shocked by Sumi's coldness and violence. They cried as they helped Chinhao back to the 9th floor. This building, except for one family on the 12th floor with 6 people, had the most residents. Now, with the grandson having a fever and the son injured, they needed medicine. But their supplies were all gone. She looked at her daughter-in-law, Gong Ting, and finally thought of a solution. Ting, since Chinhao is injured and can't go out to find supplies, and the baby has a fever, you should go with them. Otherwise, our family will really starve. Gong Ting hesitated for a moment. But my father-in-law isn't home. The baby has a fever, and I can't leave him. Auntie Anne glared at her husband, lying on the sofa pretending to be dead. She was very angry but had nowhere to vent, so she looked at Gong Ting. Your father-in-law and I are both over 50 years old. Do you want us to go outside in the heavy rain to find supplies? Nowadays, who knows how many years we have left to live? Are you willing to see us old folks die outside? She started crying even harder. Gong Ting had no choice but to agree to her mother-in-law's request and followed the team, leaving the building to search for supplies. Sumi felt tired of hearing so many stories from neighbors every day. Besides playing with Xiao Bai and feeding him, she mostly stayed in her space. The fruits and vegetables in her space grew very quickly and didn't spoil or go bad. Since her rebirth, she had already harvested several batches. At this rate, she probably wouldn't be able to eat it all in her lifetime. The durian and mango saplings she planted had grown taller than her, but still hadn't borne fruit. The bamboo rice she planted had sprouted small bamboo shoots, but after many days, they were still only as tall as her calves. It seemed that the space's growth boost for different plants varied over time. After harvesting another batch of green beans in her space, Sumi decided to plant some new vegetables and fruits she hadn't grown before. She wandered around the space and finally chose a bag of sugarcane seedlings and a bag of pumpkin seeds. Planting vegetables and gourds in the space's black soil required no special effort. Just bury the seeds in the dirt. She didn't even need to water them. At first, Sumi found this strange because plants normally need soil and water to grow well. Even with spiritual energy in the space, she thought watering would be necessary. But every time she finished planting, the moisture in the black soil remained damp without her watering. She thought of a possibility. The space had no sun but good lighting, keeping it bright all the time. The soil was always moist, so maybe there was underground water beneath the 400 square meters of land. However, her hopes were dashed. When she tried to dig deep with her shovel to find water, the small hole she dug filled back up in less than 3 seconds. It seemed her dream of having an unlimited water source was shattered. After all, in the end of the world, food and water are both essential. Although she is now holding a lot of water, the cleaner water sources become fewer as time goes on. Even now, rainwater collected below the first floor looks clean but cannot be drunk. Clearly, only she realizes this problem. The more Sumi observes her space, the more mysterious it seems. She walks to the edge of the 400 square meter area, trying to see what the boundary looks like. Is the space inside a round or square container? But the truth is, there is no edge to the space. It is surrounded by a thick white fog. Through the white fog, Sumi can faintly see a different world inside. A flowing stream never stops within the fog. Outside the fog, there are clouds in the sky and grass on the ground. Further away, there is even a shadow that looks like a house. Sumi feels like she has discovered a new world, and her heart beats faster. Her space really has water. Not only water, but also flowers, grass, and houses. From her estimate, the unexplored part of the space is huge and endless. But how can she make the white fog clear so she can see what's behind it? Sumi waves her hand, and the fog swirls around her fingertips, then loops back into the dense fog. Unwilling to give up, Sumi bites her lip and charges forward.
Bang!
She seems to hit a dense ball of cotton and is bounced back, falling onto the muddy ground. Soft and hard things both seem unsuitable. For now, Sumi has no good solution, so she leaves the space in frustration. Xiao Bai seems to know she will come out here and sits patiently. As soon as Sumi appears, she immediately acts cute, wagging her tail. She pets Xiao Bai's head, sighs helplessly, but notices Xiao Bai is anxiously pulling at her leg. Want a hug? Xiao Bai shakes its head cutely and takes a small step back. Sumi thinks she's seeing things and doesn't pay attention. She takes a step forward, and Xiao Bai sticks to her leg again, refusing to let go, making soft, pleading sounds. Are you hungry again? Xiao Bai steps back once more. This time, Sumi is sure this puppy is really clever and understands her words. She squats down, picks up Xiao Bai, and gently pokes its nose. Little one, can you understand what I'm saying?
Woof.
Although her voice was still soft and childish, Sumi knew her feelings were correct. She continued to ask, "Are you hungry?" The dog nodded, making a woof-woof sound, and stared directly at Sumi. "Not hungry or thirsty." "Then what do you want to do?" At this moment, Xiao Bai suddenly started barking wildly and scrambled into her arms. Sumi tried to lift her up, but she dodged away. This tiny, white ball of fluff acted spoiled and stubborn, almost like it was trying to crawl into her body. Once she had this thought, Sumi couldn't help but imagine a bold idea. She wanted to enter her space. She grabbed Xiao Bai by the back of her neck, looked directly at her, and asked with certainty, "Do you want to go into my space?" Xiao Bai started barking non-stop and wagged her tail quickly. Sumi frowned and put Xiao Bai aside, but this only made her more clingy and spoiled. Feeling a bit helpless, Sumi grabbed Xiao Bai and sternly scolded her, "Xiao Bai, no more fussing. If you keep doing this, I might have to punish you." Xiao Bai paused for a few seconds, then whined sadly, and Sumi felt a little sorry for her. "I'm not stopping you from entering my space, but living inside it isn't safe for you. Be good and stop causing trouble." However, the normally obedient Xiao Bai suddenly bit Sumi's finger gently. Although she didn't have teeth yet, and it didn't hurt, Sumi was definitely annoyed. Xiao Bai seemed to realize she had made a mistake. After biting Sumi, she quickly dodged and ran back to her doghouse, looking like she was sulking. Sumi thought the matter was over. After dinner that night, she usually fed Xiao Bai and then entered her space. But she didn't notice that just before she entered, Xiao Bai suddenly moved close and nudged her foot. By the time Sumi realized it, she was already inside her space. This was bad. This dog really didn't care about danger. Instinctively, she wanted to take Xiao Bai out to see if she could still save her. But the next moment, Xiao Bai was happily bouncing around inside her space, rolling and playing excitedly. She didn't look like she was about to die at all. Sumi was stunned, confused. How could this dog be completely fine? The chickens she brought in last time immediately suffocated and died. But what shocked Sumi even more was not just that. Right now, Sumi stood inside the space, staring blankly at Xiao Bai, who was rolling and destroying her crops on the dark soil. Because at this moment, she could sense Xiao Bai's thoughts. Happy, happy, happy. Sumi angry, angry, angry. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Bark, bark, bark. Finally, it turned into a continuous series of puppy yelps. After Sumi translated the puppy language, she understood what Xiao Bai meant. The reason Xiao Bai desperately wanted to enter the space was because of the spiritual energy. Living creatures have instincts and naturally seek out things that benefit them. For example, the spiritual energy in the space. Xiao Bai could enter the space and survive safely, which Sumi hadn't expected. After thinking for a long time, she could only come up with one explanation: corn and egg paste. Eggs that can't hatch, and milk that was collected from outside. The only thing she cultivated and harvested herself in the space was corn, grown from seeds. So, Xiao Bai probably ate the corn from the space, which changed its body and connected it to the space, allowing it to appear safely inside. Sumi couldn't wait to find more living creatures to prove her theory. But after 7 days of extreme heat, these small animals and insects probably didn't survive. It seemed she couldn't rush this. For now, Xiao Bai's ability to come and go from the space saved her a lot of trouble. The family in House 1503 had been watching her closely. If she really stayed inside without going out for supplies or throwing away trash, she would seem very suspicious. So, she stored Xiao Bai's belongings in the space, warned it not to cause trouble, and let it settle inside. She almost forgot that Xiao Bai was a descendant of a mischievous husky known for tearing things apart. Seeing it rolling around in the planting area earlier made Sumi a bit worried. But she had no choice. If she left Xiao Bai in the bedroom, she was afraid someone might dismantle her door when she went out. If they found Xiao Bai, that adorable little puppy wouldn't be enough to satisfy anyone's appetite. Sumi remembered that next-door family 1503, and Anton mentioned she had stayed at home for 3 days without coming out. On the 5th day, she planned to go outside. The rain was still falling, but the wind was much lighter than in previous days. The accumulated water had risen to the 2nd floor. To go out, she could either swim through the floodwaters or find other residents who had inflatable pools for babies. Sitting inside was stable, but sliding on wooden boards was slow and tiring. Even if she found supplies, she could only carry lightweight items. Some people happened to have small rubber boats that could hold 3 people. If only one person went out, they could carry many supplies in the empty space. When Sumi went downstairs, she saw a young couple coming down from a rubber boat, carrying a lot of supplies upstairs. Many people waiting at the 2nd floor entrance saw them return and came forward to negotiate rental prices. They eventually rented the boat to Gong Ting, the daughter-in-law of Anton on the 9th floor, and another man Sumi had never seen before, at a rate of 1,000 yuan per hour. After helping to unload the supplies from the boat, the two of them sat inside, and then left in the boat. The building has 23 floors, and the height from the ground to the 2nd floor is about 10 meters. A rubber boat was a good choice. Sumi had a rubber boat in her space, but she didn't take it out to avoid attracting attention. She was just waiting for Gong Ting and the others to return, which took about an hour and a half. These small rubber boats run on gasoline, and Sumi had stored quite a few in her space. Seeing a crowd gather to rent, Sumi remembered she still had 10,000 yuan in cash in her space. She also moved forward, her clear voice rising above the noise. "I'll rent it for 3,000 yuan per hour." Her voice made the young couple's eyes light up. If they rented it for just 1 hour, they could earn enough to match a month's salary in just a few days. It was a very good deal. So, Sumi successfully rented the rubber boat from the young couple. What she didn't know was that after she left in the boat, they secretly planned to raise the rental price to 3,000 yuan per hour. At this moment, Sumi was wearing 2 layers of raincoats, fully armed, and driving the rubber boat. She had inspected her space 2 days ago and found that Li Heron, that scoundrel, was still lying there, not discarded. The outside world had already changed a lot. The houses still looked the same, and the building was still the same. However, the ground was flooded, and most shops and buildings below the 3rd floor were submerged underwater. Sumi paddled her rubber boat to the mall where she bought appliances last time. The area is well-connected and easy to access. After 7 days of intense heat and rainwater accumulation, the rubber boat reached a spot about 300 meters from the mall without any trouble. There were many water tools at this location, including the rubber boat, a baby inflatable pool, and even a large wooden board floating on the water. Someone had tied the wooden board to some dried, water-soaked branches. Sumi looked at the shaky, dying branches and shook her head. Not only the arm-sized branches, but even thicker trees, after being baked in the high heat for 7 days, catching fire and then soaked in rainwater, are not very sturdy. She glanced at the messy parking area, then moved the rubber boat to a farther corner and stored it away. She didn't dare leave the boat here when going to the mall, worried it might not be there when she returned. The underground drainage system of the mall was quite good. Although continuous heavy rain flooded most residential areas below the 3rd floor, outside the mall, the water level was only waist-high. Since she was here, she needed to gather some supplies to take back, or else her trip would be pointless. Sumi didn't use the main entrance of the mall because it was flooded. She had to wade through. She stepped onto a stone block beside the side door of the mall, slowly crossing to the wall. Then she moved one of the stone blocks closer to the wall and easily climbed inside through the staircase area. Most of the 1st floor was dedicated to cosmetics and jewelry counters. After entering, Sumi bypassed the cosmetics counters and suddenly stopped in front of the jewelry store. The water on the ground was only up to her knees. She was wearing rubber waterproof pants inside and wandered inside the store. There were more people in the mall, many heading straight to the 2nd floor supermarket. Such large jewelry stores were often overlooked during the chaos. It's said that girls can't resist shiny jewelry. Sumi collected quite a few pure gold, silver jewelry, and jade, then strolled through the mall like shopping. The supermarket on the 2nd floor was probably very crowded now. Since the disaster began, many items were no longer edible. With fewer people and more competition, She probably wouldn't find much good stuff if she went upstairs. So, Sumi was wandering below the building, picking up some intact cosmetics and lipsticks. Then she decided to leave. She only pretended to be seen, making sure someone noticed her. When she returned, she just needed to carry some supplies. There was no need to be too serious. Sumi walked out through the side door slowly, checked the surroundings to ensure it was safe, then took out a rubber boat. The boat still had some fuel left, enough for her to drive back to Manhwa community. To make future trips easier, Sumi took out a 2-seater rubber boat from her space. The space was small, but this boat was the best among all she had. There was a shop in the mall that sold rubber boats, but her model was not available in regular stores. She knew that, but others didn't. She tied her own boat behind the rented one, then planned to head home. As she passed the parking lot outside the mall, she saw at least 20 people crowded there. They were arguing over a rubber boat and a kayak. One person claimed the rubber boat was new and was about to take it home, and the kayak was what he used to come here. But 2 others said that both the rubber boat and the kayak were theirs. They argued for a while, and then started fighting. The other dozen or so people were just watching, enjoying the chaos. Maybe the fighting involved others by accident, touching nearby bystanders. The bystanders, tired from searching for their belongings and under psychological stress, got caught up in the chaos after a moment of confusion. Before leaving, Sumi saw the scene turning into a chaotic fight, with blood in the water below. With injuries and contaminated water, if not treated in time, it could be deadly. It seemed that after this fight, at least someone wouldn't be able to go back. Even if they did, it might be too late. Since Rebirth, Sumi had developed a habit of not interfering in others' affairs. She quickly returned to the community's entrance. People saw her and looked at her eagerly, staring again and again. Until they noticed she only carried a bulky backpack under her raincoat. Those who had argued over the rubber boat earlier started mocking her. "I thought you were so impressive. Why did you only bring back supplies in a backpack? Isn't it because you have money? Aren't you powerful?" After Sumi got out of the rubber boat, she looked at the person talking as if she were a fool. Then she carried her smaller, yet very delicate, rubber boat from behind her larger one without even glancing at the others and went upstairs. Seeing that Sumi did not respond, the person talking felt disappointed. However, the few people nearby looked at that person with strange eyes. A backpack of food might not be enough for their family to eat for a day, but since the girl was small and probably wouldn't eat much, this food could last her about 3 days. Moreover, that small rubber boat looked quite expensive. "I heard that the shop owner at the mall is opening his store in the rain to do business. A boat like that has already increased in price to 20,000 yuan. Now, with no signal on our phones and no way to contact anyone, we can't afford such a boat." Everyone guessed the meaning behind Sumi bringing back that boat. So, the person who had just mocked Sumi was now ridiculed by everyone. No one was foolish. As long as the water level didn't drop, they would need a safe watercraft to go out and find supplies. The small couple renting the rubber boats found their rent becoming more expensive, and they knew they wouldn't be able to afford it soon. But Sumi was different. Her boat was much smaller, and she was just a young girl, so she should be easy to talk to. Thus, the people who had been bargaining with the small couple just moments ago now turned their attention to Sumi. Not long after Sumi returned home, she was about to enter her space when there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" She tightly held her long knife, staring fiercely at the door. Familiar voices came from outside. It was the people from downstairs. "Little girl, we saw you bring back a rubber boat earlier.
We want to talk to you about something.
Please open the door." Sumi could imagine the flattering and eager expressions on their faces outside. She didn't open the door, but a cold, indifferent voice drifted from inside, loud enough for everyone to hear.
"No borrowing."
The people outside continued knocking, but Sumi grew impatient. She slightly opened a door, revealing a cold, long knife. "Are you coming or not?" She heard a few gasps and someone suddenly shouted, "I remember now. She's a murderer. The man who died on the 11th floor. She killed him. I saw it with my own eyes." Sumi paused and sneered before finally speaking. "I figured it out. You are the family on the 11th floor who watched the mother and daughter in apartment 1101 get hurt but did nothing. After saying this, Sumi slammed the door shut with her foot. There was no need for her to explain. Why bother explaining to a group of people who kept pushing her to her limits? It was pointless. As the footsteps of the people outside faded away, Sumi thought everything was fine. But then the door was knocked again. Sumi went outside, feeling sticky and wanting a shower. She was already in a bad mood and opened the door irritably. She saw only a small boy whose height was just at her hips. Sumi frowned. Whose child was this? Couldn't borrow something, so now using a trick? She tried to stay calm and looked at the boy, saying softly, "Kid, go back and tell your parents that I don't lend out my inflatable boat. Hurry home. It's not safe outside." The boy looked clean and fair, with features that looked quite attractive. It was obvious that when he grew up, he would be the type to trick several girls at once, an irresistible troublemaker. Sumi didn't step out of the house. The boy didn't see her face. He just turned around and sat down heavily at her door. Sumi was stunned. She gently poked his back with the tip of her long knife. "Don't sit at my door. Go home quickly." The boy turned his face and finally saw half of Sumi's face. "Big sister, you're really pretty," he said sincerely, without any flattery. This made Sumi want to chase him away, but she hesitated, unsure how to respond. "I won't lend you anything, even if you sit here all day," she said. What kind of parents let such a young child come to play tricks and act tough? "Sister, I saw everything that day," the boy said. "Sumi, that bad person hurt Annie Lele and Annie Mimi, so you hurt that bad person." Sumi paused, about to close the door again. "Do you live on the 11th floor?" she asked. The boy nodded and then turned around, sitting at the door with his back to her, silent. "Kid, since you know I hurt someone, aren't you afraid of me?" He looked only about 7 or 8 years old, but when he talked about Sumi hurting someone, he looked calm and fearless, not afraid of her at all. The boy shook his head without speaking and didn't even turn his head. He just stared fixedly at the staircase entrance. Sumi saw that the little boy was not speaking and no longer paid attention to him, so she casually closed the door. This child's personality, if he grows a bit more, might survive longer in this apocalyptic world. Sumi spent a long time studying the vegetables and fruits grown in her space, trying different methods to see if she could clear the surrounding white fog. However, the fog remained. The white fog patches stayed the same shape and circled around the space, which was over 400 square meters. Sumi felt very helpless. Bored, she started counting the white fog patches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 200,000. She counted all night. There were 329,657 white fog patches of different sizes. They felt soft and sticky. Even if she crushed one, it could quickly gather back together. Unable to stay awake any longer, Sumi fell asleep in her space. When she woke up, she ate a hearty breakfast as usual, fed some corn and egg paste to Little White, then left her space. Unless there was an emergency, Sumi forced herself to stay outside every day to exercise her body and build strength. Only by adapting well to the climate of this world could she live longer. She packed the leftover takeout boxes and some trash into a bag, put on her waterproof pants and raincoat, and prepared to go out to take out the trash. As she opened the door, something fell inside from outside. Looking down, she saw the little boy from last night. He had fallen asleep leaning against her door. His bright red face and sleepy eyes made Sumi realize he might be sick. She quickly grabbed the little boy, effortlessly lifting him with one hand, holding a trash bag in the other, and headed toward the staircase. When they reached the 11th floor, she put the boy down. "Which one is your home?" she asked. The boy, still groggy, opened his eyes and looked toward the right side of the corridor. Sumi followed his gaze. 1103 or 1104. The boy pointed to 1104. Sumi then led him over. The door to 1104 was tightly shut. "Fingerprint lock. Do you have the code?" she asked. The boy shook his head. "Then do you have the key?" He continued shaking his head. After a few more shakes, he slowly closed his eyes, leaned against Sumi's leg, and then collapsed. Sumi looked at the fainted young boy, squatted down, and touched his forehead, which was very hot. It seemed he had fainted because of a fever. Outside, there was a strong storm. Even with good insulation, such a small child couldn't withstand spending a night in the cold during the end of the world. Sumi took out a universal lockpick card. After a few beeps on the fingerprint lock, the door opened. She placed the boy on the sofa and found a blanket to cover him. She knew there was no one inside the house. Otherwise, someone would have noticed her when she opened the door. Such a young child couldn't be alone at home for so long. His parents were probably out looking for supplies and hadn't returned yet. She didn't want to stay long in someone else's house. She had medicine, but she wasn't a doctor. She didn't know what medicine to give the child. However, since the boy had a fever, she gave him a quarter of an adult fever reducer, which shouldn't cause any big problems. She sat outside her door all night, probably also hungry. Sumi took out some egg and corn porridge from her space to feed him, then gave him a quarter of the fever medicine. This way, he might wait until his parents come back. Sumi felt she had done her best. After leaving a bottle of water, she left apartment 1104. She simply pushed the matter out of her mind. The rain outside grew heavier, and the wind blew so hard it sounded like a curtain being pushed against the glass, making a loud sound. Whenever she had free time, Sumi would stare out the window in a daze, thinking about how to disperse the thick fog inside her space. 2 peaceful days passed, and then Aunt N's voice came through a loudspeaker throughout the building. Sumi thought Aunt N was really quite resourceful. The building was 23 floors high, and despite her age, she had gone through every floor to count the remaining survivors. She called on the survivors to gather on the 9th floor for a meeting, claiming there was something important to discuss. Sumi didn't think much of it and had no intention of joining. But from the sounds outside, it seemed most people responded and went to Aunt N's place on the 9th floor. Aunt N called so many people because there was a food and medicine shortage in the building. The residents on the 6th, 8th, 10th, 17th, and 23rd floors had run out of food, and many children in the building were sick. A few elderly people who already had some health issues became very weak due to poor nutrition, dehydration, and lack of food in recent days. They quickly fell ill. The 9th floor is about 20 meters away from her 15th floor, but she can still clearly hear everyone's voices. Grandma, and aren't we now part of the temporary neighborhood committee? You are our representative. My daughter started coughing and running a fever last night, and she shows signs of allergy. She also had diarrhea this morning. We've run out of medicine at home. Please think of a way to help. Grandma and comforted the woman for a while, then began to speak about the main point. Here's the situation. Most families in our building are facing similar difficulties. It's not just your family that needs food and medicine. What I mean is, everyone should gather the supplies and medicines they have. When children get sick, we can't just watch and do nothing. As you all know, the outside situation is very bad. The hospitals are completely inaccessible. Even if you go, with no water or electricity, it won't help much. As soon as Grandma finished speaking, everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. They all knew the current situation well. Food and water are scarce, and there isn't enough medicine. No one wants to share their supplies with others. Seeing that no one was speaking, Grandma didn't rush. She sighed and started talking about other things. The small couple on the 13th floor has run out of fuel for their rubber boat. It's even harder for everyone to go out and find supplies now. You probably remember the fight outside the mall that day, right? Some of those involved are from the building next door. I heard that 2 of them died after returning. Her words caused a stir. Someone responded, Grandma, and now that you mention it, I remember. The family in apartment 1104 upstairs, those young couple, have been going out every day to find supplies. I saw them bringing back a lot of things. Someone nearby also said, yes, I saw them too a couple of days ago. They were carrying big bags of stuff into their home. They even went to that mall the day before yesterday. I heard that the 2 people involved in the fight are among those 2 couples. I live next door to them. I didn't see them come back yesterday. Listening to everyone's shared information, Grandma Anne's eyes flickered with emotion, and she suddenly sighed with compassion. Oh no, that's terrible. The family at House 1104 has 3 members, including a 7-year-old son. If something happens to the couple, how can that little boy survive? Everyone looked at each other and stopped talking. It seemed like the couple was really in trouble, and everyone was afraid that if they spoke, they might have to take care of the boy. In today's world, they can't even take care of themselves, so who has the energy or food to look after someone else's child? Aunt and saw no one was talking and smiled more deeply. Sumi listened to the conversation at home, her face growing darker. That old woman and is really not a good person. If the couple at 1104 really died, the little boy would become an orphan. The key point is, if she went to 1104, the couple's supplies wouldn't go to the little boy anymore. She's really scheming. Sumi didn't want to get involved at first, but when she thought of the little boy with a fever, unconscious, calling for his mother in his dreams, she felt sorry for him. She didn't want to take the boy into her home, but that didn't stop her from ruining Aunt Anne's plan. She opened the door and was about to go to the 11th floor. But to her surprise, the little boy from 1104 was sitting on the ground outside her door again. She looked at him carefully. Although he still looked unwell, his eyes were much brighter, his face was no longer red, and his fever might have gone down. What she didn't understand was why the boy was acting this way. "You little brat, why are you here again?" The boy, who had been silent when he first came to her door, now spoke in a clear, childlike voice, calling her sister, then continued. "My parents went out and said if they don't come back for a long time, I should come find you." Sumi's mouth twitched. Her parents really are bold. If they don't come back, they send their son to find a stranger who was killed before? They are really brave. When did your parents go out? 2 days ago. Sumi thought for a moment. That was the day she went out. If they haven't returned for so long, it's likely something bad has happened. Little brat, aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? The boy looked at Sumi's face for a long time, then shook his head sincerely. Sister is a good person. Good people kill bad people. Sumi didn't know how his parents had taught him. Although she was cold-hearted, she couldn't be completely indifferent to a child full of innocence. Now I want to go to your house and bring your food and water here. Do you agree? The boy hesitated for a moment, but nodded. However, he opened his small hands in front of Sumi's sister. I agree, but... The child's eyes were full of confusion and a hint of shyness. Can you please not send me away?
Sumi frowned.
She hesitated for a moment and then said coldly, You can't stay here with me. Hearing her answer, the little boy looked down sadly and said nothing. But while I stay here, you can come every day to eat 3 meals with me. Before the boy could show his disappointment, Sumi pulled him inside. Wait here. I'll go and bring your things from home. The boy nodded obediently and then sat quietly on a chair in the living room. She went to the 11th floor, smoothly opening the door of 1104 with her master key. She hadn't noticed before, but inside the small room there was a lot of supplies. Most of it was compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and drinks, things that are easy to store. There were also some baby or elderly food like milk powder and cereal. There wasn't much food, but for a small boy alone, half a month's supply should be enough. There were also some warm clothes and shoes, mostly for children, which fit the little boy perfectly. Sumi counted the supplies and stored everything in her space, clearing a small area to organize them. She heard footsteps coming from the stairwell, several people, likely those who decided to come to 1104 with Anton later. Sumi didn't want to waste time talking to them, so she quickly left 1104 and ran back home on the 15th floor. The little boy sat quietly in the living room, not moving. When Sumi returned, she was carrying a bag of candies she had bought earlier at the supermarket. She threw the candies onto the dining table. The boy didn't reach for the candies, but looked at Sumi. Seeing her standing by the only window in the living room, staring outside in a daze, he didn't speak. Sumi was carefully listening to the conversation of the people outside. Among those going with Anton, someone brought a pickaxe. After knocking on the door for a long time with no response, I surprisingly started breaking the door down. From the sound, it seems the door has been smashed to pieces. Sumi turned to look at the little boy, just in time to see him staring at the candy bag on the table and swallowing nervously. She found it quite funny. Children's nature doesn't change regardless of the situation.
Eat it.
It's from your home, so it's yours. The boy's eyes widened as he finally tore open the candy wrapper, took out a piece, and put it in his mouth. At this moment, Sumi was thinking about where this little troublemaker would stay. After some thought, she remembered that the neighbor in room 1502 had been silent all along, probably because the owner had passed away. Stay inside my house and don't go out. There's clean mineral water in the kitchen. Don't drink or use the dirty water from the tap. The boy nodded obediently. Got it, sister. Sumi left the door and went to room 1502. She used her universal key to open the door. Sure enough, no one was inside. Looking at the decor and furniture, it was clear that the house was once occupied by elderly people and children. It seemed to be a house where two old people lived with their grandchildren. Since no one was there and probably wouldn't come back, it saved her a lot of trouble. Sumi carefully examined the house and found a spare key to the main door in the bedside table of the master bedroom. That was great. It saved her a lot of hassle. She took all usable items from the house and began sealing the windows. Because room 1502 was next to her room 1501, it had a small balcony connected to her living room balcony. She sealed all the windows inside, leaving only one small balcony window open, and raised the steps on the balcony to improve safety. After finishing, it was already dark. When Sumi returned to room 1501, she saw the little boy sleeping in the rocking chair, still holding the candy bag. She took out the takeout and let it cool before waking him up. The boy probably hadn't eaten fresh food for several days, so he eagerly ate from the plastic container, leaving not a single grain of rice behind. Seeing him neatly put the takeout box into a plastic bag, Sumi nodded with satisfaction. Just leave the stuff here. I'll take it away later. After saying that, she took the key from her pocket and handed it to him. The little boy took the keys with a nervous face, seeming afraid that Sumi wanted to send him away. He quickly said, "Big sister, I only ate so much today because I was very hungry. I will eat less next time. I only drank 2 sips of water in the kitchen. I won't trouble you." The small child stood in front of Sumi, looking scared and anxious, which moved her slightly. But she only felt a little sympathy. Sumi's emotions were already controlled and did not show on her face. She lazily lay in a rocking chair, watching the boy who looked worried and scared. "You have already caused me trouble." Sumi glanced at the little boy who was trying to hold back tears and then said, "But I keep my promises. You can come here for dinner every day. 11:04, I advise you not to go back. The key in your hand belongs to neighbor 1502. After dinner, go back to 1502, understand?" The boy nodded, tightened his grip on the key, and looked at the candy in his hand. "You can take it with you." At this moment, the boy's face showed a slight smile. After he left, Sumi felt relieved and entered her space again. The rain outside was no longer a heavy storm. Even when the wind stopped sometimes, the rain was so heavy it seemed like it could crush the houses overhead. This kind of rain would last a long time and wouldn't stop. According to Sumi's estimate, the water on the ground floor had already flooded the entire second floor and was quickly spreading to the third. In less than 7 days, the water level would rise above the 6th floor. When that happens, more dangers will follow. Sumi quickly came out of her space this time, holding soil she dug from the dark land inside her space and a flower pot with an 8-centimeter diameter. She planned to grow a plant indoors to see if, without the space, the soil alone could help the plant grow quickly. She planted a chili seedling she dug out from her space into the flower pot. Chili plants are easy to care for, and if they produce fruit, they can be used for cooking, double benefits. Her space already had many mature chili peppers, some red, some purple, looking very festive. The newly dug soil inside the space was very moist, so she didn't need to water it. But soon after the seed was planted, the soil visibly changed from moist to slightly damp, and eventually the surface dried out. The chili seedlings seemed to have grown a little taller in this short time. Sumi watered the soil thoroughly with clean water and then observed any changes. After a long while, The soil remained wet and was not absorbed much by the seedlings. It seems that plants inside the space grow quickly, and water has a greater effect than soil. This result strengthened Sumi's resolve to clear the dense fog inside the space. Xiao Bai happily roams around in the space every day because she hasn't damaged the crops, so Sumi lets her do as she pleases. There are harvested corn, dog food, and water in the space, so as long as Xiao Bai doesn't disturb Sumi's crops, she doesn't mind. Sumi lives her days steadily, waiting for the water level to rise to the 9th floor, which will take at least another week. But at this moment, her door was knocked again. Following her habit, Sumi usually doesn't want to communicate with outsiders. However, recalling the sound of the door being broken open at 11:04, she worried that if she didn't respond, her door might also be broken. So, Sumi held a long knife and opened the door. Her door could only open enough for one person to pass through, and inside there was a knee-high wall. When she opened the door, Aunt Anne tried to push it open but found she couldn't. Then she saw Sumi standing at the door, looking at them coldly, holding a long knife. Only a few of them had actually seen what Sumi looked like. Now, after more than half a month since the apocalypse began, they didn't expect anyone could stay so alert and healthy. Even Sumi was clean and tidy, with no strange smell on her clothes. What does this mean? It means that this young girl living alone at home has abundant supplies. This made the few people at the door very excited. Aunt Anne remembered their purpose for coming to find Sumi. She cleared her throat and looked at Sumi with a flattering smile. Little girl, how long have you been living here? I haven't seen you before. Sumi looked at the people at the door, but didn't answer directly. If there's nothing else, I'll close the door. A week of continuous heavy rain had flooded the outside area. There was everything in the water, things that had been dried in the sun and then soaked. The corpses that had been dried out probably had rehydrated. Yesterday, Sumi saw several bodies floating on the water from her window. It looks like dried fish moss soaking in cold water, not fully expanded yet. The smell is also very strange, like a burnt smell from water evaporating after a fire, mixed with the foul odor of rotting flesh. At the moment, the people at the door also carry a strong smell, probably because they haven't showered in a long time due to the water shortage, combined with the scent drifting in from outside. Sumi immediately gagged loudly and awkwardly. Aunt Anne's face had long turned pale, but she held back because she needed help. Hey, young girl, we know you have a rubber boat. Another family in our building ran out of fuel for theirs. Could you lend us yours? You know, the rain is pouring nonstop, like the sky is leaking, and we don't know when it will stop. Many elderly and children in our families are sick and need food, medicine, and treatment. Without a rubber boat, we can't go out. Faced with these people trying to guilt her, Sumi couldn't help but frown and sneer. What does that have to do with me? We are neighbors, and we should help each other, said the woman from apartment 1503. Her husband was not present, probably still injured from her previous attack. Seeing Sumi look at her, the woman nervously lowered her head. Oh, young girl, we need to help each other to get through this storm. I think sometimes you also need help from everyone, right? Aunt Anne's words carried a manipulative tone, and a few others nodded in agreement, trying to persuade Sumi. I don't need your help, just don't bother me. Sumi's words made everyone feel awkward. The man holding an axe stepped forward, furious, trying to push open her door. Everyone in this building is struggling. There's no news of help from above. You, a young girl, always dressed so neatly, are just wasting resources. I warn you, hand over your rubber boat, or I won't be nice to you. The others looked worried, but didn't stop him from raising his axe to break down apartment 1501's door. But in the next moment, before anyone could react, the man's axe fell to the ground. He covered his injured arm, which was hanging by a tendon and almost about to fall off. Sumi took the opportunity to pick up the pickaxe on the ground. If this tool fell into the hands of these people, she really wouldn't feel safe. Cut off your hand if you don't want it anymore, she said, glancing around at the crowd. The woman from 1503 immediately looked frightened and ran back home. Aunt Anne also looked scared, clutching her chest with a pale face. You're breaking the law, she exclaimed, but as soon as she said it, She felt a bit silly. I warn you one last time, don't bother me. But if any of you see a part of your body you don't like, you can come to me. I'll remove it for you. Free of charge. The man was already pale from pain, unable to even scream. He hadn't eaten properly these days. Now, with his arm gone and blood still flowing, he quickly fainted and fell to the ground. Aunt and screamed, "Someone's been killed," and ran toward the staircase. She wanted to go home. She no longer wanted to challenge her heart on the 15th floor. The others didn't help the unconscious man. Just as they were about to turn and leave, Sumi called out to them, "Stop right there." The 5 men and 1 woman froze, stiffly turning to look at Sumi. Everyone's face was covered in sweat. If it weren't for that door, they might have rushed together to subdue Sumi. But with that door, which was only partly open, they had no way to attack. Moreover, the other person was holding a long knife. Even if they wanted to break the door, they had no chance. "Carry this thing away. It stinks to high heaven," said one woman, looking at the bloodied, unconscious man, and she started crying from fear. A man comforted her by patting her shoulder, but he was worried that showing too much sympathy might upset the person behind the door, so he kept his nerves tight. The other 4, 2 lifting with their hands and 2 with their feet, carried the man who had lost his arm. One of them accidentally glanced at Sumi, only to see her coldly looking back at him, her lips curling into a smile that resembled death itself. "Don't want your eyes anymore? I can help you," she said. The man who was stared at was so frightened he nearly fell over. This group of people came inspirited but left feeling defeated and scared. In the past half-month, they still couldn't believe the apocalypse had arrived. But outside, the heavy rain continued, and the water had already reached above the 3rd floor. If it kept rising, it might threaten their home someday. The people above still haven't arrived. Plus, many people outside have died, making the whole world feel like it's caught in a natural disaster that is punishing humanity. There is also a dangerous demon in the building that could threaten lives at any moment. At this point, they finally start to believe the end of the world has truly come. Sumi chuckles softly, calling herself so timid, then closes the door. She returns to her room and uses mugwort to fumigate every corner, barely removing the outside smell. However, suddenly, Sumi's face turns grim. She feels a heavy, painful sensation in her lower abdomen. Her monthly visitor has arrived, but after a week of delay, it still came, bringing intense pain. Sumi quickly thinks of a solution. After preparing herself, she enters her space. Even severe sunburns from ultraviolet rays can heal, so easing this pain shouldn't be too hard. Sure enough, within seconds, a cool, refreshing feeling surrounds her lower belly, which was aching, making it feel warm and comfortable. The pain gradually disappears. She had stocked up on painkillers before, but it looks like she won't need them now. However, during these days, she is absolutely not going outside again. To make herself more comfortable these days, Sumi decides to have hot pot for dinner. Once hot pot is prepared, it's hard to explain to others, even if they are children, so she takes a suitable dish for kids, lets it cool, and sends it next door. Then she takes out her hot pot utensils from her space. She sets up a stove, a inyong pot, fills it with water and beef tallow broth, and brings it to a boil. Next, she takes out slices of fatty beef, crispy meat, and various meat and vegetable balls stored earlier, beginning to eat slowly. The room is well sealed, so the smell doesn't spread easily. Even if it did, it would be masked by the disgusting odors outside. So, Sumi isn't worried about being discovered. She eats her hot pot without any guilt, finishing most of the meat and vegetables. Then she adds some egg noodles into the beef tallow pot. Once the noodles are cooked, she scoops them out, adds some clear broth and vinegar, stirs, and quickly finishes eating. After tidying up the dishes, she opens the living room window to let the smell out. Finally, Sumi enters her space to take a shower and change her clothes. Everything in the house feels as if nothing has happened. After eating well and feeling happy, Sumi continued to study the thick fog inside the space. The water couldn't dissolve it, and the soil couldn't break it apart. Feeling discouraged, Sumi grabbed some recently harvested chili peppers and threw them at the fog in frustration. To her surprise, the peppers passed through the fog to the other side of the space. She grabbed more peppers and threw them again, but the result was the same. Since peppers are native to the space, they don't resist the fog. But why can't the space's owner, Sumi, pass through? Then, one by one, cabbage, green peppers, eggplants, long beans, and Chinese cabbage all passed through the white fog into the other side of the space. Suddenly, Sumi thought of something. She looked at Little White, who was happily rolling around. "Little White, come here." When Little White heard Sumi call, it happily ran over and rubbed its face against her pant leg, leaving some black mud. Sumi smiled brightly and picked up Little White, walking toward the edge of the space. Since Little White could enter the space, it meant the space recognized it as a creature. Maybe it could also go into the fog? So, Sumi gently tossed Little White into the fog. Little White landed steadily and thought Sumi was playing with it, so it happily ran through the fog to come back and rub against her again. Sure enough, Little White could pass through, and Sumi was delighted to notice that after Little White went through, the white fog seemed to have lessened a bit. She picked up Little White again and threw it in once more. However, this time, the fog didn't decrease. Sumi then made a bold guess. If more creatures could enter the space, would the fog eventually disappear? Having a goal gave her motivation. Whether right or wrong, she had to try. Sumi's relatives stayed for 5 days. During these days, besides delivering meals to the neighbors' children at fixed times, she spent most of her time organizing supplies inside the space. Especially the fruits and vegetables, they were too many. Harvested once a week, the space was already very crowded, and there was no room for more. Sumi didn't want her space to be cluttered and messy. So, now, except for the purple bamboo and fruit trees that hadn't ripened yet and still needed to be cultivated, she stopped planting vegetables and fruits. Even so, after sorting everything in the space into categories, she still found it too small and too full of things. It seems that expanding the space is now very urgent.
So, Sumi decided to go outside.
She remembered there was a dairy farm and a horse ranch in the northernmost area, located high in the mountains. Because it was far from a city, the dairy farm and horse ranch were definitely equipped with power generators and emergency supplies. Sumi planned to try her luck and see if there were still any living cows and horses. After thinking it over, she believed that only there, after so much time of natural disasters, might still have survivors from the end of the world. Sumi had a good sleep and woke up early the next day. She guessed the trip would take a long time, so she cooled down her 3 meals and gave them all to the little kid next door. She also told him not to go outside. Then she carried a rubber boat downstairs. That day, the rain outside turned into a gentle drizzle, enough for many people to think it might stop soon. The accumulated water outside had already reached the 4th floor. The only family on the 4th floor moved to an empty house on the 9th floor. When Sumi reached the 4th floor, she saw a hole smashed in the corridor wall, which saved her a lot of trouble. She placed the rubber boat on the water, sat in it, started the engine, and headed out. However, at the entrance of the community, there were 2 double-person kayaks blocking the way. Each kayak had a long rope tied at the back. The ropes stretched across the entrance, with floating plastic balls or life rings spaced along them. Sumi looked underwater. Wow, there was even a tightly woven net underneath. The net hung vertically and firmly, probably connected to the large gate submerged under the water, dividing the community into 2 parts. The Manhwa community's entrance is only visible from the road, so leaving through the main gate is the quickest way to get outside. If she took the side or back entrance, she would have to go around the neighboring community. Right now, it wouldn't be wise to detour through another community. On the 2 kayaks, there were 2 people, each holding a weapon. They had fire axes, and the other 2 carried bows and arrows suitable for outdoor adventures. Such a situation had indeed occurred. Sumi was dressed in a full-body outfit that only revealed her eyes, making it hard for them to tell if she was male or female. But coming out alone, they thought she would be the easiest to bully. They saw Sumi from afar. If Sumi turned around and left from another part of the neighborhood now, they might chase after her, and try to stop her forcefully. Hey, someone, are you out looking for supplies? The speaker swung a fire axe casually. Although the rain had lessened compared to before, it still made people feel annoyed. Next to them, a crossbow was pointed at Sumi's head, making her very alert. Sumi had a crossbow in her space, but she hadn't used it yet. Hey, brother, could you give way? Sumi lowered her voice, showing no emotion. The 4 people on the raft laughed. Do you understand the rules? Sumi asked, confused. What rules? One man pointed at her inflatable boat and said, you can go out to find supplies, but when you come back, you need to give half of what you find. Another man looked at her boat and said, your boat is pretty good. When you come back, you can leave it with us. We'll take care of it for you.
Sumi frowned.
Take care of it? That's basically giving it away for free. She didn't want to waste time on these people. So she nodded quickly and agreed, okay. As for what would happen when she returned, the 4 men didn't expect her to be so easy to talk to, and they all started laughing. Little girl, you seem pretty straightforward. Just a heads up, if you come back with too few supplies, it won't be good. The brothers will be very angry. Sumi turned around. What if I don't find any supplies? The 4 men's laughter grew more exaggerated. If that's the case, then you can stay with us for a night, and we'll let you go afterward. Sumi didn't speak. She started her inflatable boat and quickly left. But her eyes turned cold. She would deal with these disgusting roadblocks when she returned. The dairy farm and horse farm near Beishan in City J are along the same road, Beishan-Zhong'an Road. Sumi's inflatable boat reached the foot of Beishan Mountain but couldn't go further. If she went past that point, the boat would run aground. So she retracted the boat into her space and walked along Zhong'an Road. Because the terrain here was high, the water had already dried up at the foot of the mountain. The road was wet, and many cars were parked along it. As Sumi walked, she felt a bit regretful. Her space couldn't hold large items now, or she would have taken a few SUVs parked on the road. They were well known for their good performance and durability. Sumi checked the car earlier and found no major problems. It can still start. If only her space were a bit bigger, she could store some good cars there for future use. It's a pity. Sumi quickly arrived at the cow farm. From afar, she could smell a rotten odor. Upon entering, she saw all the cows' bodies decayed, which made her very discouraged. The large cow farm had 5 big sheds, now turned into graves for the dead cows. Flies swarmed around the corpses, jumping and circling. Outside rainwater also seeped in, making it a perfect place for germs and viruses. Sumi covered her nose and quickly stepped out. It seemed she was too optimistic. After 7 days of extreme heat, no animals could still be alive. Since she was already there, she decided to check the horse farm too. The horse farm was small, with only 2 stables. When Sumi opened one stable, she immediately held her breath and moved far away to breathe fresh air. It was too foul. The smell of horse manure mixed with the rotting bodies of horses burst out, almost unbearable. The other stable was the same. Sumi opened the door and quickly moved away to get some fresh air. Such bad luck. She gained no useful information this time. Feeling a bit frustrated, Sumi looked at the buildings inside the horse farm. Most of the horses belonged to wealthy people from City J, so inside the farm, there was a very luxurious mountain villa. Sometimes, the horse owners would stay there. Sumi didn't find any living cows or horses. Seeing the villa, she was a bit angry and rushed toward it. However, after kicking the door open, she was greeted by a cool breeze. Inside the villa was dry. Apart from scattered food wrappers and empty instant noodle cans, the place was fairly tidy. Suddenly, she heard a faint moan from the second floor. Is there still someone alive? Sumi drew her long knife carefully and tiptoed toward the source of the sound. The noise came from a room on the left side of the second floor. The closer she got, the stronger the smell became. It stank. Sumi immediately recognized it as horse manure. Don't ask how she knew. Just now, the stable also had that smell. But she also wondered, it's normal to smell horse manure in a stable, so why would the room have that smell? Cautiously, Sumi opened the door. The foul odor hit her face, making her eyes sting. But the scene in front of her made her feel both amused and helpless. This room had no bed or any daily supplies, only a manger and basin. Although there was no feed inside, the ground was covered with water tanks. At this moment, a thin, bony little horse was lying softly on the ground, its head resting on the edge of one water tank, tongue flicking in and out as it drank water. It looked a bit funny, but suddenly her mood improved. What made Sumi speechless was that one of the water tanks was upside down with a person inside. The person had no signs of life and seemed to have been dead for a long time. Dying in a water tank was hard to ignore and made Sumi guess many things. The person was head down and feet up, maybe slipping and falling in. After the end of the world, deaths caused by natural disasters were understandable, but dying by accident meant fate had taken you. You had to die. Sumi approached the little horse. The little horse was very thin, with ribs clearly visible on its belly. When Sumi got closer, it wasn't afraid but instead tried to lift its head, rubbing against her clothes with effort. This domesticated little horse wasn't aggressive like wild horses. It was kept in the room alone, so it must have some special trait, like being a rare breed. Sumi looked at it carefully but couldn't tell what was different about this horse. She reached out and touched its neck and head. Even though it was starved and very thin, its coat still felt nice to the touch, a bit. Her palm was moist and had a faint reddish tint, which was the sweat of the horse. But the originally bright red body seemed to turn even more crimson after her touch. Sumi only felt that the texture was a little strange. She didn't expect that the spot she touched on the little horse would feel like blood flowing, as if it was bleeding. A famous name from history crossed her mind. Is it a blood-red horse?
Sumi-wistan.
Indeed, it was a sign of hope after despair. This trip was truly worthwhile. She was worried the little horse might not handle being outside for too long, especially since it looked like it had been hungry for a long time. So she took out some cabbages and carrots from her space to feed it. Maybe it was very hungry because it made a faint snoring sound when it saw the vegetables and carrots in Sumi's hand. It lowered its head to lean against her arm, first eating the cabbage leaves. After a few bites, it tried to nibble the carrot but seemed too weak to bite through. So she turned again to nibble on the cabbage leaves. These vegetables came from Sumi's space. After the little horse ate them, it seemed much more lively. Sumi gently touched the little horse's neck, feeling nervous. Whether it would survive or not was still uncertain. After all, the reason the white horse could live in the space was just her guess. But if she didn't bring it into the space, she couldn't take the horse with her. Even though the horse was small, it was still quite big, and she couldn't carry it back. Little one, life and death depend on fate, wealth depends on heaven. Now it's up to your luck. If you pass away, don't blame me. Maybe next time you'll be born into a good family. Sumi touched the horse's back and silently thought. Collect. At this moment, Sumi was walking at the foot of the mountain, humming the song Good Luck Comes, occasionally bouncing happily to show her joyful mood. Her guess was confirmed. The precious little horse was now lying on the dark soil of her space, eating small green vegetables. Sumi used her mind to tell White to stop bothering the little horse, but it didn't listen. It happily bounced around the horse out of curiosity. From its thoughts, Sumi understood that it was very curious about this new playmate. So, she decided not to interfere anymore. After the little horse entered the space, Sumi immediately noticed a slight loosening of the thick fog at the edge of the space. The dense white fog had decreased a little. Though just a small part, it gave Sumi hope. As long as she kept collecting new small lives into the space, her space would eventually reveal its true form. There would be water, and the space would grow bigger. Thinking of the flowing streams and beautiful scenery beyond the fog made Sumi even happier. In this apocalyptic world, she imagined having a peaceful paradise, fruit trees everywhere, fields full of crops, flowing streams, and a cozy little courtyard to live in. Flying creatures in the sky, running animals on the ground, swimming in the water, she wanted to gather all living things into her space. But there was an important condition for creatures to enter her space. They must have eaten the food grown inside her space. It was like using food to establish a physical connection between the space and these small lives, so they could live safely inside. Having understood this, Sumi decided to work hard and improve herself. Although only a small fraction of life can survive after the apocalypse and natural disasters, whether they find a way to survive depends on whether they look for help or not. Sumi was thinking about her future plans as she walked and soon arrived at the damp entrance of the road. She took out a small inflatable boat, filled it with fuel, and then took out her backpack, stuffing it with food. Before leaving, Sumi remembered the 4 guard dogs at the entrance of Manhwa community. She took out a tiny crossbow from her space, strapped it to her arm, and loaded an arrow. This small crossbow isn't as powerful as the hunting crossbow used by guard dogs, but it's good for surprise attacks. If it hits the target's vital spot, it can kill instantly. The crossbow is too big to carry around easily, requiring strong arm strength and good aim. A slight mistake could even hurt herself. She looked at the 4 men. They had tattoos on their arms, but one was fat and breathing heavily, holding a bow and crossbow. Another had a thick arm filled with fat, looking as sturdy as a pig's leg. They might be strong, but Sumi guessed they probably didn't know how to use the weapons properly or aim well. It took her an hour to reach the 3rd ring road, the closest to the community. This area is downstream from Beishan, low-lying mostly roads, and flooded. Except for a few trees blocking the way, the inflatable boat could pass easily. Sumi steered her boat closer to the community entrance. It was evening now, and the sky was darkening. The 2 boats at the entrance were still there, but the 4 people were gone. She cautiously entered the community, looking around carefully, but she didn't see the 4 guard dogs. Only when she saw 4 bodies floating nearby did she realize her efforts had been in vain. Someone had already taken care of the 4. Sumi returned to Building 29, entering through the large hole on the 4th floor. To her surprise, she found a motorcycle she had never seen before in the stairwell, with a police badge on it. This made Sumi uncertain. Could there be a police officer in this building? If so, that would be very troublesome. If this person was strict about the rules before the end of the world, they might be even more dangerous than the kind-hearted saints of the apocalypse. Carrying her inflatable boat, Sumi headed upstairs. After a few steps, she heard frantic banging on the door above. Startled, she hoped it wasn't someone trying to break into her door. After confirming no one was around, she quickly folded her inflatable boat and ran frantically to the 15th floor. Fortunately, when she reached the 9th floor, she heard and confirmed the sound coming from the corridor there. She then relaxed a little and slowly continued toward the 15th floor, listening to the noises from the 9th floor. And Huiwan, come out.
Bang, bang, bang. Come out.
Give me back my son. The man's pounding on the door grew louder and louder, with his shouts revealing a suppressed, crying tone. And Huiwan, also known as Auntie In from the 9th floor, was hiding inside her home, trembling with fear and not daring to open the door. I didn't kidnap your son. How would I know where your son is? You're lying. The neighbors downstairs say you and that John guy upstairs broke my door and broke into my house. Now my son is gone. If not you, then who is it? We did break your door, but we only went in because we were worried about your son. When we entered, your son was already missing. It's not our fault. I don't believe you. If you're not lying, why are you hiding and not coming out? The pounding on the door continued, growing louder. As she listened while walking, she felt more and more that something was wrong. The door that was broken should only be that of apartment 1104 in this building. And the son the man mentioned was probably the child she had placed next door. At this moment, she felt relieved. If the neighbor's father came back, she wouldn't need to worry anymore. She stopped, turned around, and headed toward the 9th floor. Coming out of the corridor, she observed the man who was smashing the door. He was tall and strong, with a heroic aura. This was her impression of Chinhao. Thinking of the police motorcycle on the 4th floor, she became cautious. As she approached, she asked coldly, "Are you the father of the child in 1104? The man was caught off guard by her sudden appearance and immediately tensed up, his body alert. She could even see slight muscle tension in his body.
Who are you?
That's not important. If you're looking for the child in 1104, come with me. The man hesitated and didn't move. Instead, Auntie and inside the door seemed relieved upon hearing the conversation outside. Look, I told you I didn't kidnap your son. Someone else took him. Sumi paused, resisting the urge to rush inside and beat the gossiping old woman, then turned and walked ahead on her own. Chinhao hesitated for a moment before following her. They silently went to the 15th floor. Sumi directly knocked on door 1502. She just wanted to hand the person over, and after that, it had nothing to do with her. Knock, knock, knock. No one answered inside. Knock, knock, knock.
Sumi.
She awkwardly looked at the man beside her. Haha, I told him not to open the door easily, she said, then knocked again. Kid, it's me. Open the door. The door of 1502 had a peephole, but because of the continuous rain, the metal cover was rusted and stuck, so the kid didn't open it. When she heard Sumi's voice, the door opened from inside. The man standing next to Sumi nervously kept fidgeting with his fingers, waiting for the door to fully open. Chin Tian carefully pushed the door open little by little. He thought it was Sumi, but when he saw who was inside, he didn't call out immediately. Instead, he looked at his father, who hadn't been back for several days, with tears in his eyes. Chinhao, a tall man, suddenly burst into tears and rushed forward to hug his son. Just moments ago, he was cautious like a wolf, but now only warmth remained. Even the toughest men have a soft side. The father and son hugged and cried for several minutes, finally ending their reunion as the boy's last few sobs faded. Seeing them calm down, Sumi was about to return to 1501 but was stopped. Miss, can we talk? Sumi paused, casually waved her hand. No need to thank me. If you hadn't come back, I would have left alone once the rain stopped. He's still an orphan. Her words implied she was just passing by. Sumi didn't want to get too involved with others. The more invisible she was, the fewer worries she had, and the more comfortable she felt. The man didn't strongly insist she stay. When he saw Sumi use the universal key card to open the door to 1501 and go inside, he frowned and pulled his son into 1502. Sumi had no time to care about others. She was excited about finding a way to expand the space, and about receiving a fine little horse. Tomorrow, I might go to the biggest flower, bird, insect, and fish market in the city. If I'm lucky, I might really find a live one, just like this time. The Forenown Mall in the city also has a pet shop, which is the largest mall in the city. The chances there might be better because it has an emergency power system, making it cooler inside during the hottest days. In just a moment of changing clothes at home, Sumi decided where she would go tomorrow. Next door, the father and son in apartment 1502 were sitting on the sofa. Chinhao was holding Tian, but his mind was elsewhere. The lunchbox on the table had 3 dishes, 2 vegetarian and 1 meat, plus half a bowl of clear soup. Although cold, it was not the kind of food you could find outside now. The only explanation was that the girl had made it herself. He carefully checked Tian's body. There were no injuries, and he seemed healthy. Over the past few days, staying with the little girl next door, he hadn't suffered. The girl's outfit earlier, waterproof pants, double-layer raincoat, waterproof hat, headscarf, mask, sunglasses, rain boots, wet all over, looked like she had just come back from outside gathering supplies. He had many questions, but didn't know how to ask. Tian, what happened while Dad was away? Tian blinked. I got sick, and Sister saved me. Chinhao was surprised. He quickly checked Tian's forehead. When it felt normal, he let out a breath of relief. These foods were also given by Sister. Chinhao listened silently, understanding that Sumi had taken care of the sick Tian, feeding him 3 times a day. From Tian, he also learned what she had done for the people upstairs. Food was now very precious. He still remembered the tragic sight of the 3 bodies in apartment 1101. He had heard everything from his wife after he returned that day. Although he knew Sumi had killed very evil people, he always felt that someone capable of killing was not necessarily a kind person. Sister is a good person. She will chase away the bad people. Chinhao didn't speak again. Sumi's ability to care for Tian showed that although she was decisive in fighting, she still had kindness in her heart. He shouldn't judge someone's goodness or badness based on old ideas of morality. Papa, where is Mom? When will she come back? Chinhao's expression trembled slightly. He forcibly suppressed his sadness and smiled at his son. Mom went to a very far place and can't come back right now. Maybe someday in the future, we will see each other again very soon. He didn't want his child to be haunted by the loss of his mother.
So he changed the subject.
By the way, Dad needs to thank the sister next door. Do you want to go with me? Tian, hearing his father's words, was somewhat confused but easily distracted. When he heard they were going to find Sumi, he stood up eagerly and nodded. Although Tian hadn't spent much time with Sumi since she took over room 1502, the most exciting part of his day was mealtime. Only during meals could he talk to someone other than himself, even if the other person didn't really want to talk to him. Seeing his son look so hopeful, Chinhao felt as if he was echoing a saying from Buddha's teachings. He was too focused on this innocent girl, and he was mistaken about her nature. However, before Chinhao could leave to find her, Sumi had already appeared at the door of room 1502, carrying bags. She knocked on the door, and when Chinhao opened it, she remained expressionless. These are things taken from your small room at home. Nothing is missing. Here you go. After saying this, Sumi was about to leave but was stopped.
Wait.
Sumi turned around with a frown, thinking he was about to scold her. The other belongings in your house were probably taken away and divided by the old lady and her group on the 9th floor. You should go find them. Chinhao was momentarily stunned, then suddenly shook his head and smiled. This girl was too cautious, keeping her distance from others, even unwilling to get involved with the valuable supplies now. Clearly, she didn't want any contact with others. Young girl, I didn't mean it that way. I just don't know how to thank you for taking such good care of Tian. Chinhao pulled Tian over. Say thank you to the sister. Tian, who was already well behaved, looked at Sumi seriously and said, Thank you, sister. Sumi glanced at the little boy. You're quite obedient, but a bit troublesome. Since you're back, I won't bother you anymore. Wait a moment. I think we need to talk. Sumi stopped and turned around. I don't think we need to talk about anything. Chinhao confidently forced a smile. His strong, determined aura made Sumi feel for a moment that he was made of steel and concrete. Although his appearance and clothing didn't reveal much, Sumi noticed that beneath the loose, torn clothes, he definitely had a body trained professionally. Tomorrow, I need to go to the weapons storage at the Wangan District Police Station in City J. Would you like to come with me? When she heard the word weapons storage, Sumi stopped walking. The word gun flashed through her mind, and she hesitated. If she had a gun, it would be a powerful tool for intimidation and self-defense. But when she looked at him, she remained very cautious and didn't relax at all. Are you a police officer?
No, I am.
The man hesitated for a moment, then continued, Forget it, you can think of me that way. So, do you want to talk? Sumi followed the father and son into room 1502 and found a seat to sit down casually. Just tell me what you want to discuss. After sitting down calmly, the man looked at Sumi. Since we might work together, we should know each other's names, right? My name is Chinhao. This is my son, Chin Tian. Sumi looked at Chin Tian, who was expectantly looking at her, then turned her gaze to Chinhao.
I am Sumi.
I just want to know what I can get. She guessed his identity about 70 to 80% because she knew he was not just an ordinary person, probably someone tough within the system, with strong principles that are hard to change. To avoid conflicts later, she needed to clarify things now. I will only take what I need. If there are other guns and ammunition in the weapons storage that I can take, feel free to take them. Sumi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Things aren't that easy in the world. What are your requirements? Chinhao shook his head. No requirements. I just want to thank you for taking care of Tian.
So,
Chinhao looked at Sumi and reached out his hand. Hope we have a pleasant cooperation? Although Sumi still had some doubts, her instincts told her Chinhao wasn't lying. She quickly shook his hand and then let go. Hope we have a pleasant cooperation. During their conversation, Tian kept trying to get her attention, standing close by. Every time she looked at him, Tian would blush shyly and then run away. Before leaving room 1502, Sumi looked at Tian, then suddenly turned to Chinhao and asked, "You live on the 11th floor. You should know that man was killed by me." Chinhao nodded. "That day, I went outside to find food. When I returned, my wife told me. She asked, every day, you tell me it was you who asked him to come to 1501 to find me?" Sumi was very confused. At first, Chinhao clearly didn't think she was a good person. How could he possibly send his son to her? Chinhao chuckled softly. "I happen to know about the pregnant husky. When I got back that day, I checked the dog's body. The umbilical cord was cut, probably by you." From Chinhao's detailed way of judging her good or bad, he didn't seem to be a very stubborn or overbearing person. Another important reason Sumi decided to cooperate with him was the 4 guard dogs at the entrance of the community. In the morning, they agreed to leave at 5 o'clock, just as dawn was breaking. When they arrived at the gate, Sumi saw again the 4 guard dogs lying dead in the community. She glanced at Chinhao, who looked a bit conflicted but nodded. "Yesterday, when I returned, they stopped me and tried to take my motorboat. There was some unpleasantness." Sumi secretly chuckled, causing some trouble cost for lives. Chinhao's skills were clearly evident. They had the same destination, but Sumi was driving a rubber boat and Chinhao was in a motorboat. Clearly, Sumi was slower. By the time she reached outside the police station, Chinhao had already parked his boat and was messing with the water accumulated outside the station. Is the armory inside? Sumi felt this trip was a bit impulsive. The water outside the police station had already risen above her knees, and the deeper inside, the higher the water level. If the armory was inside, it might have been flooded. Sumi wondered if the waterlogged guns and ammunition could still be used. Chinhao seemed to see through her thoughts. "The armory isn't inside. It's over there." He pointed to another building of the police station. "Chinhao, are you sure the guns in that armory still work?" Sumi looked at the building Chinhao pointed to. The water there wasn't as deep, but after so many days, if the water had entered the armory, the guns might still be okay. But what about the bullets? Although Sumi didn't have professional knowledge in this area, she had watched TV shows and movies. When bullets get wet, the gunpowder inside loses its effectiveness, and the gun may misfire. A misfire makes the gun useless. Chinhao clearly knew Sumi's worries, but he still kept walking into the police station. Seeing him wade forward, Sumi's pants got completely wet. She also noticed that the water was getting deeper the further inside he went. "Don't worry, the weapon storage room is well sealed, moisture-proof and waterproof. No water will get in." Hearing this, Sumi felt relieved. However, she looked at the dark, seemingly endless mouth of the police building, like a giant beast's open mouth. Chinhao just strode in casually. "Do you want me to go in with you?" Chinhao was surprised. A grown man, being looked at with concern by a young girl, showing a serious expression. "Don't worry, just wait outside for me to come out." Sumi didn't say much. She nodded and stayed at the door, quietly listening to the sound of water flowing from Chinhao wading inside. Chinhao turned a corner and disappeared from Sumi's view. Sumi sat on the steps outside the police building. It had been about a week of continuous heavy rain. The location wasn't remote. She seemed to be lost in thought, but in fact, she was always alert. The disaster of the end times was just the beginning, but it had already been about half a month. When people are hungry, they will fight for food resources. After realizing the crisis of the end times, might some people target the police station? After all, in this period, firearms have a very strong deterrent effect. She remembered the 4 guard dogs at the entrance of Manhwa community. These 4 looked like a gang. Although they appeared weak and shabby, they seemed energetic, suggesting they weren't short of food. Plus, they had good weapons, probably causing trouble in many places. Sumi glanced at her long knife. It was useful, but after only a few kills, the blade was already slightly bent. She planned to ask Chinhao later if he knew any good shops that sold professional cold weapons. After all, firearms are powerful but also consume ammunition quickly. Amid the pouring rain, Sumi, fully armed and holding her long knife, stood at the door like a lone wolf standing apart from others. Suddenly, a gunshot came from inside the police station. Sumi was startled and immediately became alert. Whether Chinhao carried a gun or not was uncertain, but this shot at least indicated there was someone inside. She couldn't let her guard down. Before entering the building, she stored the inflatable boat and motorboat outside into her space. During times like this, you need to be extra careful. Sumi entered the police station building and, just a few steps inside, she smelled a strong, bloody scent spreading through the water. The deeper she went, the stronger the blood smell became. Sumi frowned and slowly moved along the edge of the water. She didn't know which way Chinhao had gone, but although there were no lights inside, she could see the blood in the water through the faint outside glow. To the left. Around the corner on the left, the blood was very thick. Before she reached there, she heard people talking inside. "Big brother, what should we do with this guy? How else can we deal with the dead? Throw him into the water outside. Otherwise, after a while, it'll smell bad and disturb my sleep." "Got it, big brother. And what about this gun? Come on, do you have any sense? If we could open the weapon room, wouldn't we have a few more guns?" Third brother is already working on the explosives. Even in this terrible weather, I wonder if his explosives will work. Their conversation made Sumi's skin crawl. Explosives. Sumi felt a chill run down her back. She pressed her back against the wall and held her breath. Instead of rushing forward, she chose to hide in a space. If Chinhao was already dead, she wouldn't be able to get the weapons from the armory. But coming all this way felt extremely frustrating. From her hiding spot, she watched their movements outside. She saw a man in a police uniform dragging Chinhao's body, slowly walking through the water around the corner toward the police station exit. He was wearing a uniform outside, but inside he also wore loose prison clothes. Sumi was afraid he had a gun, so she didn't dare follow directly. She waited until he threw Chinhao's body away and left. Then she emerged from her hiding spot and slowly moved outside. Following the faint blood smell, she found Chinhao's body at the back door of the police station. He was still alive, still breathing. Sumi dragged Chinhao into the small lounge inside the back door. Inside, she found a small restroom and laid Chinhao down there. His raincoat was gone, and his short-sleeved shirt was dirty and torn, mostly stained with blood. Sumi took out scissors and cut open his clothes, then discarded them. The bullet hit Chinhao on the left side, seeming to have struck his heart. But because his muscles were so tough, the bullet was lodged inside without going all the way through. Sumi could see the half of a bullet lodged between the muscles with the eye. It seems the person who shot knew the human vital points well, but they overlooked Chinhao's strong muscles and resilience. Sumi patted Chinhao's face, but he didn't respond. She took out some water and poured it into his mouth, half of it spilling out and the other half being swallowed. After a while, Chinhao suddenly coughed violently as if he was choking, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He opened his eyes and saw Sumi. His tense body finally relaxed.
Sumi?
"Hurry up, these people have guns."
Sumi로 let Harius.
"Yes, I know. You should go back first." She already had a plan for the guns and ammunition in the armory.
"You."
"Not leaving?" Chinhao frowned and coughed again.
Sumi looked at him.
"You're bleeding all over. Don't die outside." Chinhao paused, a faint smile on his pale face. "It's okay, I just need some medicine."
Suminari.
She handed him a bottle of water. "Can you still operate the motorboat?" Chinhao nodded. "Are you sure you don't want to leave with me? Those people are probably the criminals from the police station. They have no humanity."
"Come with me." Sumi didn't speak.
She went outside alone, placed Chinhao's motorboat against the wall outside the back door, then returned. Chinhao's body was surprisingly tough. His chest wound was still bleeding heavily, yet he seemed fine as he got up. Seeing Sumi return, he sighed regretfully. "Sumi, if you're worried about those guns and ammo, I think it's better not to take risks. If a girl like you falls into their hands, I'm afraid." Sumi looked at Chinhao's wound. "Do you need me to help remove the bullet?" Chinhao shook his head. "No need. We don't have bandages or medicine now. Forcibly removing the bullet might stop the bleeding, or I might lose my life. Sumi looked at Chinhao with curiosity. Even if the bullet isn't removed, his condition looks quite bad. Moreover, she doubted whether he could safely drive the motorboat back to Manhwa community. I've taken your motorboat outside the back door. Hurry up and leave. Chinhao didn't try to persuade Sumi to come with him. Tian was still waiting at home for him. He couldn't die outside. If he did, Tian wouldn't be able to survive in this world. Okay, I'll go first. Sumi, thank you for saving me. If you can come back, Chinhao owes you a life. Sumi nodded, leaving a step earlier than Chinhao, then calmly headed towards the police station building. The sound of the heavy rain was loud enough to drown out the noise of Chinhao's motorboat engine. Before entering the police station, Sumi stopped at the weapons storage building Chinhao mentioned. When she re-entered the police station, she immediately sensed the space around her and hid inside, waiting for the others to come out. In the past, whenever Sumi entered the space, Xiaobai was always the most welcoming. It would run around her feet, catching her attention. But now, since she named the little horse Little Red, Xiaobai paid less attention to her and constantly stayed close to Little Red to play. Sometimes, the two little creatures would run into the white fog and play wildly all day. Sumi didn't know what they did inside, but she knew that as long as she was in the space, whether inside or outside the white fog, it was her territory and safe. Sumi waited for a long time, even eating lunch inside the space, until the three people finally came out of the building. Each of them held a gun. Besides the pistol, Sumi saw that the man in the police uniform, the leader, also carried a long-barreled gun, which looked similar to a shotgun from online pictures. This weapon was good, powerful at close range, and effective over a wide area. Sumi was very satisfied. The three waded through the water towards the weapon storage building. The man at the back carefully carried a wooden box, walking very slowly. Sumi thought that must be the old third they mentioned. That box might contain explosives. Sumi's heart raced, and she repeatedly warned herself. If she couldn't find a chance soon, she would leave. There was no need to risk her life for weapons. So, after the three entered the building where the weapons were stored, Sumi also came out of the space and slowly followed behind them. All three wore police uniforms, but upon closer inspection, she realized their clothes were actually prison uniforms underneath. Chinhao was right. These three had been criminals before the apocalypse, and now they were even more vicious. The weapon storage was located on the basement level of the entire building, a very hidden spot. The door was a heavy metal one, locked with both electronic and physical locks. From a distance, Sumi saw the three crouching near a corner inside, walking back and forth, with no way to approach them. The ground is completely flooded, and there is nowhere to place the explosives. Putting them in the water is useless. Sumi observes the terrain at the end of the corridor. The only way to the armory is here, with walls on both sides, making the space narrow. If the three walk together, they will be very close to each other.
Good, this suits her plan.
But the biggest problem now is that outside the armory is also flooded, so even if they have explosives, they can't use them. Forget it. She decides to find a chance to kill these three first. Later, if Chinhao is still alive, she will come back for him. She was originally worried that these three might scatter in different directions, which would be inconvenient. But now, they unexpectedly gave her a surprise. Sumi hides around the corner at the entrance of the corridor, while the three are at the door of the armory at the end of the hall. She can clearly hear and see their words and actions. Big brother, there's no way to detonate the explosives here. What should we do? The speaker is the third man, holding a box of explosives. The man called the eldest, impatient, slaps the door of the armory hard. What a lousy door. If I'd known, I wouldn't have killed those police. Maybe we could have gotten the password to open the gate. Third, when we detonate, will the water on the ground weaken the explosion? Don't worry, big brother, as long as we can set it off, the water won't be a problem. The biggest issue now is that here. Suddenly, the man called the big brother stabs another man nearby in the stomach with a knife. The stabbed man is shocked. Big brother? What are you doing? Second brother, you should know, this is the end of the world. If we have these guys, Maybe we can change our fate and become the top. Those who once looked down on us will be trampled under our feet. But what does that have to do with me? Please, big brother, spare me.
Don't kill me.
Second brother, we don't have the conditions to detonate here. You just stay here. Third, give him the box. Hearing this, the third man frowns, then opens the box and takes out the explosives he prepared. Sumi is seeing explosives for the first time. The box is square, like a package, filled with tangled wires, one of which is black and looks like a fuse. The third man places the explosive package into the second man's arms. The second man resists, but the man called the eldest suddenly raises a gun and points it at the second man's head. Don't move. Seeing the second brother angrily threaten to throw the explosive pack into the water, he spoke again. If you obediently help me open the door, I promise to take care of your mother and wife and children. The man called the second brother was stunned for a long time. Even if he refused, his older brother wouldn't leave him. He had always known how ruthless this person was. Years of following him, he once thought this was a good trait of the older brother. Now that this ruthlessness was directed at him, what could he say? It was karma. His biggest wish now was that he could keep his promise, so he finally shouted loudly and hugged the explosive pack tightly. Big brother, you have to keep your word. If I help you open the door, you must take good care of them. Don't worry. With these weapons, my older brother can protect them easily. When the time comes, no one will dare to bully them. Sumi listened silently to the conversation between the three men. She thought the second brother was really foolish. Once he died, who would remember the promises he made? But she wouldn't stop them from being silly. After all, blowing open the door was harmless to her. Seeing the two about to leave, Sumi quickly hid in the space. She saw the older brother pointing a gun at the second brother and asking the third, how do we ignite this explosive? Big brother, the gunpowder inside this explosive will ignite if it encounters any spark. You just need to shoot the explosive with the gun. Sumi watched as they didn't walk to the far end of the corridor. When she thought they were close enough, she shot at the explosive pack. To be fair, the older brother's marksmanship was very accurate. After the shot hit the explosive, the black gunpowder inside the pack sparked when it rubbed against the bullet, igniting instantly. In about 3 seconds, there was a loud boom, and an explosion occurred. Sumi could only see a sea of fire and rising smoke inside the space. The water on the ground churned and splashed along with the shockwave of the explosion. The two ran far away from the building before stopping. They didn't return to the underground weapon storage until long after the explosion. At that moment, thick smoke was billowing inside, blocking their view, making it impossible to see the surroundings clearly. They moved inside according to their rough memory of the direction, their anticipation growing as the smoke changed. Suddenly, someone patted their shoulders. Within less than a second, the world spun, the thick smoke disappeared, and the door of the weapon storage was gone. A vast space, black ground, food supplies, and materials were visible. There was also a puppy and a small foal who were hostile toward them. Sumi smiled slightly as she appeared in front of them and exchanged glances.
Hi.
However, for them, as soon as the little beauty appeared, a suffocating feeling overwhelmed both of them. Once they entered the space, they couldn't breathe. Their throats felt blocked, as if by stones, and they couldn't even swallow. Desperate to breathe, they rolled on the ground in pain. Sumi frowned as she saw them collapse, crushing a pumpkin vine in the process. She felt sad and kicked the big brother hard. The little white creature seemed to sense Sumi's mood and let out a threatening growl at the two. But because it was still very small, its growl sounded cute and soft, not really threatening. The little red one also stomped its front hooves in front of the rolling pair, as if warning them not to get too close to Sumi. Sumi looked at the stopwatch in her hand. 56, 57. Just as she counted to 62, the two of them lost their breath. Sumi quickly threw them out of the space to avoid contaminating her land. Then she followed, stepping out herself. The space's way of killing outsiders wasn't just suffocation. It was a strange method she didn't fully understand, like suppressing life force. It was similar to how cancer cells in a person's body would consume healthy cells. The space devoured the life force of outsiders, seemingly depriving them of oxygen and causing suffocation. So, Sumi wasn't worried whether they were truly dead. The smoke in the corridor was very irritating, and it took a long time for the smoke to clear after she stayed in the space. The security at the police station was very strong. The powerful explosives only made a small hole in the weapon storage door. With their size, those three couldn't have squeezed through. But Sumi, being small, managed to squeeze in. After creating a hole, the accumulated water outside flowed into the weapon storage. Without hesitation, she gathered everything she could inside her space. Despite the commotion, no one came to investigate, so it was likely her enemy's accomplices weren't nearby. She decided to leave. Instead of taking the front door, she went out the back. She took out a rubber boat, jumped in, and set off. She was very excited right now. This was a whole arsenal of weapons. She used her mind to scan through the space repeatedly, her heart still pounding uncontrollably. There were 20 handguns and 3 boxes of bullets. These could last a long time. But there was more. She surprisingly found anti-explosion weapons among the gear: shield, stun baton, climbing rope, and bulletproof vest. Most importantly, there were also 2 submachine guns and 3 sniper rifles. In a wooden box, she found 4 grenades. These items are not used in daily life. Only during large operations against criminals or explosions would they be needed. Sumi thought about the 3 people earlier. It seemed they came to the police station because of these weapons. Unfortunately, the apocalypse had arrived. The police station was now empty. After the 3 people died, all these items belonged to Sumi. She felt quite happy and decided not to return to Manhwa community. Yesterday, she had already planned to visit the pet market and pet shops in foreign-invested malls to try her luck. The nearest place to the police station was a shopping mall, so she chose to go there first as she remembered there was a pet shop inside. Soon, Sumi quickly paddled her inflatable boat to the destination. She found a hidden spot to store the boat in her space. After the apocalypse, sneaking in through back or side doors was always safer than using the main entrance. She entered the mall through an open side door. Joyful Fortune is the largest foreign-invested mall in City J, offering everything: supermarkets, restaurants, entertainment venues, and a children's play area. Pet shops are not confined to one area. There are several on the 4th and 6th floors. Sumi's sharp hearing told her that something was very different inside the mall, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was unusual. As she moved toward the 4th floor, observing the messy shops and faint smell of blood, she realized such a large mall must have some survivors coming in to find supplies. However, the faint smell of blood also made her more cautious. There had been some fighting or thefts here, and blood had been shed. She held her long knife, the blade slightly bent in some places, but she could still easily cut through someone if needed. The mall was large. Without electricity, she couldn't take the elevator. Wanting to stay hidden while reaching the 4th floor, Sumi chose to take the emergency stairs. The emergency lights were still on, and she quickly reached the 4th floor. As soon as she reached the top of the stairs, a strong, foul smell hit Sumi's nose. Regarding the idea that space can improve her senses, Sumi felt both pain and happiness. If only she could block her sense of smell, she would be even more grateful. Sumi took out her stockpiled mask and wore 2 layers before slowly entering the 4th floor. The lighting in the mall came entirely from some shops with windows along the sides. Although the power was out, her vision was not affected. Following her memory, Sumi headed straight to the pet store on the 4th floor. Along the way, she passed shops that, if they had useful supplies, she added to her space. For example, a health tea shop that sold various teas, including floral teas and different herbal ingredients. This shop, because of its delicate packaging, usually had high prices. Sumi looked inside and saw that most items were sealed and mostly free of air leaks. She quickly stored everything into her space. There was also a store selling pots and pans. Except for some rusty iron pots, all the other cookware was intact. She added these to her space as well. Sumi kept collecting supplies while heading toward the pet store. Although there was no threatening movement around her, she remained alert at all times. No danger appearing doesn't mean there's no danger. The closer she got to the pet store, the stronger the foul smell became.
Sumi grew more discreet.
This rotten smell could only come from dead animals decaying. It seemed her luck wasn't good this time. Sure enough, inside the pet store, she saw cages filled with the bodies of cats and dogs. All were rotting, and the smell was overwhelming. Sumi quickly ran out of the store. The store wasn't large, and even the pet food inside had been opened and spoiled. Although she knew the store on the 6th floor might be in a similar state, she hadn't seen it herself, so she still held a small hope. When she reached the 6th floor, Sumi suddenly detected a strange smell, something she had never smelled before. It wasn't just the rotting smell of dead animals. There was also a hint of fishy and foul odors. When something is unusual, there's usually a reason. Sumi sensed that the area near the pet store on the 6th floor sounded different. There was some unusual noise, but she couldn't tell what. She grew more nervous and slowly moved closer, losing her desire to gather supplies. Soon, she arrived at the door of the pet store. Xian Pet Shop. Sumi hadn't entered yet when she was attracted by a strange mark at the shop entrance. There was a large, muddy streak on the ground, like a giant mop had dragged across it. Sumi accidentally stepped on it, lifting her foot, and noticed a sticky, unknown liquid pulling at her soul. The foul, gamey smell was coming from this area. She pushed open the pet shop door with a long knife. Strangely, there was no strong rotten smell inside. Instead, the rotten odor was coming from another direction. Sumi entered the shop. Most of the cages were on the ground, as if crushed by something. The small animals inside the cages were gone. She searched the shop for a long time, but didn't see any pets. However, there were dried bloodstains on the floor. Sumi felt something was wrong. Normally, without human interference, these small dogs and cats wouldn't open their cages by themselves. She checked the cages. The doors had been knocked off by impact and pressure. The small animals inside probably escaped because of this.
Sumi had a bad feeling.
Without thinking much, she immediately turned around and ran back toward the safe staircase. But at the staircase door, she slipped and almost fell. Looking down, she saw the same sticky, foul-smelling liquid as outside, thick and unpleasant. Her bad feeling grew stronger, and she moved faster. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound. A tap-tap-tap noise, like fish being sliced on a cutting board, with a strong tail hitting the surface. The sound was coming from the first floor below.
Sumi's heart raced.
If she went back the way she came, she would have to pass through the first floor, but her instincts told her that her opponent was not someone she wanted to face right now. So, when she reached the 3rd floor, just as the sound from downstairs was approaching the 2nd floor and getting closer to her position, she suddenly turned to the staircase on the 3rd floor, entered, and quickly locked the door. At the same moment, the tap-tap-tap sound grew closer. In less than 3 seconds, it appeared at the staircase door just a door away from Sumi. With a loud bang, the door was forcefully hit, causing a bulge. The mall's security door is made of metal. A strong impact can cause a metal door over 5 centimeters thick to bulge outward. That shows how much force was used. Sumi really wants to escape into the space immediately. Driven by curiosity, just before entering the space, she looked through the window of the safety door and saw the true face of the door rusher. Sumi is now sitting on the ground inside the space, taking deep breaths to try to calm her rapidly pounding heart. Don't be afraid, Sumi. You're safe inside the space now. This thing can't hurt you anymore. But thinking this makes her fear even stronger. It can't hurt her now, but can she stay inside the space forever without coming out? Humans are social animals. They can't survive alone forever. That would drive her crazy. But she doesn't dare to go out. At least, not right now. Outside the security door, a huge crocodile, with blood-red eyes, is smashing against the metal door with its massive jaws. The crocodile looks to be at least 10 meters long, with a broad head and strong limbs. Every hit makes Sumi's fear grow even more. Such a large crocodile. Even in wild places like the Nile or Amazon River basins, you wouldn't usually see one this big. Unless it was a mutated giant crocodile caused by environmental changes. Thinking of this, Sumi shivers all over. Mutated. This mall has many roads and exits, but the underground drainage system isn't as good as in old neighborhoods. When she entered, the water outside the mall had already risen past her calves. She entered through a side door with stairs, so she didn't go to the first floor and doesn't know how much water is there. The 4th and 6th floors are designated as entertainment and children's areas, so she can't see the first floor from those levels. Suddenly, Sumi remembers something long forgotten. A boss from T-City bought 1/10 of the mall's shares and built an aquarium on the 2nd floor. Before Sumi's rebirth, in her previous world, before the apocalypse, she and Li Heron and Xiaoxing once passed by the mall, but the aquarium wasn't open yet and was still under construction. Thinking carefully, she realized she had visited here several times in the past month since her rebirth. One time, she saw many people on the 2nd floor carrying a huge insulated box into the aquarium. Could that box contain a crocodile? Sumi stayed inside the space for a long time. The giant crocodile outside the safety door never managed to break it open. Maybe it didn't sense any life inside, so it left. Sumi took deep breaths for a long time before bravely stepping out of the space. However, just a few steps toward the railing on the 3rd floor, the banging on the safety door started again. Sumi ran far away and then hid back in the space. This spot allowed her to see about 2/3 of the scene below the 3rd floor, over the railing. But when she looked, her whole body got goosebumps. So many crocodiles. The water on the 1st floor didn't look very deep, just enough to submerge a transparent display case. But in that water, every few meters, there was a crocodile with only a pair of eyes showing. They lurked underwater, with cold eyes watching everything around. As soon as there was prey, they would detect it without fail. Sumi was glad she didn't come through the front door. Facing this whole group of crocodiles unprepared could really cause trouble. Sumi stared at the 1st floor inside the space for a long time. A 10-meter-long crocodile was already rare in the world, and there were even bigger ones below. In her mind, she pictured being surrounded by a group of giant crocodiles. Their huge, stinky mouths seemed capable of swallowing her tiny body in one bite. She thought that after rebirth, she had become stronger inside and out. But when faced with such a huge creature, she still got so scared her legs went weak. She couldn't think at all. Crocodiles can live both in water and on land. They are more agile in water than on land. Sumi tried to step out of the space again. There was no sound. The giant crocodile didn't hit the safety door. But when she made even a tiny sound with her footsteps, the banging started again. The safety door was now covered with many dents and scratches. The lock was wobbling and wouldn't last much longer. Sumi quickly returned to the space. What should she do? How could she leave here? The more she looked at the 1st floor, the harder it was to breathe. It seemed impossible to go out through the safety stairs now. She remembered there was an emergency exit outside the 2nd floor, behind a door leading to a climbing ladder that went outside the mall. If she wanted to escape, she could go around to the emergency exit on the 2nd floor. Sumi looked at the long knife in her hand and threw it on the ground. The knife is good for cutting people, but the crocodile skin of a giant crocodile is patchy in black and white, with some colorful patterns on the 1st floor. It's clear that the water quality caused mutations. The thick crocodile skin even reflects light, making it hard for her to decide how to cut. If she doesn't kill it, she might end up in trouble herself. And there are guns and ammunition scattered all over the space. Sumi thought about the crocodile group downstairs. Forget it. If she fights, she might not kill them and could attract the attention of the crocodiles below. If a whole group of giant crocodiles rushes up, she might be stuck here forever. Just now, Sumi was happy after collecting a bunch of ammunition, but now she is full of fear. The easiest way is to go around and head to the 2nd floor. But if she makes any noise, the giant crocodile outside the safety door might break through the door and come in at any moment. To get to the 2nd floor, it seems her only option is to climb down from the railing here. This railing is part of the third-floor fence, with support bars underneath each section connecting to the top of the wall on the second floor. If she can climb over the railing and grab the support bar below, she can follow it up to the second floor. Sumi thought about whether this series of actions would alert the giant crocodile outside. Or, if she does alert it, can she finish this before the crocodile rushes over and tears her apart? Sometimes, even knowing what must be done, fear makes her hesitant to leave the space quickly. Courage isn't just about taking deep breaths or giving a pep talk. More often, courage comes from a heart that accepts death. Sumi feels she doesn't have that yet. No one who has been reborn wants to die early, and she feels the same. She hides in the space, constantly watching outside. As long as she can hold on longer, maybe the crocodile outside will give up and leave. Sumi waits and waits, trying to distract herself from fear by playing with Little White and interacting with Little Red. All the small creatures inside the space can communicate with her easily and are very obedient. During her time in the space, Little White has been eating things grown inside and dog food mixed together. Now, Little White's fur is fluffy and growing quickly. It was born just a few days ago and is about the size of a 1-month-old puppy. Little Red has changed even more. When Sumi found Little Red, it was so hungry it was just a skeleton covered in fur. Just a few days had passed, and Little Red had become strong, with shiny fur. It no longer looked thin and bony, and even the mane behind its neck had grown longer and changed color. Originally a light brown, it now looked more blood red. It was already evening. Sumi had eaten in her space and was about to prepare food for Little White when she noticed it running out of the white fog, wet and dripping. It was shaking its fur wildly next to her. Sumi wiped the water from her face that Little White had splashed on her and picked it up. Hey, I really envy you guys being able to go into the fog. Sumi could feel the water droplets on her face, full of spiritual energy. Just a little touch made her feel energized. Suddenly, she had an idea. She took a basin with a raised edge, tied a rope around the rim, and placed it on the ground, dragging it a short distance. As long as it didn't hit anything, it wouldn't tip over. Then she brought the basin to the edge of the fog and tried tossing it inside. Sure enough, the basin could enter, but she couldn't. That's okay. Sumi called Little White over. Little White, there's a small creek inside. Use the rope to go there and help me fetch some water. She just wanted to see if Little White could try. She then saw Little Red, like a little helper, following Little White into the fog. Peering into the thick fog, she saw a small creek with flowing water. By the creek, a little dog and a tiny horse were working together, Little Red holding the rope and Little White carefully placing the basin into the creek, steadying it with its paws so it wouldn't tip over. These two little creatures cooperated to fill the basin with water. They successfully dragged a small basin of water out of the fog, almost spilling nothing. Sumi was amazed, like she discovered something new. She grabbed a bigger basin, tied the rope, and threw it into the fog. Again, Little White and Little Red completed the task. She took a sip of the water from the creek outside the fog. It was sweet and refreshing like nectar. Drinking it made her feel much more energized, and maybe it was just her feeling, but she also sensed her strength had increased. It was already night. Outside, the mall was dark. Sumi looked at the creek water in her hand and thought of the giant crocodile outside. Suddenly, she had an idea. Maybe she could try something better than staying here and not being able to leave. But now it's too late. Going out now would be too dangerous because of poor visibility. Sumi decided to lie down on the ground inside the space. She planned to sleep and rest well, then take action when morning came. The temperature inside the space stays around 23 to 24 degrees Celsius. Sumi lay on a straw mat, thinking about the water source outside the thick fog. There could be fish in the stream, and the small courtyard outside could be planted with climbing flowers like morning glories and ivy. She kept thinking, and soon fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, Xiao Bai, covered in mud, came over to wag his tail at her. Sumi looked at his muddy body, especially his 4 little paws, which looked like muddy legs. Xiao Bai, did you fall into a mud pit? You're so dirty, she said, starting to brush off the mud. Surprisingly, The mud was still wet. Sumi thought he had dug a hole in some black soil, but after searching, she couldn't find the hole. Instead, she saw a small hole on the ground near the edge of the space, about the size of a basin, filled with water. Through the semi-transparent white fog, she saw that the hole extended from the stream outside. The ditch connecting the stream and the big hole in front was shallow, but had clear digging marks. The water from the stream was being diverted into the hole. Xiaobai wagged his tail vigorously, seeking praise from Sumi. She didn't care if Xiaobai was covered in mud. She immediately picked him up and spun him around several times. Xiaobai, you're really my little snail girl. Last night I was just thinking how great it would be if I could use the water source inside the space, and today it happened. Xiaobai, dizzy from being spun around, lay on the ground on his back, panting with his tongue out and not moving. Sumi realized that, besides being able to communicate easily with Xiaobai, this dog also understood her thoughts. Even if she only thought about something in her mind and didn't say it aloud, he still knew.
Sumi didn't speak.
She tried to think in her mind, asking Xiaobai to bring her a piece of corn. Suddenly, Xiaobai, who had been dizzy from spinning, turned over and stood up. He happily ran to the area where the corn was stored. When he returned, he was holding a corn husk in his mouth and pulled out a piece of corn. Sumi was very happy. Now she understood. No wonder Xiaobai, since entering the space, hadn't caused any trouble except for the first time when he rolled around and damaged a small part of her crops, which she scolded him for. It seemed that creatures inside the space could understand her thoughts, communicate effortlessly, and obey her commands. Otherwise, the small white dog with husky bloodline is very destructive. Sumi continued to experiment on the little red dog, and the results were the same. She even mentally ordered the dogs to walk like humans, and both obediently did so. Although their movements were clumsy and funny, Sumi was very happy at this moment. She seemed to have some ideas about dealing with the giant crocodile outside, but now is not the time. After breakfast, Sumi started to observe the situation outside. A night passed, and everything in the mall seemed to be the same as when she arrived yesterday. The giant crocodiles on the first floor hid well in the water below, with only a few cold eyes peeking out to watch around. Yesterday, Sumi wondered how such a large mall could have no one searching for supplies. It seemed not that no one came, but that those who did were unlucky. Suddenly, there was noise outside the safety door. Sumi listened carefully, nervous. The giant crocodile outside the door had guarded her all night. Fortunately, as the sound of pata-pata faded away, she knew it had left. But it hadn't gone far, so Sumi dared not come out of her hiding spot. She couldn't imagine a giant crocodile lying outside all night just to guard her. She knew this was animal hunting instinct, something too frightening for any human. Humans, as top predators in the food chain, have lost their hunting instincts because of their intelligence and control over everything. If humans were thrown into the wild without tools, they would probably starve or be eaten by wild animals. Sumi then saw that familiar giant crocodile swinging its big tail into the water, hiding with other crocodiles. She breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it really left. So, Sumi came out of her space, but she didn't move immediately. She squatted down to keep watching the first floor. The mall was too quiet. Even a small sound could attract the crocodile's attention. She wasn't sure if there were other crocodiles in the emergency stairs, so she slowly moved closer to the railing. She decided to go to the second floor first, using the emergency stairs to get outside, just like she did yesterday. To make as little noise as possible, Sumi changed into lightweight clothes before leaving her space. She looked over the railing, constantly watching the crocodile group on the first floor. Luckily, they didn't notice her. Since gaining her space, Sumi's physical strength has steadily improved. She became stronger and more coordinated, especially because she has been training herself every day since her rebirth. So, she easily climbed to the second floor. When she landed, there was a slight noise. Sumi wasn't sure if she was noticed, so she quickly entered her space and observed her surroundings. After checking, she confirmed there was no danger and no giant crocodile had appeared. She came out of her space again and slowly moved toward the emergency staircase. The second floor has many toy stores and maternity shops, along with several early childhood education centers. The aquarium is located in the middle of the toy store area, and its size is more than 4 or 5 times larger than the other shops. It must be very big inside. Sumi needs to reach the small door of the emergency staircase, but she has to pass by this aquarium. If the giant crocodiles came from the aquarium, does that mean there are still crocodiles inside? Sumi stands carefully at the entrance of the aquarium, observing her surroundings. She then looks inside through the open door. The large fish tanks connected to the walls inside the aquarium are broken. The water has dried up, and they are empty. There is a foul-smelling slime on the ground where crocodiles have crawled. Sumi wanted to leave immediately, but her attention was caught by a smaller tank compared to the others. More precisely, it was a turtle tank. It's about 6 or 7 meters long and wide. Inside, the environment mimics a tropical rainforest, with half filled with red soil, fallen leaves, and plants, and the other half with artificial water created by pumps and filters. Since the disaster, the outside situation hasn't affected this place much. However, due to power outages and high temperatures, the water in the tank has almost dried up. Recently, only some damp soil remains from the rain. At first, this didn't seem unusual, but Sumi noticed a movement on the surface of the red soil inside the tank. Her sharp eyes told her she wasn't mistaken. She slowly moved closer to the turtle tank and lifted the piece of soil that was moving. Beneath the soil, she saw 2 small turtles, about the size of her palms. One immediately retracted its head when it sensed movement, looking alert. The other had been dead for some time, with its head and limbs limp and open, unmoving. Sumi picked up the living turtle and held it in her palm. She didn't know what breed it was, but its shell was a light earthy yellow with very regular and beautiful football-shaped patterns. The limbs are light gray, with a slight bluish reflection under scattered light, and there is a clear, scale-like pattern on the tips of its toes. Sumi doesn't know what kind of turtle this is, but since it can be kept in such a water and electricity-consuming tank, it must be quite valuable. Sumi immediately liked this little creature. Although it was scared and hid its head inside its shell, its eyes carefully observed Sumi through the shell opening. Looking at those big, eyelash-framed eyes, Sumi suddenly felt the urge to bring it into her space. But how to do that? Water? Sumi thought about it, and then took out a basin filled with stream water from her space. She guessed that the turtle had been hiding in the soil to hibernate due to the recent water shortage, conserving its energy. Sumi directly placed it into the basin of water. Seeing it gradually move its limbs and dive into the water to swim around, Sumi felt relieved. To make sure it could drink, she watched it for a while before carefully putting the basin and the turtle into her space. She followed into her space without knowing what it eats. But this little guy was very energetic. As soon as it entered, it went straight to her vegetable storage area to find food. Sumi took out the most cabbage from her space and told it not to touch other food without her permission. After eating half a leaf of cabbage, the little turtle disappeared into the white mist. It seemed to be settling near the small creek there. So, she tore the cabbage leaves and placed them in a basin, then set the basin by the white mist, waiting for it to get hungry and come to eat. The arrival of this little turtle caused a small part of the dense white mist to dissipate, more than when Little Red entered the space, though not much. Sumi guessed that this space might not be so simple. The white mist seemed to be a special protective mechanism unique to this space. Even she, as the owner, couldn't see the full view of the space unless certain conditions were met. But creatures inside the space didn't have this restriction. This suggested that the space was deliberately preventing her from revealing its full appearance too early. Or perhaps, unlocking the true nature of the space required reaching a certain ecological balance within it. When Little Red entered the space, the white mist that dispersed was less than when the little turtle entered. Sumi didn't understand why, but she was just glad it dispersed. After leaving the space, Sumi felt a restless desire in her heart. This aquarium has very good cooling measures, so even the outermost turtle tanks are not completely dried out due to the heat. What about inside? Are there other small creatures still alive? If she leaves now, those little animals might starve or dehydrate without food and water. Sumi was afraid that a giant crocodile might be lurking inside, so she didn't dare go in. But she had been standing outside the aquarium for a long time without any danger appearing. Maybe there are no crocodiles inside after all? Brave enough to try, but too timid to give up. Sumi decided to go in and check. This aquarium is very large, similar in layout to an underwater world. Inside, there are 2 rows of huge fish tanks connected by walls, running straight through. The interior path is dark, and Sumi moves very slowly. Every tank, no matter the size, is broken. The cracks are big and rough, and Sumi imagines that a huge crocodile might have forcefully broken in and eaten the fish inside. She carefully walks along, staying silent. On this path, every tank on both sides is damaged. Suddenly, a faint sound comes from deep inside the aquarium. It sounds like water creatures splashing or swimming. Sumi's heart lifts. Perhaps some small animals have survived and are waiting for her to rescue them. She follows the sound, quickening her steps. The closer she gets, the more she notices a strong, fishy smell in the air. This smell makes her feel uneasy. The source of the sound is around a corner to her right. As she approaches, she hears splashing from multiple spots. She guesses what kind of fish they might be, freshwater or saltwater. But as the smell grows stronger, she reaches the source of the sound. At this moment, Sumi feels cold inside, her legs weaken, and she quickly retreats. She can't be blamed. Anyone seeing such a scene would feel chills and become weak in the knees. The sound comes from inside a large, circular fish tank. This tank is huge, occupying the upper half of the wall inside. Yes, this circular tank isn't on the ground but suspended in the air, hanging from the wall, with an open top. If it contains various fish, Sumi might need to find a way to get inside to rescue them. But for now, she is relieved that this tank is sturdy. Inside the large circular tank, countless crocodiles are packed tightly together. The space below, originally open for visitors, was completely filled with eggs. Each egg was about the size of Sumi's palm. She had never seen what a crocodile egg looked like, so she didn't know if these eggs were normal or not. She only felt a cold chill behind her and wanted to leave immediately. Inside the circular fish tank, the crocodiles were small, the largest only as long as Sumi's arm, indicating they had just hatched. But the tank was crowded, with water only a third full. Most of the crocodiles inside were incomplete bodies, either crushed or killed by their hungry neighbors. Sumi saw some eggs inside the tank that had been deformed by pressure, some already cracked long ago, and others just hatched, with half their heads still struggling to move. She hid in a corner, her scalp tingling as she watched the space filled with crocodiles and eggs. This was no longer an aquarium. Even the mall had turned into a breeding ground for these crocodiles. The high temperature and rain seemed perfect for the crocodiles to hatch. Sumi even saw some eggs on the ground shaking violently, likely about to hatch soon. It wasn't her being timid. She was clearly in the crocodile's lair. Although she had suspected this earlier, the reality still made her nervous. Suddenly, appeared on the wall beneath the circular tank. When it opened, it revealed an invisible door. A huge crocodile-human hybrid pushed the door open with its front paw and slowly crawled out. Even in this space, Sumi swallowed nervously. In this post-apocalyptic world, Reborn, everything seemed even more terrifying than she had imagined. If all the eggs hatched and grew into giant crocodiles like the ones downstairs, they could threaten the survivors in J City. The first to be at risk would be those brave enough to go out looking for supplies. But in her previous life, she had never seen these giant crocodiles in J City. Were they always there, hiding, and only now revealed? In the past half year after the disaster, people had torn off their masks of civility, fighting and looting each other out of hunger. If they have to face such a brutal predator that humans cannot resist in the end, then there is really no hope for their survival. Sumi's eyes were fixed on the giant crocodile. It lazily crawled out, seeming to smell something different. After a restless circle inside, it made a sound that even caused the crocodile on the first floor to let out a strange cry in response. Soon, Sumi saw 2 large crocodiles running in, clattering as they circled around the circular fish tank several times. Finally, it opened its huge mouth at the two crocodiles that came up. The two crocodiles seemed like loyal guards, retreating and leaving the area. The giant crocodile then returned to the spot under the fish tank and lay still. Sumi was stunned. Could this creature be planning to sleep here? If it stays still, how can she leave? But then, the giant crocodile started acting strangely. Sumi watched as it turned around on the ground, looking uncomfortable no matter where it lay. Just as Sumi was puzzled, the crocodile suddenly pointed its tail at the corner near the wall, exactly where she entered the space. She saw clearly now. A series of snow-white crocodile eggs were pushed out from beneath its tail. It was a mother crocodile. This was the first time Sumi had seen a crocodile lay eggs so closely. She had never even seen a chicken lay eggs in person. She was very curious. This huge crocodile was much larger than the one she saw guarding outside the safety door all night. The eggs it laid were very big, some even larger than her fists put together. She also noticed carefully that the eggs from this mother crocodile were much bigger than the others she had seen before. This discovery made Sumi's skin crawl even more. She desperately wanted to tell herself there was only one mother crocodile here, but the truth was different. Just then, the partially open safety door suddenly opened again. Another crocodile came out about the same size as the mother crocodile laying eggs. It approached the egg-laying mother crocodile, mimicking her posture and actions, then lowered its huge body and started laying eggs as well. The two mother crocodiles laid eggs for about half an hour before returning inside the hidden door. After they entered, the spring mechanism slowly retracted and closed the door. Sumi swallowed hard, her mind a mess. There is still some fear, but after experiencing this day and night and seeing the overwhelming visuals before her, Sumi feels numb. Indeed, humans can become the rulers of the world for a reason. Their ability to adapt is very strong. Sumi even thinks that if she could bring a giant crocodile into her space, the world with spreading water would be much safer with a giant crocodile as her mount. At least it could help her defend against unknown dangers underwater. Crocodiles can live both in water and on land, but water is essential for their survival. The water in the circular fish tank is only 1/3 full. If she can climb the stairs to the top of the tank and pour water from her space into it, then all the crocodiles inside, big or small, would become new residents of her space. The most troublesome are the two giant crocodiles behind the invisible door. Sumi doesn't know if there are more crocodiles inside that door. She silently appears in the same spot, standing on the eggs laid by the crocodile earlier. She dares not move. She fears that if she moves, the crocodiles inside and outside will rush over and tear her apart. But looking at the eggs under her feet, Sumi has a new idea. If she soaks these eggs in water from her space, and then brings them inside, could they hatch? So she returns to her space, grabs a large wooden basin, scoops water from the nearby water pit next to the mist, and then leaves her space. She squats down and gently places each cold, smooth crocodile egg into the basin to soak. The eggs are too large. A basin big enough to hold 4 or 5 basketballs can only fit 11 eggs. Adding more water would make it impossible to submerge all of them. Sumi doesn't know how long she should soak the eggs for it to be effective. She keeps a cautious eye on the safe door and observes the eggs in the water. Half an hour later, she directly puts all the eggs back into her space. She heard movement inside the invisible door, so she had to retreat to her space first. As expected, the mother crocodile seemed to sense something and came out to check. But after coming out, it circled around the eggs, especially around the spot where Sumi disappeared, pacing several times before returning. Sumi takes a deep breath and pats her chest to calm herself. Fortunately, she has this excellent space. Otherwise, she really would know how many times she might have died. With so many eggs, if they all hatch, it could become a serious hidden danger and threat. The eggs take a long time to hatch, and she isn't sure if they will hatch normally after soaking. So, she decided to put all the eggs into her space. As long as the fertilized eggs don't take too long to develop, they can be used as food. So, Sumi continued to wait in her space. After confirming that the mother crocodile inside the invisible door hadn't come out, she appeared again in front of the large group of crocodile eggs. These eggs are very white. If she didn't know that the creatures hatching from them are such ugly crocodiles, she would think they look quite cute. There are more than 500 eggs, stacked closely together. Sumi only needs to touch one egg to bring all related eggs into her space. In an instant, the ground that was full of eggs became empty. Sumi tried to move her steps. When she arrived, the two mother crocodiles weren't as alert as the giant crocodile from last night. So, she moved to the ladder near the circular fish tank and climbed to the top. The crocodiles inside the tank could see her, but they showed no desire to attack. When Sumi reached the top, they still stayed at the bottom of the tank, pushing and crawling without paying attention to her. Sumi found a water pipe from her space, connected one end to the water hole she dug for Xiaobai, and held the other end in her hand. This was a new ability she discovered in her space. The water in the water hole could flow out through the pipe according to her thoughts, flowing into the circular fish tank. The method was a bit clumsy, but she had no other way. She tried to control the water to flow out directly from her hand, like the water-controlling powers in many novels. But reality was different from fiction. While she could control everything in her space, when she tried to control the water, she was still suppressed by an invisible pressure. It was like touching something through a transparent wall. She could see it but couldn't touch it. The stream of water kept flowing into the fish tank, making the crocodiles inside excited and restless because of the new water. Seeing the commotion inside, Sumi was worried it might attract the mother crocodile inside the door, so she retracted the pipe. After all, she had just taken all their offspring from the ground. If they came out and found them missing, they would definitely go crazy. At that point, it would be even harder for her to leave. But how could she take the crocodiles that had soaked in her space's creek water? Because of the invisible rules of space, she must touch the object or creature with a part of her body to include it in her space. Sumi tried to put her finger into the fish tank. As soon as she touched the water surface, she silently thought collect. She guessed correctly. To bring an object into her space, she must make contact. Even water, as a medium, connected her to the crocodile. So, all the crocodiles inside the circular tank entered her space. The tank was now empty, and the surrounding noise quieted down. Sumi returned to her space. She spent a long time packing the dead crocodile and broken eggs into a bag, sealing it tightly. She planned to discard it before leaving. After all, the items had started to smell bad from being in water too long, and she didn't want them to pollute her precious space. Once she finished organizing her space, she prepared to leave. At that moment, the invisible door opened again. The mother crocodile came out, circling on the ground for a while, then suddenly leapt into the air, emitting a deafening roar like tearing ears. Her eggs were gone. Her roar first alarmed the other mother crocodiles inside the door. Seeing 4 more mothers rush out and find the empty ground, they all let out shrill cries. 5 mother crocodiles circled the aquarium several times, but found nothing. Sumi knew what would happen if she took all the eggs. She only knew that after the 5 crocodiles couldn't find the eggs, they stormed out in anger. She didn't leave immediately, but waited for them to go far away. Unexpectedly, soon after, she heard splashing sounds and familiar roars outside her space. Sumi quickly exited her space and ran outside the aquarium. Wow, there was a fight downstairs. The 5 angry mother crocodiles, unable to find their eggs, went berserk and started fighting with a group of crocodiles on the first floor. They fought fiercely, with some crocodiles performing deadly rolling moves. Wasn't this a perfect chance for her to escape? Sumi admired the strength of these giant crocodiles while happily taking advantage of the chaos to sneak out through the emergency door, climbing the stairs to leave them all. Sumi did not expect her actions to cause chaos among the crocodile group. After escaping via the emergency stairs, she did not go straight to the ground but moved along the outer wall of the second floor to a shallow water area before climbing down. After witnessing the dense crocodiles on the first floor of the mall, Sumi developed an inexplicable fear of water. She wondered if the crocodiles inside the mall had come outside for a walk. If she stepped down and was met with their foul, gaping mouths, she would be done for. The wall on the second floor was still some distance from the ground outside the mall. Apart from the emergency stairs, there were no footholds on the outside wall of the mall. Sumi reached a spot where the water was shallow and there were trees. Suddenly, she let go and jumped down. In the next moment, she appeared inside the space. The feeling of jumping halfway and landing on the ground inside the space was very exciting for Sumi. Falling from the air and then entering the space halfway significantly reduced the height from which she would land next time. After 2 jumps, she was only about 1 meter above the ground. So she directly jumped out of the space and down to the ground. As for why she chose a spot with a tree, Sumi was worried that if something went wrong, she could climb the tree for safety. After all, in the water, besides returning to the space, she was helpless against the crocodiles. Sumi smoothly reached outside the mall, took out a rubber boat, sat in it, started it, and headed towards Manhwa community. This was the first time Sumi had been caught in the rain since the end of the world disaster. The acidity of the rainwater had increased several times compared to before the apocalypse, compounded by solar fusion and ozone layer holes that allowed various radiation from outer space to reach Earth. The rain, catalyzed by these factors, fell onto the ground. The rainwater on Sumi made her feel uncomfortable and a bit itchy. Thinking about the fate of those who had been caught in the rain before Rebirth, Sumi immediately entered the space again. She used the space's creek water to wash herself. Fortunately, after washing, the allergic-like sensation on her skin disappeared. She changed into new clothes, put on waterproof pants, a raincoat with side rain covers, a rain hat, goggles, and a throat mask, then returned to the rubber boat. Although this escape was dangerous, Sumi gained a lot. The crocodiles inside the circular fish tanks were not as huge as the mother crocodile in the house, but they were numerous. Entering the space, she immediately caused a small part of the white mist inside to dissipate. What upset Sumi was that this small area only slightly increased in size compared to when the little turtle entered. This also helped Sumi realize another fact. The white mist dissipates not because of the number of living beings entering the space, but because of the variety. Only when different types of new life enter does the mist clear more noticeably. Sumi didn't stay anywhere else and went straight back to Manhwa community. However, as soon as she arrived at the gate, she saw 2 men holding machetes. They saw Sumi coming alone in a rubber boat and seemed determined not to stop, raising their machetes to attack her head. They wanted to harm her. Faced with enemies, Sumi naturally wouldn't hold back. She easily leaned back, and her long sword appeared in the next second, accurately cutting one man's wrist. Sumi's strength, transformed by the space, was surprisingly powerful. With this strike, the man's hand was cut off and fell into the water, disappearing. He screamed loudly, but because of the heavy rain, his voice was not very noticeable. Clearly, the other man nearby heard him. Suddenly, he pulled out a pistol from his waist, his face grim with malice, aiming it at Sumi to shoot. Sumi was startled and didn't have time to dodge. She could only narrowly avoid the shot's vital area, and her wrist-mounted arrow shot directly at the man's throat. It was a fatal shot. Since her body improved, her aim had also gotten much better. The bullet hit her shoulder. It seemed to have injured the bone there. The pain made it hard for her to breathe, but she clenched her teeth and endured, continuing to steer the rubber boat toward Building 29. She hadn't returned for a day. The accumulated water at the bottom of the 4th floor had now spread to the middle of the 4th floor. Seeing no one around, Sumi directly stored the rubber boat into her space. Her shoulder was injured, and even if she had the strength to carry the boat up to the 15th floor, she didn't want to suffer like that. When she reached the 10th floor, Grandma and came toward her. It had only been a day, but the building committee member of Building 29 looked quite miserable. Perhaps she was hungry, and she looked much thinner than when Sumi saw her for the first time. Seeing Sumi soaked and with bloodstains on her raincoat, Grandma and suddenly shouted and ran toward the 9th floor. What the heck? This female demon went out with Chinhao and didn't come back for a day and a night. Couldn't she be dead? Now, appearing with messy hair and covered in blood, Are you a ghost? The end of the world can cause panic, and those who are starving and desperate may start to think wildly. And is one of them. Sumi continues, walking up to the 15th floor without much concern. The bullet on her shoulder probably needs a small surgery to remove. The only person she can think of now is Chinhao. On the 15th floor, the door to 1502 is knocked. Chinhao quickly jumps up from the sofa, his chest wound opening again. He pulls Tian behind him and opens the rusty peephole to look outside. Sumi doesn't wait long. The door opens. She looks very disheveled now. Her raincoat was taken off when she went upstairs and is left at the door of 1501. Blood keeps flowing from her shoulder. Her face is pale and looks no better than him. Seeing Chinhao looking fresh and that his chest wound seems to have reopened and is bleeding, Sumi suddenly remembers that Chinhao was shot in the chest, much more serious than her. Yet he can still walk, his vitality is really strong. Most people would be close to death at this point. How come you also? Chinhao thinks for a moment. Although this young girl is decisive in killing, she is small in size, and the difference in strength is huge. To those three criminals, she's just a small dish. Chinhao never thought Sumi would come back alive. The premise is that she was foolish enough to rush in and fight those three. Yesterday, after he returned, he endured the pain and tidied himself up. The supplies Sumi gave him included medicine and a first aid kit. He took antibiotics and did some simple pressure to stop the bleeding. Because he was lying still, the bleeding stopped. But when he moved just now, the wound reopened. The sharp pain hit him again. Sumi looks at Chinhao's pale, weak face trying to act tough, then at her own disheveled state, and suddenly feels like laughing. Chinhao, seeing Sumi return, actually feels relieved. Leaving her alone and walking away always made him feel guilty. It's good that you're back. Sumi points to Chinhao's chest wound and then to her shoulder. Did you treat your injury? Chinhao shakes his head. No tools or professional medicine. If I forcibly remove the bullet, I'm afraid. Sumi nods faintly. Chinhao's situation, if not treated, might not last long. She looks at him and says the bullet is embedded inside. I might need your help. Chinhao hesitated for a moment, then looked carefully. Sure enough, there was a bloody, torn small hole in the middle of Sumi's shoulder. Only a gunshot could cause such a wound. I have a basic first aid kit here. Please wait a moment. Sumi thought for a moment. My supplies are better at home. Wait a bit, I'll go get them. So, Sumi borrowed her way back home and entered space directly after entering room 1501. Although she avoided hitting vital organs, the bullet was conveniently lodged in her bone. Removing it would probably require some effort. She brought surgical scissors, a scalpel, gauze, anti-inflammatory medicine, and other necessary tools. Basically, she took everything that might be needed. She wasn't someone who could tolerate pain easily. After entering her space, she had healed her aunt's pain. Even though the spiritual energy in her space could heal wounds, the injury on her shoulder, with the bullet embedded inside, couldn't heal easily. Even the spiritual energy used for pain relief didn't work well here. Chinhao looked surprised as Sumi brought out a large bag of medicine, including surgical tools. Did you go to the hospital? Sumi had expected Chinhao to ask this. After all, such medical tools couldn't be bought without proper channels. She quickly made up a story to explain. My friend is a doctor. He brought some tools home to practice surgical procedures. Chinhao showed no suspicion, so Sumi felt relieved. Chinhao skillfully sorted the surgical tools and medicines on the table, tapping the bottle of anesthetic. He pierced the vial with the needle, drawing out a small amount of liquid, leaving the rest in the bottle. Sumi watched him so skillfully, she couldn't help feeling curious. He looked like a police officer based on his appearance and skills, but his familiarity with medicines and medical tools was more like a doctor's. Are you a doctor?
No.
Don't worry. This dose of anesthetic will only lessen the pain a little. Your shoulder wound isn't in a good spot, and there's a good chance nerves are damaged. I'm not a professional doctor, after all. Sumi heard this and suddenly smiled. Just do it. You only need to help me remove the bullet. Every day, Chinhao had organized the medicines and tools and come over to Sumi's side. At this moment, she peeled a candy and handed it to Sumi. "Big sister, eating this candy will make the pain go away." Sumi slightly curled her lips, thinking that such childish ideas are only thought of by children. However, she still opened her mouth and took the candy from his hand, chewing it hard a few times until it dissolved, leaving a sweet aroma in her mouth. Chinhao's anesthesia technique was very professional. He injected it into 2 places, inside and outside her wound. Soon, she felt a slight numbness, but it was not very obvious. Chinhao looked at Sumi with a surgical knife in hand. "I'm about to start. If anything goes wrong, I won't be able to help." At this moment, finding a professional doctor might be too late. The bullet in your shoulder has been there for a while and can still damage your hand nerves.
So,
Before I begin, you need to think carefully.
Shuminadit.
No more talking, let's do it quickly. Her trust was not just in Chinhao but also in her own strength and confidence. Sumi didn't expect Chinhao to be so obedient. As soon as she finished speaking, he immediately started cutting on her shoulder. He made a V-shaped cut on her wound. Sumi felt the sensation of the knife slicing through her flesh, and her scalp tingled. The anesthesia was not very effective. At this moment, she was feeling both the original pain of the wound and the pain from the surgical cut, both hitting her hard and deeply. After opening the wound, Chinhao realized that the bullet was deeper than he had thought, so he widened the wound by half an inch. He had never seen a girl endure such a nearly unanesthetized surgery silently. Even when he tried to use tweezers to grip the end of the bullet to pull it out, it slipped back, and the bullet retracted a little. Sumi only turned pale and clenched her teeth. Chinhao found it hard to imagine how such a small girl could have such calm and terrifying endurance, silently letting him help her remove the bullet. His hands kept moving without pause. At first, he was worried she might faint from the pain. But since it was within her tolerance, Chinhao believed that a quick operation was better for both her wound and their current physical condition. Sumi was now in so much pain that half of her body's muscles twitched. She even felt the metallic tweezers touching her shoulder bone and the scraping sound it made, which almost made her black out from the pain. The sound of tweezers gripping a bullet and scraping against her flesh kept echoing in her ears. Sumi closed her eyes, not looking, not thinking. Finally, after a sharp pain in her shoulder and a spasm in her hand, Chinhao threw both the tweezers with the bullet and the other tools onto the table. Sumi asked, "Is it out?" Her voice was hoarse and dry, unexpected for her. Chinhao wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the bleeding wound on his chest. "It's done. I'll bandage you now." After Chinhao finished bandaging her, Sumi saw that his face was very pale, as if he might faint at any moment. She didn't say much because Chinhao's injuries were worse than hers. She thanked him quickly and returned to room 1501, then entered her space. She felt that after the bullet was removed, her left arm was a bit uncooperative. The numb, uncontrollable feeling suddenly appeared after Chinhao pulled out the bullet. It was probably nerve damage. As soon as she appeared in her space, the spiritual energy there quickly nourished her body, washing her from head to toe. Soon, the wound on her shoulder visibly healed, leaving only a faint scar. Sumi looked at her shoulders healing and smiled happily. But in the next moment, she couldn't smile anymore. Her 5 fingers moved, and she raised her arm slightly. Her arm didn't seem as flexible as before. She tried to pick up a dumbbell nearby for exercise. Although she managed to lift it, her trembling arm and spasming nerves told her her arm wasn't fully healed. Sumi stubbornly used her left hand to pick pumpkin leaves in the pumpkin field. But even though her could close around the leaves, she couldn't apply any force. Had the spiritual energy in her space really stopped working? But her shoulder wound was clearly healed. She sat down on the ground in frustration, realizing she had made a mistake. Her left hand wasn't seriously affected, but she was now officially a level 3 disabled. At that moment, Xiaobai bit her pant leg and dragged her aside. Sumi, annoyed about her arm, pushed it away. "Xiaobai, I'm not in the mood to play right now. Go find Little Red Horse to play. Xiao Bai didn't leave. Although it no longer bit her pants, it sat beside her, chirping softly and calling out. It wagged its head and nudged her as it made sounds. Sumi frowned, about to get angry, but then saw Xiao Bai run a few steps toward the white mist and turn back to signal her to follow. Sumi understood Xiao Bai was asking her to go along, so she reluctantly stood up and followed. They stopped in front of a small water pond that Xiao Bai had dug. Woof woof woof. Sumi frowned. This water? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Woof woof. Are you asking me to drink water?
Woof.
Sumi didn't know what Xiao Bai was trying to do. Although she wasn't in the mood to drink water, she squatted down and scooped some water with her hand to drink. Okay, I've drunk the water. Xiao Bai, can you?
Sumi sudan froze, stopping her words.
The water was sweet and tasty, just like before. But after she drank a handful of the creek water, a cool feeling spread through her body and gathered at her shoulders. The numbness and weakness in her left arm, along with the uncontrollable trembling, were greatly reduced. Very noticeably reduced. Sumi looked at Xiao Bai, who was wagging its tail and nodding. Xiao Bai, do you know this water can heal my hand?
Woof.
After barking, Xiao Bai ran into the white mist. When it came out again, it was soaked and then rubbed against Sumi, splashing water all over her. It went back into the mist and came out again, rubbing itself against her once more. Although Sumi could communicate with Xiao Bai was just a puppy less than a month old and couldn't express many things clearly. Like now, after a long conversation, she finally understood that Xiao Bai wanted her to soak in creek water for a bath. Xiao Bai didn't understand the full effect of the creek water. It only knew that the water was good for its owner, which was very good. After understanding Xiao Bai's meaning, Sumi took a bath bucket and filled it with creek water. Then she sat down and soaked herself in the bucket. It was a wonderful feeling, like stepping into an air-conditioned room on a hot summer day, making her pores relax completely. All her fatigue and irritation disappeared. The most amazing part was that her hand was fully healed in less than 3 minutes. Sumi regained control of her arm. The feeling of soaking in water is very strange. That cool, clear sensation is like spiritual energy in space, more concentrated than spiritual energy hundreds or thousands of times. It's as if the spiritual energy in space originally comes from these streams. Or maybe these streams are made of condensed spiritual energy. This is a treasure hidden from the world after the apocalypse. Sumi crawled out of the bucket, about to change her clothes, and was surprised to see how her body had changed again. Her body, which had already transformed because of the spiritual energy in the space, was changing once more. Her skin color had become lighter, much less wheat-colored than before. Although the change wasn't huge, Sumi could still feel it. Girls are very sensitive about their skin tone. Before the apocalypse, many businesses exploited whitening products to make money from beauty lovers. That's good. Compared to before, Sumi noticed that the muscles in her arms and lower abdomen had disappeared. If she wore loose clothes, her appearance would look very thin and weak. Before, her wheat-colored skin and curvy figure made her look healthy and strong. Now, she seemed to have a quiet, hidden strength. This subtle power was so well concealed that others couldn't see her true ability. Even after leaving the space, the discomfort caused by the outside weather disappeared completely. After Chinhao finished the surgery on Sumi, he didn't have time to clean up the table. The door was knocked. It was Anton from downstairs. He walked to the door with a pale face and opened it. What's the matter? Anton saw Chinhao's pale face first. Then she smiled kindly and said, Xiao Qin, I saw you came back hurt the other day. I wonder if you're feeling better now. Chinhao nodded. I'm feeling better. But his chest wound had burst open, and the bleeding hadn't stopped. Anton noticed this, but quickly looked away, pretending she hadn't seen it. It's like this. Just now, someone from the next building came over. They asked if we wanted to go out with them to find supplies. You know, our building is full of old, weak, sick, and young people. We can't handle the outside dangers. Xiao Qin, do you want to represent our building and go out with them? At least, bring back some medicine and water for us. Chinhao frowned, clutching his chest tightly. Their drinking water was almost gone. But his wound. And saw his worry. I understand you're hurt. It's difficult for you to go out right now. But don't worry. I have already arranged with the people in the next building. You only need to go with them. Everything you bring back will belong to you. Moreover, they will also help us move things. At this point, Aunt looked at Chinhao mysteriously. You don't know, but someone important has come to the next building. They even organized people at our community entrance to ensure the safety of everyone coming in and out. This time, you're lucky to go out with them. Sumi almost laughed when she heard this. Protecting people? Isn't it just an excuse to collect supplies? But Chinhao's silence told Sumi that he was tempted. Do they know where to find supplies? Seeing Chinhao loosen up, Aunt Anne's smile grew wider. Yes, at the foreign store near the north entrance of the city. They have a lot of things there. If everything goes well, you can check it out first. Next time, we'll organize our own people to move supplies. While they were talking, the door to room 1501 suddenly opened. Sumi had already come out of her space, but she was busy packing medicine to treat Chinhao's injuries. When she heard Annan outside, she quickly put all the medicines into her black backpack. If anyone saw these things, it would be hard to explain. Anton saw Sumi and immediately looked very angry. Her son, and Chinhao, was still injured from what Sumi did, and he hadn't recovered yet. Now, with so few medicines, they couldn't go to the hospital. Her son complained every day about his wound. If possible, she wished she could get rid of this woman. You crazy murderer. How dare you come out? Little Chin, you don't know, but this person is a murderer. Please, you have to help us. But when she thought of Sumi wielding a long knife like a demon, killing without hesitation, she hesitated. She looked at Chinhao and asked for his help. Chinhao knew well what kind of person Annan was. I already know what you're saying, but I'm injured now and can't go out. Besides, I need someone to take care of me every day. You should find someone else. Sumi didn't really want to bother with Anton. She was old and bossy, and she liked to do petty tricks. Sumi's calm look, which she thought was indifferent, was seen by An Huiwan as a sign of death's contempt. When she remembered Sumi wielding a knife like a demon, she immediately softened her legs and ran towards the staircase, fearing that if she stayed a second longer, Sumi would come with the knife to attack her. Chinhao suddenly found it a bit funny. She's so afraid of you that she will spread rumors in the building. Don't you want to clarify things? Sumi snorted coldly. Maybe, that's not really spreading rumors. Her son, and Chinhao and the man downstairs with an axe, are both injured by me. Chinhao nodded. That seems to be true. Sumi looked down at Chinhao's chest. Stop covering it. If you don't get that bullet out soon, not only will you not be able to go out for supplies, but your life might also be in danger. As she spoke, Sumi suddenly remembered something. She took her backpack and handed it to Chinhao. Here's some medicine. Take it home first. I'll be back in a moment. Sumi thought about the bullet near Chinhao's heart. If she forcibly removed it, she might damage an important blood vessel close to the heart, which could be fatal. To be safe, she took a small basin of creek water from her space, claiming it was for emergency use. Sumi didn't plan to be a good person in this life, but she believed in repaying kindness, so she decided to help Chinhao treat his wound as a favor. She returned to room 1502. Is the wound infected? She asked. The place was not suitable for Chinhao to treat his own wound, and she was sure he didn't have any medicine. Chinhao nodded. Sumi placed the basin of creek water on the table, opened her backpack, and took out all the items, arranging them carefully. I know you understand these things. If you trust me, let me do it. I will help you treat the wound. Chinhao was surprised. Do you want to help me remove the bullet?
Sumi nodded.
Yes, I don't like owing favors. Chinhao hesitated, his gaze resting on her shoulder wound. Before leaving, Sumi wrapped the injured shoulder with blood-stained gauze. There was also a layer of bloodied gauze hanging outside her short-sleeved shirt. You did a good job. I took painkillers just now, so it doesn't hurt much now. She paused, and then looked at Chinhao's true thoughts. Are you worried about me? Chinhao shook his head and looked at Tian, who was obediently watching children's drawings nearby. If he had this wound before, he wouldn't worry about treatment. But now, if damaging an artery during the bullet removal, he might. What about Tian? Sunny finally understood that because she had the magical water from the space stream, she was confident she could keep Chinhao safe. But Chinhao didn't trust her enough to give her his life. He was surprised that Sunny was so clear and direct in her thinking, and despite that, he felt a strange liking for her. He faced the same problem as before when treating her. If he let Sunny help remove the arrow, it might be dangerous for him. But if he didn't treat the wound, it would stay inflamed and eventually get worse, leading to death. He wondered if he should take a risk. Sunny, I know you're a person who settles scores. If I happen to die, could you? Sunny rolled her eyes, silently.
No.
She snapped, taking a quick punch at him when he wasn't paying attention. He was almost out of strength, and Sunny's increased power after using the magical water made her knock him out easily. Every day, when they heard a noise, they rushed over. Tian hugged Chinhao's neck and glared at Sunny. Why did you hit my dad? Sunny, you're a bad girl. Sunny raised an eyebrow, tidied up the medicines nearby, and looked at Tian calmly. Now, the bad girl is going to treat your dad's wound. Stay out of the way, or I'll knock you out too. Sunny had hoped Chinhao could teach her how to treat the wound while pretending to do so, using the magical water to clean it and help him heal faster. But Chinhao, usually so strong, was surprisingly indecisive and even acted like he was leaving instructions for his family. It was a bit annoying. Tian stared at Sunny, but she pulled him aside. If you don't want your dad to die, stay quietly and watch, don't speak. If I wanted to hurt your dad, I would have done it a few days ago, Sunny said sharply. Tian looked scared, but still tried to block Sunny by climbing back next to Chinhao. Sunny took a deep breath. This little kid. She pulled a dagger from her waist and slammed it onto the table, eyeing Tian with a mischievous look. Child's meat is the tenderest. Tian shivered and sat back, not getting closer. His eyes sparkled with tears, but he stubbornly held himself back and refused to cry. Sunny threw the dagger at his feet. If I wanted to hurt your dad, use this to stab me. Deal? This is really troublesome. Children have a natural, sensitive intuition and can tell good from bad. Although Tian is young, she calmed down now and sensed that Sumi didn't mean to hurt them. She sat quietly next to her father Chinhao, holding a dagger. Sumi looked at Tian's guarded face and almost wanted to laugh. She was clearly frightened but still dared to hold the dagger she gave her, trying to boost her courage. The most urgent task now was to treat Chinhao's wound. As someone with a super magical space, Sumi found handling this kind of situation very complicated. She needed to treat Chinhao's injury without him discovering her cheat device, her space creek water. Sumi had personally experienced the healing power of creek water. Drinking it alone could completely heal injuries, which was incredible. So, before coming here, she diluted the creek water. Fortunately, Chinhao was unconscious now, and Tian, a young child, was easy to fool. Sumi simply and roughly cut open Chinhao's wound with a scalpel, carefully slicing through the flesh little by little. She didn't dare go too fast because the gunshot was near his heart. If she cut too quickly and damaged a blood vessel, she wasn't sure if the creek water could save him in time. Once the wound was nearly opened enough, Sumi pressed a piece of gauze soaked with creek water into Chinhao's wound. The bleeding seemed to stop at the wound site. Sumi seized the moment, using tweezers to grasp the bullet's exposed tip, and pulled it out forcefully. She initially thought it would be easy, just grab and remove the bullet. But once she tried, she realized how difficult it was. The bullet was tightly embedded in the moist, firm flesh, almost as if glued in place. The tweezers slipped, no matter how much force she used. No wonder Chinhao had loosened the bullet once before when removing it. Sumi prepared her diluted creek water again and switched to pliers. The pliers head was thicker than the tweezers, but it had a non-slip surface, making it easier to grip tightly. However, The downside was that the thick tip pressing into the flesh caused pain comparable to cutting. Chinhao was already feeling the pain and was starting to regain consciousness. If she pressed again, he might wake up from the pain. Seeing this, Sumi quickly applied force, gripping the end of the bullet and pulling it out with all her strength. With a pop, the bullet was fired. However, a stream of blood burst from Chinhao's chest wound. Surprised and frightened, Sumi pressed a piece of gauze against it, but blood kept seeping through her fingers. At that moment, Chinhao woke up from the pain, uttering a painful moan before falling back into unconsciousness. Qin Tian's hand, which was holding a dagger, loosened. He had never seen so much blood before. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at his father covered in blood. He couldn't speak, only quietly sobbed and then cried loudly. Sumi picked up a basin of water and forcefully poured some into Chinhao's mouth. She also slowly poured some onto his wound.
Sumi was nervous.
If she accidentally killed Chinhao, she might have to take care of Tian, who saw her as a villain and blamed her for his father's injury. Fortunately, the bleeding stopped. Chinhao hadn't woken up yet. Sumi checked his breathing, smooth, and his pulse was unusually strong. His face was pale, but that was just from blood loss. The danger was over. Sumi pretended to sprinkle a lot of traditional Chinese medicine powder on Chinhao's wound to stop the bleeding and prevent infection, then carefully bandaged it. She finally packed away the tools and medicines on the table. She looked at Qin Tian. Still crying? Your dad isn't dead. Qin Tian wiped his eyes with the back of his small hand and focused on his father, ignoring Sumi. She shrugged. This little guy had quite a temper. She quickly packed all her belongings into her backpack, including the basin of water. Chinhao's situation was temporarily set aside by Sumi, but inside Building 29, things began to stir. The rain outside still hadn't stopped, pouring down like it had been torn apart by Sun Wukong's golden staff, washing away the dirt of the world. In the strong wind and heavy rain, Sumi sat on a rocking chair, watching the window outside, feeling as if the window might be blown away by the wind. She wondered if the house could withstand such a storm until the rain stopped. That night, Sumi heard footsteps going up and down the stairs all night. At first, it was nothing unusual. She wasn't one to interfere. But the next day, the footsteps increased, and she noticed more people inside Building 29. She didn't go out, as she was injured and needed to rest at home. In the afternoon, Chinhao came, but Sumi didn't let him in. Instead, she took a bag of things he handed her as a thank you, and then closed the door. This is a bag of warm packs that Sumi saw among Chinhao's supplies. Autumn is almost over, and if such heavy rain continues into winter, many people might freeze to death. For most people, this warm pack is a life-saving item to fight the cold. Sumi has many of these, but since she has become healthier, she no longer fears the cold. Even at 8 or 9 degrees Celsius, she still wears short sleeves and shorts. Chinhao is quite thoughtful and knows how to repay kindness. Sumi throws the warm pack into her space, thinking that the pumpkins inside are ripe, and today she can make mung bean pumpkin porridge at home. But the door is knocked again. Sumi hears more than 2 footsteps outside and guesses it's not Chinhao, so she doesn't open the door. Is Sumi at home? Sumi sees 3 people at the door through the peephole. One is in Chinhao, and the other 2 are strangers, tall and muscular, with weapons on their waists. She finds in Chinhu's boastful attitude and his pointing and talking to the others quite ridiculous. This is the house. My hand was injured by her. Brother Ma, she's really a dangerous person. Knock, knock, knock. The 3 outside keep knocking on the door patiently, not too loudly. But Sumi's patience is running out. Because some people in this building have a history of breaking into others' homes, Sumi can't even hide in her space. Miss Sumi. Through the peephole, Sumi sees Brother Ma, who is knocking. He's dressed in a black casual shirt and has blonde hair, easily reminding her of bullies outside high school or middle school. Brother Ma, she's probably not home. Maybe we should. Sumi sees in Chinhu making a slicing gesture at her door through the peephole. She immediately opens the door and stands there, looking at In Chenghu with a calm, cold gaze. Don't want your hand anymore? I can help you. And Chinhao remembers Sumi's misdeeds and how she ruined his hand. He shrinks his neck, thinking of retreating, but then remembers he's not alone today. He musters courage and glares at Sumi.
Sumi.
If you know what's good for you, apologize and come out quietly to wait for your punishment. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Sumi raises an eyebrow, looking at Chinhao with an expression of I see, then glances at the other two. So, this was their real plan. The two people beside and Chinhao frowned deeply. After Ma Ge stopped Chinhao, he walked to Sumi's door, intending to push the door open a little to create a barrier between himself and the others. But when he pushed, the door wouldn't move. Sumi's eyes turned cold, and she already held her long knife at her waist. These two people didn't seem like the kind to scare the weak or sick in building. It might be necessary to take serious action this time. Sorry, Miss Su. That's not what we meant. Don't overthink it. We didn't come here to target you. Ma Ge. You said you wanted to help me teach her a lesson. Shut up. The man called Ma Ge glared fiercely at Chinhao, then turned to smile at Sumi. There was a strong aura about this young girl, as if just standing quietly could see through everything. His thoughts and actions couldn't escape her sharp eyes. She had just arrived in the building last night, but everyone already knew her story. Clearly, she left a deep impression on everyone here. In his opinion, Chinhao was useless and only caused trouble. But this girl in front of him seemed difficult to deal with. Sumi accepted their gaze calmly and asked lightly, if there's nothing else, don't disturb my rest. Just as she was about to close the door, he stopped her. We are residents of Building 17 in the community. Because the building collapsed after discussing with your building's leader, we decided to move here. This visit is to gather everyone for a meeting to discuss searching for supplies outside. Miss Su, if you're not busy, come join us. Sumi looked at Ma Ge and then replied, not interested. When she tried to close the door again, he hurriedly called out, wait. There's heavy rain outside, and the water level has reached the 5th floor. Most people in the building lack food and supplies. I think it's hard for you to stay alone at home, so why not come with us? It's safer with others. It wasn't because she was moved by his words, but because she thought that if what he said was true, that residents from Building 17 had moved here, the number of people in the building would increase. That would make many things more difficult for her. For example, her rubber boat. Her home's door gap was too small for a rubber boat to pass through. So every time she returned home, she would first put the boat back into her space. But since there were fewer people in the building, no one paid close attention to her little loophole, making it easy for her to hide it. But if every floor is fully occupied, it is indeed inconvenient for her. Brother Ma was able to quickly get to the point with just a few words. If she were an ordinary girl, she would surely think he was trying to help her. It seems appearances can be deceiving. At least, Brother Ma doesn't look as smart as he acts. However, going out with them to find supplies is even less convenient. If they move elsewhere, they would need to rearrange everything, and the cement sealing the windows would be hard to dry in this weather. She prefers not to change locations unless absolutely necessary. After all, this building is well protected. There are buildings on both sides shielding the wind, and behind is another building that blocks the sun and rain. The location is excellent. Miss Su, don't worry. We're not interested in your past. Joining us is benefits. At least, you won't be missing out on supplies. Sumi lowered her eyes and thought for a long time. Okay. And Chinhao's grumpy expression was ignored by Sumi. She only told the other two, I'm planning to come back later. Will I find you on the 9th floor? The 9th floor is where Huiwan lives. No, we live on the 13th floor. Just come directly to us later. We still need to visit other residents, so we won't bother you for now. After closing the door, Sumi could still hear Chinhao's reluctant voice outside. No wonder the noise in the building increased since last night. Turns out, people from Building 17 had moved in. Sumi was the last to arrive on the 13th floor. She wore black clothes and pants, a baseball cap and a mask. Unexpectedly, all 4 rooms on the 13th floor had been opened up overnight, leaving only doors 1301 and 1401. At this moment, about 50 or 60 people were standing or sitting inside the 4 apartments. It wasn't very crowded, but Sumi didn't like places with too many people. Most of the people here, she didn't recognize. So, she stood at the outer edge where she had the best view, not drawing much attention. Chinhao saw her immediately. Sumi sensed someone watching her, and when she turned, she saw Chinhao in the corner outside. He hadn't come every day. He nodded at Sumi and then continued watching the organizer of this gathering. Aunt and Huiwan, also one of the organizers, was standing with the man called Brother Ma, talking to the 50 or 60 people. Basically, they had moved from Building 17 to live in Building 29, and now they planned to stay together with the residents of Building 29. Everyone discussed strategies together and organized people to go out and find supplies. Building 29 has no transportation tools, but Building 17 does. They also brought along 2 large rubber boats, bought at the mall when the heavy rain just started. At this time, they are basically gathering the people in the building to go out and search for supplies, which will be shared equally based on needs. If they had come a few days earlier, the people in the building might have been unwilling to participate due to disagreements over the distribution of supplies. But after these days of hardship, the food and water brought back by early outings have been used up. They have no transportation tools, and many people cannot swim. The elderly are seriously ill, and 2 have died in these 3 days. The young ones are sick, with fevers that haven't subsided yet. And Huiwan's granddaughter took medicine for her fever, but she developed rashes all over her body, and after applying ointment, her condition worsened and started to ulcerate. Sumi often hears arguing sounds coming from Aunt Anne's house on the 9th floor, mostly complaints and rude words. Now a man named Ma has come, willing to cooperate with Aunt Anne's family. Aunt Anne looks radiant, no longer appearing exhausted. She sharply notices Sumi and proudly lifts her chin. Anyone who wants to join the supply search team can sign up with me. Also, we have established safety rules in our building. Anyone who harms others intentionally will face serious consequences, either being expelled from Building 29 or, in severe cases, risking their life. Sumi sneers silently behind her mask, feeling amused. No one saw her expression. Isn't this rule tailor-made for her? They really think highly of her. Everyone in these 4 rooms has been hungry for several days. How many of them are willing to risk danger to find supplies and then share what they find with others? Just wait and see. When hungry people are faced with food shortages, they will do even crazier things. Everyone on the 13th floor who was present signed up for the supply search team. Besides her and Chinhao, Sumi didn't expect that the people from 1503 also didn't participate. They lived together on the 15th floor. When they returned to the 15th floor together, the woman from 1503 hesitated for a long time before finally stopping Sumi before she entered her home.
1501, wait a moment.
Sumi turned around to look. Just a few days ago, the woman who had been sitting on the ground crying and causing trouble with the mischievous child was no longer as lively as before. She looked pale and thin, with her cheekbones sticking out, probably from not eating for several days. She had likely given all her food to the child. As for her husband, Sumi didn't want to know whether his injured arm had healed. As long as they didn't bother her, she didn't care. What's the matter? Lin approached Sumi with a shy look, lowering her eyes. I know you have medicine here, she said, glancing at the gauze on Sumi's arm. My son has had a fever for a long time. He's been unconscious since yesterday. If I don't get medicine, I'm afraid he won't last much longer. Then you should join their supply search team. If you find medicine, you can save your son's life. The woman hesitated and suddenly burst into tears. No, I won't join. Before the people from Building 17 came, I heard that women who went out with them to find supplies were.
I don't want to.
Sumi suddenly understood. No wonder this woman didn't participate. She had already heard the rumors. But Sumi didn't think she should help just because of that. I don't think begging me will help. If you want something, you have to pay. Whether it's joining the search team or using any means to get what you need, that's your business, not mine. Lin grabbed Sumi and nodded frantically. I know. I'm not asking you to help me for free. I will pay you. I have money. Sumi shook her head helplessly. Did this woman still believe money was useful in this world? I don't need money. Even before the apocalypse, her wealth was much greater than most people in the world. At that moment, a boy's crying came from inside room 1503, followed by a man's angry shouting. At this time, can't you be more sensible? We have nothing left to eat or drink at home, and you're still taking care of it. Dad, no, don't eat it. It has no meat.
No.
Then there was the sound of things smashing on the ground. Hearing this, the woman hurriedly ran into the house. In her panic, she didn't even close the door. Sumi was about to leave, but after hearing the conversation between the mischievous child and his father inside, she suddenly became interested. Just now, they said the child had a fever and was unconscious. Women's words are often deceptive. Sumi tilted her head and looked inside. Wow. After so long of surviving the end-of-the-world disasters, this family still keeps a small pet. This shows how much the couple loves and cares for their child. Indeed, every mischievous child often has parents who encourage or support their behavior. She lazily leaned against the window outside apartment 1503, watching the family clean up broken porcelain in the kitchen doorway. The mischievous child was holding a pure white rabbit, trembling all over. He had never known that his father could be so harsh with him.
Why are you stopping me?
To keep this rabbit, we have to save every bit of food. Oh, and water.
We are almost out of water ourselves.
Once it's gone, we can only drink rainwater, and we need to save some for this little creature. We've raised it for 2 years. Now we have no food. Perfect, we can cook it, and maybe we can survive one more day. Sumi looked at the rabbit in the boy's arms. This family was truly toxic. All three looked pale and thin, especially the man, who still had his arm bandaged after being cut. But the rabbit was pure white, chubby, and very cute. It was well cared for. It seemed to understand that the only safe place in the house was in the boy's arms, so it curled up and stayed still. When Sumi saw the man approaching her son and reaching out to grab the rabbit, she couldn't hold back and spoke up. A rabbit, it's not much meat. At that moment, the family realized the door wasn't closed. The man glared at Sumi fiercely. How could he forget that it was this little troublemaker who caused his injury? His wound was still inflamed and somewhat infected. And now, with food and water scarce at home, this woman was coming to cause trouble. That has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. He was about to close the door. Sumi stopped him with one hand. Honestly, in this apocalyptic world, finding a living small creature was not easy. She couldn't just watch it be eaten. How about I trade you some food? The man paused. If I kill this rabbit, we can still eat it. Sumi had to raise the stakes. She knew he was testing her limits, but she had no choice but to play along. I also have some water to trade. The man hesitated. Just before he could speak, Sumi said, if you're asking for too much, I'd rather not trade at all. She saw the unwillingness in his eyes clearly. At least you should add a little more medicine. My son still has a fever. Can you see if you can? Sumi glanced at the woman who interrupted her. Did she exaggerate to gain sympathy? Unfortunately, this trick didn't work on her. Instead, she thought the rabbit was worth giving an extra box of fever medicine in exchange. Sumi looked at the couple and said, all right, deal. I'll go back and get it for you. On her way home, Sumi quickly picked the smallest cabbage from her space. Not because she was stingy, but because the vegetables grown in her space were unusually large. Normal cabbages are about the size of a winter melon at most. But the smallest cabbage she grew was about the size of a winter melon. Items from her space couldn't be given away. She searched around and found a cabbage she had stored before the apocalypse. So, holding a large cabbage, 3 bottles of water, and a box of fever medicine, she went to door 1503. That mischievous child was holding the rabbit, glaring at Sumi with hostility. Sumi glared back fiercely, which made him tear up and hide behind his mother, clutching the rabbit. Sumi saw that his face was red, breathing heavily, but he still held the rabbit tightly, clearly very fond of it. The couple saw what Sumi was holding and first looked disappointed. Is that all?
Shumistral.
A rabbit is meat, but with just a few ounces, it's barely enough to fill your teeth. This cabbage weighs at least 5 jin. You can eat it for several days. The man earlier looked ready to kill the rabbit and cook it. This family probably had a simple power generator or a stove like a castro. They were momentarily speechless after what Sumi said, hesitant to speak. But seeing her stubborn attitude about trading, they finally agreed. The mischievous child started crying loudly when the rabbit was gone. Sumi didn't have time to watch their family drama. She hugged the rabbit and returned to 1501. She fed the rabbit water and carrots, then put it into her space. Feeling the white mist decrease slightly, Sumi hummed happily. She didn't expect to gain so much just by staying inside. It seemed her luck had been pretty good lately. The supply search team assembled and set out the next day. However, there are only 2 rubber boats and they need to carry both people and supplies. Each time they set out, only 5 people sit on an 8-person boat, and the rest of the space is used for supplies. The entire building 29 started to become lively, except for the 15th floor. Besides the new resident in apartment 1504 from building 17, the other 3 households did not join the supply search team. The first trip of the supply search team ended with everyone returning injured. Sumi heard people in the building say that it was because someone from the neighboring building set up checkpoints at the entrance, claiming to protect the safety of the community. But everyone who entered or left the community had to give up half of their supplies before they could return to their floor. Both rubber boats from building 29 were forced to surrender 1 boat. The other side had much better weapons. When the people from the 29th floor returned, they were injured. A family on the 9th floor was so upset that they went to argue with a neighboring building, but there has been no news from them since. Their family members are afraid to seek help. People who went out eagerly to find supplies are now feeling very depressed. They worked hard to find supplies, but when they returned, they had to give away half. The remaining half was then shared equally among the residents.
No one could stand this.
Sumi thought that such events would reduce people's enthusiasm for going out to find supplies. But by evening, a few people came to find Chinhao. "Xiao Qin, I know you're good at this. You see, your family has a child, so there must be a lot of needs. Do you want to join us to go out and find supplies?" Aunt and led the way, bringing Ma Ge and his younger brothers to find Chinhao again. Chinhao was already somewhat interested in going out for supplies, but he couldn't accept the idea of sharing what he found. There are too many people in the building now, and his ability is limited. He also didn't want to be taken advantage of. Seeing Chinhao silent, Ma Ge cleared his throat and continued. "Chinhao, if you join us, everything you find outside belongs to you. You don't have to share with others. What do you think?" Chinhao looked up at him. "Oh, what do I need to do? Our community's entrance is guarded by people from the neighboring building. They want us to give half of our supplies as protection money every time we come back. I hope you'll cooperate with us," Ma Ge said, making a gesture as if to cut his neck. Chinhao frowned. In principle, he was unwilling to do such a thing. However, if the things he brought back were unfairly taken away, he naturally wouldn't be willing. Although he didn't want to associate with the people in the building, the current situation made cooperation more efficient and safer than going alone. He didn't agree immediately, but asked Anton and Ma Ge to go back and wait for his news. After they left, Chinhao hesitated for a moment, but still went to knock on Sumi's door at 1501. Sumi didn't let him in as usual, but came out herself. She had been sitting in a rocking chair inside, watching the water pooling downstairs, and had overheard their conversation. She naturally guessed why Chinhao came to see her. "Are you planning to work with those people to go find supplies?" Chinhao wasn't surprised by her question and nodded calmly.
"Yes.
We don't have many supplies left. Those people can't be trusted." "I know. I just want to find some food. We need nutrition every day."
"What do you want from me?"
"If you're asking me to help you take care of the kids, I can tell you now it's impossible." Chinhao shook his head. "It's safe at home every day."
Sumi is nere.
"Don't blame me for not warning you. Nothing is safe anywhere." She had been watching the water below for a long time. It had already reached the 5th floor and would reach the 6th in a day. She saw the water was very muddy, filled with corpses, limbs, decayed leaves, and various insects and animals' rotting bodies. The longer these things sit in the water, the more unknown viruses and bacteria grow in the air. Such environments make people most likely to get sick, especially the elderly and children. Moreover, Sumi thought about the giant crocodile in the mall, which still made her feel very uncomfortable. Chinhao knew Sumi wasn't joking, but he had no choice. "Sumi, are you willing to go out with me to find supplies? I can talk to Huiwan and the others. The things you bring back don't have to be handed over. You can go alone, not join their supply team, in case there's no food later." Sumi wasn't lacking food, but living in Building 29, she couldn't stand out too much or be seen as someone who didn't need to eat or drink. She needed to give a reason for the food to appear in the space.
It's possible, but
"I don't think you should go out like that." After returning home, Chinhao kept thinking about what Sumi had said. His wound healed very well, taking only 2 or 3 days. Although movement caused some tearing, he didn't bleed much. It's not that he didn't bleed at all, but he felt his muscle recovery was so fast that even when slightly pulled, the bleeding stopped quickly. Though not obvious, Chinhao thought of movies where wounds heal rapidly after injury. He suspected Sumi might have used some supernatural method to help him recover. But then he wondered, if that were true, why did she still need to find him to get the bullet removed and bandaged? He could have just pulled it out himself and healed. So he credited his quick recovery to his own body's ability. Maybe after the end of the world, human bodies really change in some ways, just like in novels or TV shows, he thought. Meanwhile, Sumi pretended to go out for a while. When she returned, her black backpack was puffed up and she was carrying a metal box. At the entrance of the community, the 2 guards had been injured by her long knife and didn't dare to chase her. They didn't know exactly which building she went into. The 2 guards at the gate were from Building 27 next door. After being hurt, they went back inside to gather people and searched each building. Their goal was to find the rubber boat that had been used to hurt them, since such a boat couldn't be hidden easily. But they had no idea that Sumi's rubber boat was already inside her space. After searching several rounds in the community without success, they became angry. The people from Building 27 joined forces, armed themselves, and started searching each building for medicine, causing many residents to complain. Some residents tried to resist, but most only had kitchen knives or similar weapons, which required close contact to use. The people from Building 27 each carried at least 1 fire axe, and the leader even had a gun. Sumi, the main culprit, didn't know what would happen next. But she, with sharp ears, heard 2 gunshots amidst the heavy rain outside. There were more people with guns than just her. Chinhao seemed trustworthy, and she didn't mind giving him some help while keeping most of her secrets and bottom lines. For example, the guns and ammunition she obtained from the police station that day. She left most of her supplies behind and gave Chinhao a pistol and a box of bullets after she returned to 1502. Chinhao knew exactly where those items came from. He thought that it was already lucky that Sumi could come back after being injured that day. Naturally, the items also became the possessions of those evil people. For him, Sumi's action was a pleasant surprise. Her willingness to share with him at this time showed, in some way, that she trusted him. Or perhaps she just needed a teammate, and he was a good fit. Chinhao didn't realize that, unconsciously, he had placed Sumi, a young girl, above himself. When he learned that Sumi would also go out with the team to find supplies, and Huiwan strongly opposed it. And according to Chinhao's request, the items Sumi obtained wouldn't need to be shared, which made her even more upset. However, inside Building 29, only the people from Building 17 had any fighting ability, and Chinhao was the strongest among them. Everyone had seen him return covered in blood that day. There were even rumors that Chinhao used to be a police officer, and the police motorcycle still parked in the stairwell on the 6th floor was proof. These facts made Chinhao seem more trustworthy, and people were willing to give him special treatment. But Sumi was different. In Building 29, Sumi was known as the female villain. Words like murderer and demon were used to describe her. People thought she was scary, but her fearsome reputation was not linked to her abilities. Deep down, people hid their jealousy behind their fear and naturally didn't want to help her. However, after Chinhao's persistent persuasion, Ma and the others finally ignored Huijuan's opinion and agreed to let Sumi join. He was actually very curious about Sumi. Such a fragile-looking, beautiful girl was completely different from the rumors. Why was she considered so terrifying? Ma Dexiang, known as Ma Go, was elected as the leader of Building 17. He had weapons, followers, and a sharp mind. At this moment, Ma Dexiang was walking beside Sumi and Chinhao. It was strange. After so many days in the apocalypse, no one had clean water to bathe. The rain outside looked pure, but after washing, people still smelled sour and moldy. During this time, everyone had a smell like they hadn't bathed in half a month. But Sumi had a fresh, floral scent like she just used body wash. Sumi keenly noticed Ma Dexiang's gaze and stare. His lingering eyes made her very uncomfortable. She kept her hand close to her waist, ready to act at any moment. She snorted coldly, making Ma Dexiang shiver. Ma Dexiang, do you know why I cut off the hand of aunt and son? Ma Dexiang was caught off guard and looked at Sumi with surprise. Could it be that he wanted to touch you and got his hand cut off? If it weren't for Chinhao, he might have wanted to. No, he just wanted to break into my family's door. I cut off his hand. Sumi's sharp gaze flicked past his neck. Even without aiming, she could accurately and quickly cut open an enemy's carotid artery. Suddenly, Ma Dexiang felt a chill on his neck. Just because he wanted to break into your house, you cut off his hand? That seemed a bit too cruel. But for such a fiery little person. TSK, he liked it. Sumi's dagger had already been drawn before Ma Dexiang, and Chinhao could react. She moved swiftly to Ma Dexiang's side, pressing the dagger against his neck and deliberately slicing a small cut on the side of his neck. The previous second, he was fantasizing about Sumi's fiery personality. The next, Ma Dexiang's face turned pale. Since we're working together, I think I should warn you. I have a bad temper and can't stand dirty things. I don't care what you did before, but while I'm here, I advise you not to come into my sight with filth. I might not be able to control myself and kill you. Ma Dexiang knew Sumi wasn't joking. The coolness on his neck, combined with the pain of the skin being cut, made some liquid flow down. He reached out and touched it.
Blood.
His legs felt weak. Sumi's movements were too fast. He couldn't react at all. His neck skin was already cut open. If she really wanted to kill him, she only needed to cut a little deeper and sever his main artery. Without emergency measures, doctors, or hospitals in this disaster, he would definitely die. He had killed people before, including 2 women, 2 beautiful women. But none were as beautiful as Sumi. The feeling of controlling someone else's life and death was truly wonderful. But when he was just one step away from death, he became utterly afraid. Even when he realized 2 weeks ago that the end of the world was coming, he wasn't as scared, more excited. He looked into Sumi's cold eyes and suddenly felt a tightness in his groin. The smell filled the corridor on the 13th floor. Sumi frowned, put away the dagger, quickly covered her nose, and disdainfully wiped the bloodstain on the other's clothes. Then she hurriedly walked to the 15th floor without looking back. Chinhao remained expressionless, pretending not to see, and even later thought Sumi's actions were just right. They not only prevented Ma Dexiang from having any inappropriate thoughts about her and avoided future trouble, but also served as a warning to him, telling him to stop doing shady things in the building. Ma Dexiang, who earlier doubted the rumors about Sumi in the building, now believed them completely. He carried a small knife with him and often drew it to threaten others. He was nothing like a dangerous criminal, he was just a crazy woman. Sumi and Chinhao reached the 15th floor. Before heading home, Sumi called out to Chinhao, "After we leave tomorrow, try to find as much water and medicine as possible." Water? Can't we drink this rainwater? Chinhao's water supply was almost gone. He had collected some rainwater these days, planning to filter and use it. But after Sumi's comment, he felt something was wrong. Most people in the building have been caught in the rain outside. Many have developed fevers and rashes. I think you should know about this. You mean their rashes are related to the rain? I'm not sure. Just a guess. with such a disaster. I'm just warning you. Chinhao nodded in thanks. Thanks, I understand what to do. He opened the door and called out to Tian. Tian, seeing Chinhao return, was very happy and ran out to greet him. But when he saw Sumi standing at the door, his face suddenly showed fear, and he hurried back into the small room. It's okay, Sumi said, taking out the dagger from her waist and handing it to Chinhao. Help me give this to him. I think he won't be so afraid of me anymore after this. Chinhao hesitated as he took the dagger. He's still young. This dagger isn't suitable for him. Sumi frowned and looked him up and down. Chinhao, I mean, if one day you go out to find supplies and don't come back, leaving Tian alone, would you want him to cry and be scared every day, doing nothing and eventually starving? Or would you want him to pick up a weapon and fight for a chance to survive? After saying this, Sumi returned to her room. 1501. She had long been eager to see the mature pumpkin in the space. Tonight, I will prepare 3 pumpkin dishes: stir-fried pumpkin, egg yolk pumpkin, and pumpkin, mung bean, and lily porridge. Chinhao stood frozen at the doorway, not moving for a long time. He had once almost failed to return from an assignment abroad. During that time, the thing he thought about most was that he must survive and return home. He wanted to take good care of his only son. But Sumi's words just now reminded him, if natural disasters never stop, they will have to live in the end-of-world conditions forever. He can't always be by Tian's side. Teaching him early how to protect himself is more helpful for his growth than always protecting him himself. Early the next morning, Sumi packed her timeless black backpack and left the house. Today was the day she would go out with the supply search team. Chinhao had been waiting at door 1502 for a long time. When he saw Sumi come out, he nodded lightly in greeting and then walked ahead toward the 13th floor. Their 2 main goals for this trip were: 1. Search for supplies. 2. Retrieve the rubber boat and supplies that the residents of Building 17 were forced to hand over. Of course, the first was the main goal. But they only had 1 rubber boat left, so only 5 people could go out to search for supplies this time. Besides Sumi and Chinhao, there were 3 others. One was Ma Dexiang, another was his younger follower, and the third was a man Sumi had never seen before. He lived on the 16th floor and was originally from Building 29. After getting to know each other, the 5 of them prepared to go downstairs and set out. Ma Dexiang had been acting overly eager and servile ever since he saw Sumi, which made her speechless. Has he been frightened into stupidity? Since last night, the water level had risen to the 6th floor. The windows in the corridor on the 6th floor had already been removed along with their frames. The rubber boat was parked outside. The 5 of them crossed out through the windows one by one. The rain was heavy and the wind was strong. Such weather was not suitable for going out. But there was no choice. Except for the 3 households on the 15th floor, almost everyone else in the building had run out of food. They could only rely on this 1 rubber boat to go out and find food. Sumi also had a boat. Everyone in the building knew about it. But she didn't take it out and no one dared to ask. Ma Dexiang, as the captain this time, had already planned where to search for supplies. The 5 of them traveled to the Dongxing East Road intersection and surprisingly encountered a motorboat that could carry 20 people. The speedboat was just above their heads, with 20 people looking down at them from above. Brother, are you also out searching for supplies? Sumi didn't reply, lowered her head to reduce her presence, but her hand was already on her waist gun, ready at any moment. Ma Dexiang looked up at the man speaking in the rain. Yes, brother. Is there something you need? Where are you headed to search for supplies? Pingjing supermarket? Or that foreign shopping mall? If it's on the way, we could team up. More people mean more safety. The man's words made Sumi feel heavy inside. Ma Dexiang and the others were originally going to Pingjing supermarket. It's small but remote, and maybe they could find something if they tried their luck. But when asked by the boatman, Ma Dexiang hesitated. They had many people, and if they joined this group, they could take the supplies from the big foreign mall. Just as he was about to speak, Sumi kicked him. Ma Dexiang looked at her, shaking his head to show he didn't agree. He understood immediately and changed what he was going to say. Big brother, we won't go to that big mall. We are few, so we'll just try our luck nearby. It was clear these people were heading to the mall. Sumi kept her eyes down and said nothing. After Ma Dexiang and the others finished negotiating with the boatmen and watched the boat leave, she finally let out a sigh of relief. She would never go near that foreign mall again in her life. Not even a little closer. But Ma Dexiang and the others didn't know what Sumi was thinking. "Brother Ma, you should kick a little softer." "My leg almost broke," Ma Dexiang complained, holding his calf and giving Sumi a look, though he didn't dare really complain. "Brother Ma, why don't we go with them to that foreign mall? There must be a lot of stuff there. These days, who knows how many people have died. Not many would fight us for supplies." Ma Dexiang's younger brother asked. Ma Dexiang looked at Sumi with the same doubt. Sumi sighed. "Even if there are supplies, we need to survive to bring them back. That group isn't simple. We shouldn't get too close to them. It's too risky." Chinhao nodded. "We must be cautious. Besides, they have many people. Let's look elsewhere. With so many people, many things are unpredictable." His wife was caught in the chaos when there were many people around. He still regrets not being more alert to his surroundings at that time. I know of a small wholesale market. It has fewer types of goods but probably a lot in quantity. Since it's a bit far from the city center, we can try our luck there." Wang Shi, who had been silent, spoke up. "I used to go there for business. That market has a distributor for Lin Master's instant noodles and some snack shops. Those things don't spoil easily. Even if they get wet, as long as the packaging is intact, they can still be eaten." Ma Dexiang's eyes lit up. "Why didn't you tell me about that place earlier? I was planning to mention it after we went to Pingjing's supermarket since it's nearby. But just now, I thought we would go to the mall together with them." "Come on, let's go. Why bother with the supermarket? Let's head straight to the wholesale market. If we're lucky, we'll hit the jackpot. The people upstairs won't have to worry about food for a while." Sumi naturally had no objection. She was just surprised by Ma Dexiang's personality, his rough, hooligan-like aura and disgusting thoughts, yet he was willing to help the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled in the building get some benefits. The five of them paddled a rubber boat directly to the Isin small wholesale market. This kind of market was in a low-lying area, with the tallest buildings only 5 or 6 stories high. When they arrived, they saw that most of the place was submerged in water. Only a few taller buildings still showed their rooftops and terraces. Ma Dexiang steered the boat past a fallen power pole and some tree trunks, heading into the market. The scene before them made 3 of the 5, except Sumi and Chinhao, stand up on the boat and cheer. The outside of the Isin small wholesale market was originally enclosed by a wire fence. Now, the market was flooded, and the outer wire fence had been uprooted by the wind and was floating on the water. The wires were still connected, forming an irregular, constantly shifting circle due to the water flow, with a large number of floating boxes inside. Some boxes had advertisements for instant noodles, while others displayed images of different food packages. Although some had been soaked for a long time and looked damaged, most of the brands could still be identified. Even Chinhao stood up and looked at the floating boxes drifting among the wire fence. There were too many. There are really many supplies. Although the boxes were wet, they still floated, which shows that the contents inside are still intact. Only Sumi, despite everyone being happy to find food, wondered why no one thought to search for supplies here after so long of soaking. It proves that in a team, there must be someone who stays calm. When Medexiang was about to steer the rubber boat through the only gap in the wire fence, Sumi stopped him. "Wait, don't go in yet." Following Sumi's warning, Chinhao also calmed down. At first glance, seeing so many supplies, he was tempted. But since all these supplies were food and they were enclosed in a large wire fence, not drifting away with the water or wind, it seemed very strange. However, this place was naturally low-lying, and the surrounding buildings were uninhabitable. Within a radius of 10 miles, everything was visible. Sumi frowned for a long time, thinking that setting a trap here didn't seem likely. Was she overthinking? Until Medexiang filled the empty space on the top of the rubber boat and then left with the boat, nothing happened. Sumi remained cautious. She reached out to splash water and moved the crocodile she had taken from the mall into the water. Any creature that had entered the space, no matter how wild or difficult to tame before, would become her most loyal servant. They could communicate simply and obey her very well. Sumi told them to hide in the water and not come out. If anyone approached, they should immediately inform her. On the rubber boat, 5 people, after getting the food, all showed happy smiles. Even Chinhao smiled. They decided to first solve the problem in the community on their way back. Even if they had to retrieve the other rubber boat and come back to move supplies, it would take most of the day for both trips. But it was better than nothing. When they left, 4 guards were stationed at the entrance of Manhwa community, like security guards before a disaster. Each of them also held weapons. Sumi remembered the 4 people Chinhao had killed earlier, who also had weapons like theirs. It seemed that the people in Building 27 had long harbored such thoughts. But later, for some reason, perhaps out of fear, they had stayed quiet for a while. The heavy rain is getting worse, and everyone is running low on supplies, including them. 5 people reached the door, but were stopped by 4 others in a boat. All 4 carried weapons, including one holding an electric baton. Sumi quickly raised her arm and shot a small dart into the neck of the person holding the electric baton. In the heavy rain and deep water below, he wanted to fight back, but Sumi didn't want that. She decided to take him out first to ensure her safety. In that moment, one of the 4 was killed, which made the other 3 suddenly afraid. However, the supplies on their boat were very tempting. If they took even half of the supplies back, each person could get a box of goods as a reward. Hand over all the supplies on the boat, or don't blame us for being rude, they said. Seeing Sumi and the others ready to rush forward in their boat, the 3 decided to risk it. They had weapons, and even though they were outnumbered, they thought they could still win. The one with a long knife raised it, and the 2 with bows pulled their strings. But after days of hunger and their inexperience with bows, their arrows, though powerful, were inaccurate. They only stuck into the boxes on Sumi's boat. Chinhao jumped onto the remaining 3 people's boat and easily stabbed one in the heart with a dagger. Sumi saw clearly that the dagger went into the person's heart so easily, like chopping vegetables. Chinhao habitually twisted the dagger after it was in, causing the person to die instantly. Sumi was shocked by this quick and skillful move. She wondered silently, could Chinhao be a hidden assassin? Ma Dexiang, who had watched Sumi shoot one person dead without hesitation, felt a chill down his spine. Seeing Chinhao's precise killing technique, his fear turned into relief. Luckily, he hadn't offended these 2 killers. In just a few seconds, Ma Dexiang had already positioned himself to be on good terms with them in the future. He decided these 2 should be respected and warned his subordinates not to offend them, especially Sumi. While Ma Dexiang was distracted, Sumi and Chinhao each easily took out one more person. Ma Dexiang, Wang Shi, who can row a kayak. Sumi kicked Ma Dexiang, who was staring blankly at the water and the corpse. I can, Wang Shi raised his hand, looking at Sumi as if answering a teacher's question. Sumi ignored the bright admiration in his eyes and nodded. There are ropes on the rubber boat. You are responsible for rowing these 2 kayaks back. Sumi herself couldn't row a kayak. It requires strength and skill to control the direction. It was a bit inconvenient for her. But the boat is narrow and long, perfect for blocking the large hole at the entrance of the corridor to prevent silent intruders from entering the building. Ma Dexiang initially wanted his younger brothers to go back with Wang Shi and then call others from the 13th floor to deal with the troublemakers in Building 27. Those in Building 27 had weapons and guns, so they needed more people to feel confident. We only need the 3 of us. You can send your younger brothers to seal the windows below the 10th floor with cement or other materials, Sumi said. She was worried about the rising water level and also about potential spies sneaking into Building 29. Unlike Building 29, Building 27 has a large opening on the walls of the 6th and 7th floors. Sumi estimated that the opening also involved removing part of the load-bearing wall, which made her think carefully. With the heavy rain, the building's load-bearing wall might not hold up much longer. At the entrance, a row of watercraft was neatly parked. There were 4 rubber boats and even a larger sightseeing boat. It could hold about 20 people, and the hull wasn't tall. However, The boat was a bit big, making it tricky to navigate in and out of the community. Though not very large, it consumed a lot of fuel. Sumi thought that the sightseeing boat hadn't been used frequently, which might be why. The sightseeing boat wasn't open. Its windows could be opened, and the top and rear could store cargo. Sumi liked this small boat. She had a submarine in her space, but due to the current water level and environment, it couldn't be used now. This small boat was quite good, easy to drive, able to block wind and rain and store goods. It just used a lot of fuel, but that was okay because she had plenty of gasoline and diesel of various types to keep it running. Now, her main problem was how to openly take control of this sightseeing boat and keep it for herself. In Building 27, two people at the entrance saw a rubber boat passing by and thought it was a team from outside looking for supplies. The boxes on the boat were stacked high, and the two arrows stuck in them had been pulled out. Sumi and her two companions were all wearing similar raincoats. In the heavy rain, it was impossible to tell who was who. The three quickly went up the stairs to the 6th floor. Sumi and Chinhao moved the fastest, stopping the man who was about to unload supplies from the boat. Ma Dexiang also didn't fall behind. He covered the mouth of another person who was about to shout, used a monkey steel move to weaken that person, and then mimicked Sumi by drawing a knife across his neck. Sumi called out to stop him. Leave a hostage, so he can lead us to the boss of this building. Ma Dexiang looked at Sumi with a hint of regret.
But
Chinhao interrupted. Catch the king to catch the bandits.
Sumi is right.
Ma Dexiang then covered the man's mouth and dragged him over to Sumi and Chinhao. Sumi tied the rope from the boat tightly to the gap at the entrance. Chinhao carefully observed the surroundings to prevent any surprise attacks. Where is your boss? Ma Dexiang asked, seeing that Sumi and Chinhao didn't speak. He took on the role of interrogator. The man, suffering from the pain of losing his peach, a metaphor for a sensitive area, grimaced. I'll take you there, upstairs. Please don't kill me, he begged. He was afraid that if he revealed the apartment number, he would be silenced forever, so he refused to say it. They were led to the 10th floor. Under Ma Dexiang's hold, the man brought them to door 1004. Chinhao covered the peephole and knocked. The door didn't open, and there was no sound from inside. But Sumi heard a different noise, like the sound of a gun being cocked. These people inside were really cautious. She whispered to Chinhao, be careful, they have guns. Chinhao understood and reached into his waist, feeling for his pistol, which he then held in his hand. Sumi decisively used her dagger to cut the large artery on the side of the hostage's neck, then told Ma Dexiang to pull the person away. She reached into her pocket, actually from her space, and took out a universal lock-opening card. Chinhao was very familiar with this card. When he first saw Sumi, he saw her use it to open a door. That day, he thought the card just looked similar to a universal lock opener, but now it seemed his guess was correct. After exchanging glances with Chinhao, Sumi pressed her card against the surface of the electronic lock and held it there for 3 seconds.
Beep.
The door unlocked. Inside, there was a gun, which made Sumi nervous. Last time, she was caught off guard when she was shot, and she deeply felt the pain of removing the bullet. If she hadn't had this incredible space to protect her, she might have already lost her life or become disabled. When the door opened, Chinhao didn't hesitate at all. He roughly pulled the door open and slipped inside sideways, moving as smoothly as a special effects scene in a movie. Sumi was surprised and wondered if this was too reckless. However, soon after, she heard 2 gunshots from inside. One shot hit the door, creating a smoking hole, and the other sounded like a bullet hitting something. Because Chinhao had been shot before, Sumi's heart sank when she heard these sounds. But the next second, Chinhao appeared in front of her, completely unharmed, and threw another gun to her. She finally relaxed.
Wow.
This guy is a very experienced and skilled fighter. He's the only one inside. I don't know if he's the leader of the building, Ma Dexiang said as he rushed in first to search the room. Sumi and Chinhao also entered. Besides these foods and water, I also found a big box of medicine and women's underwear in the wardrobe, Ma Dexiang said as he carried out the items from the wardrobe. Sumi walked out of the bedroom, kicking the dead man twice, and then In front of Ma Dexiang's frightened eyes, she headed for the door. Ma Dexiang swallowed hard and took several deep breaths before asking, Sister Su, what should we do with him? Sumi turned around. I have no idea. Ma Dexiang was stunned, then looked at Chinhao. Hao-ji, what do you think? Chinhao, standing at the door, also looked at Sumi. I have no experience either. Sumi couldn't help but twitch her lips and glared at Ma Dexiang.
Why are you looking at me?
I have no experience. You're the best at this kind of thing, absorbing other floors and taking them over, right? Just like when the 17th floor collapsed, and they chose the mostly elderly, sick, and disabled buildings on the 29th floor as their target for takeover. Ma Dexiang felt both embarrassed and enlightened by Sumi's words. Her fierce and tall image in his mind made him love and hate her at the same time. Great leaders don't sweat the small stuff. If she can't be defeated, then it's better to rely on a strong supporter for protection. Immediately, he pretended to be very obedient, saying, I understand, Sister Su. I will definitely handle this matter well. But whether this person is the leader of this building, I can't say for sure. Sumi felt that Ma Dexiang's gaze was full of scheming and didn't like it. Isn't the key to the rubber boat and other watercraft in the living room? If you were in my place, would you give such important things to your younger brother to watch over? Sumi looked at Ma Dexiang with a foolish expression, then walked over to the corner where the keys were kept. She immediately saw the key marked with a sightseeing boat label. Other things are up to you, but the sightseeing boat at the door belongs to me. No objections, right? Ma Dexiang naturally had no objections. Chinhao had always been on Sumi's side and nodded without hesitation. Sumi put the key into her pocket and then sent it into her space, where it was safe everywhere. As long as she had the key, no one could take the boat away. The gunfire earlier couldn't be ignored. Just as the three of them gathered the keys, footsteps approached. This group, Sumi estimated, was no fewer than 10 people. When more than 10 people rushed in, they had already seen the bloodstains at the door. They moved cautiously into the house. Before they could even shout boss, they were startled by the corpse lying on the ground. All of these people were men. They were dressed in clean clothes, clearly different from the weak and sick people in Building 29, completely different worlds. They focused their attention on Sumi and the others. Naturally, they saw that one man and one woman among them each held a pistol. The corpse of their boss had only one gunshot wound, indicating that the shooter was likely very skilled. Although they had many people, if they attacked together, they wouldn't lose. But with only 2 guns in the opponent's hands, even if one person shot at them, they could at most hit 2 people. If luck wasn't on their side, 2 shots could mean 2 lives lost, and the remaining people would take down these 3 to avenge their boss. But no one wanted to be the one to get shot. Who are you? Why did you come to our building and kill people? This is so funny. You can rob and extort at the community gate, but we can't take revenge for our enemies? Come on, if anyone's not convinced, step forward. Let's settle this. Ma Dexiang, relying on Sumi and Chinhao being here, became bolder. I am now speaking on their behalf. If I am attacked, it would be a disgrace for them. A dozen grown men, all looking at each other, but no one dares to respond. They know what they did, and have no right to argue back. Plus, the other side has real weapons. Guns that target the troublemakers. The saying professionals do professional work is very true. Under Ma Dexiang's smooth words, the small gang members from Building 27, who had previously lost their boss, talked with Ma Dexiang and surprisingly started to treat him like a brother. When Sumi and the others left, this group helped them move supplies and water from inside room 1004 to the entrance on the 6th floor. At this moment, Sumi was somewhat impressed by Ma Dexiang. His way of inspiring loyalty really worked. In a world full of danger, those who have a loyal group of followers are truly not simple. Sumi and the others took the supplies they had gathered from the market and the spoils from room 1004 in Building 27 back to Building 29. Ma Dexiang's followers had been waiting at the 6th floor entrance for a while. They unloaded everything from the rubber boats and moved it to the 13th floor. Sumi and Chinhao didn't leave because they needed to go to the small wholesale market again to gather more supplies. But this time, it wasn't just the 2 of them. Not only did they retrieve the rubber boat that originally belonged to Ma Dexiang, but they also brought back several other boats from that area. Since they were familiar with the route and wanted to carry more supplies each trip, they used 5 rubber boats, each with only one driver, and set out together to transport goods. Sumi's sightseeing boat didn't participate because it was out of fuel. Sumi and Chinhao rowed in the same boat, while Wang Shi, Ma Dexiang, and 2 trusted followers each took one boat. They quickly reached the Yisin wholesale market. The crocodile in the water was patrolling around, but they didn't find anything unusual. The 5 boats kept going back and forth until it was dark, then decided to stop for now. The heavy rain made visibility poor during the day, and it was even harder at night. After a tiring day, Sumi returned home and treated herself to a hot pot meal. Her living room was filled with 5 boxes of instant noodles, 3 boxes of canned food, and a 5-liter bottle of mineral water. These were her rewards for helping search for supplies this time. Of course, giving so much at once also reflected Ma Dexiang's personal motives. Sumi did not refuse. After this event, she decided that participating in group activities that require little effort but help hide her presence in the space was okay sometimes. It also allowed her to get some food openly, which she found beneficial. Like usual, after taking a bath in her space, Sumi boredly checked her supplies, played with Little White and Little Red for a while, and then poked Little Green's head. The small turtle she brought back from the aquarium had a blue, scale-like patch on its head and limbs, so Sumi named it Little Green. Since coming into the space, it seemed lazier than when it was in the turtle tank at the aquarium. It could eat 4 or 5 large lettuce leaves and half an apple in a day. After eating, it would lie by the white mist's water hole and sleep without moving. It used to like the creek in the mist, but since Sumi put a group of crocodiles into the space, they naturally all sank into the creek and rested there. Although, with Sumi's full control over the space, they wouldn't fight to the death inside, but Little Green still seemed unwilling to associate with those fierce crocodiles. What surprised Sumi most was a batch of crocodile eggs soaked in creek water. Just before she was about to sleep, she heard a noise. Several large, white eggs, 2 of which started moving on the dark ground. If they moved, they must be alive, fertilized eggs. Sumi was sure that these 2 eggs were laid by the mother crocodile she saw that day, and they were larger than the others. But she had only stored them in the space for a few days, and now they could move? That was unexpected. This showed that the space's catalytic effect was not only good for plants, but also for animals. Holding the 2 large eggs, she saw the fertilized embryos inside already taking on a crocodile shape, with their 4 claws occasionally slipping in the surrounding egg liquid. If this development continued, these 2 eggs might hatch on their own very soon. But Little White, Little Red, and Little Green hadn't grown much overnight. Little White was already much bigger than other puppies of the same age. Sumi summarized that the crocodile eggs, placed in the space before hatching, could develop into small crocodiles in just a few days. This greatly shortened the incubation time. Little White, a puppy that entered the space just days after birth, was also much larger than typical puppies of the same age. Although Xiaohong is a young pony, she is probably around 1 or 2 years old. She gained a lot of weight quickly after entering the space, but her overall size hasn't increased much. Xiaoqing, on the other hand, hasn't grown at all since entering the space. She eats and sleeps constantly, and her appetite keeps growing each day. It seems that the space doesn't affect all living beings equally. Sumi guesses that smaller or younger creatures are more likely to be influenced by the space. She had a good night's sleep. Until around 4 in the morning, Sumi was awakened by a loud call. It wasn't noise from the building, because she sleeps in the space at night for safety and only comes out during the day. She was awakened by a call in her mind. The call came from the few crocodiles she released at the Yisin wholesale market. They seemed to have encountered something, and their excitement and urgency in their communication suggested they were asking Sumi for permission. Sumi didn't know what they had encountered and couldn't make a quick decision. If they were asking to attack or eat humans, agreeing might reveal the crocodile's existence too early. But for now, she is sure that something is happening at the Yisin wholesale market. Originally, At 7 o'clock today, Ma Xiang and Chinhao were supposed to go there to transport supplies. But because of the crocodile's message, Sumi decided to go early and check the situation herself. After autumn, the time changes to winter time. Dawn is later, and it gets dark earlier. Plus, the seasons after the apocalypse are starting to shift abnormally. Although it doesn't feel different now, in the future, extreme daylight or darkness might become normal. While it was still dark and everyone was asleep, Sumi quietly took out her rubber boat and headed toward the Isin wholesale market. The closer she got, the more excited the crocodile group in the water became. When she arrived, she finally understood what they were trying to tell her. They wanted to eat the large crocodile that looked about the same size as the mother crocodile in the aquarium. The large crocodile was floating on the water surface, belly up. Its tough, iron-like skin was torn and bitten to shreds. The culprit was a group of smaller crocodiles, about a dozen, gathered around its body. Sumi knew crocodile meat is edible. Before the apocalypse, there were channels on TikTok where breeders sold farmed crocodile meat. But Sumi would never touch such a mutated giant crocodile. She doesn't know what would happen if her little crocodiles in her space ate it, but the crocodile group in her space also comes from that mall and carries the mutated crocodile genes. They should be fine eating it, right? Sumi's approval prompted the little crocodiles surrounding the giant crocodile's body to start frantically biting its limbs. She had never seen such a scene before and was shocked by it. Her crocodile group was still small, but they could kill a much larger giant crocodile by attacking together. They bit quickly, swallowing chunks of meat in one go. Soon, the giant crocodile was reduced to just a skeleton and a torn, battered crocodile skin. Sumi stopped the little crocodiles from continuing to gnaw at the skeleton. This was valuable. The tough crocodile skin was torn to shreds, yet the bones remained intact, showing how hard the bones were. The sharpness of the crocodile's teeth was evident from how fast the little crocodiles ate, indicating their teeth were extraordinary. This giant crocodile's bones were unusual, with a pointed spike at each joint. Until the tail end, the bones between two joints were over half a meter long and the tail tip was sharp. Sumi carefully collected the bones, and after entering her space, it took her half an hour to cut off the tail section of the giant crocodile's bones. The tendons between the joints were incredibly tough, making it impossible for Sumi to tear them apart by hand. In the end, she used a dagger and a fire axe to cut the tailbone from the joint. The tendons were so resilient that Sumi was confident in the hardness of the bones. She looked around her space and found an old wooden chopping board she had previously collected from the mall, about 5 centimeters thick. Sumi took out a kitchen knife for cutting bones, placed the tailbone on the chopping board, raised her knife, and struck down. With a loud clang, a notch appeared on the blade of the kitchen knife. The part of the tailbone that was cut was completely unharmed, with no marks at all. Sumi's confidence grew, and she struck again with more force. This time, the notch on the knife was even larger, and a small piece of the blade chipped off. The giant crocodile's bones were truly as hard as Sumi had guessed. She picked up the tailbone and aimed the sharp tip at the display board, stabbing downward. The tailbone pierced through the display board and directly into the dark soil below. Sumi was very happy with her work. It looked good. If she attached a handle to the top of the tailbone's end, it would become a natural bone spike weapon. Sumi looked everywhere but couldn't find any fabric to wrap the tailbone. In the end, she tore a short-sleeved shirt into strips and wrapped them around the thick end of the tailbone, like wrapping zongzi, leaving the handle area free. Finally, she tried holding it. The tailbone was over half a meter long. It wasn't light, but Sumi was strong, so it felt comfortable to hold. She looked at the handle position, pouted a little, thinking it looked a bit ugly. But overall, it resembled a medieval knight's great sword, imposing and solid, with a classic style. When Sumi came out of her space, dawn was breaking. After finishing everything, she drove her rubber boat back to the building. As she entered the 15th floor corridor, she saw Chinhao and Tian. It seemed Chinhao was taking Tian for morning exercise, and Tian's waist was hanging the dagger she had given her. Seeing Sumi, Tian's small face turned red. Sumi approached, greeted Chinhao, then Tian stuck close to him and quietly called out, "Sumi, sister." Sumi turned and smiled at him, but didn't stop. She continued to apartment 1501. Before coming upstairs, she put the small crocodiles back into the water and let them roam freely. Since yesterday, when she saw a team heading to the foreign mall to gather supplies, Sumi felt uneasy. The crocodiles in that mall were always a trouble. But how to release them? Sumi really didn't have a good way. She tested her space's range. She could only take things that were close enough. Even with water as a medium, she couldn't bring distant objects into her space. Unless these giant crocodiles lined up obediently, one after another, waiting in the water for Sumi to collect and deal with them, she thought that was unlikely. Releasing the small crocodiles into the water could serve two purposes. First, they could give her early warning if a big crocodile approached. Second, although small, they had a strong attack power. The giant crocodile outside the Isan wholesale market was defeated by them. Ma Dexiang and the others went to the wholesale market to gather supplies, but Sumi didn't go with them. Chinhao went because he could bring back supplies. When they returned, someone knocked on the door. Chinhao brought back a box of ham sausages for Sumi, saying it was a gift from Ma Dexiang to show his respect. Sumi did not refuse. She had been watching the water below since morning. The small crocodiles in the water told her there was something in the water. Sumi thought a giant crocodile had come, so she felt very anxious. Until the afternoon, when she heard a frightened scream from the neighbor in building 1503 saying there's a strange fish, she finally understood what was in the water. It was a fish, a huge fish. At first glance, it looked a bit like a carp. However, someone on the 6th floor at the entrance was trying to catch the fish with a net to improve their food, but unexpectedly, a black fish that resembled a carp shot out of the water and quickly bit off one of his eyes. The man covered his eye, lost his balance, and fell into the water. Suddenly, a large black fish surged up and dragged him deep into the water. When Sumi heard the man's painful scream, she ran to the window to look. She had seen this kind of fish before at the dinner table. It was called a giant jawfish. Its back looked very much like a carp, but its body was longer, similar to a grass carp. Its front head had a downward curve, and its mouth was upturned and very large when open. Because when it opens its mouth to bite prey, it creates a strong suction that makes it hard to escape. She had heard before that the largest giant jawfish could swallow a child 4 or 5 years old whole. So, when it suddenly jumped out of the water to attack the man's eye, it wasn't just pecking at his eye, but actually using its suction to the eyeball out of the socket and swallow it. Not only Sumi saw this, but many people in Building 29 also looked out after hearing the screams. Everyone's initial surprise turned into fear. Usually, humans eat fish, but now, with the disaster, the roles had reversed. Humans became prey, and the fish became predators. This change sparked fear in everyone's hearts. Fortunately, Ma Dexiang and a few others had already moved all their supplies back in the morning. Otherwise, going outside now might mean they wouldn't be able to come back. Thanks to the man who was fishing below, no one dared to get close to the water at the 6th floor entrance anymore. Sumi learned from the small crocodiles that because the land, rivers, and seas were now connected, these fish probably came from somewhere in a school. Without a clear direction, they just swam aimlessly until they reached Manhwa community. Right now, the entire Manhwa community's water was filled with these giant jawfish. Many of the elderly, sick, and disabled in her building stayed at home and didn't come out. Several other buildings had already lost several people to the fish. The heavy rain has been falling for over 10 days. Hungry and lacking clothes and food, the people originally thought that the heavens had not cut off their way and sent fish and meat to fill their stomachs. But unexpectedly, they found themselves more terrified of becoming fish food. Compared to other buildings, the people in Building 29 are also afraid, but they are not currently lacking food. At least for this week, they have enough to eat. Although Ma Dexiang and his team brought only instant food, there was plenty of it, and each household received a good amount. The water supply was limited, but for most people, the bigger the rain outside, the less water they lacked. Only a few people, like Sumi, Chinhao, the couple who eavesdropped on Sumi and Ma Dexiang, were less worried. When the giant fish group appeared, Sumi was not as afraid as others, because the small crocodiles being raised were asking her if they could eat the fish. As for what to eat, in the current water, besides the giant fish, there was nothing else worth eating. Sumi naturally agreed, and also told the crocodile group to catch her a live one. Although the giant fish are quick and agile, the dense buildings, trees, and public facilities inside Manhwa community make it difficult for them to swim freely. Moreover, the small crocodiles are quite dominant in the water, and it's easy for their group to catch a giant fish. Late at night, when everyone in Building 29 was asleep, the door of room 1501 suddenly opened. Sumi quietly went to the 6th floor, took out a deep bucket from the space, filled with water from the creek inside the space. Suddenly, the water surface rippled. A small crocodile, about the length of an arm, emerged from the water in the darkness and climbed to the 6th floor window, biting a struggling, escaping big fish. Sumi held the fish's head with one hand, controlling it steadily. The small crocodile returned to the water and continued chasing its prey. Sumi threw the tiny giant fish, only about 20 centimeters long, into the deep bucket to soak. Within seconds, Sumi's hand reached into the bucket, and the fish disappeared. Feeling the white mist at the edge of the space dissipate again, Sumi naturally felt happy. The creek inside the space was empty, and the small crocodiles also needed food. So, Sumi suddenly decided to raise fish inside the space. One night, Sumi directed the little crocodiles to wildly catch giant fish in the water, while she sat at the entrance on the 6th floor, responsible for collecting the fish. As a result, there were over a dozen giant fish in the space. The smallest was about the size of Sumi's palm, and the largest was roughly as long as her arm. This showed that the little crocodiles were very fast, strong, and cooperative in the water. Until after 2 a.m., Sumi stopped and went back. If they caught too many fish in one night, these fish might move to another place to avoid danger. So, while everyone else was afraid of the water, Sumi was not afraid at all. She sat at the entrance for 3 nights in a row, waiting for the little crocodiles to catch the giant fish alive and bring them to her, then put them into her space. Sumi threw the giant fish from the water pit, and they swam into the stream by themselves. Since these fish had finally appeared in the food chain, once they entered Sumi's space, they became food again, just for the little crocodiles. On the 22nd day of the disaster, heavy rain continued. The water level rose again to the 6th floor. People went from initially not believing to waiting confidently for rescue, and finally to despair. No one doubted that the end of the world had truly arrived. Now, the water was full of everything: disgusting trash, leftover food, plastic bottles, and the bodies of stray cats and dogs. But the worst part was the corpses, which had rotted so badly that their faces and bodies were unrecognizable, floating in different parts of the city. There were many bodies in Manhwa community. Meanwhile, people who had caught colds from getting wet in the rain earlier started falling ill. Some who got wet on the first day of the rain only had a cold, while others developed rashes along with the cold. Although the fever eventually went away, the rashes did not disappear. After more than 10 days of continuous rain and no sunshine, people were more prone to illness. The water kept rising, reaching the 8th floor. The smell from the trash and bodies in the water made people feel sick But that was not the worst part. The foul smell spread through the air into every home, carried by the damp air, bringing viruses and bacteria. The first to get sick were those who had a fever and skin rashes that hadn't healed. The couple in apartment 1503 argued every day, but today, they were completely silent. Until evening, the door to Sumi's apartment was knocked loudly, but unfortunately, she didn't hear it. At that moment, she was in her space ensuring a good sleep. By early morning, after she finished cleaning herself, she heard crying and faint chatter in the hallway. When she stepped out, she saw many people in the corridor on the 15th floor. The woman crying was from apartment 1503. Her door was wide open, and Sumi smelled a faint rotten odor coming from inside. Chinhao came over and told Sumi that the woman in 1503 had lost her husband and son overnight. In the morning, the bodies, which had seemed fine before, were covered with black scars and red spots. The bodies had already started to smell bad, like salty fish at a market.
Sumi vinklet her noe.
Although the smell wasn't very strong yet, it was really unpleasant. It was even worse than garbage soaked in water outside. She knew what caused this. During the apocalypse before her rebirth, many people developed skin diseases from radiation sickness after getting caught in the rain without realizing it. Later, living in damp environments without sunlight, their bodies became infected with bacteria and viruses. This kind of infection was deadly, attacking the immune system quickly, leaving no time to react. Sumi had seen that mischievous kid with red rashes before, and he had a fever, so his immune system was weaker than normal. If he caught this disease, only death awaited. Sumi didn't really want to interfere, but the foul smell filling the corridor was hard to bear. Fortunately, Ma Deqiang arrived with others, urging the woman to dispose of her husband and child's bodies to prevent harming other residents' health. When the people on other floors heard this, their faces suddenly changed. Could this skin disease be contagious? Miss, you should quickly throw away your husband and child's bodies. Leaving them here not only smells bad but could also spread the disease, and that would be terrible.
Exactly.
My granddaughter is still recovering from a serious illness. If she catches this, it would be a terrible crime on your part. The speaker was Aunt in Huiyuan. Her granddaughter had been sick for a long time and couldn't afford to risk catching another illness. Lin Lin looked at the disgusted faces around her, talking loudly, and suddenly let out a bitter laugh. She fixed her gaze on Sumi. She walked towards Sumi, and everyone along the way quickly stepped back, afraid of being touched or coming too close and risking infection. Only Chinhao stood in front of Sumi. The woman smiled, but her eyes, looking past Chinhao at Sumi, were a little frightening. Last night I knocked on your door. Why didn't you open it? Sumi frowned. She wasn't in her room, so how could she know someone came to knock in the middle of the night? Besides, even if she knew, she wouldn't interfere. For this skin condition, she wasn't a doctor and couldn't treat it, unless she used the creek water from her space. But that was her life-saving resource, and she wouldn't reveal it just because of a stranger with an inexplicable hostility toward her. Sumi raised an eyebrow. If you knock, do I have to open? The woman suddenly hit her chest hard in anger. I hate you. If you had opened the door and given me the medicine to save my child, my son wouldn't have died. I hate you. I hate you so much. Sumi looked at her with a frown for a moment. The woman thought Sumi would at least feel guilty, but unexpectedly, Sumi only said 3 words. You're crazy. The woman froze on the spot, then suddenly, as if going mad, she rushed towards Sumi. Chinhao, like a bodyguard, firmly stopped her. In a final act of desperation, he pushed her away. Ma Desheng was good at reading the situation and finding the right moment. Seeing that Sumi was already showing signs of impatience, he immediately kicked his little brother nearby. What are you hesitating for? This woman is crazy. Hurry up and get her out of here. The 2 little brothers hesitated, unsure whether to step forward, so Ma Desheng personally approached, grabbed the woman's arm, and dragged her into the hallway. At that moment, the woman stopped struggling and just cried loudly. Her crying carried feelings of hatred towards Sumi, despair over her son's and husband's sudden death, and blame for the disaster from heaven. People in the hallway quickly dispersed. Ma Desheng handled the woman, and Sumi didn't want to interfere. She guessed Ma Desheng's approach and felt no extra sympathy. After returning home, she took out a bag of mugwort and lit it around the house to fumigate and disinfect. After thinking for a moment, she took out another bag, went out, and knocked on door 1502, handing a large bag of mugwort to Chinhao. Recently, viruses and bacteria are everywhere. Mugwort can be used to fumigate and disinfect the house. Without waiting for Chinhao to reply, she turned and left. This was the first time since her rebirth that Sumi questioned her own indifference and inaction. Her rebirth made her feel that she could live well in this life. And indeed, she was living very well as she wished. The space was full of supplies, enough food, fruits, and vegetables to last a lifetime, with water, land, and room to spare. As long as she stayed inside, she could even choose to live and die there peacefully. This way, she could avoid the disasters of the end times. Why not? But she still chose to live through the apocalypse, to experience and adapt to the deadly disasters. She knew she was still a person. As long as she was human, she couldn't avoid contact and communication with others. Without interaction, she would go crazy or feel like she was already dead. Looking back at what she had done since the disaster, she realized her coldness wasn't innate. It came from seeing the true faces of those around her and losing trust in others. Subconsciously, she didn't want to believe in others and kept her heart closed. Even towards honest and strong people like Chinhao, or innocent and cute children like Tian, she didn't trust easily or get too close. This was not only to hide the fact that she had a powerful space, but also for self-protection. In the end times, people would betray everything just to survive. Sumi experienced this painful reality during her last half-year in the apocalypse. The accusations from the woman in 1503 left her speechless, but after reflecting, Sumi suddenly had an idea. The woman and her family in 1503 were selfish, greedy, and utterly irresponsible. The woman even blamed her for her husband and son's deaths. She could remain calm and treat the other as a madwoman. If the other person was too much, she wouldn't hold back. This was her rule for dealing with strangers since the apocalypse, without exception. But what if Tian was the one who died? He was smart, cute, innocent, and kind. What if he died from an illness? Chinhao wouldn't blame anyone for the lack of medicine, that was certain. But would she feel guilty for not saving Tian if she had the means? When facing a huge disaster outside, she might not be able to help anyone. But if she could lend a hand, she would genuinely want to help Tian and Chinhao. Mugwort could only be used as a simple disinfectant herb. In such humid, rainy weather, its effect would last only 3 or 4 hours. Chinhao and she both experienced the outside rain and dirty water beneath. Thanks to the space's protection, her body wouldn't have problems, and Chinhao has not had any issues so far. Sumi was actually a bit worried about this, so she shared some of her herbs with Chinhao and his son. She thought that since they had used her space products, they probably wouldn't catch this kind of trouble. In fact, Chinhao and his son showed no signs of illness, but the next day, Ma Dexiang's younger brother suddenly came to tell Sumi that Ma Dexiang had a fever. He was asking for her opinion on what to do. Sumi has never liked Ma Dexiang because he is someone who might hurt young women around him for personal gain or fight for resources. In simple terms, such a person with no morals or boundaries is very dangerous and not a good teammate. But since he came to Building 29, the woman from the 9th floor and Huiwan hasn't caused her trouble again. While Sumi was weighing her options, and Huiwan and her husband and Qinghu also rushed to her door. They said their granddaughter had caught the same illness and was very sick. They heard from a woman in room 1503 that Sumi had medicine, so they came quickly to ask for some. Sumi was speechless and said she had no medicine. The family didn't believe her and refused to leave her door. Hearing the noise outside, Chinhao opened the door to say something for Sumi, but unexpectedly, the 3 from the Yin family grabbed Chinhao and kept him there, cursing constantly.
Great.
Ever since you and your father moved from 1104, you've been close to Sumi. Chinhao, your serious chest wound last time has healed, and Sumi, your shoulder wound has also healed, right? And you still say you don't have medicine? If you don't give it to save my granddaughter, fine, I'll go to Chinhao's house. You two are disgusting, working together in secret. You have it, and Chinhao must have it too. Chinhao wasn't as cautious as Sumi about sudden intrusions into someone else's home. When Huiwan suddenly barged into room 1502, she looked around and saw the pile of supplies in the living room, ready to search. Seeing someone rushing in to take her supplies, she immediately stepped forward to block the food. In this disaster, even a 7-year-old child knows how important food is and must protect it. However, he overestimated his strength and was suddenly grabbed by Huiwan, who threw him backward. And Huijuan's dirty, Unkempt fingers clutched Tian's tender arm, leaving 2 scratch marks with her nails. When Chinhao rushed forward, it was too late to stop him. He could only hold Tian and knock on Sumi's door, then hand Tian over to her. "Sumi, take Tian inside, and don't come out." Sumi, with a grim face, took Tian into her arms and was about to close the door. Unexpectedly, Chinhao reached out with one hand to pull Tian. Sumi, from inside the door, suddenly appeared with a small knife in her hand. Just as she was about to slash at Chinhu's hand, Tian, with a mature expression beyond his age, grabbed the knife at his waist, injuring Chinhu's hand with a cut. Feeling the pain, Chinhu immediately let go. Sumi seized the moment and closed the door. She looked at Tian with admiration but saw him expressionless, pressed against the door, listening to the noises outside. Sumi knew about Chinhao's strength, and as Tian was Chinhao's son, he naturally knew more. There was a brief sound of struggle outside, but it quickly faded. Soon after, loud curses from Chinhu and harsh insults from Huiwan, along with her daughter-in-law's crying, filled the air. Suddenly, a loud bang of gunfire made Tian's small body tremble and freeze in place. Sumi was also startled. She didn't know if the family had guns, but since Huiwan was the only elderly person, and Chinhu had lost one hand, and his wife was a woman who only cried and fussed, they probably wouldn't use a gun even if they had one. Sumi gently patted Tian's head to comfort him and told him to stay inside and not go out. She then went outside to check the situation. When she approached the door of 1502, she finally relaxed. Huiwan and the other 2 were collapsed on the floor of the living room, trembling all over. Chinhao was standing nearby, holding a gun with a cold expression, watching the 3. When he saw Sumi come in, his expression softened slightly. He spoke to the 3 on the ground in a voice that was rarely so cold. "Get out of here. If you come back again to cause trouble, the next shot won't miss." Chinhao won't let it happen." The 3 hurriedly scrambled down from the 15th floor. Ma Desheng's younger brother was also a bit scared, looked at Sumi and Chinhao, and decided to go downstairs and speak more calmly later. After handing Tian over to Chinhao, Sumi returned to her own room. Her life continued as usual, but that day she didn't feel like resting in her space. Instead, she lay on the rocking chair in the living room, thinking about her plans for the future. The illness of the father and son was just the beginning. Ma Desheng also wasn't spared. After falling ill, he collapsed in bed, swollen like a ball, with sores and rot all over his body. The younger brother, who came to seek help from Sumi, also fell ill the next day. On the 9th floor, Huijuan's family, her son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter, also developed high fevers, except for Huijuan herself. Suddenly, Building 29 became silent, with only the occasional sounds of a giant fish surfacing in the water at night. Another day passed. In the middle of the night, the sound of a motorboat engine grew closer, and suddenly, the building turned into a scene of chaos. A bloody fight began, starting with a break-in. The water level rose to the 8th floor, and the violence started there. On the 9th floor, Aunt Anda and her family were the first to be attacked. Her son and granddaughter died, and her daughter-in-law was dragged into a bedroom by 3 men breaking in, and they didn't come out for a long time. Several screams from women were heard during the attack, but eventually, there was silence. Taking advantage of the chaos, Huijuan rushed out and shouted for help. Unfortunately, the robbers moved quickly and couldn't be outrun by a frantic old woman. She was stabbed several times, as if venting her anger. On the 10th, 11th, and 12th floors, 5 men stained Building 29 with blood as they moved upward. The 13th floor was occupied by Ma Desheng's men. Only Ma Desheng and 2 of his brothers fell ill and were bedridden. The 5 robbers reached the 13th floor and fought with 6 of Ma Desheng's men. The noise woke Chinhao on the 15th floor.
Sumi knew nothing about this.
When she came out of her space early in the morning, the first thing she smelled was a strong smell of blood. Something had happened in the building. It was finally happening. The blood smell was very strong, making Sumi feel extremely uncomfortable, so she lit some mugwort to mask the odor. She left the house to see what was happening at the source of the blood smell. She saw Chinhao sitting at the corridor entrance, covered in blood. What happened? The blood smell was too strong, and Chinhao's appearance confirmed something serious had occurred. There were 5 people in the building. I killed them all, Chinhao said expressionlessly, with an empty look in his eyes. Sumi quickly turned her head. At this moment, someone daring to stand in the heavy rain, unafraid of the giant fish attacking in the water, and still alive while appearing in the building's corridor, must be a very dangerous person. The words home invasion appeared in Sumi's mind. A starving person can do anything. Just kill them all. As soon as Sumi finished speaking, Chinhao chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yeah. He looked at Sumi's calm face and thought he really couldn't understand how a girl could be so carefree. Sometimes I really don't know what kind of person you are. You kill without hesitation, act quickly, and seem cold and indifferent about things. You don't seem to understand human feelings. At first, I thought you were so cold that words like cold-blooded wouldn't be enough to describe you. Sumi raised her eyebrows, wondering why Chinhao was sitting in the corridor talking to her instead of going home. She didn't care about others' opinions of her. She was just curious about what Chinhao was trying to do. So she didn't interrupt him and let him continue. But last night, if I hadn't killed those 5 intruders, I was thinking if I kept meeting them every day, would I be able to survive their attacks? But I dare not think about it. Just the thought that I might be hurt every day makes me feel like I'm going crazy inside, wanting to destroy all those dangerous factors. In the past, no, even just a few days ago, I still held hope, dreaming that the heavy rain would end and everything could go back to how it was. But now, everything is impossible to return to. From going to the police station to get a gun, to being ambushed and fighting back to kill 4 people at the community gate, and earlier collaborating with Ma Dexiang to kill those on Building 27, and finally the 5 people just now. Each action made his core beliefs and morals collapse again and again. A tall, muscular man sat in the corridor, covered in blood, with not a single clean spot on him. It's already impossible to go back. Chinhao looked up at Sumi. Sumi, will the heavy rain stop? Did you ever think about whether such natural disasters will end someday before you started killing? Sumi shook her head, leaning against the doorframe. If I don't fight back, I'll die. Even if one day the disaster ends, will I still be alive then? Chinhao found her way of speaking strange. One day? Yeah, from the heat wave to the heavy rain, it's been a long time. Who knows what other disasters might come in the future? Chinhao, this is the first and last time I'll tell you. This is the end of the world. It's not just natural disasters. If you want to live well every day, stop thinking about these weak and useless things. I know, but... Sumi saw Chinhao roll up his sleeve and wipe the blood on his skin. She thought he was hurt, but just as she moved closer, Chinhao stopped her. Don't come near me. Sumi noticed black spots and red rashes on his skin. These are symptoms caused by skin disease after being soaked in rain. Chinhao has good health, so the black spots haven't spread. If it were someone who fell into a coma after getting sick, these spots would spread and rot, causing the immune system to collapse. If that happens, it means they are close to death. Sumi looked at Chinhao's face, full of reluctance and sadness, and knew he wouldn't dare go home like this. She wondered if the skin disease was contagious. He didn't want to risk exposing his son to it. At this moment, Sumi understood that Chinhao felt he wouldn't live long, which was why he was so emotional. After the disaster, many people sold their children or themselves just to get a meal. Sumi had experienced the pain of hunger so severe that her stomach clenched and spasmed, her organs twitching. Every swallow made her feel dizzy. At that time, she didn't even have the strength to walk. Tian was lucky to have a caring father who loved him and didn't want him to get hurt. But he was also unlucky. Living through the end of the world meant he would never have a normal childhood.
Sumi stared at Chinhao.
So, are you planning to wait for death slowly? Chinhao was stunned for a moment. The door to room 1502 opened. Little Tian, small and curious, looked around at the hallway and saw Chinhao and Sumi at the corridor entrance. He immediately ran over.
Tian Tian?
Chinhao frowned, wanting to avoid him, but when he saw Tian Tian approaching, he looked surprised. Dad, I itch so much. Sumi also looked at Tian Tian. There were scratches on his small arm from when and Huiwan had hurt him. At first, it was just a small cut, but now the wound was red and showed signs of rotting. His tiny arms were covered with red rashes and black spots, especially around the wounds. Sumi saw from Chinhao's expression that he was overwhelmed and hopeless. He could accept his own death, but couldn't bear the thought that his son might not survive either. In the disaster of the end times, adults often collapse in an instant. Chinhao covered his eyes and cried silently. While Chinhao was lost in his sadness, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. He looked up and saw Sumi holding hands with Tian Tian. You're not disabled, so get up and take your son home. Just because you have the skin disease doesn't mean you'll definitely die. Chinhao was surprised not by what Sumi said, but by the fact that she was holding Tian Tian's hand without any fear or concern that she might also catch the disease. Sumi sneered at Chinhao's sentimentality, saying, I bet I won't catch it. Sumi walked alone downstairs. The smell of blood downstairs was so strong that it affected the air quality and her appetite. From the 8th to the 12th floor, no one was alive, but the looted supplies were piled together at the entrance of the 8th floor. Most of these were instant foods brought back from the Isin wholesale market last time. Sumi wasn't very interested. But the people coming down from upstairs had bright eyes, attracted by the smell of blood, curious about what was happening. To everyone's surprise, they saw Sumi staring at the pile of food in the corridor.
Sumi,
Is it you? Did you kill them all for these things? Asked a person who had moved from Building 17 with Ma Dexiang. Hearing this, others started to suspect it might be true. Some braver ones even went into the 4 households on the 8th floor to check, then covered their mouths and ran to the entrance too. Such scenes easily led to misunderstandings. Sumi, wanting to leave quietly, was blocked at the staircase of the 8th floor.
Sumi,
We've tolerated you for a long time. Do you think having weapons makes you special? Don't think we're afraid of you. If you have the guts, kill us all. Seeing the situation, Sumi frowned slightly and said calmly, It wasn't me who killed them. Who are you fooling? Just because you say it wasn't you doesn't mean it isn't, someone retorted. Seeing the group of people acting cowardly and noisy, Sumi deliberately stepped closer, drew her long sword from her waist, and pointed it at the person in front.
But killing you all isn't impossible, she said.
Her words made the person she pointed at weaken his knees. He had come with Ma Dexiang and had only heard of Sumi before, never interacted with her like this. Looking at this gentle, delicate woman with her soft appearance, her eyes were full of coldness and killing intent. Suddenly, thoughts of severed arms and ruthless female killers flashed through his mind. Even someone like Ma Dexiang, a troublemaker, was completely subdued by her. If she wanted to kill them all, she could do it easily. She quickly took a few steps back and ran upstairs. With one person leading the way, others followed. A group of people came down in fear, then returned in fear. Sumi's image as a fierce protector became well known, and soon only she was left on the 8th floor. She reached the 13th floor, where 6 of Ma Dexiang's younger brothers lived. All of them were dead, killed with knives. 2 bodies had their flesh torn apart so badly, it was disgusting to see. Sumi had never seen such bloody corpses before. The bodies looked like meat chopped up at a market, making her feel sick. 6 against 5, yet they were so badly beaten that it showed Ma Dexiang's followers were weak in fights. However, the 5 strangers who broke into the house were all killed with precise stabs to vital spots. Their quick, clean deaths suggested Chinhao was responsible. These 5 were truly dangerous. If Chinhao hadn't acted, more people in the building might have been harmed. She was in Aunt Da's bedroom on the 9th floor. Her daughter-in-law was brutally attacked and killed after being assaulted. The 5 disturbed individuals, tortured by their own madness, were better off dead. Suppressing her nausea, Sumi went to Ma Dexiang's room. Truly a troublemaker who survives for 1,000 years. How come he's not dead yet? Ma Deshang had been in a coma since 1503 due to a skin disease, yet after a break-in and murder, with his followers dead, he was still hanging on. It showed how strong his will to live was. Sumi thought about the people blocking her upstairs. Most came from Building 17. The heavy rain would last about a week. If she wanted to stay here peacefully without being disturbed, Ma Deshang couldn't die yet. She took out a basin filled with water from her space. Chinhao and Tian also caught the illness. If she wanted to secretly cure them without being noticed, she had to carefully control the amount of this water. Ma Deshang could serve as her test subject. Sumi prepared 5 different concentrations of the water and poured them onto his face covered in rotten black spots, his sickly hands, legs, abdomen, and back. The highest concentration was on his abdomen, where the decay was so bad that her intestines could be seen. As she poured the water, the rotten, foul-smelling flesh quickly became clean, as if polished, at a visible speed. The rotten meat turned from black to red, and the ulcerated wound stopped bleeding, gradually healing inward. However, because of weight loss, Ma Deshang's abdomen had only a thin layer of skin, and the wound had not fully healed, making it look very frightening and alarming. But all the black spots and rashes on his abdomen disappeared. This confirmed to Sumi that her Space Creek water had a strong healing effect on this illness. Next, she treated the face, hands, and legs. Sumi used diluted creek water. Although the effect was not as obvious as on the abdomen, the areas with rotten wounds were slowly improving.
Done.
Based on the healing progress, Tian and Chinhao only needed to wipe their wounds daily with a cup of creek water diluted in a basin of plain water to gradually recover. So, she returned home, diluted the water, and poured it into an empty bottled water container. Then she found Chinhao. Tian had a fever, but was still very clear-minded, with only the scratched area showing signs of decay. Sumi guessed that this skin disease probably wouldn't spread through the air, but through contact. For example, Tian was infected because he was scratched by an Huiwan. And Huiwan's granddaughter was sick, and since she often had contact with her, her body naturally carried these bacteria and viruses. She scratched Tian, and he caught the illness. Chinhao, who was with his son, also couldn't avoid it. As for Tian and Chinhao, one had eaten eggs and corn porridge from Sumi's space product, and the other had washed his body with creek water. Why did they still get infected? Sumi thought it might be because they ate too little or because creek water only provided temporary relief when used externally. Chinhao watched Sumi carry a large bucket of water into his living room and simply said that daily washing with water and keeping clean would help the illness heal faster. She didn't thank him or ask questions and left immediately. Ma Deshang on the 13th floor was awakened in the middle of the night by pain. After coughing up numerous traditional Chinese medicines, he staggered into the living room, frightened by the pile of corpses there. He ran to the 15th floor to find Sumi, but no one responded. He knocked on door 1502, but Chinhao ignored him. Then he entered room 1503, which was unoccupied, and found a room to rest. His body hurt so much that he couldn't sleep, so he kept his eyes open until dawn. Early in the morning, after Sumi finished breakfast in her space, she felt that the outside air seemed less foul than before. Looking down from the window, although the rain was still heavy, the water level below seemed to have stopped rising at the 8th floor. The 8th floor means the water is at least 40 meters deep, which is deeper than most streams. This depth probably indicates that the water has merged with nearby rivers and seas. Sumi's mind sounded an alarm. Merging suggests that creatures in the surrounding waters are also moving with the current. The little crocodiles are comfortable in the water, occasionally crawling into the empty building to rest. This also shows Sumi that there are very few people left in Manhwa community. At least the building where the crocodiles rest openly is definitely abandoned. The change in water quality below the 8th floor confirmed Sumi's guess. Rivers, lakes, and seas all have their own natural cleaning abilities. That's why humans, despite causing trouble in nature for many years, are still tolerated. But this disaster is nature's retaliation. It's also revenge. The water below mostly contains corpses. After days of soaking, they have swollen and rotted, looking like a huge mass of decayed flesh. Most of the animal bodies that were there earlier are now gone. Sumi thinks that perhaps the giant fish, unable to catch prey due to hunger, was forced to drag some into the water to eat. At this moment, strange low-sulfur whirlpools appeared underwater, pulling floating trash to the bottom. This phenomenon lasted nearly 3 days, and the water level rose again, flooding the 9th and 10th floors completely. For the high-rise community where Sumi lives, this water level submerged half the building. Over time, the structure of the house became useless. That was the most dangerous time. Sumi calculated when the rain would stop: 7 days of extreme heat and high temperatures, followed by 30 days of heavy rain. It wasn't until the 36th day that the rain gradually lessened, changing from pouring rain to gentle drizzle, which only took a few minutes. However, this time, the survivors learned their lesson. They no longer went outside to vent their anger and scream in the light rain. What made them so cautious was not only the fear of those who had fallen ill, rotted, and died, but also the fear of other people. As fellow humans, some armed robbers and killers took advantage of this time to demonstrate survival of the fittest and the law of the jungle. Over the past few days, Sumi has been sleeping peacefully every night and studying self-defense techniques with Chinhao during the day. Thanks to their daily diligent cleaning and care, Chinhao and Tian's health is gradually improving without needing medication. This change has lifted Chinhao's previous gloom, and now he spends each day exercising with Tian. Seeing the father and son working out, Sumi suddenly remembered Chinhao's strong skills and became eager to learn a few moves herself. Her physical condition is good and she is quite strong, but she only knows how to use brute force. She still has a long way to go and wants to learn some techniques to feel more confident in fights. Chinhao is very happy to teach Sumi. He and Tian's recovery is thanks to Sumi. He doesn't doubt the water she gave him. He just attributes their improvement to their daily cleaning, the herbal fumigation, and their good health. Of course, he also remembers Sumi's kindness in bringing water. Ma Xiang has recovered a lot, but he was seriously ill before, with his intestines almost ruptured and skin ulcers over half of his body. His recovery is naturally slower. He used mineral water he collected with great effort to wash himself. Although he learned from Chinhao and Tian to clean and disinfect carefully every day, he still felt he was not recovering as fast as them. Sumi naturally won't tell him the secret about the water. Saving him has exhausted all her kindness accumulated over the past month. This illness will get better once the rain stops, the sun comes out, and the environment becomes dry. With more exercise, he will recover slowly. Let Ma Xiang suffer a bit, as a way to pay back the women he and his gang hurt before. After all, the woman from room 1503 once told Sumi about their dirty deeds. Fortunately, after Ma Xiang woke up, those so-called justice fighters upstairs didn't dare to bother Sumi anymore. Sumi feels that saving Ma Xiang was worth it. After a few days of teaching Sumi self-defense, Chinhao praised her as a rare martial arts genius. Her physical fitness is many times better than his, who has trained since childhood. She learns the moves quickly and can apply them immediately. For example, she mastered basic women's self-defense techniques in just over 10 minutes. Sumi's strength is also impressive. She even used a move from women's self-defense to lift Chinhao and perform a shoulder throw. Over the next few days, Chinhao taught her some powerful fighting moves. As soon as the enemy showed even a small weakness, the person using these moves could defeat them in one strike, leaving no chance to turn the situation around.
Sumi learned quickly.
Ma Xiang naturally also attended the lessons, but for him, it was just to strengthen his body. He had no real intention of learning any true fighting skills. As long as he clung to these two strong people, he just needed to survive without falling behind in the coming days. Sumi saw through Ma Xiang's cautious attitude, but her plan didn't include someone like him. Even Chinhao and Tian weren't part of her plans. On the 37th day, the wind stopped. After more than 30 days of darkness, the sun finally showed a little of its face. Light rain fell gently, like a thin, transparent veil woven across the sky, covering the whole world. In J City, people were passionately acting out the scene of the sunrise in the east and rain in the west. Even the muddy water that had been dirty for over a month became much clearer. Tian held a small dagger, eager to try, staring at the water below the building. Dad, sister, there are fish. Chinhao tightly held Tian away from the window, then looked down and finally relaxed. Luckily, they're just normal fish. No problem. Normal fish? Sumi also looked down. At that moment, a group of small, flat fish swam calmly past the window. At first glance, they looked dark, but when the light hit them, they shimmered with a silver glow. Sumi was surprised they were anchovies. When she was a child visiting her grandma would always make fried anchovies to satisfy her cravings. These fish have tiny bones, don't grow big, and when fried in oil, they become crispy outside and tender inside. Sprinkled with cumin and chili, they are delicious, nutritious, and very tasty. She immediately finished her self-defense lesson for the day and went back to room 1501. When she came out again, she was carrying 2 large plastic buckets and a long-handled net. Seeing Sumi ready to go down and catch fish, Tian's eyes lit up with excitement, but he was also a little scared and didn't step forward. After all, not long ago, someone in the building had been dragged into the water by a big fish and eaten. That scene was still vivid in his mind, impossible to forget. Chinhao looked worried too. Sumi, the water is dangerous. I think it's better to be careful. At this moment, Sumi dared to do this because the small crocodiles in the water told her that the giant fish had already left this area. Sumi thought it might be because there was not enough food here, but then she noticed fewer bodies on the water surface, or maybe they were full. Sumi would not eat the giant fish in the space. She has a shadow from eating humans. But the smaller fish are different. Don't worry, the giant fish usually live in fast-moving water. Now the water is calm, and the rain has stopped. If you're careful, nothing will happen. Chinhao still felt uneasy, so he pulled Tian and Sumi to the 10th floor window. The water level was just at the windowsill of the corridor, neither rising nor falling. Sumi kicked out the window frame of the corridor, making the opening bigger. She placed 2 plastic buckets at her feet and held a net, quietly watching the water. Sumi, you said the stagnant water is dirty.
Can the fish in it be eaten?
Sumi made a shushing gesture, and Chinhao stopped talking. The small fish are common in freshwater areas. Right now, several schools of them are swimming in the water. Sumi suddenly squeezed the net, poking and scooping into the water. When she lifted the net, about a dozen small fish were struggling to escape, hitting their tails against the net. She quickly pulled the net back inside and poured the small fish into a plastic bucket. Tian looked eager to try, full of longing to play. Chinhao watched the water carefully for a long time. Besides the small fish, occasionally a group of tiny carp fry appeared from under the water. Behind the dead trees on the sides, there was also a dark mass of tadpoles. Dad, there are tadpoles. Sumi glanced at the tadpoles behind the dead trees, surprised. Child, do you call these tadpoles? Each tadpole was as big as a quail egg. Chinhao had never seen such large tadpoles. To him, nothing was more important than Tian. Such big tadpoles must be unusual. Tian, let's catch some small fish for cooking, okay? Tian looked at the water again and finally nodded sensibly. Then go home and wait for me. When I'm done, I'll come up. After Tian left, Chinhao approached Sumi. Sumi glanced at Chinhao. What? Want to catch your own fish? The ones I catch are mine. Chinhao didn't expect Sumi to react so protectively about food. It was a bit funny, but he understood. I don't want yours, just borrow your tools for a moment. Sumi nodded, watching the water surface carefully, and said, no problem. 2 buckets and a net. Just share half of the fish you catch with me. Chinhao was momentarily stunned but quickly understood and agreed. This way, neither of them loses anything. He always felt Sumi had helped him and Tian a lot, and he didn't know how to repay her. It was right to give her some of the fish she caught. For Chinhao, outdoor survival training was an easy task. Catching fish was even simpler for him. Sumi filled 2 small buckets with fish and then headed back to room 1501. When she went downstairs, she carried not only 2 plastic buckets but also a net. She handed the 2 buckets and the net to Chinhao, then moved to another window. After removing the window frame, she started fishing again. She wisely chose not to catch the big tadpoles, since even the young ones were quite large, and the tadpole mother must be a huge creature. Although she wanted to unlock more species for the space, she had a feeling she shouldn't disturb the big tadpoles for now. At least until she saw the true form of their mother, she didn't want to cause trouble. Footsteps sounded at the corridor entrance, and Ma Dexiang's voice echoed down the hall.
Iaricome, sulla oda.
I'll help you catch fish. Sumi scowled and told Ma Dexiang to stay away and not disturb her. Go catch your own fish somewhere else, don't bother me. Okay, I got it.
Ma Dexiang obediently listened.
He searched the entire 29th floor and finally found a deep plastic bucket, a net, and a fish basket. He hid the basket's rope with another piece of rope, tying the lower end to his ankle. Then he used the net to start catching fish. Sumi was in a good mood. The rivers in City J are the most famous branch of the Yangtze River on Blue Star, connecting to the Great River and the sea. After merging with surrounding rivers and seas, the water here must be rich in various species. In a short time, Sumi caught at least 10 different kinds of fish, all common before the disaster, often seen on people's dinner tables. She ran up and down the stairs 5 or 6 times, tired and not wanting to fish anymore. As the white mist in the space gradually dispersed, the spiritual energy inside became stronger, and Sumi felt very happy. In just one morning, Sumi collected 15 buckets of fish. Based on how the white mist disappeared after each fish entered the space, she also made a conclusion. The amount of white mist that disperses is closely related to the type of life entering the space each time. For example, small crucian carp only made a tiny patch of white mist disappear, about the size of a fingernail. But a white waterfish could make a piece of white mist the size of an egg completely vanish. Sumi was lucky enough to catch a fish she had never seen before. After cleaning it and putting it into the space, a large part of the white mist suddenly disappeared. So Sumi thought that the rarer the species entering the space, the more white mist would disappear. But this was just a guess. After lunch, she felt it wouldn't be a problem to fish all afternoon. Chinhao saw that Sumi kept fishing without touching the big tadpoles near the withered tree trunk, so he didn't try to interfere. However, he only kept 2 buckets of fish for himself, giving the rest to Sumi. Although he wanted to remind Sumi not to catch too many fish she couldn't raise, because it would be bad if they died, he saw how happy she was and didn't want to disturb her joyful mood. In the afternoon, when Sumi had only caught 1 bucket of fish, suddenly there was a loud, surprised shout from the windowsill nearby. Sumi and Chinhao thought something had happened and hurried over. They saw that Ma Dexiang was holding a fish basket in one hand and a small silver snake wrapped around his wrist with the other. The small snake was entirely silver, only as thick as 3 fingers, but it was incredibly strong. Ma Dexiang threw the fish basket on the ground, and inside, small fish, and even a white carp about the size of a palm were scattered on the ground, writhing. Seeing Ma Dexiang holding the snake's neck tightly and struggling, Sumi first threw the fish, shrimp, and into a bucket before checking on Ma Dexiang. Old Su, you can't just stand by and do nothing. This little snake is very strange and it's really strong. Quickly help me get it off my wrist. My veins are about to burst. Sumi took this opportunity to observe the silver snake. Although the thickest part of the snake was only as wide as 3 fingers, judging by how bloodshot Ma Dexiang's entire hand was, it was clear the snake was very powerful. And in terms of size, a snake this thick usually wouldn't be shorter than 70 centimeters. This is knowledge Sumi learned when she was young from her farming grandmother who lived in the countryside. Her grandmother once taught her how to tell if a snake was poisonous or not, how to repel insects and ants, and how to fish. As a child, she often played in the fields and by the river, rolling around like a mud doll. After her grandmother passed away, She never returned to that nostalgic countryside. This snake is only about 40 centimeters long, but it wrapped around Mad Xiang's wrist 1.5 times with such strength, which is very strange. Sumi saw that its head was wide, its neck thick, and its tail rounded and fat, so she was sure it was a non-venomous snake. She then relaxed and grabbed it by the 7-inch section behind its head, lifting it up. The small silver snake that was wrapping around Mad Xiang's hand loosened and seemed to pretend to be dead after Sumi pinched it at the 7-inch point.
Sumi claire de Mel Xiang.
Mad Xiang, we only have 3 people here.
Who do you think I am?
Mad Xiang's face turned pale instantly. He swallowed hard and looked at the snake in Sumi's hand with a mixture of reluctance and resentment. Boss, I wouldn't dare. Isn't that just a saying? Sumi gave him a cold look, then turned to look at the fish, shrimp, and in his bucket. It seems you're pretty good at fishing and catching things. Sumi actually had a fishing net in her space, but the space here wasn't big enough, so the net could easily get caught on dead branches or other objects. Like the small fish basket Mad Xiang was holding, although it was small, it was very useful in such a small place. Unfortunately, she didn't have a similar small fish basket among her supplies. Mad Xiang was very eager to please and immediately understood her meaning, bringing the fish basket and a whole bucket of fish to Sumi. Boss, I'm not much, but I come from a seaside hometown. I'm naturally skilled at fishing. These are for you. If you need anything in the future, just tell me.
Sumi's mouth twitched.
I don't accept little brothers. However, I don't want you to think I am giving you these things for free. I still have some drinking water here, and you can come to get it later. Sumi took the things from the other person, naturally wanting to give some benefits in return. Since Ma Dexiang caught this terrible skin disease, he had roughly guessed there was a water problem, so he knew water was precious. Sumi wanted to exchange something for water, showing she was not willing to accept his affection. But that's okay. Having water to exchange is also good. Ma Dexiang nodded eagerly with a flattering smile, saying, "All right, old Su, whatever you say, I will do it without question." Although Ma Dexiang wasn't a very good person, he was quite obedient. Sumi decided to add a few drops of creek water into his water to help him recover faster. When she returned with the water, she planned to let Ma Dexiang continue helping her catch fish. Unexpectedly, the guy, whether too excited or just out of sorts, accidentally caught a net full of giant tadpoles. He quickly pulled back the net, looking at Sumi with excitement. "Boss, look, I caught quite a few. These tadpoles are so big, maybe we can eat them." What a fool. Sumi hurried over to try to hit the net in his hand to knock the giant tadpoles back into the water, but it was too late. Suddenly, a huge splash appeared beside the dead tree trunk, and a giant frog leapt out of the water onto the top of the dead tree. "Is that a frog?" Ma Dexiang was also shocked. Sumi nodded. If these are tadpoles, then how can they not be frogs? This creature had all the features of a frog: rough skin, a back that looked corroded and blistered, wide-open eyes, and a deep croaking sound coming from its mouth directed at Sumi and Ma Dexiang by the window. Chinhao also came over from another window. "Have you ever seen a frog bigger than a football?" Ma Dexiang asked Chinhao, swallowing hard. Chinhao shook his head. Sumi slowly retreated, saying, "Now that you've seen it, back away and stay away from it." The giant frog reminded Sumi of those huge crocodiles, mutated bodies that grew enormous and hid in the water. Perhaps seeing Sumi retreat and trying to run, it appeared to stay still at the moment, but its copper bell-sized eyes were rolling around, staring at the net in Ma Dexiang's hand. "Hurry up and pour the tadpoles back into the water." Clearly, it was because Ma Dexiang caught its offspring that it appeared. Ma Dexiang tremblingly moved the net out of the window, slowly pouring the giant tadpoles back into the water. Unfortunately, due to his trembling hands, he accidentally spilled 2 tadpoles onto the floor inside the windowsill. The tadpoles dried out, covered in dust from the floor, and soon stopped moving.
Croak.
Suddenly, the giant toad's eyes flashed with a fierce look. It opened its mouth, and a purple-red tongue shot out like a spring toward Ma Dexiang and the others. Sumi quickly stepped back, with Chinhao following to a corridor farther from the windowsill. Only Ma Dexiang was still stunned, feeling a cool sensation on his cheek, followed by a sharp, stabbing pain. Seeing this, Sumi drew her long sword and swung it. The sword was a bit worn and couldn't cut through the toad's tongue completely, only slicing through a layer of its spiky flesh. The toad, in pain, quickly retracted its tongue and jumped onto the windowsill. It looked at Sumi with cold, fierce eyes, then suddenly shot out its tongue again, grabbing the two giant tadpoles on the ground and swallowing them with a gulp. As it swallowed, it took in its offspring into its belly. Sumi and the others wanted to run, but they saw that after the toad ate the tadpoles, it jumped into the water and never came back up. All three swallowed hard, trying to calm down. Sumi looked at Ma Dexiang with a complicated expression. "Are you not in pain?" she asked, pointing at his cheek where the toad's tongue had hit. There was a piece of flesh missing about the size of a quail egg, bleeding heavily, with bubbles of corrosive liquid around the wound, as if it was being burned by acid. Ma Dexiang took his hand away, his hands covered in blood, feeling cold all over. "Oh my God, so much blood, but I can't feel any pain at all." Chinhao checked Ma Dexiang's wound, and after getting Sumi's permission, lifted a bucket of water to rinse the injury. The toad's saliva probably contains an anesthetic that numbs its prey during hunting, so they can't struggle. That's why you don't feel pain. After rinsing a few times, the numb feeling disappeared, replaced by intense pain.
Ow.
"Oh my God, it hurts so much. It took a piece of my flesh. Does this toad's tongue have poison? Am I going to die?" Sumi's water originally contained 2 drops of creek water from a different dimension. It's not toxic. Even if it were rotten to the bone, it could wash away the poison and restore health. However, the process is slow and not instant. Ma Dexiang's pain seemed to have subsided, thanks to Sumi's water, which removed the corrosive mucus. But Ma Dexiang was still poisoned. In about 10 minutes, his head started swelling from the lips upward. His lips, nose, eyes, and ears swelled to more than 4 or 5 times their original size, and his entire head was so swollen that the blood vessels were visible. Apart from feeling pain, Ma Dexiang's body was otherwise fine. Sumi guessed that the poison might be a nerve toxin, affecting blood flow and sensation, which caused Ma Dexiang's strange appearance. He wouldn't die, but he was in great pain. Sumi gave the entire bucket of water to Ma Dexiang and instructed him to clean the wounds and wipe his head thoroughly. She believed he would recover after some time. At night, Sumi carefully examined the newly arrived silver-white little snake. She couldn't identify its species at all, but it must be a rare one. Because after she soaked the little white snake in the creek water inside the bucket and brought it into her space, the dense white mist there dissipated significantly. More than usual, more than any other small animal she had brought in before. The snake was about 40 centimeters long, entirely silver white, with a broad, flat head and jaw. These features would be unremarkable on any water snake, but this one was completely silver, and upon closer inspection, each scale had a faint black edge. Overall, it looked extraordinarily beautiful and delicate. Never mind her expertise in reptiles, she just wanted to speed up the dissipation of the space's white mist, so she didn't care what species it was. However, she suddenly thought of that giant toad. That toad was also a mutated species. If she brought it into her space, the amount of white mist dissipated should be similar to when the giant crocodile entered. But that giant toad was much harder to deal with than the crocodile. The crocodile needed to attack up close, causing a loud commotion. But this toad, with its entire body poisonous, and its long purple-red tongue that could shoot out from the dried tree trunk to the window. The distance was about 10 meters, judging by eye. And it was on the water surface, so it was impossible to get close. What if she collected those giant tadpoles? In the end, Sumi still rejected her ideas one by one. The example of Ma Dexiang was still fresh in her mind. If she got hit in the face during the day, even with space and creek water to help her recover, she didn't want to experience that pain. At night, Sumi rarely entered her space to sleep. Instead, she lay on the rocking chair by the window, slightly opening the window and listening to the cicadas outside. Normally, cicadas are hardly seen at the end of summer. Now it is winter, and after heavy rain, the temperature has dropped to 15 degrees Celsius. Cicadas shouldn't be out singing at this time. Sumi suddenly felt an urge to collect any living creature she saw into her space. Coincidentally, a brown golden cicada with a shiny golden reflection in the dark night was slowly crawling to her window like an elderly person with limited mobility. This golden cicada was similar in size to pre-apocalyptic cicadas, medium-large. Judging by its body and the transparency of its shell, Sumi was sure it was about to molt. When she was young, she often saw cicada exoskeletons with open backs on the trunks of trees in the countryside. She would quietly follow the molting golden cicada to see where it laid eggs. It was rare to see a cicada climb so high to molt, which surprised her. Sumi immediately stood up from the rocking chair, quietly walked to the window, and watched. After the cicada's nymph slowly emerged from its exoskeleton, its claws still tightly gripping the shell on the wall. A pair of blue glowing golden wings unfolded from its back, taking about half an hour to go from curled to fully spread. The molting was complete. After enjoying the childhood fun, Sumi reached out to catch it. Once the golden cicada spread its wings, it would be hard to catch. On this peaceful, breezy night, Sumi felt especially happy. She gently cupped her hand around the cicada, feeling it crawl and turn in her palm, finally gripping it firmly. She then withdrew her hand, took out an empty bottle, and guided the cicada inside. She added some leaves and creek water into the bottle, then used scissors to make many small holes in the lid and sealed it. Everything was ready. Suddenly, Sumi felt a tingling, itchy sensation in her palm, and shortly after, her head also felt a subtle dizziness, like the dazed feeling after drinking a little white wine at a party. Looking at the blue glow from the cicada crawling inside her palm, she tried to rub it off but couldn't. Sumi exclaimed inwardly, "Wow, I was careless." In the end of the world, especially with living creatures, nothing is simple. This golden cicada is toxic. By looking at the color of the poison on the palm, the toxin seems to come from the fluorescent blue powder crystals on its wings. The double images in front of her are getting worse. Even though Sumi has a super physique strengthened multiple times by space, she still reacts to the poison like this. If an ordinary person encountered it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sumi closes the window tightly, places the bottle with the golden cicada on the table, and immediately returns to her space. At this moment, nothing feels safer than her space. She fills a small basin with creek water, immerses her hand completely, and in less than 5 minutes, the blue fluorescence on her palm disappears. However, a faint blue substance floats on the water surface. Sumi knows this must be the toxin from the golden cicada. She takes the basin and leaves her space. Upon closer inspection, this floating substance has crystals. It can't be extracted while floating on the water, so she leaves it on the table to let the water evaporate slowly. This poison is so strong that keeping some might be useful later. A loud bang sounds from the window. Sumi looks alertly over. There is a white sticky substance on the window with a faint fishy smell. The cicada shell by the window is gone. Sumi's brow furrows, feeling something is wrong. This toxic golden cicada is definitely not alone. The white sticky substance is probably from that giant toad. Golden cicada, giant toad. Even the 15th floor might not be safe. At this moment, Sumi doesn't care about anything else. She rushes out of 1501, knocking loudly on Chinhao's door several times, while closing and locking all the hallway doors and windows. Chinhao opens the door and steps out, confused by Sumi's strange behavior, and asks, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" After closing the windows, Sumi sees Ma Dexiang also come out of 1503. "Old Su, what's going on? Why are you closing all the windows and hallway doors? It's so cool with them open." Ma Dexiang's face, which was licked by the giant toad, still shows faint blood slowly oozing out, but not much. The pain is still there. Sumi notices Ma Dexiang's face has a different flush, probably from a fever caused by the wound infection. "Hurry home, Close all the windows tightly, seal the gaps, and don't go outside, Sumi says very seriously. She isn't speaking without reason, but has a bad premonition. This feeling was confirmed by the sound of flapping wings outside the window. Chinhao was the first to react, immediately turning around to close the window. Luckily, before a swarm of golden cicadas arrived, he had already sealed all the windows except in the living room. He also tore some clothes into strips to block all gaps. Fortunately, Sumi had previously sealed all the windows in the house except the living room before Tian was placed in 1502, so Chinhao only needed to close the living room window. The unluckiest was Ma Dexiang, who only realized what was happening after Chinhao. He went back to 1503 to close the windows and fill the gaps, but it was already too late. In the past 2 days, because the outside air had improved, Ma Dexiang opened all the windows to ventilate. The house, including the bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, and living room, had more than 10 windows. After closing the windows in the living room and bedroom, he was about to open the kitchen window when a dense flapping of wings suddenly rushed into the living room from several rooms with open windows. Ma Dexiang's face changed drastically as he rushed out of 1503 and quickly shut the main door, trapping whatever had entered inside. What he saw next made him feel numb all over. A swarm of golden cicadas densely clung to the hallway windows, sealing them so tightly that they looked like a layer of glowing, golden window decorations with a hint of blue fluorescence. He knocked loudly on Chinhao's door. "Hao-ji, open the door. Help! Let me in to hide." Chinhao didn't open the door. Instead, Tian looked at him innocently and asked, "Dad, isn't Uncle Ma allowed to come in?" Tian, the things Sister Sumi thinks are dangerous are definitely not simple. Dad can't let you take risks. There's no but. From now on, no matter if Dad is with you or not, remember, only if you're alive can you have a future. Seeing Chinhao not opening the door, Ma Dexiang ran to Sumi's house, crying and cursing as he approached. He was initially afraid to knock on Sumi's door because of the countless cicadas and because he almost equated Sumi with danger. But in the face of life and death, even if Sumi were to scold him, it was better than being stung by these disgusting cicadas. These cicadas had very unusual colors, bright and eerie. He didn't believe they weren't poisonous. After his experience with the giant toad attack earlier in the day, he was sure these cicadas could also be deadly. So, he ran to knock on Sumi's door. "Boss Su, please save me. There are golden cicadas in my house, and I dare not go back. Please let me stay here for a while. Once the cicadas leave, I will go. I beg you." The corridor window has only a small ventilation hole with no other gaps, so the cicadas can't get in. But the main door of the corridor has a gap. The windows downstairs and upstairs are probably not closed either. Soon, the cicadas will crawl inside. Thinking of this, a few cicadas at the end of the corridor crawled out from under the door. When they saw Ma Dexiang, they flapped their wings and flew over.
Ah!
"Help! Boss Su, Chinhao, how ge?" Ma Dexiang knocked on Sumi's door and then on Chinhao's door, making loud noises that annoyed Sumi. She suddenly opened a small in the door, coldly told them to shut up, and then threw an electric mosquito swatter onto the ground. The door closed properly afterward. Ma Dexiang saw the electric mosquito swatter on the ground like a treasure. He almost bowed to Sumi, but his life was more important, so he took a deep breath, walked to door 1503, opened it, and waved the electrified swatter around. Unlike regular moths, cicadas are not attracted to light. They only stop moving under light. But in the apocalypse, the power system has collapsed. At night, there is only faint moonlight, so there is no other light. Only Ma Dexiang's terrified screams and brave shouts kept them focused on their target. Fortunately, Ma Dexiang was pretty accurate when swinging the electric swatter at the cicadas. While killing them, he also forcibly closed all the windows in the house. He also killed many smaller cicadas trying to crawl inside. Following Sumi's advice, he used a towel and clothes to block the gaps in the house. After stepping on each dead cicada on the ground, he finally let out a big sweat and relaxed. He closed all the doors of the bedrooms, balconies, and kitchen, filled all the gaps, and pulled the curtains in the living room. Then, he collapsed onto the sofa. Once his tense nerves relaxed, Ma Dexiang suddenly felt severe pain all over his body. He wiped his forehead, which was burning hot, not just from the heat. His face had a wound that hurt so much he felt dizzy. The next moment, he fainted and fell into a deep sleep on the sofa. While Ma Dexiang was asleep, Chinhao and Sumi in their own rooms stayed awake all night. Loud screams and calls for help occasionally come from upstairs, along with chaotic footsteps. Chinhao covers Tiantian's ears, keeping his eyes wide open and staring intently at the golden cicada outside the window. Tiantian can hear the shouting upstairs, but because of his father's hand blocking his ears, the sounds are less sharp and less harsh. He is small in size, with steady eyes and no sign of fear. Sumi's hearing is good. She can hear the entire neighborhood echoing with screams and strange sounds from the water, like something splashing into it or water splashing when someone jumps in. Neither the golden cicada nor the giant toad are creatures they can fight right now. With a loud bang, a sound similar to the one Sumi heard earlier when she caught the cicada near the window. Another bang follows. After several such sounds, the window in Sumi's living room, which was once covered densely with cicadas, now has a missing chunk. Another bang occurs, and Sumi finally sees that the large purple-red tongue belongs to the giant toad. However, she cannot locate the toad itself. Even though many cicadas cover her window, the toad's tongue, likely from the toad, quickly and efficiently swallows dozens of cicadas at once, devouring them all in moments. All that remains are a layer of clear sticky liquid and blue powder left on the window where the cicadas once were. This blue powder is probably the most toxic substance on their bodies. But Sumi doesn't dare open the window. Compared to the cicadas, the giant toad's attack is also very dangerous. In terms of quantity, Sumi fears the cicadas more. However, the toad occupies the top of the food chain and suppresses the cicadas, so in this fight, the giant toad has the upper hand.
Sumi walks to the bed.
Outside, there are no more cicadas, and she doesn't see the giant toad either. The crisis is temporarily over, but an uneasy feeling still lingers in her heart. Dawn has broken. The cicada chirping outside has stopped, replaced by the croaking of frogs. Sumi doesn't want to think about the peaceful scene of listening to the frogs sing. Right now, she just wants to go back to her space and sleep. On the table, the bottled mineral water has a floating cicada resting on a leaf, its mouth parts inserted into the leaf's veins to the juice. Sumi checks the windows and gaps inside the room to ensure everything is safe. Then she takes the mineral water bottle and enters her space. The arrival of the golden cicada caused the fog to clear a little more. Sumi took the cicada out of the bottle, and it immediately flew to hide in a nearby small sapling. This tree was a young camphor tree, deliberately chosen and planted by Sumi from a batch of purchased seedling trees when she had free time. Camphor trees are effective at repelling insects in summer because of their special scent, which can drive away bugs. Surprisingly, this cicada was not afraid of the smell and chose to rest on this tree. The cicada on the tree did not sing or feed on the sap. It just seemed to be resting, staying still. Sumi was not worried about it having any problems. Once an organism enters her space, it's not easy for it to die. She was about to rest when Xiao Bai suddenly ran over and nudged her leg. Among all the creatures in the space, Xiao Bai had changed the most. In about a month, its fur had turned snowy white with a shiny silver reflection in the sunlight. The 3 flame-shaped patches on its forehead also darkened a bit. Usually, a 1-month-old husky can be held with both hands, but Xiao Bai was surprisingly sturdy, about the size of a 3-month-old large dog. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. What's wrong, Xiao Bai? Do you want me to see something fun? Xiao Bai was trying very hard to communicate with Sumi, saying, turtle, turtle, snake, snake, snake. Turtle? Snake? Sumi immediately thought of it trying to tell her about the small turtle, Xiaoqing, and the silver-white little snake that had recently appeared in her space. She then searched the space for these 2 little creatures. Xiaoqing had always been near the water pond, eating and sleeping, hardly moving. but today it was nowhere to be seen. The silver-white snake was even more strange. Sumi searched the entire space but couldn't find it either. Had these two little things suddenly disappeared? Woof woof woof. Xiao Bai barked a few times at Sumi, then used its two small paws to dig at the right side of the water pond, digging and excitedly calling out woo 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 woo. Xiao Hong emerged from the white mist, snorted twice at Sumi, and also wanted to join Xiao Bai's digging team to help dig the hole. But it didn't realize that its flat paws caused it to step on the freshly dug hole, filling it back in with each step. Little White barked sharply at Little Red, startling her into lowering her head and stepping back. Sumi watched the two small creatures interact. Little White's short, deep bark was strong enough to scare the much larger Little Red, which she found strange. After Little White stubbornly dug a big hole, Sumi curiously looked inside. She saw Little Turtle and Little Green curling up and hiding inside their shells, as if they were sleeping through winter. A silver snake was coiled on top of the turtle's shell, also seeming to be in a hibernation state. Her space was warm and comfortable all year round, so hibernation at this time was quite unusual. What puzzled Sumi even more was that the turtle and snake were sleeping together in the same hole, which was very strange. But as long as neither of them was dead, it was not a big problem. Sumi covered the two small creatures with dirt again, and then picked up the dirty Little White. Little White, Little Green, and the silver snake are sleeping now. Don't bother them, okay? Woof woof woof. It's fun, but you can't disturb them. Remember, as the owner and the first resident of my space, you are the boss of all the little animals, so don't bully the newcomers. Whimper whimper whimper.
Good boy.
Also, if Little Green and the silver snake wake up, tell me right away. Her intuition told her that these two weren't just sleeping normally. What exactly was going on would become clear once they woke up, and she observed further. To her surprise, not only Little Green and the silver snake, but also the newly arrived golden cicada, the giant bone-tongue fish inside the fog, and the fish, shrimp, and she caught all fell into a deep sleep. Only Little White and Little Red remained lively and active in the space. Sumi stayed in her space for 3 days, only coming out at night to check if the doors and windows were still intact. In this post-apocalyptic world, these mutated creatures were incredibly resilient. Every night, the golden cicadas kept crashing into her window like moths flying into flames. Sumi worried whether the glass could hold up. Fortunately, from the 3rd day onward, the number of cicadas decreased. During the day, Sumi looked down from the window and shivered. The water surface below was covered with dead cicadas. A few still moved slightly, but they were quickly swallowed by the fish that suddenly appeared in the water. I am not sure exactly what is in the water, but the small crocodiles that she released into the water now. Apart from the giant frogs and a few big fish that the small crocodiles are not afraid of, they haven't shown any other signs of danger. As for the giant frogs, although they are large and swim quickly, their tongues attack in water just as much as on land. The small crocodiles are also dominant in the water. Together, they can defeat even a large crocodile, so they wouldn't be afraid of a frog like that. Therefore, Sumi is not worried about their safety. Chinhao and Tian have enough food at home. Since Sumi didn't go out or call them, Chinhao decided it was better not to leave. Golden cicadas can fly about 50 to 80 meters. These cicadas are very colorful, and some can fly up from downstairs and even cling to the glass windows, making them hard to deal with. He was afraid of seeing something frightening every day, so he drew the curtains and didn't see the scene of the giant frog catching cicadas with its tongue. But he could hear the loud, sharp bang 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 sounds of the glass being hit. So Chinhao knew that besides the cicadas, there were other dangers outside, like the giant frog and maybe even more. The fish he caught that day were still in the pond and hadn't fully died. In this dangerous situation, he and Tian could only eat quick meals every day with no hot water, electricity, or natural gas. Chinhao secretly thought that once it was safe outside, he would gather some dry branches to make firewood. With fire, he could cook food. On the 3rd night, the cicadas were no longer covering the window. Chinhao gradually relaxed. Tomorrow, he planned to ask Sumi if she wanted to go find some branches for firewood together. Sumi knew that once the cicadas stopped attacking at night, the cicada attack should be over. On the fourth day, after Sumi came out of the space, Chinhao knocked on the door. "Sumi, are you okay?" Sumi shook her head. "I'm fine." She looked at the door of 1503 and hesitated before asking, "Has Ma Dexiang come out?" Chinhao nodded. "I knocked, but no response." He paused and continued, "I just checked upstairs. No one is alive." Sumi was unconcerned, but internally shocked. The cicadas were really that powerful. There are at least 30 or 40 people upstairs, and they all died in just 3 days. If there are other places besides their community being attacked by poisonous insects like golden cicadas, how many humans are left in City J? She didn't want to think about it anymore. She took a deep breath and used the universal card to open the door. At this moment, Ma Dexiang was lying on the sofa looking sick, with a pale face. The wound on his cheek was oozing thick fluid, and there were the charred bodies of golden cicadas on the floor. There were quite a few bodies, about dozens. Chinhao stepped forward and patted Ma Dexiang's shoulder, but got no response. He then checked his breathing.
He's not dead.
Should we save him? Chinhao knew that Sumi didn't like Ma Dexiang. He also didn't think highly of his character, but now, the whole building was very quiet, and even the wind in the alley sounded unsettling. It was good to have one more person alive. Sumi sighed and looked at the water bucket inside the house, which also had a few golden cicadas crawling in. The water was no longer drinkable. "Wait for me a moment." After leaving room 1503, Sumi went back to 1501. She took out a cup of stream water and some traditional medicine powder she had collected earlier, which helped heal wounds and had anti-inflammatory effects. Because it contained sanchi, it was very effective for wound healing. However, this powder was mostly a gimmick. The real healing came from the cup of stream water. Ma Dexiang was not only feverish and unconscious due to the wound but also relapsed with his previous skin condition. Such a serious injury at home with a fever. If he had collapsed 3 days ago, his body might have been near death. This cup of stream water wouldn't instantly cure him, but it wouldn't raise suspicion either. The phrase disaster has been lurking for 1,000 years fit this guy perfectly. If he still didn't die, perhaps even heaven didn't want his life anymore. Sumi handed the cup of water to Chinhao and took out an antibiotic, giving it to him to feed Ma Dexiang. Chinhao also applied the herbal powder Sumi brought on Ma Dexiang's face and body. After finishing everything, Chinhao got up and washed his hands with clean water. He naturally saw the skin issues on Ma Dexiang and washed his hands to stay clean, also to prevent skin infections from recurring. The two then went to the 11th floor, but the situation was unexpected. The floor was very clean, no bodies of golden cicadas anywhere. The only odd thing was that the windows in the corridor were open, and there was some remaining transparent sticky fluid on the window panes. Sunny naturally knows what that is. When you went upstairs to check, were there also dead cicadas on the ground? Chinhao nodded, a few scattered ones, and there was sticky liquid on the ground and windows. Most of the doors were open, and I knocked on the ones that weren't, but no one answered. Chinhao paused for a moment. "Are you thinking?" It was probably that giant toad eating the cicadas. Cicadas attacking humans, giant toads eating cicadas, giant toads attacking humans. Are all creatures targeting humans beyond just the food chain? Sunny can't bear to think about it. On the water surface outside, only a few cicada carcasses remain. The cicada chirping has completely stopped, as if those cicadas never appeared at all. The little crocodiles told Sunny that the water is safe, and at this moment, she can't even see a single giant tadpole on the surface. She worries about a sudden attack from the giant toad. Now that even the giant tadpoles have disappeared, maybe they ate and moved away? After all, after creatures mutate, their usual habits can change. The temperature is dropping every day, and these creatures probably hibernate like the little green and silver snakes in her space. But Sunny still feels uneasy, so she has the little crocodiles patrol nearby several times to be sure. She looks at Chinhao seriously. The water level here won't drop anytime soon. I plan to find a higher place to stay temporarily. Chinhao is surprised. You want to leave? You think with a 23-story building, The water has already reached the 10th floor, and after the extreme heat, how long can this building last? Chinhao remained silent. Have you decided where to go? Sunny shook her head. I think I'll head to a higher area. If I find a suitable place, I might stay there. She had already thought it through. Her space contains many building materials, including plenty of whole logs. Building a house with red bricks, cement, and wood is not a problem. She prefers the mountains, where the land is high and sparsely populated, so she doesn't have to worry too much. After a moment of silence, Chinhao didn't say much. Sunny is right. The buildings in the community might not last forever. Plus, with the cicadas and giant toads now, this place is no longer safe. By the way, why did you come to find me today? I originally planned to find some branches to make firewood, since there is no water or electricity now, and I can only cook in the simplest way. However, after your reminder, I realize this place isn't a good spot to stay for long. Winter has already arrived, so you should prepare some warm clothes. The foreign shopping mall is on relatively higher ground. We have seen teams with motorboats going there to find supplies before. I think we should also make a trip. When Sumi heard Chinhao suggest going to the foreign shopping mall, she was clearly reluctant. Chinhao, I advise against going to the foreign shopping mall. If we want to gather winter supplies, we can look in other buildings nearby or in some residential areas for clothes and useful items. Chinhao saw how seriously Sumi advised him not to go to the mall. He was also a bit confused. But Sumi always gave him a strange feeling, as if everything she said was right and had a reason. Sumi didn't leave immediately. Instead, she headed north toward the mountain farm to check the area. Chinhao understood why Sumi was leaving and decided not to stay here any longer. He started packing the things he needed to take with him at home. If anything was missing, he would go upstairs or to other floors in the neighborhood to find it. There were 5 rubber boats outside Building 29. Sumi took one and left without knowing where she was going. Chinhao originally planned to go out alone to find supplies, but after the cicada incident, he realized the house wasn't completely safe. So, he put a long-sleeve shirt, hat, and mask on Tian and took him outside. There were 4 rubber boats left at the door. Chinhao chose the one with the most fuel and took Tian to search through other floors of the neighborhood, going from north to south. They carried 2 large suitcases, one for each of them. Chinhao didn't bother to avoid the corpses in the hallways. Some were poisoned, some were rotting and smelled terrible. What this world will become, the living have to see with their own eyes, so they can always remember the importance of survival. Tian was just over 7 years old. He already knew what dead people looked like. He had seen those who died during the extreme heat days, and those poisoned by cicadas in recent days. The people in Building 29 weren't many, and although he was scared, Chinhao's presence made him stay calm, like a kid who shouldn't be so composed. But as they searched room after room, building after building, Tian started to break down. Everyone in the community has died. People who used to greet him and play with him have all died in terrifying ways. He suddenly remembers his mother. His father said, "She went far away. Will she also become like this?" Every day, he pulls a small suitcase and follows Chinhao, picking up small, useful items. But as he keeps collecting, he starts silently crying, then softly sobbing, and finally crying loudly. Chinhao had already noticed that he was crying but didn't comfort him. Instead, he was busy choosing supplies from a stranger's house, biting his lip, with his eyes bloodshot. He couldn't use his protective wings to warm Tian now, even though his heart hurt more than anyone's. Sumi has already reached the northern mountain. At the foot of the mountain is the horse farm where she first found Xiaohong. The terrain here is high. The water level in the city has risen to 10 floors, but here, the water only covers the foot of the mountain. The cow farm and horse farm she visited before are already submerged. Even the nearby highway is no longer visible. Sumi paddles her rubber boat to the mountain's base. After circling around, she finds a relatively easier spot to climb and then stores her boat. Before the apocalypse, the man-made trail up the mountain was washed away by heavy rain. Now it's all muddy with large rocks sticking out from time to time. Climbing with her hands and feet, Sumi struggles a lot to reach halfway up the mountain. She then finds a flat spot and sits on the damp ground to rest. The area is full of plants, mostly small saplings and young plants. She accidentally knocked over many as she climbed. She thinks as long as the roots are intact, they can survive in the space. So, she collects flowers and grasses along the way, not knowing their species. In this muddy terrain, pulling them out roughly won't damage the roots much. She can nurture them in her space and grow new roots and shoots. Even sitting on the ground, she keeps pulling weeds nearby. She becomes more excited with each pull, her eyes shining. It's not for anything else. When she throws these unknown wildflowers and grasses into her space, the white mist around the edges actually starts to disperse a little. Sumi hits her own head hard. Oh, Sumi, you're so stupid. Life is precious regardless of species. Small animals are alive, and so are tiny flowers and grasses. The green grass stretches endlessly, and the small red flowers look nice too. Sumi casually pulls at the wildflowers and weeds around her, muttering to herself. She hums a little tune that is unknown and a bit silly. She only pulls one plant of each type, and soon the surrounding plants are mostly gathered. She sits on a big tree to rest, but suddenly a strange, pleasant scent drifts into her nose. In the past, she might not have noticed this faint fragrance, but now, with her enhanced senses from the space, she not only smells it, but can also tell where it's coming from. It's coming from the mountain. The tall mountain behind her is a restricted area in J City. Before the end of the world, there were no roads leading up there, only rocky paths. Sumi vaguely remembers someone saying that plant hunters were sent to study some plants there, and later it became a protected area for rare plants, guarded by special personnel. Not many people know about it because the mountain isn't famous. Most visitors are just people camping or enjoying spring outings. Thinking of this, Sumi becomes even more curious. The job of a plant hunter is very mysterious. They often travel through dangerous places to find rare plants and record them. If they're lucky, they might discover new species and even get to name them. She wonders what kind of rare plants are on the mountain that require the help of plant hunters and guards. She feels very excited. The path up the mountain isn't flat. By the time she reaches near the top, she's covered in mud and looks quite messy. But that strange fragrance is coming from a landslide about 10 meters ahead. Sumi carefully crawls closer, holding onto the roots of nearby trees to avoid slipping. In front of her is a very strange and rugged big tree. Several roots go deep into the rocky mountain, and many roots stretch out from the mountain itself. The trunk is about 20 or 30 centimeters thick. From where it's growing, it looks like it's leaning on the edge of the mountain, probably caused by the heavy rain and a month-long landslide. The scent is coming from this tree. Its trunk isn't very thick, just like a small tree, but it shines with a strong golden glow in the sunlight. Its bark is fine and beautiful, very different from the rough bark of nearby trees. The bark has a shiny, silky golden sheen. Sumi's first thought is that it's a golden sandalwood tree. The set of dining table and chairs in her villa is made from golden silk nanmu wood, which has a color and fragrance very similar to the tree in front of her. Golden silk nanmu wood repels insects, prevents decay, and is antibacterial, so even termites won't eat it. In future natural disasters, this small tree might not survive. But if it enters her space, it could live on. Sumi tried stepping on the soil beneath her feet. It was soft but very wet. With each step, it felt like sinking into mud, making it hard to walk forward. However, such moist and soft soil should also be good for digging this tree out. Her space is never short of tools, whether for planting or digging. Carefully, she approached the golden silk nanmu tree, took out a shovel and began to dig. The tree, about 20 to 30 centimeters thick, had very developed roots. Under the soft, moist soil, the roots and rhizomes twisted and tangled among the rocks and mud. Sumi quickly cleared away the debris, roughly excavated the roots, and cut off any that were too difficult to remove with an axe. Her space has a magical power. As long as there are roots, she can grow plants. She was especially careful when digging around the main roots. As long as the main roots are preserved, this precious tree can quickly take root in her space. She used to be a simple girl who longed for a carefree life. If possible, she would prefer to stay in an uninhabited forest or island, peacefully spending her days with loved ones. But she never thought she was just wishing. The people around her, or rather those people, were not willing to live a simple life. Many sought wealth and power, even at the cost of their conscience. Sumi's space was a gift from her mother's belongings. If the world ever became uninhabited, she could still live her desired life inside her space. Was it her mother's silent protection that made her dreams come true in a different way? Of course, to truly match her ideal living environment, just a few types of plants and creatures are not enough. There's no rush. I have plenty of time. I'll gradually collect unfamiliar species to make the biological chain in my space more complete. Sumi placed the golden silk nanmu tree in a patch of black soil to nurture its roots. Once the white fog clears, she plans to transplant the tree by the stream. She even thought about building a small, livable farmyard on the other side of the white mist. In her plan, she would plant her favorite vegetables and fruits in the yard, and behind it, construct a long corridor leading to the stream. Near the stream, beside the golden silk nanmu tree, she imagined a tall grape-covered trellis. Once the tree grew tall, the area beneath it would be filled with hanging grapes. She could sit in a rocking chair under the grape arbor, reach out, and pick grapes to eat. On the other side of the yard, she planned to grow some wisteria and climbing roses on the wall. Her roses in the field had already grown very thick, and despite her many trims, they still thrived. If she had a small yard, she could make a flower wall with the climbing roses, which would look beautiful and smell nice. Suddenly, Sumi realized that her current task was not just about collecting animals and plants to clear the white mist. She also wanted to create a safe, cozy, and secret place where she could feel at ease in the future. Sumi didn't change her muddy, dirty clothes, because near the golden silk nanmu tree, there were a few other trees she hadn't seen before. One looked a bit like a grapefruit tree, but the 2 or 3 fruits on it were oval and purple-red, resembling jujubes in shape. She first picked one and tore it open with her hands. Inside, the flesh was only about a centimeter thick, with the rest being a black-brown seed. She sniffed it. It had a slightly sour smell, similar to apples or hawthorn berries. Sumi licked her lips, very sour, with a tingling sensation on her tongue. It wasn't tasty, but it was very thirst-quenching. After waiting a few minutes, she found no unusual effects, so it should be safe to eat. She rinsed her mouth, then picked an apple from her space to try. This apple was bought before the apocalypse. It was a semi-sweet, semi-sour type, and even after being stored in her space for a long time, it wouldn't turn sweet. But today, it tasted completely without any sourness. She ate another, and it was only sweet, not sour at all. And the sweetness was very pure. She had never tasted such a sweet apple before. Then she ate a half-ripe tomato, and surprisingly, it was just as sweet. Feeling curious, she found a lime in her space, peeled it, and stuffed it into her mouth. She expected it to be very sour and make her cry. But strange things happened. The lime turned sweet. Sumi looked at the unknown wild fruit she had licked earlier and suddenly had an idea. She spat out the lime, rinsed her mouth with stream water, and then bit into another lime. Puff. The sourness almost made her teeth hurt. After licking a few wild fruits without a name and then biting into a lime, the sourness instantly turned sweet. It seems this wild fruit can affect a person's taste buds. After eating it, everything else tastes only sweet. So, she picked the remaining 2 fruits and threw them into her space. Then she spent over an hour digging them into her space as well. She had never seen such amazing fruit before. What should she call it? Something unique and magical. Maybe mystery fruit? Sumi was sweating heavily while digging trees on the mountaintop. She found 2 mystery fruit trees and also discovered a walnut tree nearby. However, the walnut tree was quite old. Its roots went deep underground, so she quickly dug out about 3 meters of roots and gave up, cutting the roots and throwing them into her space to grow. Next, she dug up a peach tree, a plum tree, and even an oleander. Whether they are poisonous or not doesn't matter. They can add new species to her space and reduce the white fog. Why not? Her previous harvest of vegetables and fruits was enough to eat, so besides the ungrown purple bamboo and fruit trees, the black soil was empty. It was a good chance to plant these trees and let their roots grow. Near these trees, there was a very thick tree trunk, so thick that 2 people would need to hug it to cover the trunk. It was the tallest among the trees on the mountaintop. But its trunk looked like it had been struck by lightning, cracked in the middle. The whole tree was withered, dry, and wrinkled like an old, shriveled person. Sumi sighed, feeling it was a pity. Its shape was completely different from the surrounding trees, so it must be a species she had never seen before.
Such a shame.
Suddenly, the cawing of crows interrupted Sumi's happy digging. A white lump fell freely onto her head.
Hey.
Crow. Sumi took a deep breath, looked up, and scolded the passing crow. You, an Endi. She raised her wrist-mounted blowpipe and shot an arrow at the crows. Unfortunately, the range was limited, and the crow quickly flew away after causing trouble. Sumi could only stand there, frustrated. No matter how dirty the mud was, she thought a wash would fix it. But crow made her feel unclean instantly. Back in her space, she wiped the mix dry and wet white excrement off her head with tissues, changed her clothes, and scrubbed herself thoroughly, especially her hair. After washing away the bad luck caused by the crow droppings hitting her forehead and changing into clean clothes, Sunny felt much lighter and calmer, no longer feeling irritable. She picked up the tissue with crow droppings to throw it away outside the space, but when she pinched it, it was hard and firm. What is this? A crow's stone? If a crow with such bad luck develops stones, it's just its fate. She unfolded the tissue and surprisingly found a plant seed with green and brown colors. Of course, crows are also carriers of some plant seeds that cannot reproduce on their own. It's normal for droppings to contain seeds, but whether this seed is still alive is hard to tell. Since Sunny was already starting to gather things, she immediately began to handle the seed. She brought a basin of creek water, used chopsticks to pick out the seed, and soaked it in the water. She originally just wanted to clean the seed and maybe activate its vitality, but within seconds of soaking, the water in the basin was completely absorbed. Sunny thought she was seeing things, so she poured more creek water in. A full basin of creek water was quickly dry by the seed. The seed, originally green and brown, gradually turned completely green. Then the water dried up again. She skeptically added more creek water for it to absorb. After 20 full basins of water were all absorbed, on the 21st, the water no longer dried up. Now the seed was a deep dark green, resting at the bottom of the basin. Sunny picked it up with her hand. It was cold and had a faint minty scent, very refreshing. The seed size hadn't changed, but it felt much heavier in her hand. Excited, Sunny buried it in the empty black soil, pressing the earth firmly on top. She waited, knowing that when she planted vegetables or fruits, the seeds usually sprouted soon after.
She thought this seed should do the same.
But after waiting an hour, then 2 hours, she even showed off a DQ mixing cup in her space. Yet, it still hadn't sprouted. Although Sunny could control everything inside her space, making the seeds automatically plant themselves, grow, and then harvest and arrange them, she couldn't see the inside of the soil. She only knew that seeds planted in her space wouldn't die or rot. As for why it hadn't sprouted as quickly as other vegetable seeds, Sunny found it strange too. Is it because the tree species and vegetable seeds are different? However, she planted the durian tree from a seed in the soil, and although it grew slower than vegetables, it is now quite tall and seems close to bearing fruit. Suddenly, Sumi noticed the purple bamboo rice she had planted long ago. She remembered it sprouted quickly after planting, but after a month, the bamboo stalks were still very short. Has it stopped growing? Or is it that the rarer the variety, the slower it grows? While Sumi was thinking about the seed, she suddenly sensed a restless and uneasy signal from the group of small crocodiles she had released into the water. She was very surprised because, after they sent her signals, several of the crocodiles suddenly disappeared from her mind. Her little crocodiles haven't grown into full adults yet, and they are not as big as the giant crocodiles. But their group is very strong. Even the giant crocodiles can't easily defeat them. The disappearance of some crocodiles was never seen before. Unless they really encountered a formidable enemy, like the crocodile group in the mall or some other unknown dangerous creature in the water. Sumi told the little crocodiles to run quickly, as escaping even one was good. She also considered whether she should go back to Manhwa community to check. After all, something even the crocodile group couldn't handle, and she, being small and a poor swimmer, would only become a target if she went there. But if she didn't go back, Chinhao and Tian would definitely be in danger if they encountered that thing. Just as Sumi was debating whether to return and save them, suddenly a loud helicopter rotor sound came from the sky. It was a helicopter with a very noticeable J City official logo on it. It was heading directly toward J City. It seemed that by this time, the authorities had already set up a safe zone or a gathering place. After so many days of heavy rain, they finally came out to search for survivors, showing they had recovered from the shadow of the disaster. In her previous life, Sumi never saw a helicopter, or maybe the helicopter flew away before reaching the southern residential area where they were. Various guesses raced through her mind, so she decided to go down the mountain immediately and head toward the helicopter's direction. For a girl, especially one living alone, going to an official base isn't always a good idea. At this time, the official safe zone is definitely restricting personal freedom, making many things inconvenient. If Chinhao, Tian, and even the bedridden Ma Dexiang could go to the safe base with the officials, they wouldn't have to be so fearful inside the building as before. Tian is still young, and Chinhao has the responsibility to protect him. Often, he cannot take Tian out to search for supplies. Going to the base would also allow Tian to be safer with the stronger security there. Sumi's rubber boat is not as fast as a helicopter, but she can always follow the loud noise of the helicopter's rotor to keep moving behind it. Soon, she reached an intersection not far from the foreign shopping mall. At this moment, she and her group of little crocodiles were also nearby, so Sumi became very alert and kept watch carefully. Are these people here to find survivors, or are they here to look for supplies? They don't know what's inside the mall, but Sumi knows very well. It was full of giant crocodiles before, and now it's even more so. Plus, the current humidity and temperature are perfect for crocodile incubation. Even though she had previously destroyed most of the crocodile eggs and all the small crocodiles in the circular tanks, there are still quite a few crocodiles inside. Sumi watched as the helicopter landed on an open space on the roof of the mall. She quietly moved closer and observed from the top of a nearby office building across the street. 6 people came out of the helicopter, all fully armed, with guns and protective gear. Each even had a grenade attached to their waist. One stayed on the roof, while the other 5 headed into the mall. The last time Sumi was here, the water level only reached her calves. Now, it had risen to the 4th floor of the mall. After long storms and strong winds, the nearby public facilities were already damaged and collapsed, floating on the water surface. Sumi's sharp eyes saw the head of a crocodile hanging on a log, drifting with the current. Its cold eyes blinked now, and then. The water around had gone from calm to rippling after the helicopter landed on the roof. Roar. It was the roar of a giant crocodile. Sumi watched the huge ripples in the water, all pointing toward the inside of the mall. They are calling their friends. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 19 pairs of giant crocodile eyes visible outside the ripples. But what about those unseen underwater? And what about the ones lurking inside the mall? Sumi feels that if enough time passes, the entire city of J could become the domain of these giant crocodiles. She feels powerless. If that's true, J City can no longer be a safe place. She looks at the helicopter on the top floor of the mall, but unfortunately, she doesn't know how to fly. If she did, such a helicopter would be a great escape tool in the early days of the apocalypse. Just then, Sumi's heart suddenly races. All her crocodile groups outside have lost contact. It looks very bad. The giant crocodile group here doesn't seem to have left, or maybe Sumi hasn't noticed. If it's not her crocodiles, then what is attacking her little crocodiles? Without the alert from her small crocodiles, she feels even more uncertain about the water dangers. Suddenly, a rubber boat appears from afar, heading straight for the mall. As it gets closer, Sumi immediately recognizes Chinhao, Tian, and the weakly lying Ma Dexiang sitting at the back of the boat. She also notices a whole bunch of frogs following behind them. The frogs vary in size, with the largest half the size of the boat, wildly chasing after Chinhao and the others. The small frogs are fast and close, while the giant frogs leap out of the water, trying to attack the boat. Chinhao and the others don't realize the mall ahead is a dangerous trap, but the mutated frogs behind are no easier to handle. If Tian, with her small size, is caught by the biggest frog's tongue, she might be swallowed whole. Sumi glances at the mall's location and then at the giant frog group behind Chinhao. After thinking carefully, she grits her teeth and runs to the top floor railing, shouting loudly at Chinhao. Chinhao, don't go into the mall. Head to the back door on the east side. Sumi points to the back entrance of the mall and continues, circle around the mall and come to me quickly. She's never shouted so loudly since the apocalypse began, but her voice is too loud and might attract danger. She can't risk risking her life to save others, but in this crisis, she can only let Chinhao take a gamble. Sumi's voice was loud and could be accurately heard in his ear. Tian, who was originally gripping the rubber boat's handle tightly, was tense. When he heard Sumi's voice, he looked up and said, "Dad, it's Sister Sumi. She's on the roof." Ma Dexiang's face showed a look of despair, but upon hearing Sumi's voice, he suddenly became alert. Old Sumi, are you here to save us?" Seeing Ma Dexiang's weak and sickly body, Sumi didn't waste words. Chinhao obediently turned the front of the rubber boat and headed toward the back of the mall. To go to the back, they would pass the mall's main and side entrances, where many crocodiles lurked beneath the water. Chinhao dared not make any small mistakes, not even glancing up at Sumi's position. He didn't understand what Sumi meant by making him circle around the back entrance of the mall. However, when their rubber boat, trailing a large group of frogs like waves behind them, passed the mall's entrance, he understood the reason. On the water surface, crocodiles with their heads above water stared at him, the one making noise. He remembered Sumi had previously stopped him from searching for supplies here. No, this was probably the second time Sumi had prevented them from coming to this foreign mall. It seemed she had known all along about the many crocodiles here. While taking deep breaths and bravely steering the boat around the mall, Chinhao felt his nerves tighten more and more. The number of crocodiles at the main and side doors was countless, and these crocodiles' heads alone were huge. How enormous must their bodies be beneath the water? Sumi's tactic of causing a distraction to lure the enemy deeper was risky and tested the courage of the boat's operator. Any mistake could mean being swallowed by the giant frogs behind or torn apart by the underwater crocodile group. But not trying was a death sentence. Trying offered a slim chance of survival. Following Sumi's instructions, Chinhao successfully steered the boat to the back door and circled around the route they came. He wasn't sure if Sumi's method would work, so he could only grit his teeth and keep focusing on the front. Suddenly, behind him, strange splashing sounds and then terrified frog screams echoed. These sounds grew more frequent. Ma Dexiang, summoning his courage, looked back and suddenly cried out with joy. How go, it's great. The frogs and crocodiles are fighting." He continued to watch straight ahead without speaking, his small face serious enough to freeze. Since daytime, his little world had shattered his old beliefs and replaced them with survival rules in a dangerous world. Although he was the youngest, he was already trying to stay calm and composed. He didn't panic or scream at anything. His strength was still too small to help his father or sister Sumi, but he could try not to be a burden to the adults. Chinhao kept steering the inflatable boat without slowing down. Until they successfully reached the rooftop where Sumi was, their danger was not over. Crocodiles, naturally fierce and good at ambushing, often hunt by lurking in the water for a long time. The giant crocodiles around the mall seemed to be fighting giant toads, but who knew if there were other crocodiles lurking in the water? Their boat reached just below the entrance of the floor where Sumi was. The boat was close to the wall and had no handrails or support. Chinhao helped Tian to get on the entrance first. Tian, go find Sister Sumi, stay away from the entrance, he warned, still alert to movements on the water surface. Ma Dexiang, who was injured and disabled, went up second. But when he landed, he slipped and half-kneeled on the ground at the entrance, feeling sharp pain in his knees. Dust from the entrance scattered, and the boat beneath Chinhao shook several times because of Ma Dexiang's fall. Large ripples appeared on the water, and a pair of cold, bloodthirsty eyes surfaced, staring at Chinhao's boat. "Hao Ji, come up quickly," someone shouted. Chinhao held his breath, ready to abandon the boat. He pushed off with his foot and jumped toward the entrance. But the giant crocodile reacted quickly. In the split second before he jumped, it grabbed the boat and dragged it into the water. With a powerful roll and tearing, the boat was shattered into pieces floating on the surface. Chinhao's footing slipped, and he missed grabbing the edge of the entrance. He fell and hung onto the broken ground at the entrance. "Hao Ji, be careful." Ma Dexiang grabbed Chinhao's hand, desperately trying to pull him up, but he had been sick for too long. His strength was only a fraction of what it used to be. Chinhao was strong, but suddenly, the large shadow beneath the water shot up toward him, targeting his hanging body at the entrance. Sumi hurried down from the building and helped Ma Dexiang pull Chinhao away. She saw this scene. By then, it was too late to draw her gun. The bloodthirsty crocodile would become even more dangerous if it wasn't killed now. Chinhao held his breath, broke free from Ma Dexiang and Sumi's hands, and let his body fall freely. "Brother Hao, no." Chinhao. In a panic, he shouted loudly. Just as the crocodile was about to bite him, his footing changed. He stomped on the crocodile's lower jaw and jumped up again. This time, using the force from the crocodile's push, he jumped onto the stairs at the entrance. Sumi, using that momentum, pulled Chinhao away, out of the crocodile's reach. A bang sounded as a bullet hit the crocodile, piercing the air and entering its body. The crocodile below fell into the water, thrashing violently before gradually stopping. Sumi's sharp eyes saw a figure on the opposite rooftop. The person was dressed in tactical gear, with some stubble on his face. When Sumi looked at him, he had just put away his gun and stood up. Given the weapon's range, it was likely a sniper rifle. She looked at the crocodile's corpse in the water below. The bullet entered through its eye, hitting its head precisely. The distance from the rooftop where the sniper was to where they stood was over 100 meters. At such a long range, a small mistake could mean one of them getting shot. Such confidence and accuracy suggested this person had training. The person on the rooftop waved his gun at their position and then continued to observe the surroundings. Chinhao, after surviving the ordeal, felt extremely lucky. He looked toward the rooftop. The sniper's action of reloading eased some of their pressure. Also, before jumping onto the stairs, Chinhao looked down at the crocodile's wound. The bullet entered through its eye, hitting its head. The shooter's marksmanship was very precise. The three of them, after escaping danger, followed Sumi to the rooftop. There, they found a tent set up with a pile of firewood, but the fire hadn't started yet. Next to them was Sumi's large suitcase, a black backpack, and a bucket of fish they caught that day, swimming lively in a plastic tub. Sumi had initially planned to wait until the people in the opposite mall were all dead before sneaking over. So, she set up the tent early on the rooftop to keep an eye on the situation at all times. The pile of firewood, luggage, food like fish, and cooking pots were prepared by her while Chinhao and the others were running away. She did this just in case they managed to escape to the rooftop. Without food, water, or a place to sleep, she didn't want to reveal her hiding spot openly. So she took out these items to eat, drink, and rest openly. Ma Dexiang saw the items on the rooftop and finally relaxed a little, his pale face showing some relief.
Great.
I was just thinking earlier that our rubber boat was broken, and the supplies on it probably floated away to the mall. Ma Dexiang said, looking at Sumi's changing expression. Boss, old Su, maybe you should. Handle it yourself. Ma Dexiang, with his pale, pleading face, smiled submissively. Okay, I'll go prepare some food. How about grilled fish? Whatever you want. At this moment, Sumi was standing by the rooftop railing, watching the situation outside. Chinhao and the others' rubber boat had already drifted toward the mall entrance. The sniper on the mall rooftop across was no longer visible. Sumi guessed he probably went downstairs. Just as she thought this, gunfire erupted inside the mall. It wasn't a pistol but a machine gun or rifle firing in continuous bursts. The gunfire was loud and steady, and Sumi could hear it clearly from the rooftop. Tian, who usually didn't care about anything, was holding Chinhao's hand, pretending to look outside. Unfortunately, she was too short to see much, only the top half of the helicopter on the opposite mall rooftop through the fence. Ma Dexiang was also startled by the gunfire, shrinking back. Although they had survived just now, the images of the giant frog and crocodile had left a deep shadow in his mind, impossible to forget. Thinking about the huge crocodile he saw near the mall earlier, with its large number, made him feel very scared. It was even more intimidating than the swarms of golden cicadas he had seen before. He carefully sorted the pots and pans while asking old Su, if all the water below is full of these giant crocodiles, can we still survive? Ma Dexiang was a coward. He had killed people before and seemed carefree, without much guilt. But if you asked whether he was brave, on the night the golden cicada swarm came, the corridor was full of his screams for help. Now, his tongue was tied, and his legs were trembling as he spoke. You and I don't know, but I definitely won't die. Sunmi finished speaking and looked at Chinhao. But right now, we don't have any transportation, so we're stuck on the rooftop. Sunmi waved her hand, planning to turn back and fix the pile of firewood. She fiddled with the firewood for a while but couldn't light it. After all, no matter which lifetime she was in, she had never dealt with firewood before. It was Ma Dexiang who took over, quickly igniting the fire. Using the same lighter and matches. Why couldn't she light it herself? He did it easily. Sunmi didn't want to admit that her outdoor survival skills, besides the space cheat, were non-existent. But since someone was helping, she decided not to refuse. Ma Dexiang, who grew up by the sea, was quick to act. Once the fire was lit, he picked some thin, long pieces of wood, chopped from the logs Sunmi threw into her backpack with an axe, into long strips. Then he sharpened one end of each with a dagger. With Sunmi's approval, he also selected several plump carp from a plastic bucket, taking on the role of the team's cook. Well, it's somewhat useful, Sunmi said plainly. Her words made Ma Dexiang puff up with pride, like a proud goose, lifting his chin and grinning foolishly at her. Sunmi ignored him and noticed Chinhao had been staring seriously at the opposite rooftop. When Sunmi approached again, he kept his gaze fixed and asked, Sunmi, did you know early on that there were crocodiles in this mall? Sunmi nodded. Knowing doesn't change anything. Anyway, no one can leave now. Still, inside, she was thinking that once the food ran out, she would find a chance to go out and retrieve the sightseeing boat she found near Building 27. The rubber boat was convenient, but people would be exposed outside. A giant crocodile could easily flip both the boat and the person. The sightseeing boat was different. People could sit inside, protected by a sturdy metal frame. Plus, because of its shape and weight, even a strong crocodile couldn't flip the boat with a few attacks. The boat was also much faster than the rubber one. But how could they avoid suspicion? After a long silence, Chinhao suddenly looked serious and tightly gripped the railing. It's not entirely impossible to leave here, he said, pointing to the opposite rooftop with a serious expression. If we can safely reach the rooftop of the mall across, we can leave. Sumi looked along his finger and was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. Are you talking about that helicopter? Chinhao, can you fly a helicopter? Sumi became more curious about Chinhao's job. Not all police officers can fly helicopters, especially in a second-tier city like J City. Plus, Chinhao's abilities suggest his true identity is not simple. Yes, but we also need to be lucky enough to survive and make it there. At this moment, Sumi felt a surge of excitement. He could fly a helicopter, fight fiercely, and had taught Sumi many deadly moves in the corridor, moves that could defeat enemies completely. Using her own strength, Sumi's combat ability had become much stronger. Even Chinhao, if he faced her directly, would not be her match, especially considering her enhanced power and super endurance from the space. Sumi was already thinking ahead. Having a teammate like Chinhao didn't seem so bad. If Chinhao could fly a helicopter, then as long as they reached the other side, they would be safe. She planned to find an excuse to go out that night. When she returned, she would take the sightseeing boat from the space. As long as she could drive it to the big tree behind the mall, similar to how Chinhao and the others had just circled the mall with a giant toad, they would be safe. No, Chinhao and Ma Dexiang had seen that sightseeing boat. Since reaching the other side meant safety, she couldn't risk exposing the space by bringing out the boat. Last time she visited, she noticed that big tree. Its roots were deep, and although it was withered, it was tall and sturdy. Climbing it would be safe. The tree was less than 3 meters from the mall's side wall, which had vents that could be used to crawl inside. Sumi quickly identified a 5-person speedboat inside the space. It was much more durable and faster than a rubber boat. In the evening, the wind carried damp moisture from below, making it feel cold and uncomfortable on the skin. Sumi also thought about what might happen later. When the 3 adults and 1 child sat around the campfire eating grilled fish and fish soup, she planned to excuse herself to go to the bathroom. When she returned, she would tell them that a speedboat was leaning against the wall of the building.
Great.
With the speedboat, we can leave this terrible place. Boss, where's the speedboat? When do we set off? Chinhao looked at Sumi with curiosity, his expression changing from confusion to understanding and finally settling into calmness. It's getting dark soon. Traveling at night doesn't feel safe. Maybe we should leave tomorrow morning. That's a good idea, Sumi replied. Just as she was about to sit back by the campfire, she noticed something jump over the railing out of the corner of her eye. Turning to look carefully, she saw it was a small toad.
Sumi fronet.
She hated the word toad now and had to stay alert. Chinhao also noticed something unusual right away. For now, they didn't think about whether the toad could jump that high from the water onto the wall. But soon, the sound of water flowing and splashing grew louder. Chinhao told Tian to stay inside the tent and not come out. Ma Dexiang picked up the long knife Sumi gave him. The knife was very worn, with a curled edge, making it hard to cut meat, let alone fight a person, a toad, or a giant crocodile with steel-like muscles. But Ma Dexiang looked very happy holding it. Seeing he had no other weapon, Sumi handed him the long knife. She herself carried a sturdy outdoor pickaxe, sharp and very hard. Then, as the sound of water flowing grew louder, the croak-croak sound started coming from downstairs. The croaking grew louder and larger, covering more area. Sumi and the others carefully peeked over the railing to look down. Suddenly, they were all terrified, as if they had been splashed with cold water in winter, from head to toe. In the water below, there were giant toads everywhere. Earlier, the big toads that followed Chinhao and the others had all been eaten by crocodiles, leaving only bones. Now, they had come to take revenge. All they could see below were toads, small ones about the size of normal toads before the end of the world, and larger ones bigger than the one Ma Dexiang had caught tadpoles from. There might even be bigger toads lurking in the water that they couldn't see. The entire surface stretched endlessly, filled with countless toads. The sheer number made their skin crawl. The continuous croaking in the gentle evening breeze made them feel the threat of death.
Boss.
Ma Dexiang's voice was cut off by Sumi Sho. The 3 of them crouched by the railing, each only showing one eye. If they made a sound, Sumi wondered if a swarm of toads would jump up and perform tongue tricks on them. 1 or 2 of them could handle it, but what if dozens or even more, 20, 30, 50 or more, arrived all at once? The croak-croak sounds overlapped repeatedly, loud enough to seem like a challenge that could spark a war. The giant crocodiles inside the mall seemed to sense the threat and gathered at the other end of the mall. The 2 groups faced each other just below where Sumi and her friends were standing. They saw the largest fight ever. A big crocodile group versus a giant frog group. Down below, the water splashed as they fought, creating many small splashes over a wide area. The crocodiles didn't care what kind of frogs they were fighting. They lived in the mall and were very hungry. Since food was offered directly to them, they wouldn't let it go. Then Sumi saw something very strange. The lead giant frog didn't resist at all, letting the crocodiles catch and swallow it one by one. It was clear that frogs weren't a match for crocodiles.
Eat, eat, eat. Sumi silently prayed, her body tense.
Crocodile hunting usually happens when they are very hungry. A well-fed crocodile usually doesn't attack prey unless necessary, and if they're quick, they can safely get inside the mall. But as they watched, something felt wrong. Why were the crocodiles in front suddenly slowing down while swallowing? Soon, they sank below the water surface. The crocodiles in the back rushed forward, catching small frogs one by one, but soon they also sank underwater, just like the ones in front. Sumi saw that the crocodile that sank was turning blue-green in its eyes, which meant it was poisoned. It had eaten a frog, and then died from the poison. The frog group and crocodile group kept fighting, crocodiles eating and sinking, both sides losing members. Sumi's sharp eyes noticed that the crocodile that sank earlier was carried by the water flow to the back. When it floated back up, its belly was facing up, limbs relaxed, foam coming from its mouth. Many dead crocodiles were scattered everywhere, their bodies floating in the water. The giant frogs sacrificed some of their own to fight these huge crocodiles, risking everything to fight to the end. Clearly, their plan was successful. The crocodiles that sank with the water flow appeared not far away, floating on the surface with their bellies up and foam spilling out. If this continues, the group of giant frogs will easily overpower the giant crocodiles. Sumi looked at the endless crowd of giant frogs and appeared very serious. She quietly said to Chinhao and the others, "We can't go on like this. We need to get to the rooftop across quickly." Chinhao clearly shared her opinion.
But the situation downstairs is so dangerous now. If we go to the other side.
Sumi didn't care anymore and blurted out, "They are fighting so fiercely that they probably won't notice us. I left the speedboat at the window behind the building. We need to move fast. Once they settle their fight, we'll be in trouble." The battle between the two types of creatures downstairs was loud, but neither side's victory would be good for them. Leaving now might be safer. So, the 3 adults and 1 child, each carrying a small chest bag filled with candies and a bottle of water that Sumi had given him before, prepared to leave. The other 3, including Sumi and Ma Dexiang, each had a suitcase. Sumi also carried a black backpack with unused wood, water, cookies, chocolates, and leftover grilled fish. Chinhao held a folded outdoor tent. They reached the downstairs and followed Sumi to the window where the speedboat was stored. They carefully dragged the speedboat out onto the water outside the window, with Chinhao holding a rope at the window to prevent it from drifting away with the current. Ma Dexiang was the first to go down, followed by Sumi, then Tian. Chinhao was the last to jump down, holding the rope, and took on the responsibility of steering the boat. There were no giant crocodiles in the water behind the building, and Chinhao quickly sped up the speedboat. The fighting between the giant frogs and giant crocodiles was very loud, but once they started the boat, the noise was still quite loud. They reached the mall entrance, with 2 crocodiles chasing closely behind. Sumi felt very nervous. Although these 2 crocodiles were not as large as the mother crocodile they saw in the aquarium on the 2nd floor, she wasn't sure if she could quickly handle them if they fought. But reality didn't give them time to think. A strange, loud cry came from the side door, and just as their speedboat was passing by, they saw clearly a huge crocodile, so large that its head alone was as big as half their speedboat. It was swimming quickly from the side, and its body floating on the water, with a rounded belly big enough to fit 3 people. Sunny swallows nervously, moving very carefully. Chinhao, quick, turn around, go east. Chinhao seems calm, but his voice starts to shake.
Come on, no rush now.
They had already sped up to rush through the back door. Now, nearly half of the waterway was blocked by a huge crocodile that suddenly appeared. They could only pass by this giant creature, brushing past it. brushing past, also meant risking that the angry crocodile might flip their boat. The chance was very high. Sunny's hand, which was hanging down, was gripping something. It was a weapon made from a crocodile tailbone. Although it was just a simple cut at the muscle, tied with a strap for a grip, this bone was Sunny's strongest weapon. This super crocodile was tougher than normal, with thick, shiny skin. Sunny wasn't sure she could cut through it with a long knife or axe. Using a gun wouldn't help either, since she didn't think she could shoot through its eyes into its brain like a sniper. Plus, if they were knocked into the water, guns wouldn't work at all. They had to fight close up. Chinhao, do you see that tree? To the front left, about 5 meters from the side door. Yes, I see it.
Drive toward that.
I'll throw Tian up. The dead tree wasn't as tall as the one near the back door, but it was easy for Tian, a small child, to hide on top of it. Chinhao nodded, not even looking at the approaching crocodile, and drove straight toward the tree. Sunny took the chance, picked up Tian, and asked Little One, "Are you scared?" Tian shook his head stiffly. "No, I'm not scared." "If you're not scared, don't shake.
Take a deep breath.
I'll throw you up. Hold onto the branch tightly. Don't let go. Understand?" Tian looked seriously at the tree and said, "Sister, you can throw me. I can hold on." So, Sunny grabbed Tian under the arms. When Chinhao was about 2 meters from the tree, Sunny stood up and threw Tian over. Tian is less than 1.4 meters tall. Since the disaster, he had been tossed around a lot, but Sunny felt he was light. She threw him precisely onto the dead tree. The landing spot was very good, right at a branch of the tree. So I used my hands and feet to hold onto the branch, slowly moving to a slightly higher position. Then I sat upright and looked down at the people below with concern. At the same time, the super crocodile just happened to brush past their attack boat. Its huge body flipped over the boat where Sumi and the others were, knocking it over. With a simple, rough strike, the crocodile hit the boat, causing the 3 of them to fall into the water. Chinhao reacted the fastest, grabbing the crocodile's front paw and flipping onto its back. Sumi wasn't a good swimmer. She tried to hold onto another of the crocodile's front limbs like Chinhao, but this made the crocodile open its big mouth and bite at her. To avoid being bitten, Sumi let go and sank down, then floated back up. Ma Dexiang was a very good swimmer. He tightly held the long knife Sumi gave him, held his breath, and swam under the crocodile's belly. Sumi saw Ma Dexiang swimming upside down, holding the knife, trying to cut the crocodile's belly. But every time he slashed with the knife, it didn't even scratch the crocodile's tough skin and only made it angrier. The super crocodile seemed to sense something. Suddenly, it rolled over and kicked Ma Dexiang away, then continued to bite at Sumi. Why didn't it chase after Ma Dexiang, who had angered it? Sumi was very annoyed. Why was this crocodile only targeting her? It didn't even pay attention to Ma Dexiang, who was trying to cut it. Sumi tightly held the crocodile's tailbone and stabbed it right into its big open mouth.
Yowl.
The crocodile let out a furious and unwilling cry. But Sumi had already made a small hole in its upper jaw. The tailbone of the crocodile was very sharp. The crocodile's tough outer skin was very hard and difficult to pierce with cold weapons, but its mouth was surprisingly soft. Sumi felt that the tailbone went in easily, piercing straight through its head without any trouble. But this didn't seem to have much effect on the giant creature. Instead, it made the crocodile angrier because of the pain. Its roar became sharper and more urgent. "Sumi, it's calling for its friends. We need to find a way to get away," Chinhao said. Right now, Chinhao was in much more trouble than Sumi. The crocodile had thrown him off its back, and 2 more crocodiles following behind were ready to attack him. If Sumi couldn't defeat them quickly, all 3 of them, including Tian hiding in the tree, would be in serious danger. Ma Dexiang was already very weak and nearly unable to move. He was kicked by the giant crocodile and was swept into the water, choking on several mouthfuls of water. At this moment, he only felt dizzy and lightheaded. Everywhere he looked, there were tiny white spots. Ma Dexiang wanted to cry, but had no tears left. His fever had just subsided, his wounds were not healed, and his body was still weak. After going through a disaster, he felt as if the white spots in front of him were about to turn into a call from heaven, Grandma. Sumi watched Ma Dishyang's body float up and down, her eyes rolling back. Chinhao also held a dagger, ready to fight the two giant crocodiles, feeling very anxious.
No.
If I don't quickly deal with this super crocodile, Chinhao and Ma Dishyang will both die. She shouted. Chinhao, drag Ma Dishyang further away while I handle it alone. The super crocodile was probably the leader of this group. Its call had already attracted the distant crocodile herd. Sumi had to act fast. She moved Ma Dishyang's body to a dry tree trunk nearby. Using the bones of the crocodile embedded in its body, she tightly held onto the joint under the crocodile's head, trying to drag it into the water. Their battle had already stirred the water into chaos. Once in the water, she could quickly trap the crocodile in her space and kill it, then throw it out, without anyone knowing. At this moment, the super crocodile sensed that the human's enormous strength was pulling it downward. It immediately followed this foolish human's force and dragged her into the water. The crocodile's death roll underwater was extremely fierce. Any prey dragged into the water and subjected to this move almost always ended up in the crocodile's belly. However, when it dragged this human deep into the water, the environment around suddenly changed. The water disappeared. In its cold, numb view, all it saw were unfamiliar plants and scattered objects. At the same time, its life force was rapidly fading in a suffocating manner. It tried to roll to relieve the pain but found itself bound by some force, unable to move. Sumi did not enter her space, but quickly swam to the surface. Ma Dishyang was thrown onto a small boat stuck between the dry trees gaps by Chinhao. At this moment, he no longer cared about Sumi's situation. He swam to the other side of the dry tree and started fighting the two crocodiles. When Sumi reached the surface, she saw Chinhao with both legs and hands trapped around one crocodile's body. Despite the crocodile flipping and spinning in the water, he couldn't be shaken off. Another large crocodile stared greedily at its companion's meal, eager to attack. It couldn't wait any longer and charged directly, intending to tear both the companion and the prey apart. Sumi saw the danger and quickly swam toward Chinhao's position.
Dad.
Tian shouted with tears in his eyes, seeing another crocodile open its mouth to bite Chinhao's back, while its partner's belly was also about to be caught in the attack. Sumi arrived just in time. The crocodile's tailbone stabbed out from underwater, aiming to strike Chinhao's belly, and then it dragged its tail back. Chinhao narrowly escaped, but was knocked off by the crocodile and dumbfounded, plunging into the water. The injured crocodile was not dead. Its wounds only made it more fierce and wild, so it charged towards Sumi, opening its huge mouth to bite. Seeing the right moment, Sumi stabbed its mouth with the tailbone, then pulled it out and aimed carefully at its eye, stabbing repeatedly. The crocodile twitched and convulsed, then floated motionless on the water surface. The whole process took only 5 minutes. However, Sumi's arm was cut and hurt when she stabbed the crocodile's mouth. The crocodile's powerful bite caused her arm to ache as if a small bone had cracked, probably a fracture. Meanwhile, Chinhao had already swum up and was fighting the other crocodile. The water turned increasingly red from the blood. Whether from Chinhao or the crocodile, it was hard to tell. Sumi watched as Chinhao drove a dagger into the crocodile's eye, holding its upper jaw and nose with one hand, acting like a furious person venting anger. He repeatedly stabbed the eye, even as the crocodile rolled him into the water and brought him back up. He seemed unaware of the danger. Until the crocodile stopped moving and floated motionless on the water, Chinhao did not stop. Sumi quietly threw the dead giant crocodile's body into the water, and it soon floated to the surface. Chinhao, stop. The crocodile is dead. Chinhao's movements slowed for a moment. When Sumi grabbed his hand, which was stabbing the crocodile's eye, he finally stopped. His rapid breathing and blood-soaked clothes made him look both crazy and fragile. Tiantian's crying grew louder from the dried tree trunk. Dad. At that moment, Chinhao's eyes gradually cleared, and his blurry vision began to focus. Chinhao. I am worried that another giant crocodile might come. Quickly, you and Tian should enter the mall through the side door. Sumi then retrieved the suitcase and backpack that had fallen into the water when the giant crocodile knocked over the boat. Crocodiles are territorial, cold-blooded animals. Since this supergiant crocodile came out through the side door, it will not allow other crocodiles to be in its territory before it is dead. This gives Sumi and her friends a chance to act. Seeing Chinhao swim over, covered in blood, he hurriedly climbed down from a dry tree trunk. Sumi, along with the suitcase and others, pulled the boat over. After everyone got on the boat, they quickly entered the mall through the side door. Sumi dragged the boat inside the mall. Once inside, they entered through the safety door on the 4th floor and stepped through the water toward the top floor. Chinhao was not in good shape, but he clenched his teeth and kept a blank expression while walking with Tian. Sumi held Medijing's back waistband with one hand, lifting him up, and led the way. She didn't dare relax her guard, because the first time she was targeted by a giant crocodile was in this safe corridor. When they reached the 5th floor, it was still damp, and some wild plants had grown in the corners. However, there was no more standing water on the ground. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood filled the stairwell. As they moved upward, the smell grew even stronger. In the middle of the stairs between the 5th and 6th floors, they found 2 half-decomposed bodies. Most of the bodies had been bitten into pieces, making their faces unrecognizable. Based on their clothing, they appear to be 2 of the 5 people who had come down from the rooftop earlier. Just half of each body remained. One of the bodies had been torn in half at the waist, with the other half missing. There were 2 guns nearby.
Sumi picked them up and checked.
The bullets had been soaked in water, and the guns were damaged by bites. There were also 2 grenades, but it was unclear if they had been affected by water. Medijing, who was in Sumi's hands, showed some signs of waking. Sumi placed him on the ground and waited for him to wake up. After a weak cry of ouch, Medijing slowly opened his eyes. His blurry, unfocused gaze looked at Sumi and mumbled, "Grandma, I don't want to die." Sumi kicked him in the thigh. The pain made him jump up immediately. "Look clearly, I am your auntie," she said. Medijing covered his sore thigh from the kick. His eyes gradually cleared as he finally saw the environment around him. Chinhao, covered in blood, looked weak and on the verge of collapse. Every day, Hongja pulled at Chinhao's sleeve and stayed close to him. Sumi, though disheveled, had only an unusually swollen arm and no other injuries. Seeing the 2 half-dead bodies on the ground, the gruesome scene shocked him a little, but he wasn't very surprised. After all, he had almost smiled face-to-face with his great-aunt just moments before. "Ma Xiang, go downstairs to the safety building entrance and bring over the things from the speedboat. The box contains medicine and water. Help treat Chinhao's wounds." The water was mineral water mixed with some creek water, and the medicine included antibiotics, painkillers, and some first aid tools stored in the box for emergencies. At this moment, Chinhao needed urgent treatment. If the bleeding continued, he could go into shock, which would be very dangerous. Having just faced life and death, Ma Xiang felt he had become stronger and was no longer afraid of anything. Although he was still very nervous compared to Chinhao, he was much healthier. He patted his chest confidently and said, "Don't worry, boss. I promise to complete the task. Sumi, this place isn't safe. If there are giant crocodiles in the building, they will definitely come back to carry away the bodies." Sumi shrugged her shoulders. "Still here? If we leave again, you'll be dead. Rest here for a while. I'll go upstairs to check the situation." Chinhao had already sat down, but when he saw Sumi planning to go upstairs alone, he wanted to stand up without thinking. Suddenly, everything went black, and he collapsed again. Sumi glared at Ma Xiang, who was stunned. "Still looking? Go get the medicine and help save him." Sumi glanced at Tian. "Kid, your dad is so strong, he won't die." Sumi originally wanted to comfort Tian, but as soon as she spoke, Tian's tears burst out uncontrollably. She felt a bit sorry but didn't know how to comfort him. Such a small child, crying is better than bottling it up. Let it out and vent. The smell of blood from the 6th floor and above was even stronger. The security door of the 7th floor amusement park was wide open, and another body lay at the door, blocking the automatic closing mechanism of the metal door. This body was also one of the 6 members of the helicopter squad. Sumi cautiously peeked her head out and saw a broken arm and 2 broken legs lying at the entrance of the claw machine shop on the 7th floor. All were shattered, with bloody flesh and bones exposed. Behind one row of claw machines in the toy shop, a long crocodile tail was sticking out. Sumi wanted to close the door and leave immediately, but as she was closing it, she heard a weak cry for help.
Help me. Sumi wistan.
It took her a moment to realize that the person calling for help spoke with a strong regional accent. She paused and looked toward the source of the sound. It was behind that row of claw machines, near the large crocodile. Someone was there, but the crocodile did not attack. This meant the crocodile was already dead. Sumi relaxed and slowly moved toward the sound. Soon, she saw a person covered in wounds, with clothes soaked in blood. From their clothing and the long gun beside them, she recognized them as the sniper who had shot and killed the attacking crocodile on the rooftop earlier.
Help me.
Maybe because the sniper's first impression of her was so strange, now his strong northern dialect made it hard for her to connect him with the person who had shot the crocodile in the eye. It even made Sumi suddenly think of the song Red Flowers blooming in her mind. With a serious face, Sumi turned and left the toy shop, planning to patrol the 7th floor carefully. A hoarse and weak voice came from behind her. This girl cares so much. Why is she holding back? But she didn't stop walking away. This dashed Shinjin's hope again. He had just fought desperately with the crocodile, barely managing to injure it badly, and now he had no strength left to stand. Watching the blood flow out constantly, he knew that if he stayed in this state, he would soon die like his teammates. But the sound of the security door on the 7th floor gave him a glimmer of hope. He mustered all his strength and shouted. If it was a person, then he might be saved. If another crocodile came, he would at least die a little earlier. In this end-of-the-world situation, he had long lost hope and saw no reason to hesitate. He was ready to fight the crocodile to the death. He didn't expect anyone to come, and he recognized the girl in front of him. She was one of the people on the rooftop of the office building when they shot and killed the attacking crocodile earlier. But he was surprised that after she looked at him briefly, she just walked away without paying him any attention. Sumi patrolled around and checked the rooftop team of 6. In the hallway, there were 2 half-corpses, and at the entrance of the amusement arcade claw machine shop, only remains of limbs were left. She didn't find any other broken bodies on this floor, which suggests that the remaining teammates of the sniper had already been eaten. After confirming there were no more giant crocodiles on this level, Sumi returned to the sniper's position. Just as Chinjin was feeling hopeless, footsteps approached again. He was overjoyed. How did you come back? He started to speak, but he stopped himself. His words were rough, and he was afraid that his rough speech might scare away the savior he had waited so long for. Sumi naturally wouldn't take him back to the safe stairs directly. Although this person had helped them indirectly before, his background was unclear.
Who are you?
Why did you come here in a helicopter? Sumi asked straightforwardly, as she didn't like wasting time with unnecessary questions.
Gooses.
Chunjin was interrupted by Sumi.
I don't understand. Speak normally.
Chunjin was stunned. He was badly injured and anxious, so his usual standard Mandarin was naturally abandoned. Under Sumi's request, although his Mandarin was still not perfect, she could at least understand him. Goose is a member of the resource search team from the S-City survivor base. Goose's name is Chinjin. Please just help Goose, and Goose will take all of you back to the base. Once inside, you won't have to worry outside anymore. Chunjin was good at focusing on key points and comforting people. He thought that although the girl in front of him was cautious, she was just a girl. With a current safe and stable life, she would definitely help him. However, he didn't realize that the little girl in front of him was someone capable of killing a giant crocodile alone and had only a minor injury herself. In a one-on-one fight, he wouldn't be her match. Moreover, she had no interest in the base he mentioned. Seeing that Chinjin was relatively honest, Sumi continued to ask, "Oh? The S-City survivor base? That's not close to J-City. What are you doing here?" The man sighed weakly. "Originally, we were just searching for supplies within S-City. But S-City is low-lying, and after a month of heavy rain, most of the supplies in the city were soaked. Plus, with many people at the base, it was hard to find food in the city. To complete the mission, we started searching nearby cities. J-City is our second stop. There were 12 of us, and 6 had already died at the first stop. Now only 1 goose remains." Saying this, Chinjin's eyes were full of despair. He shifted slightly and saw the injured limbs at the shop entrance. His mood suddenly collapsed. The goose team's captain retreated to protect the geese. He sacrificed himself.
Boo-hoo.
Tears streamed down his blood-stained face, which was also marked with dark and red patches. Sumi was moved. The captain was also a brave man. "Where did you go for your first stop?" Chun-Jin replied without hesitation, "Yun City." It was flooded there too, and there were strange things in the water. The 6 members of the goose squad barely saw anything before they were dragged into the water and sacrificed. Before the geese boarded the plane, they only saw a very thick, bright red tongue coming from the water. If we hadn't run quickly, even we might have been destroyed by Yun City. But it's not too late. Whether in Yun City or J City, it's only a matter of time before we all perish. Chun-Jin's expression shifted from pleading with Sumi for help to suddenly looking very hopeless. "If you don't save the geese, that's normal. Food is scarce. It's a miracle that a young girl like you has survived outside this long. Cough cough, I can save you, but you have to promise me one thing." Chun-Jin's dialect was almost addictive, and Sumi almost got sidetracked. A glint appeared in Chun-Jin's eyes. Then he asked, "What's the condition?" "As long as the geese can do it. I want the helicopter you brought." Chun-Jin was stunned. "That thing requires trained professionals to operate. If you want it, it's useless to us." Sumi raised an eyebrow.
"You don't need to worry about that.
"We'll take you back, and the helicopter belongs to me." Chun-Jin fell silent. It wasn't something he could decide. But even if he agreed now, it wouldn't help. Honestly, girl, if it were up to the geese, they would definitely agree. But it's not something they can decide. They need to go back to the base and report to their superiors to get approval. Report to their superiors? Sumi thought about this phrase. It suddenly reminded her of some war TV dramas. Curious, she asked, "Are you a soldier?" Chun-Jin sighed. "Haha, I don't know if the geese are still considered soldiers after the end of the world."
Sumi guessed right.
He could fly a helicopter, had perfect sniper skills, and could even kill a giant crocodile alone. Doesn't that mean he must have been professionally trained? Sumi has a preference for this profession. In the past, they defended their homeland, standing tall in snow-capped mountains and through storms, guarding the border or battlefield with unwavering loyalty. They built an unbreakable wall of protection for the people and the country. These stories are very touching. However, this also gave Sumi an important piece of information, so she asked, "Does your base have soldiers guarding it?" Chun-Jin nodded. Although the base leader is a former official from City S, the security inside the base is maintained by the military. So, if you go with the geese, your safety will be assured.
Sumi thought about it.
She wasn't very interested, but Chinhao and the other 2 seemed well-suited to live in such a base. Following her, if danger arose, she could hide in her space, but they would have to fight or run. But your City J and City Yun are flooded. I believe the floodwaters have already merged with the coastal and inland rivers. Is City S okay? City S is low-lying, but it has underground canals. There was a month of heavy rain and flooding, but after the rain stopped, the water level quickly went down. The geese's base is built on higher ground, so it wasn't damaged by the heavy rain. Sumi's eyes lit up. The mountains north of City J were too damp and soft, not suitable for living. Although City S is low, as long as there's no flooding, it's actually a good place. In the future, whether she enters the base or lives independently, it would be good. All right, I'll save you. You take us to City S, how about that? Chun-Jin cheered. Yes, yes. When Sumi helped Chinjin to the staircase, Ma Xiang was cleaning Chinhao's wounds with clear water. The body that had been lying on the stairs was moved aside. Seeing the two half-dead bodies, Chinjin suddenly lost control and knelt in front of them, crying. How can I explain to my wife about this? Sumi ignored him and went straight to Chinhao. Are you okay? Chinhao is shirtless, with cuts and bite marks on his abdomen and back. His arm veins had burst under the skin, showing how much effort he used to avoid being torn by the giant crocodile. I'm much better now. After drinking some water, he felt his exhausted body had recovered a lot. Who is this person? Yeah, boss. Why did you bring a stranger back? Ma Xiang finished treating Chinhao's wounds and sat down to rest, taking occasional sips of water. His body seemed to be much better than before. Do you remember how that giant crocodile you attacked died? Chinhao suddenly understood. Was it that sniper? Wow, you're amazing. Ma Xiang stood up, wanting to go over and talk, then patted Chinjin on the shoulder, causing Chinjin to grimace in pain. Ow. What are you doing? Chinjin glared at Ma Xiang, trying to stand up but found he had no strength at all. He immediately collapsed beside the two half-dead bodies. His breathing was hoarse, and he had no energy to squat, sit, or stand. Ma Xiang was a bit confused by the dialect. His appearance and demeanor were completely different. Are you the sniper who shot the giant crocodile's head just now? Chinjin's eyes were half closed, and his whole body hurt so much that his nerves felt like they might explode. This man, with scars and missing flesh on his face, looked so ugly, yet he talked so much. Hey, why aren't you talking? I'm asking you a question. Chinjin was even more annoyed. It's not that he wouldn't talk, he just didn't have the strength to speak. Just as he rolled his eyes and was about to faint, Sumi brought a glass of water to Chinjin's mouth and poured it in. Although half of the water spilled onto the ground, Chinjin soon regained some strength. This girl cares a lot and is kind-hearted. The water felt like a refreshing rain after a long drought, giving him a sudden boost. Seeing that Sumi's water was half spilled on the ground, he quickly turned over and took a sip from the puddle. All four, including Tian, watched this person in a sorry state with wide eyes. Seeing everyone looking at him, Chinjin turned over again and smiled at them. You all should know how precious water is. In the base, it's good if ordinary people can get a bottle of clean water each day. He chewed his lips and said, This water is sweet. Girl, do you have more? Sumi shook her head. Our water is running low too. Chinjin looked a bit disappointed, but didn't complain. Having half a glass of water was already good enough. Seeing how miserable he looked, Sumi kicked Ma Xiang and said, This person is Chinjin, from the S-City base search team. Help treat his wounds. Got it. Chinjin looked at Ma Xiang with a full smile, but his face was too dirty, making his smile seem somewhat perfunctory and strange. Ma Xiang looked unwilling, but after being glared at by Sumi, he still took the medical kit and tools to treat his wound. Chinhao then looked at Sumi. Is there a base in City S? Before she could speak, Chinjin enthusiastically interrupted. Yes, a survivor base. Survivors from City S and nearby cities are heading there. The fact that Sumi could bring Chinjin back showed she had made her choice. Are we also going to City S? Chinhao was tempted, since a base meant safety. Even if life wouldn't be the same as before, daily safety was more important than anything. Go with the goose, return to the base together, and have the army protect you. That's so good. Chinhao frowned. The army? Is the survivor base controlled by the army? Chinjin then explained the distribution of power and influence within the base, showing that the leaders of his team held a high status there. After all, a base only had 2 helicopters and they managed to get one. In this end-of-the-world situation, that was very rare. That's great, boss. Let's go to the base together. The higher-ups haven't given up on us. If we go and they solve these disaster problems, maybe the world can go back to how it was. Sumi looked at Ma Xiang as if he were an idiot and didn't reply. She knew that during the past half-year of ongoing natural disasters, the world's order had not been restored. Many places had disappeared into history because of various disasters. Just like now, after heavy rains, many areas were about to face the first winter after the disaster, a winter much colder than usual. Chinhao leaned against the wall in the stairwell, lost in thought. He was silent, with someone always in his arms, quietly listening. It seemed that as long as he was there, they could go anywhere. Is this scene sick? This is the end of the world, do you understand? The end of the world. Natural disasters and biological invasions are happening everywhere, and no one is spared. Living one more day is good enough. If I fall, then the goose will go down to join those old comrades who died earlier than us. Ma Dexiang raised his eyebrows. You're the one who's sick. The goose just likes to imagine things, right? Besides, having hope is better than having nothing. What do you understand? Ma Dexiang continued arguing with him in Chunjin's dialect. Sumi sat quietly on the side, resting and thinking about the upcoming plans and what might happen in the future. She was usually very serious, but now, with a sickly old soldier sniper and a rude troublemaker arguing back and forth like elementary school kids, her complicated and cold heart felt a small flicker of normal human emotion. She wanted to laugh. Since her rebirth, she had forgotten how to smile. Because her heart was heavy with worries about the end of the world and what might come next, she only thought about how to deal with everything. In front of a group of people she had known for just over a month and a few others she had known for less than half a day, Sumi suddenly felt a bit more relaxed. The group was resting in the hallway, and outside it was already dark. No one knew who would win the fight outside the mall. Two groups of creatures, so they just faintly heard the croaking of frogs in the stairwell. Sumi had very good hearing. The frog calls outside grew louder, while the splashing sounds in the water grew quieter. The temperature at night dropped to 9 degrees Celsius. For Sumi, it wasn't cold, but the other four, especially the two badly injured people fighting a giant crocodile, were shivering. Their blood had probably been drained quite a bit, and they had no clean clothes to change into. They huddled against the wall, trembling. Ma Dexiang was still recovering from a serious illness. If Chinhao and Chinjin hadn't been badly hurt, he would have been the weakest among them. He stood coldly with his arms crossed. There are some dry pieces of wood in the suitcase. I wonder if they got wet when they fell into the water earlier, Sumi said. She knew she had bought a well-sealed suitcase, but after being hit by that giant crocodile and falling into the water, she wasn't sure if it could withstand the pressure. She opened the suitcase, and surprisingly, the contents were still dry. Since Tian was young and not good at resisting the cold, Sumi took out one of her coats and put it on him. Then she took out a few pieces of wood and threw them to Ma Dexiang. He wisely started chopping the rough wood into thick slices and took on the task of making a fire. Sumi specifically went to patrol the 4th floor. She remembered that there were several home textile stores there, so she checked them out. There were many bedsheets and blankets, but most were damp and moldy. She picked a few less moldy blankets and quilts to put into the space, as staying warm was the most important right now. Passing by some clothing stores, Sumi gathered all the clothes inside and also picked out a few men's shirts and pants, holding them in her hands. However, just a few steps after leaving the clothing store, I stepped on something. I looked down and saw transparent eggs about the size of chicken eggs. They were bouncy and sticky, with black tadpole-like creatures curled inside. I accidentally crushed 2 eggs with my foot, and the rest stuck to my shoe. I crouched down to examine them. Inside each transparent egg, there was clearly a small, undeveloped black tadpole. Tadpoles? Could these be eggs laid by that giant toad? But why would they be here? This shopping mall has always been occupied by giant crocodiles. The crocodiles are territorial, and if other creatures enter, they would attack. The only possible explanation is that there are more than just giant crocodiles in the mall. Maybe the heavy rain kept the giant toad hidden for a while. Toad's eggs can't stay submerged in deep water for long. Here on the 4th floor, the water is just deep enough to cover 3/4 of the eggs, which is enough for incubation without affecting hatching due to water pressure or flow. I have to say, both giant crocodiles and giant toads are incredibly clever. If this continues, according to Darwin's theory of evolution, Human survival in this post-apocalyptic world will become even harder. I took a bucket filled with creek water and immersed the eggs inside. On my way back through the staircase, I found 3 more clusters of eggs. The largest one was even bigger than my size 37 shoe. This level of biological mutation is beyond normal comprehension. If creatures after the disaster continue to evolve in this way, how can humans survive? After entering the staircase, I closed the heavy security door securely. Since there are toad eggs in the mall, there must also be toads. Sure enough, just after I closed the door, I heard a familiar thud outside the window on the staircase wall. A trail of transparent mucus was left behind. I frowned, threw the plastic bucket with the eggs into the space, and hurried back. Outside, the croaking of frogs grew louder, but the roars and thrashing of the giant crocodiles had not been heard for a long time. This made me feel very uneasy. Thinking about the group of giant toads outside gave me a shiver. I couldn't stay here any longer. Back on the 5th floor staircase, I handed 3 sets of clean men's clothes to Chinhao, Qinjin, and Ma Dexiang. If these 3 people don't change their clothes soon, it might be a difficult night for them. Ma Dexiang, there's a small water bottle in the suitcase. You can transfer water from the bucket into bottles, and each person should carry one. Sumi said as she added a lot of creek water into the bucket while carrying the others. The 3 began changing clothes. Sumi went upstairs to check if the safety doors on each floor were properly closed, then headed to the rooftop. The helicopter was parked about 10 meters away, comfortably close enough for the group. Sumi went to the rooftop to observe the battle between 2 kinds of creatures below. As soon as she peeked out, she was met with a giant toad as big as her head. Sumi instantly disappeared into her space. From there, she saw the giant toad circling around several times, seeming confused about how the human who was just here suddenly vanished. The giant toad was extremely ugly. After croaking several times, it suddenly closed its eyes and stopped moving. Could it be waiting for me to appear? Toads are so smart now, Sumi thought, holding the giant crocodile tailbone. She suddenly appeared behind the toad.
Croak.
Before it could finish its sound, Sumi used the crocodile tailbone to stab from its head to its belly. She stepped on the toad's back and pulled out the tailbone, which was covered in a sticky, red-yellow slime. The smell was a bit fishy and strong. Sumi wondered if even giant crocodiles' toxins could kill this toad. It must be poisonous all over. She wasn't sure if its poison was stronger than the golden cicada's toxin she collected before. Sumi put the toad into a plastic bucket and threw it into her space, warning Xiaobai and Xiaohong not to get close to it to avoid being poisoned. Xiaobai and Xiaohong nodded humanely and went off together to play near the white fog. Sumi felt that Xiaobai and Xiaohong had recently gained some weight. They always came back wet from the white fog area. However, not long after she killed the giant toad, she heard another croak outside the rooftop fence. Sumi disappeared into her space again. Another giant toad jumped in from outside the fence. It hopped around, seemingly searching for something. Soon, it leapt from the rooftop to beyond the railing. Sumi left the space and saw the toad jump down. It used several floors and nearby buildings as stepping stones, jumping multiple times before finally landing in the water below. At this moment, the giant toads had taken over the area downstairs. The water surface outside the mall was covered with the bodies of giant crocodiles. The giant toads, like winners, filled the entire water area. Some were in the water, others were lying on top of the crocodile corpses. Sumi felt that there were no more crocodiles here. If there were, the group of giant toads below would not have left any alive. However, just a few seconds after the crocodile jumped down, the group of giant toads suddenly became quiet. The once noisy croaking stopped abruptly. Sumi's heart skipped a beat. She quickly retreated to the staircase entrance, then shut the rooftop door tightly. She hurried back to the 5th floor staircase. Ma Dexiang had already prepared a fire for warmth. The leftover roasted fish was placed beside the fire to keep warm. Seeing Sumi return, he immediately smiled and asked, "Boss, I hear the toads outside have stopped croaking. Did they leave?" Sumi shook her head seriously and began packing her belongings into her suitcase.
Boss, why are you packing? Are we leaving soon?
Yes, Sumi. Are we leaving now? Girl, I can't fly a helicopter in this state. Sumi, do we have to leave J City? Sumi bypassed Chinjin and walked toward Chinhao and Tian. Chinhao, can you? Suddenly, just as she spoke, there was a clack-clack sound outside the security door on the 5th floor. Sumi made a gesture for everyone to stay quiet and tiptoed toward the door. There was a small glass window above the security door. Through it, Sumi saw a dozen toads moving randomly on the damp floor inside the mall. These toads varied in size, and more clack-clack sounds followed behind them. Sumi returned to where everyone was and said, "The crocodiles outside should all be dead now, but there are too many giant toads, and they are poisonous all over. Some have already entered the mall. We should leave quickly." With a loud bang, a piece of transparent slime appeared on the glass window of the security door. They had been discovered.
Chinhao 忍着身上的痛苦站起来，一手牵着天天，然后看着 Sumi，Let's go.
These frogs are highly toxic and hard to avoid. Maybe he could fight the giant crocodile, but these frogs are big, quick, and poisonous all over. Their tongue attack can reach from a distance. There's no easy way to deal with them, except using explosives. Chinhao suddenly looked at Sumi. Sumi had found 2 grenades near the half-dead body, but they were still in her suitcase. Sumi, those grenades are unsafe in the suitcase.
Give them to me. Sumi was surprised.
Yes, grenades are dangerous. She had put them in her space storage, claiming it was her luggage. Chinhao can use guns, and he would definitely know how to use grenades too. She didn't know how to use them. So she opened the suitcase, used the cover of her belongings to hide, and took out the 2 grenades, handing them to him. Chinjin, who had drunk several sips of pure water from the creek, felt a bit stronger and immediately said, "Hey, don't mess around. If you don't know how to use those grenades, you might hurt yourself. If they explode, we're all doomed." Sumi took the chance to ask, "How do you use this?" "Just pull off the black ring on top and toss it, right?" Chunjin looked at Sumi. "Girl, that's called the safety pin. If you don't know how to use it, don't mess with it." Sumi didn't give him a chance to keep talking. "That's enough. Chinhao, I'll give you one just in case." Chinhao wanted to say something, but when he saw the look in Sumi's eyes, like she could see through everything, he tightened his grip on Tian's hand and said nothing. Another loud bang sounded. Chinhao held Tian tightly. Sumi quickly packed her things and remembered why she was doing so. "Can you still walk?" "How can we not?" Chunjin's body is much better now. Chunjin, holding his sniper rifle, supported himself. He knew how serious the situation was. If these frogs entered the mall and stayed long enough to surround them, they wouldn't be able to escape. "Ma De Xiang, you cover the rear," Sumi said, lifting her suitcase and leading the way. Chinhao and Tian followed closely, Chinjin behind them, and Ma De Xiang at the back. They quickly reached the small door on the rooftop. Once they got on the helicopter, they could leave this dangerous area occupied by giant frogs. Sumi thought the giant crocodile would be the last to dominate City J, but unexpectedly, many people had been killed by these tiny creatures before the end of the world. No wonder that after the end of the last world, for half a year in J City, no one heard of giant crocodiles. It seems that even without their appearance in this world, the natural conflicts among creatures could have destroyed them. Sumi opened the small door and quickly ran toward the helicopter with her luggage and tent. The people behind her followed swiftly. Sumi handed her luggage to Chinjin and Ma De Xiang. Chunjin opened the storage compartment of the helicopter and placed her luggage inside. The tent was too long, so they had to lay it across under the seats. A sound like pada-pada came from behind them at the small rooftop door. Sumi turned around and felt a bit weak in the knees. These giant frogs had somehow jumped onto the rooftop and were lying behind them. The croaking sounds grew louder as more frogs appeared. Sumi had seen rain, snow, and hail before, but this was her first time seeing frogs falling from above. Different-sized frogs jumped up from downstairs and all gathered together, facing Sumi and her group. "Wow, these frogs beat the crocodiles in a fight, and now they're coming after us." Ma Dexiang shouted in fear. Sumi shot him a stern look, and he shut up. Hurry, get on the helicopter, Chinhao yelled. When Chunjin tried to get into the pilot seat, he found Chinhao already there, perfectly prepared for takeoff. Everything was ready, just waiting for everyone to be seated so they could fly away. Can you fly a helicopter? Chunjin asked curiously, mostly doubting Chinhao's flying skills. But since the situation was urgent, he had no choice but to sit down and wait. Chunjin, you sit in the co-pilot seat and lead the way, Sumi said, then hugged Tian and sat in the back. Once settled, she reached out and gently pulled Ma Dexiang, who was either trembling or slipping, trying to get on. Before the door closed, the giant frog group launched their attack. These tiny humans dared to try escaping right under their noses, so the frogs leapt into the open door. A large swarm of frogs, bigger than a human head, densely packed, shot towards Sumi and Tian. What made Sumi feel even more helpless was that, under Chinjin's warning, they had already fastened their seatbelts. There was no way to dodge. Sumi clenched the giant crocodile tailbone in her hand, glaring at the huge frog jumping toward her, swinging her arms to defend herself. The helicopter's rotor blades started spinning from slow to fast, and the air around them began to rise from below, gaining more and more lift. Sumi finally managed to push away the frogs in front, but a group behind instantly covered her hand. There was no pain as she expected. She quickly pulled her hand back and forcefully closed the cabin door. Chinhao was ready just in time, and the helicopter slowly took off from the rooftop. Seeing the humans trying to escape, a group of frogs leapt up to chase them, stretching their legs and jumping upward. However, the helicopter's propellers spun too fast, creating downward pressure around them, and the jumping frogs were into the blades. It's not enough. We need to fly higher. There are too many frogs, and the propeller power will run out, Chinhao said as he pushed the throttle to full. His movements were smooth and precise, and the helicopter quickly ascended. But as they went higher, the giant frogs below jumped even higher. Some of the largest frogs managed to reach the helicopter at the same time, sticking out their tongues toward the cabin door, then grabbing the outside wall with their foreclaws to avoid being shredded by the spinning blades. Chunjin was very anxious, but seeing Chinhao's skilled operation, he said nothing. Even if he flew the helicopter himself, he might not be as good. What should we do? Can we go faster? Sumi looked worried. The frog's forelegs had suction cups like tree frogs, gripping tightly to the helicopter's outer wall. If too many frogs clung to the helicopter, they could block the front windshield, making it hard for Chinhao to see where they were going. We're almost there, Chinhao replied. His ascent speed was already very fast, but the frogs kept jumping constantly, with about 1 in 6 being slightly larger and grabbing onto the outside. In a quick thinking move, Sumi said, Chinhao, keep going and open the cabin door. Earlier, after she forcibly closed the door, Chinhao had locked it for safety. Chinhao hesitated. No, what are you trying to do? Sumi frowned. Hurry and open it. The front windshield is almost covered with frogs. Once the lock was released, Sumi opened the door and grabbed several frogs nearby. She used the tail spike of a giant crocodile to pierce the frogs closest to the door, then slowly unfastened her seatbelt. Watch out, Tian. After giving instructions to Ma Dexiang, Sumi held onto the safety handrail with one hand and the crocodile tail spike with the other. She leaned out partially, scraping away some frogs from the outer wall and also pushing away some frogs from the windshield. The frogs' tongues licked Sumi's arm, but aside from some mucus and red marks, nothing else happened. Only Sumi knew how uncomfortable and sickening it was when the toad's tongue stuck to her, causing both itching and pain. After dealing with it, Sumi returned to the cockpit, closed the door, and fastened her seatbelt. She looked at the group of giant toads gathering below. From her pocket, actually from her space, she took out a grenade. Just pull the pin and toss it, right? Chunjin glanced back at Sumi and shouted in fear, Miss, at this height, throwing a grenade will kill all the toads below, but our helicopter might also be affected. At what height is safe? Chunjin blurted out. To ensure the helicopter's safety, at least 30 meters. Chinhao, how high are we now?
Sumi asked.
There should be a display on the helicopter showing altitude. 18 meters. It's too late. We must destroy them now. If we wait, we won't be able to leave. Chinhao is also trying hard to raise the helicopter higher. Sumi, wait 5 more minutes. Suddenly, a huge splash erupted on the water surface below. A giant, brightly colored toad leapt out of the water, tongue flicking toward their helicopter. With a loud bang, a tiny appeared in the door Sumi had just closed. Oh my goodness! Such a big toad. Look at its belly, probably enough to eat us all without being full. Ma Dexiang clasped his hands and looked up at the top of the cabin. Amitba, he chanted. Chinhao and Chenjin also saw the appearance of this enormous creature. Chinhao, if I throw the grenade now, will the shock from the explosion affect the helicopter? Can you handle it? The door had and Chinhao estimated he couldn't withstand many more tongue attacks from the creature. I can. Throw it, Chinhao said calmly, without a hint of panic, but Chenjin was sweating coldly in the co-pilot seat. This is crazy. At this height, the blast wave could damage the helicopter. Look at your arm. Your wound is opening again. Sumi glanced at Chinhao's arm, controlling the helicopter. Sure enough, the wound from the fight with the giant crocodile had reopened, and the blood vessels inside were bursting. Now, anyone in the helicopter could face problems, except Chinhao, the pilot. Their lives were all in his hands. Quickly, Sumi reached into her shoulder bag to grab a water bottle. A whole bottle of creek water, undiluted. Sumi opened the bottle cap and reached to hand it to Chinhao near his mouth. Open your mouth, don't speak, just drink. Chinhao was briefly surprised but obediently opened his mouth, and he drank half the bottle with a gulp. After drinking half, Chinhao's eyes suddenly brightened. His body's injuries didn't hurt as much anymore, and it felt like a thin fog was lifting from his vision, making everything clearer. The most obvious change was the injury on his arm. The external wound had stopped bleeding, but the internal burst blood vessels were still healing. Sumi's voice came again. Look ahead, keep drinking. Don't speak. After finishing the water, Chinhao's wounds still hurt, but they wouldn't tear open again from exertion. His arms, which had been weak from pulling the control stick, almost fully recovered. So, Chinhao pulled the control stick hard, and the helicopter's ascent speed increased significantly. 24 meters. Below, the giant frog had already landed but suddenly leapt again to attack them. It shot out its tongue and accurately landed on the hatch where Sumi was. A tiny sounded on the hatch. Sumi immediately opened the hatch, confirmed that the giant frog had landed, and pulled the safety pin from a hand grenade. If the hatch was broken by the frog, they would have no choice but to jump out, with no way to fight back. I'll throw it. Chinhao had already pushed the helicopter's ascent control to the limit, and the power was maxed out. 28 meters. Sumi forcefully threw the grenade into the center of the group of frogs below. Let's go. With Chinhao's relaxed command, the helicopter finally got back on track. At the same time, the grenade exploded below. It's unlikely that the 30-meter range was unaffected. The helicopter was hit by a gust of wind, causing a brief jolt, then gradually stabilized and disappeared from view. Sumi looked at the giant frog below. The smaller frogs had been blown to pieces, almost unrecognizable, but the giant frog was only missing one front leg. Now, it looked like an angry, mad cow, charging fiercely toward their helicopter. Unfortunately, the chasing frog below was like a kid riding a bike chasing a train. Soon, their helicopter disappeared from its sight. At this moment, Sumi and the others are sitting inside the helicopter, each feeling a lot. The toad on the front windshield, in the rising airflow and the helicopter's acceleration, had its suction cups dried out by the wind and could no longer hold, becoming a lost soul beneath the rotor blades. All 5 people in the helicopter breathe a sigh of relief. Ma Dexiang trembles and, with some uncertainty, asks, Boss, are all those down there dead? Sumi looks serious and shakes her head. The biggest toad was only injured. It lost a front leg.
What?
Ma Xiang is about to look down but suddenly feels dizzy and shivers all over. He hadn't noticed earlier due to high nervousness, but now that they are safe, he realizes an important problem. Seeing him trembling and looking pale, Sumi asks, "What's wrong?" "That giant toad can't chase us anymore." Ma Xiang leans back in his seat, closes his eyes, takes deep breaths, and then shakily says, "No, boss, I feel seasick." Sumi rolls her eyes. "If you dare to, I'll kick you out to feed the toad." Ma Xiang's face turns even paler. If she really kicks him out from such a height, what would happen? He's finally escaped from J City. Chunjin, sitting in the co-pilot seat, speaks up, "Don't worry, there are parachutes in the trunk. If the girl kicks you out, you can jump with a parachute. You probably won't die." Ma Xiang angrily slaps the front passenger seat. "You big brute. Dare to joke with me? My boss wouldn't kick me out. Boss, right?" Ma Xiang looks at Sumi, noticing her disdainful expression, which makes him a little scared. He takes out the water bottle Sumi gave them, takes a few sips to ease his nausea, and surprisingly finds it very helpful.
Hey.
Chunjin, sitting in the co-pilot seat, sighs, adding a touch of gloom to the atmosphere inside the cabin.
Hey.
He sighs again, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. "I say, you big man, we've escaped. Why are you crying?" Sumi also looks at Chunjin. From her angle, she sees him holding a family photo stained with blood, then sighs again.
Hey, what do you know?
She points at the family of 3 in the photo and asks, "Who are these?" Chunjin roughly wiped his eyes. That was the family photo of Goose Squad Leader's family. Goose Squad Leader handed it to Goose D before going to distract the giant crocodile. But Goose couldn't even bring back the squad leader's body for his wife. Goose Mo sighed, "There's nothing I can do." At this moment, the helicopter was still near the edge of J City. Look down below. J City is a second-tier city, not very big, but for some groups of creatures, it's not small either. Below is the old part of the city on the east side, mostly old houses and unsafe buildings that haven't been demolished. Now, they are all occupied by a group of frogs. This is just an old neighborhood on the east side. What about the west and north sides? The giant frog is still alive. Will this group of frogs keep increasing over time? Frogs breed very quickly. Little Tiantian's small head leaned over to look down. "Big sister Sumi, will we come back someday?" Sumi patted his little head. "Kid, it's best if you don't come back. But I miss home. What should I do?" Tiantian wasn't asking Sumi, or anyone else now. He looked outside and muttered, "I miss mom too."
Ma Dixiang pocket Tiantian his shoulder.
"Hey kid, look at those frogs down there. Do you think you can fight them?" Tiantian shook his head. "No, I can't. They will eat people." "Exactly. If you can't fight them, what if you come back and get eaten? Then I'll wait until I can fight them, and only then will I come back." No one broke the child's innocent and beautiful fantasy because, after experiencing the end of the world, they had all tasted the bitterness of shattered hopes and despair. It was really painful, so why make a child suffer that again? Chinhao operated the helicopter, listening clearly to everyone's conversation. "Tian, Dad promises you, when you grow up and can defeat them, Dad will take you back with him." Tiantian's small face, full of worry, didn't become cheerful after Chinhao's words. Instead, a firm look shone from his eyes. "Okay, Dad. I will grow up quickly." Chinjin, how long will it take us to reach the survivor base in S City? Chinhao glanced at the somewhat guilty Chinjin and said calmly, "At most 2 days."
"What?
2 days? I told Chinhao, don't lie to me. I've been on a plane before. From J City to Kyoto only takes a few hours. How come going to the neighboring city takes 2 days? Yes, regular flights are only a bit faster than this helicopter by about 20 or 30 kilometers per hour, Chinhao said, then looked at Chinjin, signaling him to explain. Sumi watched their conversation and guessed, "Chinhao, are we running out of fuel?" "Well, if we were flying directly, it would only take less than an hour, but this helicopter doesn't have much fuel left," Chinhao explained. The others looked at Chinjin. Chunjin nervously lowered his head. I just got in the co-pilot seat, so I only just found out." The squad leader was flying before, so I didn't know the fuel was so low. You little. How dare you lie to us? Ma Dexiang said angrily, pounding the back of Qinjin's chair. Everyone calm down, Sumi said. When she first met Qinjin, he was in a critical moment needing her help. There's no reason for him to lie. Plus, the giant crocodile that attacked Chinhao was also killed by Qinjin, which shows that deep down, Qinjin is kind and just. So, where should we land?
Sumi asked.
If we want to get to S City as fast as possible, there are two options. One is Yun City, and the other is the Cross Sea Industrial Park near S City. The helicopter's current fuel is best suited for landing at either of these two places. Yun City is a no-go. There's a big tongue that swallows people. All 6 of our team members died there. We definitely won't go. Then let's go to the Cross Sea Industrial Park, Chinhao said, but Qinjin immediately opposed. No, that's not a good idea. The base previously sent search teams to look for supplies near the industrial park, and 3 groups of people never came back. It's probably not safe there. Sumi frowned and asked Qinjin seriously, Qinjin, I want to know, how big is that big tongue that swallows people in Yun City? Qinjin thought for a moment. Very big, very big. I remember it's as thick as this, he said, holding his hands to show the size, which made Sumi stare in surprise. Wow, just drawing a line shows it's thicker than his own arm. Thinking of the giant crocodile and frog groups they experienced in J City, Sumi already made up her mind. At this moment, Chinhao also spoke, asking, Sumi, you decide. In Sumi's view, the unknown is indeed scary, but she doesn't want to encounter disgusting creatures like giant frogs or huge crocodiles again, as they make her feel numb all over. Let's go to the Cross Sea Industrial Park. Qinjin, didn't you say that the water in Yun City still hasn't receded? Even if we land there, we won't have transportation to S City. Qinjin didn't speak. The 2 options Chinhao suggested were the quickest routes back to the base. Alright, then let's go to the Cross Sea Industrial Park. We can also search for supplies there. Search for supplies at the Cross Sea Industrial Park? Ma Dexiang read aloud. Isn't that just a park? Even if there are some, there probably isn't much food. Chinhao focused on flying the helicopter silently. Sumi had the same question, and Ma Dexiang asked on her behalf. Well, you don't know the full story. The Cross Sea Industrial Zone is a joint development between S City and a neighboring province. It's called an industrial zone, but actually, it's a small community with residential areas, living zones, entertainment spots, work areas, and farms. The Shenzhou Cross Sea Bridge was built around this industrial zone. I remember that. When the bridge was completed, a famous person even came to name it, Ma Dexiang said, a bit less enthusiastic. That place probably burned to ashes when the disaster started. Nothing left there now. Once we get there, we can cross the bridge and head straight to the survivor base in S City. Hee, Qinjin chuckled proudly. You guys probably don't know this, but the industrial zone is called an innovative industry area, though most of what's inside are secret research projects. When it was built, they had independent power systems and generators, with well-planned wiring and measures to prevent overheating and freezing. Plus, the designers knew the zone would be built on the sea, so they made very strong flood defenses.
Oh?
With a month of heavy rain, S City was flooded. Wouldn't this zone also have water? Especially since it's on the sea. Qinjin looked a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. That's just what the people who returned from the zone told us. The 3 teams that went there never came back, so you only heard about it, Ma Dexiang said. Old Ma, why do you always argue with Old Goose when Goose says something? Goose didn't do anything to you. Old Goose also doesn't say anything wrong, Ma Dexiang replied. You. Stop arguing. How old are you? You're acting like a little kid fighting. We're just going there. Qinjin, is there a landing spot at the Cross Sea Industrial Park? Yes, about half a year ago, they sent over an experimental task, and they built a helipad then. Chinhao, let's go there.
Got it.
The helicopter was unusually smooth under Chinhao's control. This made Qinjin curious about Chinhao's identity and profession. Throughout the trip, Ma Dexiang didn't argue with Qinjin, under Sumi's watchful gaze. However, Qinjin started to ask questions indirectly about Chinhao. Old Qin, what do you do? How come you can fly a helicopter? This helicopter belongs to the military district, and its operation is totally different from private ones. Chinhao glanced at him, but didn't want to answer. Sumi's gentle voice came from behind Shinjin. What's wrong? Being able to fly a helicopter means you can't enter the base? Chunjin quickly explained, No, that's not what I mean. It's just that anyone can enter our base. But if you want to live comfortably inside, it's best to have a special skill. And if you're a soldier or a policeman like Goose, you get special treatment when entering the base.
Sumi nodded. EC.
How are the accommodations assigned? With supplies, mainly food. The fresher the food, the more expensive it is. Better houses can be rented too. Hey Goose, old Chin, when you go to the army, your housing is provided, big and nice. You don't have to squeeze into small rooms with others. That can be discussed later. What about you, girl? You're good at fighting. You could apply to join the military. As a girl, joining the military is the safest. Sumi smiled, no need. The military has many rules, and I'm not used to following rules. I'm afraid I might cause trouble. Chunjin looked disappointed. That's a pity. If you join, and with Goose's recommendation, you could definitely join our team. Ma Dexiang listened for a while, then suddenly smiled flatteringly. He hugged Chunjin's chair back as if holding his brother, making it seem like his previous arguing and nonsense were just jokes. If he was a sycophant, that was true. Old Chun, you should recommend me too. I'm pretty good. When I join your team, how about it? If I join your team, I could also get a nice house to live in. Chunjin let out a few sighs and shook his head helplessly. Even the helicopter gets dizzy. Who needs you anyway? Hey, you can't say it like that. We're good friends and partners in J City. Please recommend me something, Ma Desheng said, still complaining. Chunjin ignored Ma Dexiang's grumbling and suddenly pointed ahead. Look at those flashing lights. We can start descending now. When a helicopter descends, the feeling of weightlessness is much stronger than in regular passenger planes. Ma Desheng, who was already seasick, pressed against his seat and didn't dare to move, staying silent. Wow, sister, look how beautiful it is below, said Sumi. It was already dark outside, and clouds covered everything below. But in a thick fog area, red warning lights still flickered clearly. There were red, green, and yellow lights arranged in different shapes, each flashing at different speeds. These lights are like the landing lights on a commercial plane's runway. Ordinary people can't understand them. Only pilots know what they mean. Chinhao was very skilled at flying the helicopter. During the descent, Sumi only felt a slight lightness, similar to a regular plane. Unlike a commercial plane, a helicopter doesn't need a runway to land. It can just choose a spot and land directly. But as soon as the helicopter touched down, everyone inside felt something different. It was cold. Very, very cold. The glass inside the cabin fogged up because of the temperature difference. Sumi touched the glass with her fingertips, surprised by how cold it was. In J City, the night temperature was at least 7 or 8 degrees Celsius, but here it was only about 2 or 3 degrees. If they stayed outside like this,
Sumi was fine.
Her body had been enhanced through space technology, so she wasn't afraid of high radiation or freezing cold. But the others in the cabin couldn't handle it. Ma Desheng was already a weak person, and his skin condition and toe toxin made him even more fragile. Chunjin had fought a giant crocodile and was badly injured. He drank some of Sumi's diluted creek water to stop the bleeding and stay alive, but if he stayed outside in the cold, his condition would worsen quickly. Chinhao was probably the best among them, aside from Sumi. So, after drinking a bottle of pure mountain stream water, all his wounds healed pretty much, and even in such cold weather, he didn't feel much of anything. Chinhao also sensed that his body felt different, like he had become more resistant to the cold. He quickly glanced at Sumi and then looked away, saying nothing. Although Tian was young, he could still wear Sumi's clothes. Previously, he had been wrapped in Sumi's coat. Now, Sumi unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the back storage box, and took out her suitcase, along with 2 slightly moldy blankets and a few small clothes she had bought at a mall in J City. Kid, put on my cotton clothes and pants. Tian looked at the clothes Sumi brought, frowned, and said, I'm a boy. Sumi raised an eyebrow. Oh, if you're freezing, then you're a dead kid. Put them on. She didn't give Tian Tian a chance to refuse and threw the clothes to Chinhao, telling him to handle it. Chinhao unbuckled his seatbelt and started talking to Tian Tian to persuade him. Sumi handed out one blanket each to Ma Desheng and Qinjin to keep them warm. There was no other way. Her clothes were already small, so Tian Tian wearing them only made them looser. Tying the pants would fix it, but adult men like Qinjin, who were big and strong, couldn't fit into them. Sumi, do you have a rubber band or hair tie? I want to tie Tian Tian's pants. Sumi searched through her suitcase and naturally, hiding behind the box, took out a rubber band and handed it to Chinhao. She also picked up a pair of scissors and cut the sleeves and pant legs of Tian Tian's clothes to make them shorter. Seeing Tian Tian look stubborn, Sumi teased, "Kid, you should be glad I don't like those pink and light green clothes and pants. Otherwise, when you go out like that, everyone would think you're a cute little girl." Tian Tian pouted, unwilling to speak. Chinhao smiled apologetically. This kid has a stubborn temper. Don't mind him. It's okay. Tian Tian is already doing well, she said, then turned to him. Kid, don't blame me for not warning you. Starting now, you have to follow instructions. Understand? After what happened in J City, Tian Tian, though young, understood the importance of knowing what was right and wrong.
Got it, sister, he replied.
Ma Desheng curiously asked, Chinhao, aren't you cold? How come you recovered so quickly, and you're not feeling cold either, even though you're hurt? Chinhao raised his arm in a short-sleeved shirt and shrugged. It seems okay. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Sumi, but he didn't keep looking. Sumi's secret was very big. If too many people found out, it could bring her trouble. So, he had to keep it safe for her. He was a person who didn't talk much, but would act to help. He would never betray Sumi's trust. Ma Desheng wasn't curious about why Sumi wasn't cold in her short sleeves. In his mind, Sumi was strong and brave, and it was right for her to be like that. If he asked too many questions, the boss might dislike him and kick him out someday. So not asking and just doing things was the safest way to stay safe. I think Chinhao and I should take Tian Tian to find some warm clothes for you. You should wait here for now. Chinhao nodded. It's very cold here, and you both are injured, so I think we should go together. I know this place better, and the fog here is really thick. Besides the traffic lights, you can't see anything. It's easy to get lost. I'll wrap myself in a blanket and go with you. I agree, I don't want to stay alone in the helicopter. I'll also wrap myself in a blanket and go with you. Sumi was a little worried inside. The surroundings were very quiet, completely silent. The more quiet it was, the more she felt something was wrong. She knew Chinhao was skilled and could respond quickly to danger and protect Tian Tian. But Ma Desheng and Qinjin, honestly, going together might just cause trouble. However, the environment wasn't safe even inside the helicopter. The unknown always made her nervous. Qinjin knew the place well, so leading the way could help them avoid wrong turns. She nodded and said, let's go. Qinjin, lead the way. I'll cover the rear. After saying that, Sumi held the tailbone of the giant crocodile and moved to the back. Although Qinjin was leading, Chinhao and Tian Tian walked side by side in front, with Ma Desheng carefully walking in the middle, the safest spot in the team. But not long after leaving the helicopter, Ma Desheng, wrapped in a blanket, was shivering and stomping his feet from the cold, unable to walk properly. The fog was thick all around. Finally, after passing an open-air terminal, they arrived in front of an office building. Chinhao pulled Tian Tian forward to check. The door is locked, but there's heating inside. Outside the main gate, a thick blanket was hung to block the cold air from outside, indicating that someone was inside this building and that their living conditions were definitely good. The terminal is closest to the office area, and most people working here are workaholics. There's a lounge in the office building, so there are probably plenty of clothes. Plus, it's too cold to go to the living area. The geese might not handle it well if old Ma carries them. Sumi was about to take out her universal card when Chinhao quickly grabbed her hand and shook his head. His eyes clearly said, the situation is unclear, don't rush in. So, they moved from building to building, seeing the same scene repeatedly. Ma Xiang was already so cold, he couldn't hold back anymore. Boss, Brother Hao, can't we just go in directly? It's probably very difficult. The door and the glass are shockproof and bulletproof. The electronic lock has a complex code. Forcing it open will only lock it tighter, and we won't be able to open it. Chun Jin hesitated, looking at Sumi, a girl dressed in summer clothes. She said she wasn't cold, but he felt cold just looking at her. Chinhao, like him, was also badly injured and stubborn. But little did they know, besides Ma Dexiang, who was the most fragile, Chinhao was actually in the worst shape physically. The living area is too far away. The geese are heading toward the farmland, and it'll take about 10 minutes. Let's go quickly. I'm too cold. Drink more water and don't talk much, Sumi said calmly. Ma Dexiang obediently opened his water bottle and took a few sips. Maybe because he was freezing and uncomfortable, plus the thick fog making him feel unsafe, Ma Dexiang didn't even notice the water's temperature inside the bottle. Although it was slightly cool, it made him feel much better. Chinhao also gave some water to Tian, then carefully put the bottle away. The group followed Chinjin through a parking lot. The dense fog grew even thicker. To prevent everyone from getting separated, Sumi quickened her pace to stay closer to the team. Finally, after crossing a small stone bridge, they saw a tiny convenience store, like a small shop that only sells water, drinks, and maybe some cigarettes. But it was hidden in the darkness and thick fog, so the full view was unclear.